southeast Wisconsin until 2 o'clock this afternoon, and we're seeing some showers and storms moving across the area. From the WTMJ Breaking News Center, I'm Neil Doyle. Decision Wisconsin, polls open statewide until 8 o'clock tonight for the partisan primary. Voters deciding which candidates will advance to November's general election. Wisconsin Elections Commission Administrator Megan Wolf.
It takes time to compile unofficial results, especially in our larger cities where they have a higher volume of absentee ballots to process. Election officials will always prioritize accuracy over speed.
Voters also being reminded that they should choose only one party's primary on the ballot. Also, if you have an absentee ballot, those must be returned by 8 o'clock this evening in order to count. A former Milwaukee radio executive charged with sexually assaulting a child makes his first court appearance. Prosecutors allege Jordan Lee wrote in a message to his therapist he assaulted the child in his sleep. This was between July and August of last year. Bail for Lee was set at $30,000 on Monday. Defense attorney Mindy Nolan.
He has very strong ties to this community, being a community leader here in Milwaukee for several decades. So we do think that amount of cash bail is appropriate and the balance be returned to the surety.
Lee was a longtime executive at Radio Milwaukee. If convicted, he faces up to 60 years in prison. There was a secret plan to get President Trump out of Turkey last month when he was attending the NATO summit due to an assassination threat. More from News Nation's Corey Smith.
It's reported that War Secretary Pete Hegseth and Joint Chiefs of Staff Dan Kane were both in on this secret plan. According to the Washington Post, the president boarded Air Force One in Ankara and moments later was smuggled out using a catering truck. It took him from Air Force One to a different Air Force plane typically used for cabinet and other government officials. That plane, with the president hidden on board and Secretary Hegseth, then flew to a U.S. Air Force base in the U.K.
This secret switch happening a day after the U.S. resumed military strikes on Iran. Luigi Mangione, who's accused of shooting and killing United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson 2 years ago, back in court today for a final pretrial hearing. Defense attorneys expected to ask the judge for the trial to be broadcast live.
His lawyers had actually argued that they would pursue a psychiatric defense, only to then abruptly pull that argument when the judge said that they would need to provide psychiatric records in order to do that kind of argument. Now, Mangione is facing both state and federal charges. He's pleaded not guilty to both, but earlier ABC had reported that both sides had been talking about a potential plea deal in the federal trial that ultimately didn't amount to anything. It's not clear how close they got to actually coming to some sort of an agreement there.
ABC's Matt Rivers reporting. Time for news about your money, the WTMJ Annex Wealth Management Market Update. Everything is just slightly in the green across the board. The Dow is sitting at 53,983. That's up about 7 points. The NASDAQ is up about 5 points at 26,610. And the S&P 500 also slightly up, but in the green, up 5 at 7,758. Financial planning at every level. Annex Comprehensive Wealth, Annex Private Client, Annex Ignite. Details at annexwealth.com. Sports, traffic, weather are next. Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time, 10:04.
As the kiddos get ready to get back to school, you can find really great back-to-school savings at St. Vincent de Paul thrift stores. School supplies and some surprisingly cool clothing too. And teachers, you get an additional discount. Get the best back-to-school bargains at St. Vincent de Paul thrift stores on Highway 100 in Layton and Greenfield, 23rd in Lincoln, and 76th and Bradley Road in Milwaukee.
Ooh, you're gonna love it, St. Vincent de Paul.
When I shop St. Vincent de Paul thrift stores, every time I come in, it's like a whole new store. It's because new inventory's arriving daily, all kinds of everything. And let me tell you, thrift store prices make buying easy. And helping others at the same time, that's icing on the cake. St. Vincent de Paul thrift stores on Highway 100 in Layton and Greenfield, 23rd in Lincoln, and 76th and Bradley Road in Milwaukee.
Ooh, you're gonna love it, St. Vincent de Paul.
It's Mike with Infinity Exteriors. I've seen it all, Wisconsin. Sketchy sales gimmicks for low-quality windows, siding that costs more than a new home, fly-by-night roofers. 60,000 happy customers made a better choice. Infinity Exteriors roofing, siding, and windows all come with our lifetime workmanship warranty, no overcharges, and transparent pricing. At Infinity Exteriors, we're on a mission to save our communities from unscrupulous contractors. Visit infinityexteriors.com.
Sports parents know the countless hours and dollars spent on practice, games, equipment, training, travel. So when an injury happens, why don't we invest in recovery too? Vince Vitrano for MD Hyperbaric. Hyperbaric oxygen therapy supports the body's natural healing process, whether it's recovering from injury or a concussion, because it's not just about getting your athlete back on the field, it's about helping them recover for school, work, and life long after the season ends. Learn more at mdhyperbaric.com.
Time for a WTMJ sports update from the Gruber Law Offices. One call, that's all sports desk. Game 2 tonight between the Brewers and Padres at Petco Park. 3-2 loss last night for the Crew. Starter Logan Henderson gave up a 2-run homer in the 7th. It was his first loss in 7 starts. Manager Pat Murphy.
We got to score more than 2 runs on the road to win. Logan pitched well enough to win.
Kyle Harrison will take the mound tonight for the Brewers. All of our coverage right after the 8 o'clock news here on WTMJ. Packers just 2 days away from their first preseason game. Head coach Matt LaFleur says he'll be leaning on some of the veterans to help get the rookies ready for their first game action. LaFleur also with some high remarks for quarterback Jordan Love.
I'm in most of those quarterback meetings and just the conversations, and to watch his growth has been really a fun process. He's a great guy to work with every day. He's so consistent, so even-keeled, and I think that's why in those critical moments he can go out there and perform at a high level.
Packers open up the preseason Thursday night in Pittsburgh. Take a look at the roads. Your WTMJ time saver traffic still dealing with this issue. 894 northbound right at Howard Avenue. We've had pavement buckling there, so some damage. We did have the 3 right lanes blocked. It's now down to 2 lanes that are closed in that stretch. The crews have been out there throughout the morning. I mean, this started yesterday, so it's been a bit of a headache as you make your way through the Hale interchange in that stretch. So one might want to avoid that area if you can, as they are still making those repairs. We're seeing some typical slowdowns as well. 94 east and westbound through the stadium interchange between 35th and Hawley. Everything around State Fair Park looking pretty good, and things moving along everywhere else.
Traffic is sponsored by TaybackAttorneys.com. Veterans benefits denied? Call Tayback for the payback. Tayback Law fights for those who fought for us. If you're a vet and have been wrongfully denied the VA benefits you're entitled to, call Tayback for the payback. TaybackAttorneys.com.
Severe thunderstorm watch for a good chunk of southeast Wisconsin. That's until 2 o'clock this afternoon. We're already seeing showers and storms pushing their way across the area. Again, just under a watch at this point, but certainly going to see some of this rain continue to make its way through the late part of this morning into the early part of the afternoon. High of 78 degrees. Tonight then, partly cloudy, a low down to 68. We'll still see some shower and storm chances on Wednesday with a high of 80, and then that continues Thursday. Chances for some showers and storms with highs in the upper 70s. Right now, 76 degrees in Green Bay. We're sitting at 74 in West Dallas, and it's 73 in Milwaukee. I'm Neil Doyle, Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time, 10:08.
Broadcasting live from the Bank 5-9 studios for the Wisconsin State Fair. It's time for Point Taken. Here are your hosts, Steve Scafidi and Kristen Bry.
And good morning. Welcome to the Wisconsin State Fair. Yes, we're broadcasting live from the Bank 5-9 studios. Kristen Bry alongside, as always, on Point Taken. How are you on this fine Wednesday? Tuesday. Election day, of course.
Can you hear me? Is my mic on?
We got to turn you up a little bit. Everybody's better? Moving seat. How about that? A little bit better?
Can you hear me?
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
All right, we're going to shift her to... How about now?
How about now?
There
hear
we
me
go.
now? Okay.
These 2 mics are misaligned. You have the wrong headset on. That's why.
Well, you know.
See, that's a little behind the scenes of the State Fair. This is why it gets interesting. As much as we love doing live broadcasts, and I love remotes, and I always say, get me more remotes, there's always an interesting technical challenge that happens, especially at the fair, because this studio's been around for a long time.
Who was I just talking about that with, as far as... referencing back to the fact that this has been here for as long as you can probably, not as long as you can remember.
Since I was a kid, I think.
Right?
Yeah.
And so, and just telling people, like, that's where you can find me. And people are like, I know exactly where you're talking about.
Well, I mean, it's cool because the park, where you get your cream puffs is right across, and then obviously the expo center. So we're like right in the nexus of where most people are at some point during the fair, right? You're going to be milling around. Who doesn't go to the fair and at least sniff a cream puff, right? If you don't eat one, you're going to go in and check it out. It's cooler in there. Today it's like a rain refuge.
And we're also right by the pavilion where you're going to go shop and get your new mattress, right?
I'm not going to do that, but some people apparently do. I was just talking with Dean, our engineer. I can't even remember what the most expensive thing I've ever bought there, but it's not more than $19.95. I know people buy.
Can you get anything there less than $19.95?
Probably not anymore. I told this story. I still have the squeegees I bought in that building like 15 years ago, and they're still rolled up. Now they're amazing things, squeegees, but how often do you use a squeegee for anything? I don't. I don't wash my own car. I take it to someone else to wash.
What else would you use a squeegee for?
I don't know.
Like just
picking up bad spills on your kitchen floor, which is what they show you when they're giving you the demo.
Was it called a chamois? Remember?
Chamois wow.
But no, ShamWow was a thing.
ShamWow.
But I also remember when I was a swimmer as a kid, like I was on swim team, and there was some kind of super absorbent tiny towel that you could use and I would use it after swimming, and I feel like it was like the size of not even a washcloth, maybe a hand towel, but it was your towel to dry off after swimming.
Well,
I forgot what the name of it was. I bet they still sell it, though.
I'm not saying the stuff that you buy in there doesn't work, but I'm just saying that the last thing I bought was like one of those, and it's still sitting in I just saw it because I just cleaned in my garage, and there it is, still rolled up in the original tube I got it in. It's like $19.95. Well spent? Question mark.
Do you guys have a bunch of stuff that is just like? Do you have a closet where things go to
we don't
disappear?
do that. No, we stopped doing that.
You don't have a junk drawer? Nothing.
We had a junk drawer, but now it's super organized.
Okay.
Yeah, that's an old person thing. You get to a certain point, like you had all these things. We had a junk drawer for years. You could find nothing in it. It was like a rat's nest. We don't do that anymore.
Okay, so you're not for people because most people who've been in their house for decades.
Yeah.
When you are in your house for decades, things accumulate.
Yeah, we're super organized now.
Good for you guys.
Yeah, look at us.
Look at you.
Setting the
Good job. Is that more you or Kathy?
I think it's both of us.
It's a joint effort? Good.
We just realized, like, why do we
It's
have...
very not boomer of you.
Oh, stop. Right away with the labels. We're going to hear a lot about labels in the next day, weeks, months, about elections. Today's election day. You voted this morning.
I voted this morning. We went, my husband and I took Frankie, as we always do, to our local polling place. Mm-hmm. We were number 53. I was 53. He was 52.
Just River West area.
River West. Yeah. Frankie got her future voter sticker.
Love it.
There was another mom there with her, I think, probably 1-year-old, which I loved. And her and Frankie, the two little kids, I got a picture of them together, which I thought was really cute.
Do they do the thing I love? Some places do this. I'm not a day of voter anymore. I vote by mail. But is like the bake sales and stuff. I love that. Where you walk into...
No bake sale.
Oh, you get...
I think technically that's illegal.
On the outside, you got to do it. Yeah, there's certain area you can't do it. Like Rice Krispie treats, M&M cookies.
I don't think I've ever voted when there was baked goods
That's the best.
included.
That's the best. So a good experience voting
Yeah,
today.
great experience. Like I said, I always, since becoming a mom, that's like a tradition for us as far as taking
I like that
Frankie
tradition.
with us.
Yeah.
And voted. It was funny. There was a moment I saw Mike's ballot was flipped over, and I was like, "You didn't vote on the back, did you?" And he was like, "No." And I was
He's
like,
protecting the privacy of his vote.
No, not that. But he was just looking at it, and I think he didn't know. And I think so. Unless you're listening and prepared, you see so many bubbles on there. And unless someone tells you explicitly, hey, only vote for one party, don't fill out anything else, you're like, am I supposed to fill out stuff on the back?
We're going to go to break because we're going to have some guests coming through the show today that are going to be more fair related.
Pam Yankee on her way.
On her way.
Just
Pam,
got the text.
Fabulous farm babe. Love her. Found out recently she lives by Lambeau, apparently. So she'll be on. We have Ann Schultz, who will join us. I call it the Cheese Czar. And,
does she like being called the Cheese Czar?
I don't know. We'll find out. And we'll see. And my grandson Max is here. I'd see him waving at me outside.
He's already here. Hey, buddy.
He'll be live on the air later in the program. He didn't get top billing, even though he deserves it, because he's a stud.
You got your jokes ready?
Oh, he does. He's got the umbrellas, too, because it's raining at the State Fair. And I know that... they got plenty of room for everybody, so you're good. The rain's a limited thing. It's going to be gorgeous the rest of the day after the rain stops. So come on out. Stay tuned to us. We have some great guests, including the fabulous farm babe Pam Yankee and Ann Schultz. And we have a recorded interview I did yesterday with Jenny Gale. She runs the Governor's Livestock Auction.
Oh,
I had her on
fun.
last year, too. And I sort of double dip at the fair. I do both interviews for this show and my outdoor show because I love the fair experience. So I double dip on those. She'll be part of both shows, but she'll be on a recorded interview that I did yesterday live from the fair. Lots more to come from the fair. Bank 59 studio, fueled by Left's Lucky Town. Kristen and Steve, point taken, 620 WTMJ.
Accident Mortgage is an equal housing lender. NMLS ID 255368.
This is Brian Wicker, Chief Homebuyer Helper with Wisconsin's own Accident Mortgage. Nicer homes are still getting multiple offers over asking, and there's only one winner per listing. I want to help you be that winner, which is why I just increased the rock-solid pre-approval guarantee to $10,000. It's all about getting the seller to pick your offer over the others. So AccuNet is now guaranteeing in writing to pay the seller 10,000 American bucks if we can't make good on the terms of your fully verified rock-solid pre-approval. Banks don't do that. We're willing to stand behind our work and stand behind you with a $10,000 guarantee that sellers will definitely notice. Maybe you've been writing offers and losing, which feels terrible, or maybe you're just starting out. Either way, don't settle for a flimsy bank pre-approval and let someone else end up sleeping in your dream home. Give the seller 10,000 reasons to say yes to your offer with AccuNet's new $10,000 rock-solid seller guarantee. Get started with yours today at accunet.com.
You're not just a job number as a Sidex customer. They've been family-owned since 1988, and they treat you as part of their family. Upgrade and transform your current bathroom space with Sidex Windows Siding and Bath. They have seasoned design consultants with 10 to 30 years of experience. The owner, Joe, is honoring his dad's legacy with top-tier products and expert craftsmanship. It's Sidex, the best in the business. Get a free shower door upgrade when you mention WTMJ. Visit sidexremodel.com.
Want to stay up to date with the crew?
It's back! Churio has done it for a third straight game!
Tune in to Brewers Extra Innings with Dominic Cotroneo after every game.
Churio hitting another homer, 3 homers in 3 games. He continues to heat up.
I feel like he's a guy, obviously understands big moments, big games, big times of the year.
Or listen anytime on the Brewers All Access podcast feed. We are your home of the Brewers. WTMJ.
Every afternoon at 3 o'clock, Left's Lucky Town Miller Lite Sports Bar and Grill is giving you the chance to win Brewers tickets. How about that? The hot Milwaukee Brewers with their Taste Great, Less Filling coin flip game. Pick your side, watch the giant coin flip, and see if you're still standing. While you're there, enjoy great food, cold drinks, amazing food and beverage, I always say about Left's. And don't forget to ask about the Euchre tournament happening on the final day of the fair. And they fuel us. They provide our lunches and dinners. They're amazing.
Your beer.
I haven't had a beer at the fair yet.
I haven't had a beer at the fair yet. Actually, that's not true. You took Jeremy out last Thursday.
I just lied on the air. I did have a beer because Jeremy Janine for Urban Milwaukee joined us Thursday, and I did have a beer with him. So, yes, you're correct. I did lie on the air, but not on purpose. So is it a lie if you mistakenly said?
No.
No, I don't think so. Or a white lie?
No, because I think a lie has to be intentional.
Yeah, and it wasn't intentional.
You just forgot.
I just forgot that I had a beer. And Jeremy will join us again Thursday. In the 11 o'clock hour. Now, last week we thought we were going to cut him short, and then he got the whole hour. Wouldn't it be fun if we give him the whole hour and then we cut him short this week?
Just as a surprise?
Because stuff happens at the fair. You know this. All right, so we are set to, and you're going to do a teaser thing tonight, because you and Kyle Wallace are going to sort of wrap up this election coverage tonight on YouTube, right?
Yes, on YouTube. Yes. So we did this after the one and only aired debate, and it was kind of a last-minute thing. Kyle decided to go live. He asked me if I wanted to join him, and I did for, about 10 minutes. But now it's a little bit more official. And so I will be joining him at 8 p.m. tonight as results roll in. Obviously, we're going to talk about the governor's race, but also there's a lot of other primaries. We've talked a little bit about it, what's happening with the Republicans in the congressional district, in the 7th congressional district
way up north,
with Alfonso, in the 3rd congressional district between Rebecca Cook and Emily Berge.
What do you think is going to happen in that race?
I don't.
Is it close?
I think it's going to be closer than you think.
I do too.
I think there is. I've just heard from people in that district that there is.
Cook fatigue? I heard that statement made to
I don't know if it's Cook fatigue. I think it's a little bit of, Cook's, as much as she presents, and her story has kind of been like a plucky waitress, she's also been involved in Democratic politics for a very long time, and including fundraising. And so I think her relationships run deeper across national Democrats and national figures versus, I think, Emily Berge's much more grassroots as far as where her campaign has come from and how she's gotten involved. I think they're both from the Eau Claire area.
Yeah.
That's a big district, though. I mean, it's second to the 7th congressional district as far as how much land it actually covers. Like when I was in it covers Rapids, right? So when I was in Rapids this weekend, I was seeing signs for both of them.
So you're joining Kyle, what, 8 o'clock?
Right at 8. I think it would be interesting. I think we'll know by 9, right?
Yeah, 9 or 10.
It's not that. I mean, the big question is how many votes will there be?
Mm-hmm.
I think it'll be interesting to see different breakdowns for different counties as far as where do we see the actual turnout or higher turnout than usual in different counties. So we'll be looking at all that different stuff. And then, obviously, once we have some answers, what becomes the conversation tomorrow? Because like I said yesterday, no matter what happens today, tomorrow is a continuation, but a different conversation.
If I have something unique to say, I'll call in.
Okay.
But I'm not expecting an August surprise. It's hard for on the left side, Democratic side, to lose a 20-point polling lead. That would be sort of shocking. Now,
it just depends on right? Because this is what we saw, and this is what the Crowley campaign was pointing to, is the fact that the polls leading up last week in Michigan ended up being pretty different than what the final vote was, as far as it being as close. What did we end up saying it was? Not like less than 20,000 votes? Yeah. And now, does that happen here? It's a very different dynamic here, though, because there was a lot more money in that race, right? I mean, Stevens alone spent $60 million. I think El Sayed spent about $7 million, which is way more than any candidate spent in this race so far. It's not split. There isn't, 3 people on the ballot that aren't actually still in the race. And so I'm not sure it's an apples to apples comparison, but it does lend itself to thinking that polls, because of how they're conducted to be scientifically as accurate as possible, are really hard to get right.
And I'll ask the question, if these polls are way off, I'm going to ask the question, why would we trust these polls anymore?
This is what I was asking last week, as far as if they're end up being off here too. What do campaigns do? It's one thing for it to be an indicator for pundits like us or for voters as they look at it. It's another thing of how accurate any of these polls are for campaigns as they're trying to figure out where they stand and what's working and what's not.
All right, 10:22 on 620 WTMJ. We're broadcasting live from the Wisconsin State Fair Bank 5-9 studio. Some special guests coming up. As soon as they are in studio, we'll have them on the air. And it's always fun to do some fair stuff. We'll continue to talk about politics as well. It's Election Day. Get out and vote. Don't use the weather if you're in the rain. If you're not, there's certainly no reason not to vote. This is your chance to express your thoughts on where this state and in a bigger sense where this country is going. We'll take a break here on 620 WTMJ.
Bank 5-9 has a mission to make lives better. They make it a priority to give back to their customers, communities, and their employees. In fact, Bank 5-9 was just honored again by the Milwaukee Journal-Sentinel as a top workplace. That makes 17 years in a row. Want to learn more about working with the great people at Bank 5-9? Visit bank59.com/careers. That's bank59.com/careers. Equal Opportunity Employer, member FDIC.
Hey, it's WTMJ Steve Scavini. For 70 years, Geis has been the trusted garage authority of Wisconsin. Don't let a broken garage door or your opener problems like I had get you down. Call my friends at Geis today. That's what I'm doing. You should too. With brands like CHI, LiftMaster, they have doors for every budget and will even build custom designs to meet your exact needs. For swift and reliable garage repair solutions, go to Geis, G-E-I-S, GeisDoors.com. You can also visit their amazing showroom in Brookfield. You would not believe how many doors they have. Custom stuff, really cool designs. Check out the opener room. It's amazing, and that's where I spent most of my time because I'm in the market for a new opener. And all the options available to you. Don't think twice. Call Geis, G-E-I-S, Geis Doors.
Your home is about as personal as it gets, right?
We want to build a relationship with homeowners, not only educating them, but we're getting to know them and allowing them an opportunity to get to know us.
Yeah, the interview goes both ways. Mm-hmm. Getting to know people while also serving them. It's so much more than just, okay, we're replacing your roof.
Besides that, it's just the right thing to do. See how Big Fish Contracting is renovating homes and redeeming an industry at bigfishcontracting.com.
When it's time to explore assisted living, it's easy to feel overwhelmed. That's why we partnered with the American Seniors Housing Association to promote whereyouLiveMatters.org. I'm Mike from the Wisconsin Assisted Living Association. For over 30 years, our organization of more than 2,000 facility members has led through advocacy, education, and support to help advance quality care. That's why Wisconsin families trust WALA.
When it's time to search for assisted living for yourself or a loved one, visit whereyoulivematters.org.
Visit the city where festivals take over the lakefront, breweries pour late into the night, and every neighborhood brings its own flavor. Milwaukee doesn't just host festivals, it owns them. With more than 100 every year, including the world's largest music festival. The lakefront views, incredible food and breweries, live sports, and nightlife that doesn't quit make Milwaukee a city built for unforgettable weekends. Expert guides at visitmilwaukee.org will help you plan every detail of your next visit. Get started today at visitmilwaukee.org.
One of the great things about working from the Bank 5-9 studio at the Wisconsin Fair, we get great guests, and there is no greater guest when you're a 620 WTMJ fan and talk about the farming industry. She is the fabulous farm babe, Pam Yankee. How are you?
I'm fabulous as usual. No, this is my element, kids.
I was going to say, this is my jam.
This is your Super Bowl.
Yeah, this is my jam.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So what's exciting at the fair this year in your business?
Okay, so, well, I mean, there's a lot of different things. First, we got the 175th. So
That's cool.
There's a lot of different elements that are happening that way.
I was listening to your show the other morning, and you're talking about, you have a name for them, not legacy farmers, but the 100-year and 150th.
Century and Sesquicentennial.
Yes.
I just came
I wasn't
from
even
that.
thinking about that.
Yeah.
So that's like family farms that have been
correct in the business or in the family. So that's why I'm wearing this, particularly if you're watching us, my bedazzlement today. So we just got done recognizing 38.
Isn't that wild?
No, 38 sesquicentennial
150
farms
years.
And 72 century farms.
First of all, bravo to those folks.
Oh, my.
We know farming's
Yeah.
not an easy job, and it never is, 24/7, 365. But the stories these families, I heard some of the stories. Oh, by the way, great interviews on the show. Yeah. Amazing stories of the hardships they faced, the things they had to deal with over those years.
Well, just think about it. Some of these folks, one of the stories that I just captured, they got their farm during the Civil War. So tracing the documents that you need to prove were difficult. And then think about it. It was the Civil War. It was World War I, World War II, the Depression. The 70s were a challenge for anybody in agriculture with interest rates that were like 18, 20% if you were lucky and all that type of stuff. So I have literally this onion that I'm peeling every time I'm talking to these families. And then you've got the generational. Now, the tent this morning where we had the Century Sesquicentennial breakfast was full. And it's not just people that are in walkers or wheelchairs. It's little pea sprockets that are going to take that farm on by trust or by will.
Is
you know
that
what
your
I mean?
term, peace sprocket?
I got a lot of them. I got a lot of them, Steve.
I don't think I've heard
a lot of pet names coming from Pam.
I got a lot of nicknames, a lot of pet
So, you know, we've been lucky enough to read Land Rich, Cash Poor by our friend Brian Reisinger. And like that was, there's a lot of things about that book I love, but how well he was able to get the stories and document his family's lineage, right? So when you're talking to some of these other families, like how he's a writer, right? And like a journalist by practice, how well have they been able to capture their own stories over 100 or 150 years?
You know what's interesting is sometimes the primaries, like mom and dad may not either want to talk or it's not their thing to share, which is traditional for my audience. We keep it all to ourselves. But the daughter-in-law or the son or the granddaughter or somebody, a sister that's not on the farm anymore, when you leave, you have such a healthy appreciation for where you came from.
Oh, interesting.
If you're grinding it out every day, try to make a living in farming, sometimes it's hard to appreciate. But I'll tell you from experience, my farm, I was telling them this morning, my farm in Oconto County, it started easily 1906. I haven't gone and done my documentation, but that means that I should have applied for my own Century Farm Award a while ago. My mom is 92, and I said to my audience this morning, do as I say, not as I do. So, but you know, you listen to the daughters talk about growing up, and you just have a different appreciation for what you did. You didn't think so then. Then weed in the garden with Grandma was not a joy. Then, you know, pitching manure in the barn with Dad was that was not a fond memory.
No.
Then you get away and you realize the character that it built, the time that you had alone where they were just talking to you one-on-one, the product that may have come when you and Grandma then went and did jams or pickled or did whatever. And those kinds of generational conversations like that just blow my mind every year.
She is the fabulous farm babe, Pam Young. She's going to stick around through the news because I have a bunch of questions I want to ask you about the life that you live and the show that you do, which is, I listen to it almost every day on the way to work. Sometimes
early riser over here.
Yeah, sometimes it's music, but generally if I want to know stuff, you bring the stuff I need to know. And the fact that you know it so well, you've lived it.
I lived it.
That is the story. If you live it, you know it. So we are going to have Pam Yankee will stay with us through the break. It is fun to be at the Fair Bank 5-9 studio doing all of our fun stuff. Kristen Bra and Steve Scafidi and all of you at the fair. So thanks to folks who stop by and wave and say hi. My grandson's going to make an appearance on the show. I think it's his 5th or 6th straight year that he'll be at the fair. So Max will be here with a joke ready. Always brings a joke, which is cool. He's not a farmer, but he loves all of that stuff. He loves going in all the ag buildings. All right, so that's all coming up. Ann Schultz, cheese. I call her the cheese czar, but whatever she calls herself, we'll get that official title. We have local news update. Here now the latest from ABC.
ABC News, I'm Sherry Preston. Luigi Mangione back in court today in connection with the killing of United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson in 2024. The New York judge says there will be less room for the public in the trial since so many members of the press will be there. Russia has released an American military veteran who spent more than 4 years in prison on disputed charges under abusive conditions. The former U.S. Marine was said to be gravely ill and at risk of dying. A group advocating for him says Robert Gilman is now on his way to a U.S. military hospital in Texas. Crime across the country on the decline.
According to the Major Cities Chiefs Association, murders alone were down more than 17% in the first half of 2026 compared to the same period the previous year. Robberies, rapes, and aggravated assaults likewise were lower. The declines continue a trend that reversed the crime surge that came during the pandemic.
ABC's Jim Ryan. Death toll from the Columbia earthquake, now at least 224 people. This is ABC News.
Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time, 10:31. I'm Neil Doyle. Decision Wisconsin, it's primary day across the Badger State, and some Milwaukee residents who have already voted are encouraging others to do the same.
As voters head to the polls today, one woman from Milwaukee says it's important to remember that decisions made in local elections can have a major impact on the community.
There's a lot of decisions being made that affect our community, our schools, our churches, our roads, our safety.
Robin Gates has voted in several primaries and says casting a ballot is one of the most powerful ways people can make their voices heard.
For the younger generation, if you've never done it before, I want to tell you it's the most powerful way that you can make a difference.
Gates says she also voted electronically for the first time today and says the process went very smooth. In downtown Milwaukee, Nazir Spencer, WTMJ News.
Governor Tony Evers is asking for federal support after tornado and severe storms destroyed parts of the Fox Valley last month. Wisconsin Emergency Management will request damage assessments from FEMA. Then FEMA will work with the state and local officials to assess the extent of the damage. After that, Governor Evers can submit a formal disaster declaration request for aid to President Trump. Last year, FEMA did approve aid for Wisconsin residents, but denied aid to repair public infrastructure after historic flooding. Showers and storms pushing their way across portions of southeast Wisconsin currently, but we should see some dry time as we get into the afternoon. Storm Team 4 Chief Meteorologist Brian Desnansky.
And then maybe a little bit of lingering rain into the early afternoon, but I would say by 3 o'clock latest, we're in the clear. And if you have like state fair plans and stuff, this evening looks pretty good.
We'll get a full look at your forecast coming up here in a minute. Before we do look at traffic, I want to do a quick check of the markets, your WTMJ Annex Wealth Management market update. Everything in the red, the Dow off 22 points, the NASDAQ down 56, and the S&P 500 is slightly down about 5 points. Financial planning at every level, Annex Comprehensive Wealth, Annex Private Client, Annex Ignite, details at annexwealth.com. Now let's take a look at the roads, your WTMJ Time Saver traffic. Still dealing with some headaches through the Hale interchange. This is all because of some pavement buckling, 894 northbound, right near Howard Avenue. I mean, this started yesterday, and they've been out there throughout the morning again trying to make repairs. 2 right lanes are blocked. We do also have a crash in part of the Hale interchange there, so just some headaches if you're heading in that direction, and seeing some tapping of the brakes, 94 east and westbound through the Stadium interchange. As for your forecast, we are seeing those showers and storms moving through the area. Severe thunderstorm watch for a good chunk of our listening area. That's in effect until 2 o'clock this afternoon. But we should see some dry time as we move through the late part of the morning into the later part of the afternoon as well. High of 78. Some patchy fog possible tonight, partly cloudy, a low down to 68. We'll see some shower and storm chances continue Wednesday. Some partly sunny skies as well. High near 80. And then we'll still see a chance for showers and storms as we move into Thursday with highs in the upper 70s. Right now, 73 degrees in Sheboygan. We're sitting at 74 in West Dallas, and it's 74 in Milwaukee. I'm Neil Doyle, Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time, 1034.
As the kiddos get ready to get back to school, you can find really great back-to-school savings at St. Vincent de Paul thrift stores. School supplies and some surprisingly cool clothing too. And teachers, you get an additional discount. Get the best back-to-school bargains at St. Vincent de Paul thrift stores on Highway 100 in Layton and Greenfield, 23rd in Lincoln, and 76th and Bradley Road in Milwaukee.
You're gonna love it, St. Vincent de Paul.
With an ever-changing inventory, you never know what great bargains you're going to be able to find at St. Vincent de Paul thrift stores. It makes shopping fun because the best finds are the ones you had no idea you'd even come across. And when they're at thrift store prices, it feels good. And it feels even better to know you're helping us help others. Shop St. Vincent de Paul thrift stores on Highway 100 in Layton and Greenfield, 23rd in Lincoln, and 76th and Bradley Road in Milwaukee.
You're gonna love it, St. Vincent de Paul.
Have you been living with pain and just assuming it's something you have to just live with and accept? Do not. I'm Julia Fellow with WTMJ. If chronic pain is keeping you from enjoying life, I want you to head to Jens Family Chiropractic in Germantown. Jens Family Chiropractic is now offering soft wave tissue regeneration therapy. It's an advanced, non-invasive treatment. It helps your body repair itself naturally. I'm getting that done on my lower back. Soft wave stimulates healing, improves blood flow, and activates your own body's repair cells to target pain at its source. If you're dealing with knee pain, shoulder pain, back pain, do not wait another day. For a limited time, your first soft wave treatment is just $57. This is an incredible opportunity to find out if this breakthrough therapy can help you get back to the things you love, like it did for me. Head to jensfamilychiropractic.com. That's YENTZ familychiropractic.com. Regenerate, recover, live pain-free at jensfamilychiropractic.com.
We are broadcasting live from the Wisconsin State Fair, the Bank 5-9 studio. Kristen Bry, getting her headset adjusted. Pam Yankee, did I scare you again? I almost scared you when you came in.
Well, you were right there.
I was right there in your face.
And listen, you can tell by my general physique. At the farm,
yes.
I was the oldest of three. So for a long time, I didn't have a sibling, but I had 7 cousins, boy cousins, that were across the 40. So if you wanted to go play, you can go play, but you can't cry and you can't tell your mom.
So you're tough.
So
That's
I'm
what they
used
told
to
you.
haul back and punch, and then I'll ask later. So that's why you saw me flinch.
I bet you we'd have a good go on the arm wrestle.
I take Pam any day. No offense.
Shut up. Come on.
She's
now.
still working the farm.
She is still working the farm. I'm not. I'm doing light duty now because I'm a senior.
Okay.
You don't know what that's
Whatever.
like yet. You don't know what that's
Whatever.
like yet. Eventually you'll get there. All right. So as much as I listen to your show, I'm really tuned in. I have some relatives now by marriage that are in farming in Minnesota.
Yeah.
And they talk about weather conditions a lot and conditions, soil conditions. You spend a lot of time in your show talking about that. So for farmers in Wisconsin, you talk to all of them on your show daily and probably a lot at the fair as well. What kind of a year has it been? And I know it matters by crop and all that stuff, but generally it seemed dry for a while, and now we're getting rain. How's it been?
Well, first I'll tell you, if you ever want to start a conversation with a farmer, just start with weather.
Yeah.
Because it's a common denominator. We fixate on weather.
Yes.
So this has been a have and a have not. It really depends where you are in the state of Wisconsin. One of my buddies is up by Eau Claire, and they missed out on a lot of the rains that southeast Wisconsin has really been hit with. I mean, I get my rainfall reporters on the show that are telling me, inch plus, 2 plus, that last front that came through. So it really is the have and the have nots. But I will tell you, although the last crop progress report from farmers still showed they didn't have a confidence in the crop. It's okay. But when I'm talking to the professionals, the agronomists, the people that really know what a crop looks like standing, this is going to be a pretty decent crop. All the way around. Corn, soybeans. I think that our vegetable crops have been doing pretty good. I know the potato guys wanted to get digging fast before the rain came in, so I haven't heard anybody grousing about it yet.
Well, I feel like my only frame of reference is how much is available at the farmer's market.
Yeah.
And I feel like at least the one in River West has been really good in the last month.
Yeah. Well, this is the plethora of everybody's garden. I mean, how many people in Wisconsin, hands in the air, have ended up with a bag of zucchinis on your front stoop or tomatoes? We pick sweet corn in a gunny sack.
Right.
You don't just take if you're going, make it worth your while. And if we're not going to use it, then we'll send it to somebody else.
Sweet corn's happening right now.
Oh, yeah, big time.
Yeah.
And that is another one that kind of goofed me up because I got sweet corn in the Madison area. Then I go home to the farm and I have this and they act like it's gold. Where'd you get that? Well, I brought it with me because it's just a little bit slower on the we call it degree growing days. How many heat units? And they might have gotten a little later on planting, didn't put it in the ground quite as fast. Or maybe it's the second crop because the raccoon got the first set. So, yeah.
Got it.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, so you also talk a lot about the markets, soybean prices, all this stuff.
Right.
Are you an expert on the markets now? 'Cause you've
Are
done
you
it for
insane?
No, you talk about like you
Jesus.
know.
Well, see, that is the BS of what I have been leaning on my entire career.
You must have picked this stuff up over the years.
So here's the deal.
Come on.
At the farm, at my home farm, so it's only 100 acres. That's nothing compared to
only
that's
100
that's
acres.
nothing.
I farmed an acre. It almost killed me.
But it's my sister, my brother, and I, and my 92-year-old mom. That's our LLC.
What's her name? Give her a shout out.
Bev?
Yeah, Bev.
Hello,
Hi,
Mayaki.
Bev.
She's Pam's
Youngster.
mom. She's Pam's mom.
Youngster.
She's so it's an LLC. We're the only LLC in O'Connell County. All 100 acres of us. Anyhow, so we have designated duties. So my brother-in-law is an organic dairy farmer. He's our gearhead. He drives tractor and does the planting. My husband's an agronomist, so he tells us what we're planting, when we're planting, what we have to do to keep it going. My sister is a medical record specialist, but she does our bookkeeping, so she pays the bill, does that. Well, what's left? So I fill out the government paperwork. Okay. I make sure that I market the crop. And you know what? That's fabulous because of what I do. I know what's going on, right? So I make decisions on my markets based on the people I interview, the things that I do. And every year, what do we hear at Thanksgiving when we get together to say, wow, we did pretty good? Well, you should have sold higher.
Oh.
Well, why didn't you sell higher?
Everybody's an expert.
Why don't you? Yeah, exactly.
You want to do my job? You want to switch?
Here you go.
Last thing for it. Do you ever think you'd be doing this at this stage of your life when you were like 21? Did you think you'd be doing this?
Well, I mean, there's people that watch me grow up that are not at all shocked about what I'm doing.
Okay.
I started this when I was in college, and I've always said, I don't know what else God meant for me to do. This is just part of my DNA. And many people say, what are you going to do when you retire? When you love what you do, why would you retire?
I was going to say, I feel like you're doing this until you absolutely can't anymore.
Yeah, and you're so good at it. And I always tell people, if you have the passion, it shows. People see that, and you have the passion, and that's why I listen to your show. Look, I'm not a farmer anymore. I have 2 greenhouses. I grow everything inside.
Yeah.
Easy, right? Nice and warm. Tomatoes look perfect usually. But I did the outside thing, and I had an acre of tomatoes, and it just about killed me. I had to haul water when it didn't rain. All this stuff, and you got to watch the plants. I don't know how you do all this stuff. You're juggling a million things.
I have great staff. I have wonderful helpers, and the momentum of it all. You have to, and you guys know what this is like. When you have a grateful audience that literally tell you how much they depend on you, how much you're a part of their day, that will jazz you for months. And I just got done with a full tent of that at our
I'm sure you're this is your homecoming as far as how many people you hear from and see all
it's reunion.
All right, lovely to see you as always.
My pleasure.
I love your show and I love everything you do, and it's always fun when you hang out. You're also going to be in my WTMJ outdoor show because I always do a fair edition this Saturday. You'll be on that show as
Excellent.
well.
Excellent.
All right,
Thanks
love
for the time, guys.
All right, we'll take a quick break. Steve and Kristen from the fair, Bank 59 Studio, 620 WTMJ.
Tell them you want hardwood, but make it affordable. Vince Vitrano here for Hunt's Flooring. A lot of people think hardwood flooring is out of their price range. We did. Then we visited Hunt's Flooring in Greenfield. Right there on Highway 100, Hunt's has a large inventory of hardwood in stock at discounted pricing. We just got Phil to show us around, see what he had priced to move, and we locked in a great deal. We were able to do our entire first floor. These are in-store deals only, not something you find online. Stop in, take a look, tell them Vinny sent you to Hunt's Flooring in Greenfield.
Good Karma Brands is proud to be an equal opportunity employer, providing equal employment, development, and advancement opportunities to all teammates and applicants. To learn more about careers with us, please send an email to talentacquisition@goodkarmabrands.com. That's talentacquisition@goodkarmabrands.com.
Attention travelers! The Fox World Travel Vacation Showcase is coming to Oshkosh on Saturday, September 12th.
Meet over 20 top vendors, including major cruise lines, tour companies, hotels, and WTMJ's own Steve Scafidi. Attend expert travel presentations, unlock exclusive booking offers, and enter to win amazing prizes. Registration is required to attend this premium event, and space is limited. Secure your spot today. Visit foxworldtravel.com to register right now.
You've seen us around town, volunteering, supporting events, and showing up where it matters. At Waterstone Bank, we're more than a bank. We're your neighbor. The money you deposit stays local, helping small businesses, creating jobs, and supporting home ownership. It's banking from the community for the community. Visit your local branch or WSBOnline.com to see how we're building a stronger southeastern Wisconsin, one neighbor at a time. Waterstone Bank, member FDIC.
Business owners and right-hand men and women. When you make the catering call for your office gathering, make it Marty's Pizza. For pizza, pasta, subs, wings, appetizers, and more. Delivered in our heated oven delivery trucks. Our catering delivery range has expanded all the way east into Brookfield. Just log on to martyspizza.net for easy online ordering. Or give us a call at 262-646-3327. 262-646-3327.
Marty's Pizza. Do you remember when times were good? Well, they're good again. It's as good today as it was in the past. It doesn't get any better than that. Remember Marty's Pizza.
Oh, the fun continues. We got a special guest because this guy, Bob Pekenbrock, is joining us in the studio. Hi, Bob.
Hello.
How are you?
Hello.
Long time WTMJ
Sales guy.
My teammates.
Yeah, now a Cream Puff ambassador. Is that your official title? What's your title?
I'm a Cream Puff delivery guy, and then I pinch hit for all the Tiara and Sash 4-H gals that come in.
Right.
And I walk them through and give them a little tour of that. That's when Brandon and Colton of the Wisconsin Bakers Association are too busy to greet them.
I mean, your outfit right now. So you have a
I'm on
cow
TV.
hat on.
Yeah.
You're on YouTube stream.
Can you see these?
Yeah. You can see the cream puffs.
Yeah. One of each flavor.
Three different flavors.
This is color, right? We're not on black and white, right? Color, yeah.
You also have a cream puff shirt, and you're carrying around a miniature Wisconsin state flag.
I do like to be an ambassador.
You are a walking caricature.
Well, I'm on the biggest stick in the state,
Oh, my
Wisconsin's
goodness.
radio station. I love this radio
So
station.
I'm curious about this. This is not Cream Puff. We'll get to the Cream Puff stuff.
Yeah.
How many live radio appearances have you made? I've had you on my show before. Live radio appearances you think you've made in your long career?
Oh, not many. I mean, I started out at WOKY and FM 106 30-some years ago. Look at you. Back when country music was line dancing.
Is it not still line dancing?
No, I think they're a little more Hollywood than line dancing.
I think that's right. All right, so let's get to the Cream Puffs. We have...
No, let's talk about Pam Yankee.
Okay, yes, you wanted to praise
the
her,
fabulous farm babe.
Oh, my God.
So I fell in love with her once upon a time, had to be at least a dozen years ago.
Do we have to edit this story?
No. It was at the Wisconsin Farm Tech Show. And I'm a marketing guy, a sales guy for TMJ. And I'm like, boy, they should really have a schedule and let people know all about it. So they did. I went over there to, I forget where it was someplace around Madison. The Farm Tech Show is great. And Pam Yankee just loved and respected this radio station so much. How can you not fall in love with someone like Pam? And now for her to have a whole hour every morning, she makes farming fun. I don't know anything about farming, but I just love listening to her.
She said that you're the reason she's on WTMJ.
Well, I would like to think so,
Is that true?
Well, I was pursuing doing an ag show, like our Saturday morning lineup, which is just great. I love our Saturday mornings. And I'm like, why don't we have an egg show?
All right.
So I went down that path to get an egg show.
All right, I don't want the Greebies to yell at me. So we have 3 flavors this year. Is this the 3 they have every day?
Every year we have a special flavor.
Which is what?
Well, this year it's the Ferracino. Kind of like, it's like a kitty cocktail, maraschino cherry.
Is that what it tastes like? Is that the closest thing you'd say it reminds you of?
It's a nice little fluffy cherry flavor.
Right.
It's delicious.
It comes
and then
with the cherry
can
on
you see
it.
the cherry on it out there in TV land?
Yeah.
2 cherries.
So that's the specialty one this year.
Yeah.
And then we have the original, which is the white fluffy stuff.
I've had a million of those. I've never had a chocolate, which I will have some of.
I'm leaving these behind.
Yeah, I'm going to have some of that chocolate one because I've never had that. Have you had that?
Yeah.
I've had chocolate before.
Yeah.
But
You know, this is a must-do. I think the fair estimates one of every 3 people that come out to the fair get a cream puff. So I think we sell about 40,000 of these a day, which is 400,000 during the course of the fair.
It's amazing. So do you eat? I mean, are you a cream puff guy?
Yeah, I have a cream puff every day.
Is that your go-to thing?
Every
or what's
day.
your go-to fair food?
Oh, beer.
Fair.
I have to take my shirt off before I do that. No logo shirts when you're drinking beer on the ground.
Have you had the beer-infused ice cream cone yet?
No,
next door.
It's not on my list, but I did try the Leinenkugel Cream Puff Ale. Since I'm the cream puff guy, I thought I should have to do that. It's delicious. It's worth a try.
Okay. Is it very sweet?
It is sweet.
Okay.
Yeah, but, you know, it's fun. And then you go right into Saz's and you sit at the bar. That is the most beautiful pavilion.
They got a nice setup.
Most people just walk by, but you should really go into the bar and sit down and, you know,
All
have
right,
a
well, you got to get back to work.
I do. I have an 11:30 drop
appointment.
to do.
Bob Pekenbrock, he's a longtime sales guy. He's done a lot of things for WTMJ, and as you heard, other radio stations. But right now, he's just schlepping those cream puffs.
And I'm still with the street team once in a while, so you see me at some of our events.
I love that you can't just hang it up.
I just love
Your
TMJ, Good
lifelong
Karma Brands,
connection.
ESPN teammates. You guys are the best.
I talked about Pam's energy. Bob has that similar aura, that high energy, passionate about what he does, and all-around good guy. Thanks for being here.
Thank you. Cheers.
Quick break on Point Taken from the Fair Bank 5-9 studios.
Get the help you need Saturday morning with How To Radio. At 7, it's the WTMJ Fix-It Show with David Nason, featuring this week's guests, Capital Heating and Cooling and Siding Unlimited. At 9, plan your dream vacation with the Fox World Travel Show. Yet at 10, get financial guidance during Money Talk. Contact Annex Wealth Management for an unbiased review of your investments at annexwealth.com. How To Radio, Saturday mornings on WTMJ.
Hey, it's WTMJ, Steve Scafidi. When your joints hurt every day, you've heard that complaint, right? Or you feel that complaint. You've been told you need surgery. Do your homework. Remember, once a joint is replaced, there's no going back. Before you schedule surgery, consider getting a second opinion from QC Kinetics. I did this last year because I had elbow surgery on my right elbow, but my left elbow, similar problems. I went to QC Kinetics, talked to Caravelli and a great team at the Greenfield location. They also have one in Mequon. And instead of having surgery, 5 treatments throughout the summer and early fall, their team fixed my elbow. No pain. I had bad inflammation. Hurt to turn the doorknob. So start with that. Start with that, a medical evaluation if you have it. Review your history. Bring some imaging with you, but start with a conversation. They're great communicators as well as medical professionals. So if you're a good candidate, that's why it makes sense to explore all the options. Don't just accept surgery is my only choice. Call QC Kinetics today for a second opinion and know your options. The conversation and consultation are totally free. QC Kinetics. Call 414-667-5559. That's 414-667-5559. One more time, 414-667-5559.
Hey, is your son, daughter, or grandchild's birthday soon? WTMJ's John Mercure here. I've got a great idea. Hosting a birthday party is a lot of work. No need for you to cook and organize, then clean your home. How about having your party at the amazing Mineshaft restaurant in Hartford, the area's most affordable birthday party destination? Your party room is free, with a world-class game room with over 70 games, including the easiest ones for your little ones. The pizza party packages are super affordable and include free game room credits. Whether your birthday party is for 10 or 50, the Mineshaft will host your party or your business event. It'll be the best and easiest birthday party ever. Your kids and grandkids will love you more than ever. They even have your cake. I highly recommend the Mineshaft restaurant for your next birthday party or a really fun, interactive business gathering. Reservations are required 2 days in advance. Google the Mineshaft Restaurant in Hartford. Click on Party Planning for all the details. Birthdays are easy at the amazing Mineshaft.
Hair Volume from New Nordic will make your hair look thick and healthy. Hair Volume is available online at Amazon and newnordicusa.com or in the hair care aisle at your local CVS.
I'm WTMJ's Sandy Max. What makes senior living at 3 Pillars so special?
The welcomeness. People are so friendly. If you have a problem, you can go to anybody.
The community and the sense of safety provided for my mom and dad, and it's just like the most wonderful place to be.
They're just delightful everywhere. I don't see staff, I see friends. Aww. And I really do feel that.
And you couldn't live in more beautiful grounds.
Schedule a tour today at 3pillars.org.
WTMJ, W277CV, and WKTI HD2 Milwaukee from the Annex Wealth Management Studios. This is News Radio WTMJ, a Good Karma brand station.
Back Action-packed first hour, Kristen Bry, from the fair. We said we're going to have some fair content, and we were certainly going to bring that. We're hoping to get Ann Schultz. I call her the Cheese Czar. She has a more official title. I first met her in the Wisconsin building, part of that big grilled cheese machine.
You think she's bringing grilled cheese?
God, I hope so, because I'm really hungry. I haven't eaten anything today. Have you eaten?
I had a protein shake and an apple.
Look at you staying with that healthy diet.
So, but I'm probably going to have a grilled cheese and a cream puff. So that's, let's not give you too much credit.
As much as we get a lot of perks from being at the fair, when you're staring at 3 cream puffs that look that delicious, it's hard to just ignore them.
Yeah.
But I would advise caution. I wouldn't eat 3 cream puffs ever. The most I've ever had is 1 at a fair.
Well, we all know that I had 2 last year.
Yeah, because you had
in very quick succession.
Yeah. Are you still bitter about what happened in last year's?
Kind of.
Yeah.
I was a little bit. I didn't even get asked again this year.
Yeah. Do you think it's how you reacted?
Probably. It's probably because I made a really big deal about it, and I was a total diva about how it was just stolen underneath me.
You might ask, what are we talking about? Well, she was in the cream puff eating contest, and a lot of local celebrities, and you can use air quotes for that if you want, but Kristen's a true local celebrity. And many people in the crowd, and yours truly, and we had a journalist there, Jeremy Janine was reporting live, said you won, and then it was stolen.
Just handed it
to somebody else.
Yeah. But he had also, it's the other, I'm totally blanking on his name, who actually won.
I don't know that guy.
But he'd lost like 21 times.
So you think it was a charity gift?
Might have been.
Yeah, and that was the sort of the controversy. So we still think you're a champion.
I think I'm a champion too.
No, has it happened yet this year?
No, I think it's probably on Wednesday or Thursday. That's when it was last year. It was closer to the end of the fair.
So in our unofficial world that we get to decide things, you are still the cream puff eating champion. Because we think
we just made it up.
Yeah, because we think you won the contest and it was stolen from you unfairly. Now we know that Dario is related to one of our teammates, so that investigation continues as far as I'm concerned.
I wonder if he's doing it. If he's hosting,
he is not. He
year.
Can't do it. I don't know if he's hosting, but he can't be. He
can't partake anymore.
He's a legend.
I know. I don't know why he's so good at it and what he does to practice. But, yeah, he's won it multiple times.
I don't think he'll mind me sharing the story. I ran into him and his lovely wife, Jen, yesterday or 2 days ago. So he would stuff things in his nose because, as you know, the stuff goes everywhere, and the cream went into his nose because he inhaled.
That feels like cheating.
He inhaled these things. And he goes, I had my nose stuff, and I still had cream puff in my.
That feels like a bad tactic, though, because you're breathing through your nose. So you're just automatically, immediately not breathing through your nose.
Is it another cream puff controversy?
I mean,
I don't know.
Who do we report this to?
I don't know.
Who cheese. Do we take those?
Why I keep saying cheese?
We had to put big old asterisks next to Dario's name.
The cream puff controversy. No, Dario's a great guy, and so is his lovely wife, Jen. Anyway, lots more to come in the second hour, including a special appearance by grandson Max, who had a very rich morning. I'll just say that. We'll let him break the news later. And I know it's not. Well, we'll leave that story for now. We have news coming up, of course. Lots more to come from the fair. Bank 59 studio, fueled by Left's Lucky Town. Stephen Kristen, point taken.
Welcome to The Knowledge Brokers, a weekly feature covering the dynamics of the insurance market, how it affects Wisconsin businesses and residents. It's sponsored by the original Knowledge Broker, R&R Insurance. Joining me today is Jeff Salazinski, Executive Vice President of Insurance Operations. Jeff, let's talk today about the insurance environment. What should business owners and individuals understand right now about opportunities in today's insurance marketplace?
Thanks, Vince. Always great to be here. A unique confluence of events have shifted this market to favor the buyer.
Sounds like good news. What factors are coming together as we set up this favorable market?
Industry financial results remain solid in 2026, despite some of the weather we've seen here locally. More capital in the market means rates continue to decline for many lines of business. And lastly, the insurance distribution system is changing rapidly.
So how can our listeners capitalize on what you've just described?
You need an insurance professional that understands these unique market dynamics. You need an insurance professional that focuses on you, not one that's preoccupied in selling their business or prepping it for a sale.
So what I'm hearing today, Jeff, is that it is important when you're working with the right insurance partner.
It is, Vince. R&R Insurance has a 50-year record of excellence in this market. We're client-focused when many others are really distracted.
What else can R&R Insurance provide that really sets you apart?
R&R Insurance will provide a better insurance purchasing experience. We'll use data, strategy, and our expert resources to help you control costs and maximize the value of both your commercial and personal insurance program. We blend our elite resources with technology to create innovative and cost-effective insurance solutions. As a top 100 firm nationally, you get local expertise and local ownership working for you.
That's Jeff from R&R Insurance. Thanks for the great info, Jeff.
Abby Windows.
Have you been thinking about new windows? If you're having a hard time operating them, feeling air coming through, or feel your energy bills are too high, now is the time to call Abby Home. We're celebrating 16 years in business, so we're having our anniversary sale. Right now, get a free triple pane upgrade on all windows. A free triple pane upgrade on all windows. And if somebody asks you if you know a guy in the business, you can say no, but I know a girl. Go to abbyhome.com today or give us a call, 414-436-ABBY, 414-436-2229.
Get your rock-solid guaranteed pre-approval to buy at accunet.com.
Decision Wisconsin. The August primary is here. Keep it tuned to WTMJ for all of your Election Day coverage. Once the polls close at 8 p.m., head to the WTMJ YouTube page for special coverage of the races all across Wisconsin. Catch all your election coverage here. News Radio 620, WTMJ, Milwaukee.
At 11 o'clock, it is about 74 degrees, mostly cloudy skies, rainy this afternoon. A severe thunderstorm watch in effect for much of southeast Wisconsin until 2 o'clock this afternoon. From the WTMJ Breaking News Center, I'm Mike Spalding. Decision Wisconsin, it is Election Day. The Wisconsin primary is happening as we speak. Voters braving some adverse weather to cast their ballots.
For one Milwaukee voter, today marks his first partisan primary, and he says he's realizing just how important it is to have a voice in local politics.
More and more recently, I've been realizing the importance of getting out and voting and using that as a way to kind of have a say.
Jackson Morrison of Milwaukee tells WTMJ voting doesn't have to be complicated, but it does require showing up.
It's super easy, super fast.
Morrison also encouraged younger voters to start paying attention to politics early, saying even one vote can make a difference. In downtown Milwaukee, Nizer Spencer, WTMJ News.
The expected high turnout could make for a long evening for those working the polls. Wisconsin Elections Commission Administrator Megan Wolf.
It takes time to compile unofficial results, especially in our larger cities where they have a higher volume of absentee ballots to process. Election officials will always prioritize accuracy over speed.
The polls are open until 8 o'clock tonight. A former Milwaukee radio executive charged with sexually assaulting a child is making his first court appearance today. Prosecutors allege that Jordan Lee wrote in a message to his therapist that he assaulted the child in his sleep between July and August of last year. Bail for Lee has been set at $30,000. Milwaukee health officials are taking a faster approach when it comes to testing beach water.
The city collects samples from beaches like Bradford, McKinley, and South Shore every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. The samples are tested for E. coli.
It is about a 3 to 4 hour turnaround, which is a big improvement from our 22-hour turnaround, where we receive the samples in the lab.
Julia Zimmer, senior microbiologist, tells WTMJ the downfall of the old method.
Downside is when we receive a sample, let's say on a Monday, we don't know until Tuesday morning if the water was safe to swim in on Monday.
Zimmer says since adopting the 3-day testing schedule, E. coli levels at Milwaukee beaches have been trending downward. Nizer Spencer, WTMJ News.
Recovery efforts continue in Colombia. This after a deadly earthquake struck near the country's capital overnight. The News Nation's Marty Hughes.
More than 160 people are dead and 1,600 buildings have collapsed. They've got 2,700 people that have been reported missing. So the thought is many are trapped under the rubble. The race is on to try and find them. The U.S. has pledged more than $15 million right now in the ongoing recovery efforts.
Experts say it's the most powerful earthquake to strike the country in more than a decade. The man accused of shooting and killing United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson back in court this morning. Luigi Mangione set to appear in a New York City courtroom for a pre-trial hearing. ABC's Matt Rivers.
His lawyers had actually argued that they would pursue a psychiatric defense, only to then abruptly pull that argument when the judge said that they would need to provide psychiatric records in order to do that kind of argument. Now, Mangione is facing both state and federal charges. He's pleaded not guilty to both, but earlier ABC had reported that both both sides had been talking about a potential plea deal in the federal trial that ultimately didn't amount to anything. It's not clear how close they got to actually coming to some sort of an agreement there.
Rivers says Mangione's defense attorneys today expected to ask the trial to be broadcast live. Existing home sales slipping once again. This in a new report by the National Association of Realtors, which looked at numbers from June and July. Here's ABC's Jim Ryan.
Month-to-month sales of existing homes slipped 1.7% last month, a softer decline than the month before. And compared to a year ago, sales were actually a little higher. Realtors blame the 2026 drop on rising interest rates and a limited number of existing homes for sale. For sellers, the upside is that the average pre-owned house is sitting on the market for only 29 days. Jim Ryan, ABC News.
Here in Wisconsin, June home sales rose about 6% compared to June of 2025. Time now for some news about your money and the WTMJ Annex Wealth Management Market Update. The Dow down right now 36 points and 53,939. The NASDAQ down 105 at 26,500. The S&P 500 down 9.5 at 7743. It's financial planning at every level. It's Annex Comprehensive Wealth, Annex Privates Client, and Annex Ignite. Details now at annexwealth.com. Sports, traffic, and weather are next. Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time, 11:05.
I'm with Eric, Director of Research for Good Karma Brands. They have business technology from James Imaging Systems, your local business technology partner. Eric, what does partner mean to you?
Partner isn't just out for them. The partner cares about how we solve our problems, and it can be a mutually beneficial relationship from there on.
And I understand throughout the more than 15-year partnership between Good Karma Brands and James Imaging Systems, you have shared many core values.
Absolutely. Work hard, be honest, over-deliver, follow through, listen, teamwork.
Eric, summarize your overall business technology partnership with James Imaging Systems for me.
Outstanding. As we've grown tremendously and you guys have still been able to meet our needs each step of our growth, that's huge.
AI-driven workflow automation, security enhancements, and digital transformation from James Imaging Systems, your local business technology partner. Call 262-781-7700 or visit jamesimaging.com.
Enjoy life at Capri Communities, where senior living's our expertise. Caring staff that help you when you need. Enjoy life at Capri, making friends and memories. Living life to the fullest, you will love your new home.
It's summer now, but you know what's coming down the pike? Yup, cold weather and high heating bills. Gene Miller here, and now is a great time to order new windows from my friends at Hometown Windows and Doors. With national brands like Anderson, Pella, Marvin, and Softlight, Hometown can offer replacement windows that fit every home, style, and budget. Whether you're looking for wood, Fibrex, fiberglass, or vinyl, Hometown has a product for you. August is Marvin month. Call or stop in to win a Yeti cooler. That's Hometown with an E for your every window and door need. Visit hometownwindows.com today.
Time for a WTMJ sports update from the Gruber Law Offices. One call, that's all sports desk. Tonight, game 2 between the Brewers and Padres out west at Petco Park. Last night, a 3-2 loss for the Brewers. Here's manager Pat Murphy.
We got to score more than 2 runs on the road to win. You know, Logan pitched well enough to win.
Now, Kyle Harrison takes the mound tonight for the Brewers. Our coverage gets underway right after 8 o'clock right here on WTMJ. Green Bay Packers now just 2 days away from their first preseason game. Head coach Matt LaFleur says he's leaning on veterans to help get the rookies ready for their first game action.
I'm in most of those quarterback meetings and just the conversations, and to watch his growth has been really a fun process. He's a great guy to work with every day. He's so consistent, so even-keeled, and I think that's why in those critical moments he can go out there and perform at a high level.
Kind words from the head coach on his quarterback, Jordan Love. The Packers again open up the preseason Thursday night in Pittsburgh against the Steelers. Taking a look at your roads and your WTMJ time saver traffic. It is wet out there, but no major incidents. Only real red on the board right now is heading both east and westbound on 894 right around the Hale interchange. Again, westbound lane is closed right now. The ramp is closed at 84th Street because of an incident. There's also an accident on the ramp from I-43 northbound to 894 northbound. The right shoulder is blocked there due to a crash. If you're headed out to State Fair and braving the rain, just be aware you will be slow right around the stadium interchange. Once you get out to State Fair Park, though, things seems to lighten up just a bit. Your WTMJ 5-day forecast. Severe thunderstorm warning, or watch, I should say, is in effect for much of southeast Wisconsin till 2 o'clock this afternoon. Rain showers are expected to continue throughout the day today, high 78. Overnight tonight, the rain will clear, leaving some patchy fog, partly cloudy skies behind, a low 68 degrees. Tomorrow, chance of some storms in the forecast once again, partly sunny into the afternoon, a high of 80 degrees. Thursday, chance of some showers and storms, partly cloudy, a high 78 degrees. Friday, mostly sunny, a high 73 degrees. Saturday, chance of some showers, mostly cloudy, otherwise a high of 74 degrees. Right now in downtown Milwaukee, it is 75 degrees at 11:09.
Broadcasting live from the Bank 5-9 studios at the Wisconsin State Fair. It's time for Point Taken. Here are your hosts, Steve Scafidi and Kristen Bride.
Hello, hello. We are indeed at the Bank 5-9 studio at the State Fair. And we were both, did you finish yours, Steve?
I ate mine completely. My grilled cheese sandwich is not in my belly.
I have a quarter left of my grilled cheese. We got a very early lunch because Ann Schultz is here. She graciously brought us one of the best grilled cheese sandwiches you will ever have. And you can have one, too.
It's $4. So you
or
talk
it's
about
3 for 11?
Yeah, that's right. Great deal.
And by the way, Ann, this is like your third appearance, isn't it?
I've been here a few years.
Yeah. She's the coordinator for Wisconsin State Fair's Dairy Promotion Board. She does a great job. She's all things ag and dairy. She's all over the place. So we're taking away you from your work.
It's all good. This is a great place to be.
All right, so it is a go-to destination spot on people's sort of fair visits. That is the Wisconsin building, and it's more than just the cheese thing, but the cheese thing blows me away. I told this story on the air a couple times. I walk in opening gate time on last Thursday, and I see this stack of white bread there's got to be 5,000 slices. That's every day here.
Every day. That's right. Yep, that's our goal, is to just sell as many grilled cheese sandwiches to fairgoers as possible. Get everybody to enjoy that great Wisconsin dairy of our real cheese.
So is it the same cheese every year that you use in these sandwiches?
So we have two staples every year, cheddar and Swiss. Those are available all day, every day of the fair. And then we throw in some blue ribbon specials throughout the fair. And those change day to day. So today we actually have a white cheddar habanero.
Ooh.
Crafted by API.
That sounds good.
And the fun thing about this cheese is that it won a blue ribbon at the Dairy Products Contest in 2025. So this is one of the best cheeses in the state. I mean, all Wisconsin cheese is great because Wisconsin cheese wins more awards than any other state or country. So really you're getting some of the best cheese in the nation and the world when you come here and have a grilled cheese.
So you're going to be on my outdoor show as well, because we sort of simulcast all of our state fair news that have to do with the ag business and cheese and dairy stuff and all the things that happen at the fair that we love. But as somebody who works in this arena, why are we so good at it in Wisconsin? Why are we so good at these types of things?
I mean, it's part of our history and how our state was founded. I mean, we were milking cows and making cheese here before Wisconsin was even a state.
But it's more than that. It's like pride in the work that you do. We've talked, Chris and I, a lot about farming, and we've had Brian Reiser on the show, who wrote a great book, Land Rich Cash Poor, about the saga of farmers in Wisconsin. But the quality of the work has never been better.
That's
right. It just
right.
continues to excel.
And we have so much infrastructure in Wisconsin that supports our dairy industry, supports our cheesemakers. We have over 200 plants in the state that are taking in milk every day, turning it into cheese, butter, milk, all those delicious and nutritious dairy products. And in terms of the cheese, 90% of the milk that we produce in Wisconsin from our 1.2 million dairy cows, 90% of it is turned into cheese.
Yeah. I think a lot of people,
I didn't know that.
I feel like it's only since I've been doing radio and doing these kinds of interviews that I learned that. But it's a big thing as far as, in comparison. I remember when I first moved to California back in like the early 2000s, and it was a big deal because all of a sudden California had surpassed Wisconsin as far as dairy milk production, but it's still for us is like we are the cheese state.
Yes, absolutely. And there's a certain pride, like you said, and a tradition that goes along with it.
So when you think of the fair, this is like your intensive, was it 11 days, I think? 11-day run. That's you're fixing all these things. When you're not doing that, what are you up to?
So my husband and I have a dairy farm. We milk about 90 cows in Mayville, Wisconsin, and we're also raising our 3 children on that farm.
Okay, that's so funny because we had Pam Yankee on earlier today, and we were talking about, what did she call them? Pea sprockets?
Pea sprockets.
And so how old are your kids, and what are their daily chores on the farm these days?
Yeah, so my kids are 6'3" and 16 months.
Okay, so the 16 month is clearly carrying his weight right now.
Right, yeah. But they love feeding calves. They love helping us clean up, and they also play with all the cats.
So Pam was telling us about the legacy farmers, 100-year and 150-year centennial, sesquicentennial. How long have you been in the farm business?
So that's a great question. I grew up on a dairy farm in Sheboygan County, and my family's farm was a century farm about 10-ish years ago. And my husband, I believe he's third or fourth generation on his farm. So yeah, it's also in my family, my husband's family. It's in our blood.
Knowing this is going to be an anecdotal answer, but as far as couples who get married, how often, where one's a farmer, how often is the other one also from a farm family? Like, is that a pretty standard pairing? Because you just said you're both from farm families, or is that more rare these days?
When you're in the dairy industry, the industry itself is pretty small, and you come across people that you see at shows, you see at fairs, you see at industry events, and so you kind of, in a sense, you kind of see people and you get to know them, and so it's not that uncommon. Yeah. And
it's a rom-com. We need a dairy rom-com. Come on.
And their interests and that you like doing the same thing, right?
Yeah.
When you have two people come together that grew up on a farm.
So you live that reality, and you also obviously have an important position at the state fair. Give us a status quo. Is it on the dairy industry in Wisconsin? Are we doing better than ever? Are there challenges? Where are we at?
Yeah, I think there's always room for improvement. The thing about Wisconsin dairy is that it's resilient. There's highs and lows, and there's cycles as in any industry. But we have such great support and resources for our dairy farmers that Wisconsin dairy isn't going anywhere. We're gonna ride out the lows. We're gonna celebrate in the highs and prepare ourselves for the future.
All right. If you haven't said, how many cheese sandwiches will you sell throughout this fair?
We will sell hopefully close to around 50,000.
That's amazing.
Wow.
Maybe even more. Yeah.
And then also the milkshake.
Yes, this milkshake thing blew me away because I wasn't planning on. I'm trying not to eat as much sugar and all that, but it was one of the best milkshakes I ever had. $5.
That's right. $5.
And they have chocolate and vanilla.
Right. $5 for a milkshake, and we're also doing a meal deal for $11. You can get 2 grilled cheese sandwiches and a shake.
So I'm interested, how are you bulk making the shakes for them to be that good?
It's an ice cream hopper, like a shake mix machine.
Yeah, it's like the real
deal. And you're making them one at a time when someone orders it?
They pour them one at a time.
It's unbelievable. And they give you a straw, and you have to let this thing melt a little bit because you could suck as hard as you want. You're not getting any shake out of that thing. You need
a spoon.
I had
get a spoon.
So I'm sitting in my car in the parking lot, and I hadn't eaten all day, and I'm like spooning the shake into my skull. That was my dairy story.
Wonderful.
Great image.
Ann Schultz, coordinator of the Wisconsin State Fair's Dairy Promotion Board. You do such a great job, and I met your parents again yesterday at the senior event here by Capri. Amazing parents.
Yes, they're lovely.
And you should talk to them more, they said.
Oh, wow.
Hi, Mom. Hi, Dad.
They did not know you were coming on the show, and I didn't tell them that until yesterday. But amazing people, and I can see why you are so good at your job because they're just amazing.
Thank you.
They live this life.
They do. They love the fair, too.
And it's a celebration of the Wisconsin State Fair, which is what we're doing here. She's Chris, and I'm Steve. It's Point Taken on 620 WTMJ. Thank you, Ann.
Thank you.
Are you hosting an event, launching something new, wanting to get the word out about your part of the state? Be a featured guest on the WTMJ Experience Wisconsin show. Share your story, promote your event or business, and connect with fans all across the state. I'm John Mercier. I'd love to interview you. We reach listeners from Milwaukee to Madison, Green Bay to La Crosse, everywhere in between. It's Experience Wisconsin. Ready to shine a spotlight on your business or company? Email me, john@WTMJ.com for more information. john@WTMJ.com.
Hey, it's WTMJ Steve Skeety for Annex Wealth Management. Given the constant headlines about tariffs and inflation, geopolitical tensions, Dave Spano mentions that a lot, and market uncertainty, it's important to stay informed about your financial future. That's why Annex Wealth Management takes a personalized approach to helping protect what you've worked so hard to build. Whether you're just getting started, approaching retirement like me, or already in retirement, congratulations, Annex can help you. A complimentary portfolio review with their experienced team, and they have a great team, by the way, can help determine if you're on track to reach your goals because markets change, costs change, and your priorities may have also changed. Annex looks at your complete financial picture, helping coordinate your retirement planning, investment management, tax strategies, very important, and especially important now, estate planning. They also believe in providing free financial education. I've been a part of a lot of these things. Join Annex Wealth Management for Saving the Family Cottage on August 20th at 6 p.m. at their Brookfield headquarters. They're amazing headquarters there in Brookfield, right on the freeway. Learn strategies that can help avoid family conflict. This is a big one when a vacation home is passed on to multiple members of the family. Reserve your spot by clicking Events, the Events tab at AnnexWealth.com. Know the difference with Annex Wealth Management.
From those with no experience to firearms enthusiasts, all are welcome at Mission 94 Firearms Education Center. The staff is deeply committed to providing a welcoming and engaging environment for everyone at every level. Learn the right way to handle firearms, level up your skills, and experience replica firearms from different historical eras while learning about their role in protecting our freedoms throughout history. Visit veteran-owned and managed Mission 94 in Kenosha today. Check out the 5-star reviews. Just Google Mission 94.
We teased it earlier. This is his annual appearance. Get your headset on, young man. My grandson Max, my oldest grandchild, is in studio. Welcome.
Hi.
How you doing?
Good.
Probably pretty good because we were informed. My wife Kathy, who's not on camera but sitting next to us here, that she bought a pull tab and you got the benefits of a $250 win.
Yeah.
So did she open it or did you open that one?
I opened it.
Hey.
What's that feel like?
It feels good.
Is that the most you've ever gotten on a pull tab?
I got that 251 other time.
Wow.
So
that is quite the streak.
So that's a good way to start your fair run.
Yeah.
All right, so what else are you looking forward to doing at the fair?
Spin City.
Okay.
It's always Spin City with you. You know, it's raining out.
I know.
You got an umbrella, I assume.
Yeah.
Does Grandma go on any of the rides with you, or do you just have to go solo?
Solo.
Yeah. I don't think Grandma Kathy is adventurous that way.
She's not trying to spin her own city?
Now, this might impact, Max, our annual tradition. Tell people what our annual tradition is.
Going down the slide.
Yeah, because do they do it when it's like raining? I don't think so, right? Could that be
Probably not.
Too slick? So that might be off the table today.
Did he win last year, or did you win last year?
Max always wins.
Yeah.
Oh, I would have thought the weight advantage would make you go down a little bit further.
Light slides easier.
Oh.
Now, I'm lighter this year.
You are lighter this year.
So
in
the world,
I don't think you're as light as him.
No, I don't think so either. So tell the folks, you actually are a really talented baseball player. What you guys achieved in your league this year?
We won the league championship, and we won 4 tournaments.
That's pretty good.
What position do you play?
Mostly pitcher.
Mostly pitcher. All right. Who's your favorite pitcher to watch on? Are you a Brewers fan? I know you live in Illinois, but are you a Brewers fan?
Yeah.
Good. Who's your favorite Brewer right now?
The Miz.
Hey.
So let's talk Brewers. I mean, best record in baseball, and I know you follow it because you're like Grandma Scafidi, my mom. She covers every bit of the Brewers, as does Grandpa.
Yeah.
What do you love about this Brewers team this year?
They play like a team, and every person contributes.
Yeah. So you like Miz just because he throws hard?
Yeah.
He throws harder than your Uncle Corey, I know that, because he only could throw 95.
Yeah.
Yeah, Miz is. Have you seen Miz pitch this year?
Yeah.
How many games you been at?
Like 6.
Oh, that's good. More than me. I've been at 2 games. He's been at 6. He doesn't even live in a state.
I know. That's so funny.
All right, what else did you bring us to talk about today?
I have a joke.
Okay,
Oh.
I'm ready.
So the history of this is, for years, Max would record a joke that we would play on the show. My old show. A couple iterations of the show. And people got to know Max through his joke. What's the subject matter of your joke this year before you tell us the joke?
It's about food.
Well, that's good because I just ate a whole grilled cheese sandwich and a little bit of a cream puff in the last half hour, so food is certainly relevant. All right, with no further ado, my oldest grandchild, Max, take it away.
How did the hamburger introduce his girlfriend?
How?
Meet Patty.
Nice. Nice.
Did you write that?
Yeah.
That's good.
Really good. That's really good. You have more cards over there. You got another one?
No.
Okay.
All right. Let me ask you a question. So, if you went to a Brewers game, and now you have to drive home. You have it's like a 2-hour drive back sometimes.
Yeah.
Would you ever leave early from a game?
No.
You stayed to the end, right?
Yeah.
You're like a
All right. So you don't have a parent who's like looks at the scoreboard, looks at the time left, and is like, "We're beating traffic. We're getting out of here." You guys get to actually stay?
Yeah.
Lucky you, man. That was not our household.
I like to get out early. So with this big win that you and Grandma had, does that mean you're buying all the stuff at the rest of the day at the fair?
No.
No one more honest.
What are you going to spend that money on?
I don't know.
I bet you I know. Cards.
Yeah.
Have you been to the Expo
All right.
Center yet? Because they usually sell cards there
Yeah.
somewhere. Yeah. You have been?
Yeah.
Oh, did you buy cards?
No.
Grandma.
My husband has card shows. You should make your grandfather take you to one of his card shows.
Mike Sampson is one of the
coming up in
biggest card
September.
guys in the States.
I know.
Yeah, we'll have to get him a
I'm going to
VIP.
get him up there.
Maybe you could sign autographs for people because you're such a big star now.
Exactly.
Are your friends in Illinois listening?
Yeah.
So I want you to tell those kids and their parents, in baseball you support the Milwaukee Brewers.
The Milwaukee Brewers.
In football, you support the
Green Bay Packers.
And in basketball, you support the
Milwaukee Bucks.
Love that. He's kept the heritage, the legacy.
What's that like at school? Like, do your friends at school also share any of these fandoms with you, or are you the odd one out?
Yeah, I'm the odd one out.
All right, but way to hold strong. Way to not give in to peer pressure.
I think it builds character. And that's why he's got a good, strong character.
It also helps when they're good.
Yeah.
It does help.
And
see when
it also helps when the Illinois teams are not good.
And generally they haven't been good. All right. Lovely to see you. We'll hang out for the rest of the afternoon. Max, congrats on the big win.
Yeah.
I love that you're logoed. He's got our branding.
I know,
if
he's
you see him
looking
on the
good.
TV screen.
Part of the team.
He's part of our team. How many years has this been? 5 years in a row, I think, right?
Are you 10 now?
Yeah, I'm 10.
He's 10. Double digits. When's your birthday?
December 28th.
Yeah, right after
Christmas, baby.
But they separate them.
That doesn't surprise me.
So our kids get tons of, he gets double dipped, so he gets a whole birthday thing.
But then he has to go the whole year and wait.
Yeah.
Except on days where he gets a random $250 from a pull tab.
I've never won more than $10 on one of those things. He's won $250 twice. All right, Max, I'll see you in a bit. Max, my grandson, hanging out with us at the State Fair. Thanks for all of the folks who are coming by and saying hi, by the way. We had a lot of fun at the fair today. We always devote one day to just get us goofing around a little bit. We know it's Election Day. We'll get to some of that stuff as well. Thanks for joining us from the Bank 5-9 studios at the Wisconsin State Fair on 620 WTMJ.
Meet Jim and Rita.
We went on a motorcycle trip.
But somewhere in Wyoming, Jim and Rita were in a serious accident.
They blocked off the interstate and everything and took us to the hospital.
Sometime later, Rita made a discovery.
She had noticed that the bracelet was gone. And I asked the trooper, is there a chance we can go out there and see if it's still there?
And amazingly,
he found a couple of pieces.
It was only 2 tiny links of the bracelet.
Jim was determined to buy Rita another bracelet from Kessler's.
And I had my checkbook in my hand.
But when he arrived there,
and I said, okay, how much? And she says, that's part of our warranty.
Jim and Rita discovered the Kessler's miraculous, no small print warranty.
It's just amazing that you guys do this.
And it's true.
If you bought it at Kessler's, it's guaranteed. It's just that simple.
It surely is miraculous.
Read the Kessler's miraculous, no small print warranty yourself at KesslersDiamonds.com.
WTMJ's Eric Bilstead here for Tri-County Contracting. Hey, reminder, it is summer storm season, and weather damage can be a real issue at the house. So if you think you've got a problem, remember, Tri-County Contracting gives free estimates on any potential wind or hail damage. And here's the best part, they can always work directly with your insurance. It's Tri-County Contracting, WI.com. Love your home again, even during the storm season, with Tri-County Contracting, WI.com.
Where you live matters. Searching for assisted living can bring a lot of questions and a lot of emotion. At the Wisconsin Assisted Living Association, we believe you need a clear, complete picture without pressure. That's why we partnered with the American Seniors Housing Association on whereyouLiveMatters.org, a one-stop destination with unbiased information to help you understand your options and connect directly with providers in your area. No confusion, just tools that help you take the next step with confidence. Start your research today at whereyouLiveMatters.org.
Lake Geneva. It's where families have been making memories around the water for generations. Lakeside resorts and spas, award-winning restaurants, and charming shops are just the beginning of an unforgettable summer getaway. Lake cruises, boating, and beach lounging let you soak up the sun, water, and family time. Hike a lakeshore path, stargaze from an iconic observatory, or soar above it all in a hot air balloon. Go ziplining, visit an animal safari, or see dancing horses. Start making your memories today at visitlakegeneva.com.
The saying goes, no good deed goes unpunished. Well, how about a good deed and then getting rewarded for it? Join the WTMJ Street Team with me, Julia Fellow, outside of the Bank 5-9 studios at the Wisconsin State Fair, Thursday, August 13th from 12 to 2.
Okay, good deed, good deed.
Tell us about a good deed you've done or received, and you get a piece of swag.
Hello? Good deed done.
It's that easy.
Just so many good deeds.
Kristen Bryan, Steve Smitty hanging out at the Fairbank 5-9 Studio, 620 WT. This is one of the best days because it's just fun.
It's very fun. We're having a great time. We'll have plenty to talk about tomorrow. With the Election Day, all we can do is remind you, if you have not voted, go vote. Polls will be open till 8 p.m. Stay in line if there's a line at the end of the day. If you are interested in breaking it all down, Kyle Wallace and I will be on the YouTube stream live tonight as results come in, giving our analysis as much as we can, having fun with each other. But today, we're having fun, except with the breaking news that as of right now, gates are closed at the State Fair.
Yeah, anytime there's lightning, they shut it down. So it's unfortunate, and hopefully people brought umbrellas. But my wife Kathy was part of an earlier one this morning where there was a temporary hold to get in. If you're on the grounds, I know they do a good job of sort of moving people to
seek
safe
shelter.
Place. Yeah, we have plenty of buildings you can go and shelters you can go underneath. So be careful, especially if you're holding an umbrella. There is a lightning warning, so be careful out there. It's not raining that hard, which is sort of the weird part about that, but definitely want people to be safe. And it's nothing the State Fair is not really good at. They can handle the emergency weather when it happens. But the good news is, at least if you listen to Brian Niznansky from TMJ4, our partners, this should be all out of here by about 2 o'clock this afternoon. Then the rest of the day and night should be beautiful. And, you know, as much as we've had a little rain here and there, the weather's been pretty nice at the fair. I've walked around a lot. Yesterday, I actually stuck around for a while and talked to people, did some interviews.
I met a listener named Jane yesterday. She came
you
to the
said
studio. She was looking for us, and I was right as I was leaving, so I got to talk to her. She said she listens to us, gets lots of information, thanked us for our honesty.
I love that. And again, one of the reasons I love doing remotes, and especially Wisconsin State Fair, is we get that interaction that we don't usually get when we're sitting in the studio. As much as we have a text line, a lot of people don't text. And I did an event right in the Central Park yesterday for Capri Communities, one of our partners. I probably talked to 50 people before and after.
That were all listeners?
Yeah, fans of the show. Obviously a senior audience, so they probably a lot of them are leaning my way, but I love that.
I don't think that's necessarily true. Just because someone's older doesn't mean they're share political ideology.
You think they're hip to your jam, you think? Or my
I'm just saying, I don't think age dictates.
Well, of course not.
All right, we got to go to news.
All right, let's get the latest now from ABC.
ABC News, I'm Michelle Franzen. In Western Colombia, more than 200 people are confirmed dead following yesterday's earthquake. Search and rescues continue. ABC's Faith Abube is in Medellin.
The deadly earthquake, the most powerful to hit the country in more than a decade, leaving a trail of destruction in multiple cities. The quake's epicenter coming close to heavily populated areas. Cities like Pereira and Cali hit particularly hard. Entire apartment buildings seen splitting apart, leaving clouds of dust and rubble.
Severe storms sweeping through this hour in the Midwest. Tornado warnings in the Chicago area leading to the rare evacuation of the air traffic control tower at Midway Airport. Both Midway and O'Hare put on ground stops. Flight delays and cancellations are stacking up. And U.S. Marine Robert Gilman is on a flight back to the U.S. to a medical facility after being released from a Russian prison. He was held since 2022. This is ABC News.
Outdoor Living Unlimited WTMJ News Times, 11:31. From the WTMJ Breaking News Center, I'm Mike Spalding. Gloomy weather and the threat of storms forcing the Wisconsin State Fair to temporarily close its gates for the second time in 3 days. The fair has not canceled events for the day today, but did close gates after some lightning in the area. When it comes to those storms, Storm Team 4 Chief Meteorologist Brian Niznansky says they'll linger for the next couple of hours, but we should see some dry time this afternoon.
And then maybe a little bit of lingering rain into the early afternoon, but I would say by 3 o'clock latest, we're in the clear. And if you have like State Fair plans and stuff, this evening looks pretty good.
Your full 5-day forecast coming up in just a couple of moments. Governor Tony Evers asking for federal support after a tornado and storm destroyed parts of the Fox Valley. Wisconsin Center for Emergency Management says it'll be requesting damage assessments from FEMA. Once they do that, FEMA will then begin to work with state and local officials to assess the extent of the damage. Following that, that's when the governor can submit a formal proposal. And Decision Wisconsin, it is primary election day across the Badger State. Polls open till 8 o'clock tonight. Full election results, once the polls close, can be found at WTMJ.com. And we'll have a special election reaction show that'll be exclusive to WTMJ's YouTube page at 8 o'clock tonight. Time now for some news about your money and the WTMJ Annex Wealth Management Market Update. Red across the board right now. The Dow down 91 points at 53,883. The NASDAQ down 125 at 26,479. The S&P 500 down nearly 15 points at 7738. It's financial planning at every level. Annex Comprehensive Wealth, Annex Private Client, and Annex Ignite. More details now at annexwealth.com. Taking a look at your roads in your WTMJ time, save, or traffic. Again, rain is falling across the system here in southeast Wisconsin. Not causing many delays necessarily, but the roads are quite wet. We are still seeing some slowdowns. 894 westbound right in the Hale interchange due to a crash right around 84th Street. The ramp right now is still closed there. So if you're headed in that direction, just be aware. Bit slow heading eastbound 894 right around the Hale as well. If you're heading out to State Fair Park this afternoon, be aware that the gates are closed right now. However, traffic is not terrible. So if you're headed in that direction, you can continue to do so. State Fair says they do plan to reopen their gates today, and you'll be seeing some slowdowns here right around the stadium interchange, both east and westbound on I-94. Your WTMJ 5-day forecast, a thunderstorm watch in effect for much of southeast Wisconsin until 2 o'clock this afternoon. Otherwise, partly cloudy skies. A high today, 78 degrees. Overnight tonight, patchy fog is likely, partly cloudy as well, a low of 68 degrees. Tomorrow, chances of some showers and storms, partly sunny otherwise, a high of 80. Thursday, more of the same, rain in the forecast. Clouds as well, a high 78 degrees. Friday, mostly sunny skies, a high of 74 degrees. Right now in downtown Milwaukee, it is 74 degrees and raining at 11:34 from the WTMJ Breaking News Center. I'm Mike Spalding.
And welcome back to Get Ahead of It. First question, if your constipation with belly pain keeps coming back, you should
talk to your doctor.
Yes, it could be irritable bowel syndrome with constipation or IBS-C, and Linzess could help you get ahead of it.
Linzess linaclotide is the #1 prescribed branded treatment for IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily prescription pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2 years old. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. Talk to your doctor and say yes to Linzess. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
You're not just a job number as a Sidex customer. They've been family-owned since 1988, and they treat you as part of their family. Upgrade and transform your current bathroom space with Sidex Windows Siding and Bath. They have seasoned design consultants with 10 to 30 years of experience. The owner, Joe, is honoring his dad's legacy with top-tier products and expert craftsmanship. It's Sidex, the best in the business. Get a free shower door upgrade when you mention WTMJ. Visit sidexremodel.com.
Finding the right talent is not just tough, it's critical. In a world shaped by rapid change, AI, and evolving skills, you need people who are ready to adapt and lead. Vince Vitrano for LAK Group, experts in recruiting across your organization, finding top candidates, assessing their skills, culture fit, and ability to thrive in the workplace of tomorrow. LAK Group does not fill positions. They build high-performing teams, engaged, future-ready, and equipped to navigate what's next. LAKgroup.com.
Kristen and Steve live from the Bank 5-9 studio at the Wisconsin State Fair. Yes, there's a temporary hold on admissions because of lightning in the area. So as soon as that's lifted, folks will be able to get back in. If you're on the grounds and you're within the sound of our broadcast, certainly I would be careful. There's plenty of places you can go. Dairy Building, Expo Center, Wisconsin Building. Even the little information area has a covered area. So just be safe out there. The weather will get better, and we'll certainly keep you attuned to the latest developments there. All right, so yesterday I had a chance to sit down with Jenny Gale. She was on the show last year, and she was also on WTMJ Outdoors. So you're going to hear me talk about WTMJ Outdoors a lot, but she is the sort of the foundational director for the Governor's Livestock Auction.
Now remind people what that is.
So the governor every year on Wednesday, all the young people, they raise their cattle and then they auction them off to high bidders. And I think she said in the interview, you'll hear it, that last year's winner was like $35,000.
Yeah, I forget. Yeah,
it's a big deal.
It's a big deal, and it's not cheap.
And it's a invitation only event. You can buy tickets. I think they're already sold out. And the governor comes. He gives a little speech. It's an auction. Jenny's actually an auctioneer in the rest of her time when she's not here at the state fair. It's just a great story, and it's part of the tradition of the fair. So this is Jenny Gale with yours truly. We sat down yesterday talking about the big event tomorrow night at Wisconsin State Fair, the Governor's Livestock Auction. Welcome back to WTMJ Outdoors. I talked to this lovely woman last year, and she represents the livestock auction at Wisconsin State Fair, the governor's auction. Jenny Gale, give me the official title, Jenny.
Yes, it is the 2026 Governor's Blue Ribbon Livestock Auction.
So we probably did this last year, but I want you to really set the scene. This is a big moment at the fair, not just because it's exciting and a lot of people bidding and stuff, but the work of the young people. So set the scene for our WTMJ Outdoors and Point Taken audience on what this is.
It's really one of those Wisconsin State Fair traditions that's been happening for 58 years. And the governor's auction, it's not just the auction itself. We're celebrating Wisconsin youth exhibitors in agriculture. And they work so hard for this day. And for them to be able to make it to the auction and cross that stage with their animal, it's really exciting. With all the support in the audience, businesses, family, friends, community members, state fair.
State fair goers.
Yeah. That's right, yeah.
So I've talked to the governor about this before. This is a big deal for him, and it's actually Governor Tony Evers is going to be his last one because he's going to retire from office. But as people show up this thing, we have all these young people. It's got to be like nerve-wracking, and then people are bidding, obviously. So you must talk to all these young people, and they spent all this time, as you said, putting all their time, energy, hard work, sweat, tears probably into this day and this night. What's that feel like watching this and being part of this?
Watching it and being part of it is just, it's just one of those moments. It's a full circle of hearts because of the hearts that they put into raising that animal and getting to that moment. I mean, it's so prestigious.
Is it a hard event to stage? I would imagine with all the animals, all the young people, the crowd that's there, and it's a big ticket item. People want to go see this thing, and of course, the bidding process. This has got to be like an amazing night at the fair.
It is, and it does take a village behind the scenes to get the animals lined up in the right order. And we have an awesome committee, the Blue Ribbon Sale of Champions Foundation. We really have a lot of great people in this committee that really steps up and helps from every aspect.
Give me some names.
Oh, goodness. Well, we have Kelly Jo Coates, who's our executive secretary. She does an awesome job. We have Rebecca Ivy, who's the vice president. Kevin Bublitz, who is our treasurer, and Christy Lang. She is the treasurer, and she takes care of all of the scholarships. So
I'm going to ask you about the foundation in a second, but is the public invited, or is you have to have a ticket to attend, correct?
That's a great question. So the public is absolutely invited. To get into the door, it's $75 for the ticket. And that includes a fantastic meal put on by Saz's. That reception starts at 5 o'clock. And also spectators could come and they can sit up in the stands and witness this great event. And then at 6 o'clock is the program. And that's where we acknowledge scholarship winners, youth impact grant winners. Allison Dairyland is going to join us, of course, Wisconsin Fairs of the Fair, Wisconsin State Fair executives. It just really is an amazing evening. And then the auction starts at 6:30.
So beyond the showmanship and the excitement and again, all the apprehension from some of the young people, will this be my year? And some of these people come back, I believe, right? So after that, what's the next step? Because you're part of a foundation. That money raised go to some really, really important causes. Let's talk about that a little bit.
Yes, absolutely. They do go to important causes, while a portion of the sale of the animal goes towards the exhibitor. There's a portion that will go towards scholarships. This year we have a new program, which is Youth Impact Grants, and then it will also go towards, we have different quizzes and communication where there'll be prize money that's given out to those Wisconsin youth exhibitors.
So how did you get involved with this, and how many years have you done it?
I got involved, I think it was probably around 2019, just a way to give back and help the kids. And, I'm an auctioneer myself, and I'm very familiar with auctions, and it's just one of those things, having that auction knowledge, I knew that I could help make a difference with Wisconsin youth.
So you're not actually are you the auctioneer for this event?
I'll probably be selling a couple things, absolutely.
Very nice, very nice. And so how long does the actual bidding process take?
So the auction starts at about 6:30. I'm thinking the auction will be over probably close to 8 o'clock or a little bit after.
So Jenny has agreed that we're going to try to bring the the young adult who has raised the winning, is it the highest bid, I'm assuming, to our show on Thursday. So if you're listening later, we can certainly make that interview available as well on WTMJ Outdoors and Point Taken. It's got to be, and you probably met some of these people, it's got to be a thrill of a lifetime to be the highest bid, the winning young adult who's part of this auction.
Right, the champion exhibitor, absolutely. They are all champions crossing that stage. And the other thing that I'd like to mention is the University of Wisconsin Marching Band. This kind of adds to the ambiance of it. At the beginning of the event, they perform, and you should see how they get those guests excited. And it's so fun to look out in that audience and see business owners, people, maybe it's not feasible to buy an entire animal, so they'll come together with a buyer's group or a syndicate. They'll, put some funds together and raise those paddles, all in support of the youth. It is so fun to see, Steve.
If you remember, what was the highest bid last year? Do you remember?
Last year, the grand champion animal, I believe, went for, I think it was $35,000 last year.
$35,000. Now that's a reward for hard work and all the sweat equity that all these young people put into this. It's an amazing event, the Governor's Livestock Auction. Tony Evers will be there. It's his last event. I want to ask you a fair question because I've been asking all my guests, either on Point Taken or on WTMJ Outdoors, a fair question. Besides the work you're doing for the foundation at the Governor's Livestock Auction, and you do fantastic work, and this is the second year I've spoken to you, and you're always so excited about it, which I love, because nothing is better with a guest than passionate about what they do, and you bring that, Jenny. But what's the thing at the fair that you absolutely have to do when you come to the fair?
I am a sporky person. I just love trying all the different sporkies. And do you want to hear what my favorite one is? So this year, it's the lemon berry cheese curds.
It's funny you say that because I was talking to my wife, Kathy. She goes, that lemon cheese curd thing sounds interesting. And you've had it and it's good?
Yes, I had it. It was great. Highly recommended.
Have you tried the alcohol-infused ice cream cone that's right adjacent? I don't know if it's a Sporky list, but it's 2.5% alcohol, so not dangerous. Mm-hmm. But it sounds amazing.
Yeah, I haven't. Sounds like something you should try.
All right. Let's give the quick deets. I know this is going to be after the fact, but the Governor's Livestock Auction, Governor Tony Evers, his final one as Governor of the great state of Wisconsin. Some quick details that we're going to play on the show.
Yes. So Governor's Blue Ribbon Livestock Auction. It is Wednesday, August 12th. Reception starts at 5 o'clock p.m. Program is 6 p.m. The auction starts at 6:30. Tickets are $75 at the door. Please join us. If you are interested in becoming more involved, being a sponsor, being a buyer, go to www.gbrla.com.
I love that you came ready with all the information. Jenny Gale, pleasure to see you 2 years in a row. Have a great auction and also have a great run at the fair. You're always a great guest, and thanks for joining us on Point Taken and WTMJ Outdoors. Have fun at the fair.
Thank you. Appreciate the invitation.
See Europe from a completely new perspective with Fox World Travel and Avalon Waterways. Cruising down legendary rivers like the Danube or the Rhine, your luxury boutique hotel travels with you. Relax in award-winning panorama suites featuring wall-to-wall windows, enjoy premium local wine and dining, and step off directly into the heart of historic castles and villages. Your next incredible river cruise awaits. Call 866-GO-FOX-GO or visit foxworldtravel.com today.
Hey, it's Kristen over at Point Taken on WTMJ. Over the past few weeks, I've gotten to know the team over at La Causa, a Milwaukee nonprofit that helps find safe, stable foster homes for Wisconsin children who can't remain with their families. Their mission resonates with me because I grew up in a house that all were welcome, my friends, my brother's friends, and so I saw firsthand how one caring, stable family can change a child's life. That's what foster parenting can be, and La Causa thoughtfully matches children and families to give everyone the best chance to succeed. Learn more at lacausa.org. And if fostering isn't right for you, share La Causa's story with someone who could change a child's future. Visit lacausa.org today.
Progressive Insurance. Progressive can protect your home, auto, boat, motorcycle, ATV, RV, and more. In short, a lot of things. Bundle today at progressive.com.
You know, most mulch is reclaimed from landfills, but Erickson's mulch is ground from whole trees. Yep, we process the mulch ourselves to keep the prices nice and low and use only premium colorant so the beautiful look of new mulch lasts. At Erickson's, we never skimp, and that's why first-time shoppers become repeat customers. Erickson's Landscape Supply. High-quality mulch and stone for a whole lot less. Commercial or residential, visit ericksonslandscapesupply.com to see our entire selection. How do we keep our prices so low? That's easy. We've removed the middlemen. Yep, most landscape suppliers have a couple of them in there, and that's okay. But each one of those men in the middle means a higher cost for your mulch, decorative stone, flagstone, and boulders. Feel free to check around. For the quality of our products, you won't find better prices. Erickson's Landscape Supply. High-quality mulch and stone for a whole lot less. Commercial or residential, visit ericksonslandscapesupply.com to see our entire selection.
Do you know the secret to losing up to 1 pound of fat every day? At Milwaukee Weight Loss, we know the secret. Our doctor-developed, easy-to-follow weight loss program helps you lose weight fast, naturally and safely, and with no drugs or injections with risk of serious side effects, no prepackaged meals, bars, shakes, and no exercising required. Our program helps reset your metabolism so you can keep the weight off for good with a coach for ongoing support. Our program costs up to half as much and works up to twice as fast as most other programs. Go to MilwaukeeWeightLoss.com to schedule your free consultation.
Back to school season always seems to get everyone back on a schedule. So here's my question. When are you going to make yourself part of that routine? I'm Steve Scafidi, and that's exactly what I did with Milwaukee Weight Loss. Honestly, I wish I would have started sooner. I'm feeling better. I've got more energy because it really, really works. Right now, if you enroll by August 31st, you'll save $200 on the complete Milwaukee Weight Loss program. Don't keep putting it off. Visit MilwaukeeWeightLoss.com. Schedule your free consultation today. Results may vary. Oh, that's producer Jazz being funny because we're going to play a little game. So yesterday, I work on behalf of Capri Communities, one of our great partners at 620 WTMJ. They had a Are You Smarter Than a Senior game that I was the MC for. And
so explain the dynamics.
So they bring up younger people,
okay,
and they go against a team of, I think there were 6 seniors. They get 6 people to answer.
What was the pedigree of these seniors?
What do you mean, like the resume? I don't know.
I don't know.
They were
Like,
nice.
they, like,
they were nice.
so they were just
mixed group. Yeah, I mean,
okay, they weren't.
I don't think anyone were scientists or anything.
That's what I was asking.
But I thought that some of the questions were hard. You'll see in some of these. So I'm going to ask you something.
They all trivia?
Yeah, trivia
Am I going to embarrass myself?
No. And you should get some of these because you're not stupid.
Okay.
So 6 seniors going up against 1 non-senior, and then they had the non-senior had either have more right answers or tie, and the tie went to the young person. And I would say it was
But
about.
did the 6 all get to collaborate
Yes.
on their answers?
Yes, they wrote
so
out.
it's like 6 versus 1?
Exactly.
Oh, that's not fair.
Well, that's helping the seniors because the seniors need a little helping hand. You know this.
Well,
You had a
my
fun senior
husband
story.
did find 4 gray hairs in my head yesterday.
Look at you
so.
getting old and seniory. Yeah. You're 40.
I am 40.
So it's an introduction.
I think the fact that it's been this long that I haven't had that many grays yet is actually a testament to I'm aging well. But
See,
yeah, he did
when I
find
turned
4 yesterday.
40,
He pulled them all out.
When I was turned 40, I was in the best shape of my life, and I ran a marathon. First one. So
I am not in the best shape of my life.
But you're working on it.
I'm working on it.
All right, so I'm going to ask you a couple of these questions before we get out of here, and we'll see how you do. Question number 1, Kristen Bry. What game featured the phrase, "The cake is a lie"? What game featured the phrase, "The cake is a lie"?
Isn't it just, is it cake?
No.
The cake is a lie?
That's the quote. "The cake is a lie." That's the phrase used in this game.
I have no idea.
Portal.
I don't even know what that is.
I don't either. This one you'll get. Yeah, producer Jazz knows because he's a gamer. All right. What movie, question number 2, what movie featured a line, "May the Force be with you"?
Oh, Star Wars.
All right. This is a little trickier now.
It's trickier than Portal?
No, that's a tough one. Number 3, how many continents are there?
Asia, Europe,
Oh, this is where it gets
Africa,
tricky. Uh-huh.
South Africa, I mean South America.
I hope you're keeping tabs.
North America, Australia, Antarctica.
How many is that?
7.
Good job.
Yeah.
2 out of 3. Okay.
I was using my fingers. I should have just known that, but I was just like, I don't want to miss any.
That's why it's careful with the finger thing, because if you stop or you miss one, then you get the wrong answer. All right. Question number 4. What does USB stand for? USB. It's a cable.
Oh.
Yeah. I'll give you a hint. Universal.
I know that's the one that I knew.
Okay, universal.
Universal service. I don't know.
Serial bus.
Serial bus.
Yeah. All right. Question number 5. So far, you're
I'm
2
got
and
like
2.
1.
2 and 2.
Oh, that's Star Wars.
Yeah.
Yeah, 2 and 2.
Question number 5. What company was known for its mail order catalog?
Sears.
Yes. 3 and 2. 3 right, 2 wrong. Here's a tough one.
The Sears homes, right? You could buy a actual
anything,
make your own-
garages, any kind of implement. Yeah. Question number 6. What year did World War II end?
1945.
Yes. 4 and 2, doing very well. You are right now smarter than most seniors. Number 7, what television network debuted in 1981 with music videos?
MTV.
All right, what is that, 6 and 2? What blood type is known as the universal donor?
Oh.
7 and 2, last question. What gas station used the slogan, put a tiger in your tank? That's before your time.
That's definitely before my time.
Exxon. You did very well, though.
Huh.
Exxon. 7 and 3.
Tiger in your tank.
Yes.
What was the... Did they have a tiger?
It was like an animated thing.
It was like
It was very
Tony
cool.
the Tiger's cousin was the...
Yeah. You should be proud of yourself. You are smarter than a lot of seniors.
Okay.
Not all.
The
not
Portal
this
one,
senior.
I
never heard of that.
Yeah.
Anyway, we'll be back tomorrow.
Tomorrow.
Post-election. Lots more.
Tune in tonight
stuff
if
to
you're
talk about.
not doing anything after
Absolutely.
8 p.m. and you're used to watching the YouTube live stream. Come find Kyle and I. We will be hanging out together, breaking things down as results come in.
All right, she's Christian Bry. I'm Steve Scafidi. It is Point Taken. News is next on 620 WTMJ.
The second you hear this,
fly ball left center.
You know exactly who it is.
Strong is on the move. He's running out of room. It's gone!
Brewers play-by-play man Jeff Levering, our Brewers 360 guest every Wednesday at 8:45 on Wisconsin's Morning News.
We're happy to do it. We're happy to call winning baseball, and there's been a lot of winning baseball with the Brewers these days.
Brewers 360 is sponsored by Outdoor Living Unlimited, Potawatomi Casino Hotel, Cannon and Dunphy, and Ridgetop Exteriors.
Hey, it's Kristen Bry from Point Taken on 620 WTMJ. You know, in radio, people hear your voice first, but when I'm out in the community, like I am this week at the State Fair, people usually tell me that my smile is what stands out. That's why I trust Dr. James Michaels and the team at Economawalk Dental Care. And yes, I drive all the way from Milwaukee to Economawalk to see Dr. Michaels and his incredible staff. Because when you find a dental team that makes you feel comfortable, listened to, and cared for, that drive is worth it. Dr. Michaels has been practicing in Economawalk for more than 25 years, and his approach is simple. Treat people the way they want to be treated. Whether you're due for a cleaning, thinking about cosmetic options, or just need a dental home where you feel at ease, call Economawalk Dental at 262-567-7224. Economawalk Dental Care with Dr. James Michaels, the team I trust with my smile.
Church and Chapel Funeral Homes. Dignified services with less expensive fees compared to other fine funeral homes. Church and Chapel Funeral Homes. There's one near you.
Have you been living with pain and just assuming it's something you have to just live with and accept? Do not. I'm Julia Fellow with WTMJ. If chronic pain is keeping you from enjoying life, I want you to head to Jens Family Chiropractic in Germantown. Jens Family Chiropractic is now offering soft wave tissue regeneration therapy. It's an advanced, non-invasive treatment. It helps your body repair itself naturally. I'm getting that done on my lower back. Soft wave stimulates healing, improves blood flow, and activates your own body's repair cells to target pain at its source. If you're dealing with knee pain, shoulder pain, back pain, do not wait another day. For a limited time, your first soft wave treatment is just $57. This is an incredible opportunity to find out if this breakthrough therapy can help you get back to the things you love, like it did for me. Head to jensfamilychiropractic.com. That's YENTZ familychiropractic.com. Regenerate, recover, live pain-free at jensfamilychiropractic.com.
Jason, meet Gerald. He predicts winter.
Tracy, that's a garden gnome.
Gerald says the freeze is coming early. My furnace needs to be ready now.
You don't need a psychic lawn ornament. This is Milwaukee. Winter's always coming. That's why Capital's doing $29 heating or cooling beyondification tune-ups all August.
$29? Gerald did not see that coming.
Book in August and beat the freeze. The price only goes up after that.
Sorry, Gerald. Call Capital.
Call CapitalTears.com.
WTMJ, W277CV, and WKTI HD2 Milwaukee from the Annex Wealth Management Studios. This is News Radio WTMJ, a Good Karma brand station.
Notifications, texts, emails, information coming at you all day, every day. With so much noise, knowing what deserves your attention can feel overwhelming. So it's no surprise that many Americans feel less confident about their retirement finances and stressed about their investments. Turn down the noise. Turn up the planning. Put Annex Wealth Management on your side for trusted investment and retirement guidance, including tax and estate planning. Visit AnnexWealth.com and click the Get Started button.
Every homeowner has a list. That roof, those windows, that bathroom you've been meaning to update. If you've been putting off home improvements, you're not alone. At Exterior Pros and Baths, they help homeowners upgrade their homes with beautiful roofing, siding, windows, doors, gutters, and bathrooms built to last. Right now, save up to $3,000 on your next project. Don't wait until a small problem becomes an expensive one. Call 262-800-4274 or visit extpros.com. Exterior Pros and Baths. Done right, built to last.
Access Legal is now Pivot Work Injury Law, a new name that better reflects our sole focus on helping Wisconsin's injured workers. We have the same mission, the same team, and the same dedication to helping those hurt at work. Our team has handled thousands of cases, recovered more than $50 million for Wisconsin's injured workers, and remains committed to fighting for the benefits you deserve. If work has taken a toll on your body or your quality of life, turn to the team you already know and trust. Visit pivotworkinjurylaw.com today.
A buck doesn't buy much unless you're spending it at Griffin. For just $1 over cost, you can buy brand new tires from us. This is Jim Griffin. Any major brand, $1 over our cost with free tire repair and lifetime rotation. We'll even show you the invoice to prove it. Our only requirements, we put them on for you. Buy one or the whole set. The dollar deal from Griffin. Milwaukee and Waukesha. Griffin. The buck stops here, but the deals on tires don't. That's Griffin.
Not combinable with other tire offers.
$998 buys you a magnificent diamond solitaire engagement ring at Kessler's.
A solid gold mounting shows off a big, beautiful diamond, 3/4 of a carat.
Glitter, twinkle, sparkle.
This is the definitive diamond solitaire engagement ring.
You can choose a round diamond, radiant, marquise, or oval.
3/4 of a carat. Any shape you want.
Any color of gold you want.
A 1-carat solitaire is just $1,498.
Ask to see the Evermore engagement rings at Kessler's.
You're going to be ecstatic about the color, clarity, and cut of your diamond.
Evermore.
Each of these diamonds was lovingly created in the heart of a miniature star.
Your diamond will remain.
Evermore.
Your diamond was born about the time you fell in love.
You will be in love.
Evermore.
Your diamond has been waiting patiently for you to see it, love it, and choose it.
Don't keep it waiting. Come to Kessler's.
To find the Kessler's nearest you, visit KesslersDiamonds.com.
The Wisconsin State Fair is here. Catch WTMJ broadcasting live throughout the run of the fair at the Bank 59 Studios. Come by, say hi, and enjoy the fair with us. We are Wisconsin's radio station, live at the Wisconsin State Fair. News Radio 620, WTMJ, Milwaukee.
It's 12 o'clock. I'm Greg Matzik. This is Wisconsin's Midday News for Tuesday, August 11th. Your top story, the polls are open across Wisconsin.
I'm Mike Spalding in for Jessica Ty. A deadly earthquake devastates Columbia.
Partly cloudy, some light rain falling right now at State Fair Park. It's cooled off the temperatures a little bit. The gates are back and open here at the Wisconsin State Fair after a little bit of a lightning delay. No severe thunderstorm watches or warnings in southeastern Wisconsin. Those have expired. From the WTMJ Breaking Newsroom, Decision Wisconsin. Polls are open in Wisconsin for the primary election. Voters are braving the elements to cast their ballots. A reminder that the polls close at 8 p.m. We have full coverage and election results online at WTMJ.com.
Madison Police Chief John Patterson is providing more background on the officer identified in last month's deadly shooting of Corey Ruiz.
Joined Madison Police in 2015 and has worked in patrol, neighborhood policing, and the department's gang and neighborhood crime abatement team. He moved to the Central District Community Police team earlier this year. Chief Patterson says the officer has no sustained use of force allegations and no previous deadly force incidents. State investigators say Batinger Peterson shot Ruiz during a struggle after Ruiz allegedly pulled out a knife and injured the officer. Wisconsin DOJ says the investigation remains active. Neil Doyle, WTMJ News.
Recovery efforts continue in Columbia after a devastating earthquake struck near the country's capital. News Nation's Marty Hughes.
More than 160 people are dead and 1,600 buildings have collapsed. They've got 2,700 people that have been reported missing. So the thought is many are trapped under the rubble. The race is on to try and find them. The U.S. has pledged more than $15 million right now in the ongoing recovery efforts.
Experts say it's the most powerful earthquake to hit the country in over a decade.
Luigi Mangione's back in court today. He's accused of shooting and killing United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson back in 2024. Defense attorneys are asking the judge for the trial to be broadcast live. ABC's Peter Harlambous.
I think the big unanswered question from this entire conference today is how exactly they're going to go about selecting a jury. So the judge confirmed plans that this would begin with September 8th, jury selection for a fully anonymous jury, but he didn't address what the questionnaire was going to look like, what the jury charge might look like, how he was going to instruct this jury.
No decision was made, and the judge adjourned court until September 8th. That's when jury selection is scheduled to begin.
And the universities of Wisconsin want to train 35,000 new healthcare professionals over the next 10 years. The system's new Healthy Wisconsin proposal calls for a $90 million state investment across all 13 public universities. UW officials say the goal is to strengthen the state's healthcare workforce and improve access to care. The Board of Regents is scheduled to vote on the budget proposal next week. Time for news about your money. The WTMJ Annex Wealth Management Market Update. Looking at the stocks this afternoon, everything in the green. The Dow was off nearly 100 points at 53,884. NASDAQ down about 150 points at 26,453. And the S&P is down about 20 points this afternoon at 7732. Annex Comprehensive Wealth, Annex Private Client, Annex Ignite. Financial planning at every level. For details, visit annexwealth.com.
Sports, traffic, and weather are next. Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Times, 12:04.
Struggling to provide for your family is a real thing, like having to choose between feeding them a warm meal or paying the utility bill. These are the choices many Milwaukee residents are faced with, which is why they turn to St. Vincent de Paul Society's meal program for help. Our meal program has been a consistent resource for those in need for over 42 years. Nutritious meals, warm showers, and clean clothes, all in a safe, family-friendly environment. Our mission is clear, and that's to help you break the cycle of poverty by connecting you with life-changing community and educational resources. Last year, we provided $2.2 million in goods and services, plus 57,000 warm meals. If you or anyone you know needs a warm evening meal, you can find us at Harambe Kitchen 5 nights a week on the northeast side of Milwaukee in the basement of All People's Church. And at Crossroads Kitchen on the south side of Milwaukee 6 nights a week on 9th and Madison. As always, we're grateful for community members and volunteers who help us help you. To learn more, visit svdpmilw.org.
Get your final August plans in for Brewers Rangers Action Friday, August 28th through Sunday the 30th. Starting with the Cole Swindell postgame concert at Country Music Night on Friday, featuring a belt buckle with a special ticket. Then it's Jackson Churio Mania. Get the Churio Bowl giveaway Saturday, courtesy of 620 WTMJ. And get it on the Final Kids Cheer Free Sunday before summer ends. Kids get a Churio Height poster on Sunday, courtesy of Joy. Get tickets for it all at brewers.com.
The historic Fox and Hound Supper Club near Holy Hill is hiring experienced line cooks and dishwashers. You'll make real money. Night and weekend hours are required. Parents and grandparents, tell your kids. Inquire today, start next week. Google and call the Fox and Hounds today.
Time for WTMJ Sports Update from the Gruber Law Office's One Call That's All Sports desk. After dropping the opener of a 3-game series against the Padres, the Brewers begin the day with a 5-game lead over the Cubs for first place in the NL Central.
Can't strike out that many times, and we got to score more than 2 runs on the road to win. Logan pitched well enough to win.
Pat Murphy will give the ball to Kyle Harrison tonight in Game 2 from San Diego. Coverage gets underway at 8:05. Packers head coach Matt LaFleur says Jordan Love is expected to play Thursday night in the preseason opener against the Steelers. Running back Josh Jacobs will not play, opening the door for third-year pro Marshawn Lloyd to see increased action. Lloyd has played just 1 game in his first 2 seasons due to injuries.
You never want to overload a guy, especially when it comes to a guy that's been snake bit a little bit. And I mean, he's an explosive dude that can create some big explosive plays. So we got to continue to be smart and kind of stick with the plan.
And the Milwaukee Bucks begin the preseason October 5th. The complete NBA regular season schedule will be revealed on Thursday.
Taking a look at your roads and your WTMJ time saver traffic. Wet out there, but travel times aren't looking too bad. We do have this issue still heading westbound on 894 right in the Hale interchange. The ramp from 84th Street to the highway is closed right now due to an incident. That happens to be some buckled pavement there. That buckled pavement can't be seen until you get right around the Hale interchange and start heading northbound on 894 right by Howard. So just be aware if you're headed in that direction, you will be slow and unable to really access 84th Street. So just be careful when you're headed in either direction around there. Looking at 94, we are looking okay. We do have an incident heading southbound on 175, heading eastbound on 994. The left lane blocked right now due to a crash. If you're headed out to State Fair Park, the gates are back open and travel times are looking good.
Find furniture for life from Ken Michaels Furniture in Brookfield, Greenfield, or downtown Milwaukee. Milwaukee Mattress, where top quality mattresses are priced hundreds less than premium national mattress brands. Found exclusively at Ken Michaels Furniture in Brookfield, Greenfield, and downtown Milwaukee.
Well, some light rain falling right now at State Fair Park. Some umbrellas up, some ponchos being worn, but not a driving rain by any stretch. It looks like the bulk of the heavy stuff is to the south. Chicago getting poured on today with some damaging winds through that area, eliciting some warnings. No watches or warnings right now in southeastern Wisconsin. It's currently 71 degrees. Clouds continue throughout the day, low 68. Chance of showers, partly sunny on Wednesday with a high of 80. Happy to be with you on a Tuesday edition of Wisconsin's Midday News, and fairgoers was so that's why the gate shut down and people might have been.
So none of the lines to get into the parking lots were moving either. They shut some of those down as well. So let me tell you, one day, and you have a lot of young people out there. They're working. They're trying to make. And they said, sure. But you know where I guess to get those toes cleaned.
Well, gates open. We're underway. Muddy feet. It's Wisconsin's Midday News here on a Tuesday.
It's now at noon on Wisconsin's Midday News.
It is considered a must-watch election. People across the country right now are waiting to see who comes out on top tonight in the Democratic primary for Wisconsin governor. The Democratic Socialist State Representative Francesca Hong leads in the polls, but this race has had as many twists and turns as a twist cone at McDonald's, so we'll see what happens. Outgoing Governor Tony Evers has endorsed Milwaukee County Executive David Crowley instead, and Joel Brennan and Kelda Roys are still in the running, hoping for an upset. We asked the chief White House correspondent from Midas Touch about the high-profile nature of today's election. Here's what Scott McFarland told us right here on Midday.
Oh, boy, we are obsessed with it here. Not because Washington rises and falls with how the state administers its services in Wisconsin, though I care about that. It looks like a proxy war over a much bigger issue that can be instructive for the rest of this election and more instructive for the 2028 presidential election. The Wisconsin Democratic gubernatorial primary is an open-ended question Democrats are going to have to answer. Do they want to plug into this electricity going through untraditional candidates and find a way to channel it? Or do they want to try to resist it, fight it, and go with things that are more traditional and more electable?
The winner on the Democratic side tonight will go up against U.S. Representative Tom Tiffany, the presumptive Republican nominee, in November. Remember, polls are open until 8 o'clock tonight.
WTMJ's Nazir Spencer is spending some time in Waukesha County and Milwaukee County at polling sites today. We'll check in with him coming up in just a couple of minutes. Accused United Healthcare CEO killer Luigi Mangione back in court for the last scheduled pretrial conference before jury selection begins next month in his state murder case. ABC's Peter Haralambous.
Tuesday's appearance could be the last time Luigi Mangione is seen in public before jury selection starts on September 8th. And the conference is one of the final opportunities for prosecutors and defense lawyers to finalize details of the high-profile trial. Prosecutors allege Mangione gunned down United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson in an assassination-style killing on a Midtown Manhattan street in 2024. Mangione has pleaded not guilty to state and federal charges, and he faces the possibility of life in prison if he's convicted at his state murder trial. Peter Haralambous, ABC News, New York.
Mangione's defense team recently petitioned the court. They wanted the whole thing live streamed. They wanted a video feed of the trial, arguing that without it, it restricted media seating and it violates his right to a public trial. So they wanted this thing on display for everyone. Prosecutors opposed the move, citing risks of witness intimidation and also jury harassment. You've got the separate state and federal prosecutions against Mangione. The state trial goes first with jury selection beginning September 8th. A separate federal trial is scheduled to begin with jury selection in early January 27.
And there will be a lot of people watching that live stream. Think about how many people have been kind of obsessed with Mangione. Well, legends who have left a lasting impact on music make their way to the Wisconsin State Fair tonight.
Well, you know you make me wanna shout, kick my heels up and shout, throw my hands up and shout, throw my head back and shout. Come on now, don't forget to say you will.
perform at the Bank 5-9 main stage tonight. They've had chart-topping presence for 8 decades. The Commodores are tonight's opener, one of the greatest Motown and R&B acts of all time. Show starts at 7:30. By the way, today is Milwaukee Bucks Kids Day at the fair. There are a lot of Fear the Deer chants happening in Central Park this afternoon, and don't be surprised if you see Bango on the fairgrounds. I was trying to take a peek and see if I could see Bango out there right now. I don't see him at the moment, but it's possible he didn't want to get us first, Sagi.
Oh, definitely. There is some Bucks merchandise in our information booth next to where we're broadcasting, which is covered. And they wheeled it over there when the rain started coming down, so it's being protected right now. But they'll get it back out here once the rain clears, which hopefully will be relatively soon here at Wisconsin State Fair Park. Primary day in the state of Wisconsin. Nazir Spencer is out in a couple of different polling sites throughout the communities. We'll check in with Nazir on the activity at the polling sites in just a couple minutes.
No matter where you hear WTMJ, whether it be here,
So we are overlooking the bay. We're in the Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin mobile studios.
or there,
Here live in our Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin mobile studio.
catch us at home or on the go. Thanks to Fellow Windows and Doors of Wisconsin.
In the Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin podcast studio.
We are live wherever you are, on the air and on the go. The Pella Windows and Doors podcast studio is live on WTMJ.com.
Well, the story of Horicon Bank is an incredible story. Greg Matzik, let me tell you about it. Horicon Bank first opened in 1896, community bank, as folks were settling into the state of Wisconsin, looking to start up a business and looking to start a life. Horicon Bank was there for the community of Horicon in the 1800s. It's still there for you in the community you live in or near, with branches now open in New Berlin, Wauwatosa, Menominee Falls, and Grafton, even West Bend. Everything about Horicon Bank screams Wisconsin. And also, their support of you and your business, well, the service and products go hand in hand. Check them out at one of their branches. It's Horicon Bank, together doing good, and doing so for 130 years. Member FDIC.
Here's a Milwaukee education fact worth knowing. Today, roughly 1 in 2 publicly funded Milwaukee students attends a school of choice. Public charter, private school using the Milwaukee Parental Choice Program. That's more than 40,000 students in total and their families, each exercising the power to choose. The story of Milwaukee schools is bigger than one district, and it's a story worth understanding. Learn how City Forward Collective is working to strengthen educational opportunities for all of Milwaukee students at cityforwardcollective.org.
Save big money on ideal garage doors. Now at Menards. Replacing your garage door adds instant curb appeal and value to your home. It's the #1 home improvement project for return on investment. From traditional to modern styles, choose from our huge in-stock selection or design your own garage door in-store or on Menards.com. Plus, don't forget to view the weekly flyer and check out all the great deals happening now.
Save big money at Menards.
Well, rain appears to have tapered off for the most part here at State Fair Park. A couple of umbrellas up, but primarily people just walking about, going about their normal business. Good reminder that the Expo Center is open on soggy days. Plenty of room, plenty of coverage here at Wisconsin State Fair Park. 72 degrees. Don't rule out another chance for a stray shower here later in the day. Overnight low in the 60s. Chance of rain on Wednesday with a high of 80. Should see a mixture of sun as well. It's 71 right now and cloudy in Milwaukee at State Fair Park. Well, it's all about the primary today in Wisconsin as voters are out in various polling places. Open till 8 o'clock tonight, set to cast their votes here for the primary, which ultimately leads to the general election in early November. WTMJ's Nazir Spencer has been out for a few hours this morning, joining us now from Waukesha County and City Hall. Nazir, how are things going?
Good afternoon, guys. Yeah, the rain is slowed down pretty much out here in Waukesha, and the rain hasn't slowed the turnout down out here also. You know, the chief inspector actually just told me he expected to pick up a little bit more after 4 o'clock this afternoon, but it's been pretty steady and pretty busy so far here in Waukesha City Hall. And I was also in Milwaukee this morning, and it was pretty busy, actually. One of the workers told me down there that the election, the turnout has been a little higher than a typical primary. So it's a pretty big day today.
Now, Nazir, can you tell us, have there been any lines? Because oftentimes we don't see for a primary in August, in basically the end of summertime when so many people are out and about, maybe taking family vacations. A lot of times people are not paying as much attention to the election, and this is a big one. People need to be, but sometimes the fact of the matter is they aren't. Are you seeing any lines, or what does pretty busy mean? Can you kind of put that into perspective for people?
Yeah, Jessica, it's no line so far. When I say busy, I mean people are just in and out, like right away. A lot of people coming in the morning before work, and then it's steady throughout lunchtime. No lines though. It's very quick in both areas so far. They have a lot of electronic and manual handwritten ballots that you can fill out here, and they also are doing. I'm seeing someone currently right now actually put it in the mailbox. So it's pretty steady around everywhere so far. The rain kind of caused a little bit of hesitation for people to come out early on, but I'm sure it'll pick up after 4:00 here.
Yeah, starting to get into the heart of the workday here with polling places open till 8 o'clock. You could see a pretty steady stream. But, sometimes you alluded to it, Nazir, but the primary can be somewhat sleepy at times. And it feels like the late bit of news and everything that's circled around, especially the Democratic side of this governor's race, has maybe reminded people that this is actually happening in the heart of a summer. Have you gotten the feeling out in Waukesha? I know you suggested Milwaukee, said it was a little busier than usual. Have folks out where you are right now indicated that it's been a little busier than usual?
I talked to the chief inspector just about 30 minutes ago, and he was telling me it's just been a really steady pace, not too busy though. Like it's been, he really expects it to pick up this afternoon. The morning, he said he's been doing it for about 30 years here, and he said the primaries are usually kind of slower, and during the afternoon there's going to be a lot of people coming in, and there's also a lot of first-time primary voters as well. And I met some out in Milwaukee, and they're encouraging younger people to research candidates and vote today. So there's a lot of new faces coming into these buildings today as well.
Well, I'm glad you mentioned young people, because I was just going to ask you about the demographic that you're seeing. And of course, it matters, the amount of time you're out there, where you are and whatnot. But who is coming out today to actually vote matters. Forget the polls. If those people don't come out and vote, that's not going to matter what the polls say. So you mentioned some first timers. Sometimes you can be older and be a first timer too. What are you seeing as far as young people versus old people and the demo out there? Because that matters right now to some of these candidates.
See, here in Waukesha, I'm seeing a lot of older people kind of walking in voting. But out in Milwaukee, it was actually pretty surprising. This morning, there was a lot of younger people walking in to go and vote. And, some people didn't want to do some interviews with me, but they were ready to tell me, like, yeah, I'm young, but I think this matters. I want my voice to be heard. And I actually talked to a first-timer this morning, and he was very, very adamant about this. This is a very big opportunity for us to give our voice out and give our opinion through our votes. So I've seen a lot of mixture throughout Waukesha, but early on in Milwaukee, it was pretty young.
All right, great work. WTMJ's Nazir Spencer joining us from Waukesha City Hall. Thanks, Nazir.
Awesome. Thank you, guys.
And those polling locations remain open until 8 o'clock tonight. It's going to be a busy day. I really do get that feeling, Jessica. Primaries sort of come and go, and wait a minute, I get a vote on this? Wait, what are we voting on? That happens. It's not uncommon. The primary can be kind of sleepy. It's the heart of summer. Things are happening. This one feels different, and it's felt different for especially the last few weeks, as there's been so many twists and turns on the Democratic side.
By the way, if you don't know exactly what is on your ballot, you know a little bit about it, but you want to know, sometimes you feel more comfortable if you know exactly what you're going to see in the ballot. There's a great website. I go to it just about every time, because even being in the news and us telling you about the races, I like to see even some of the smaller ones that are a little just off the radar. I want to know exactly what I'm getting into, so I know exactly who I'm voting for when I go in. You can go to the website myvote.wi.gov. It's a great little feature. You pop in your address, and then boom, your ballot comes up.
Yeah, and your polling location, which sometimes can change depending on where you live. So we'll be open till 8 o'clock tonight statewide. It's 12:23.
Hey, it's WTMJ Steve Scafidi. We had so much fun in Mexico last February. My wife, Kathy Rose Gray, and I are going back again, and we want you to join us. This February, we're experiencing the Sea of Cortez, staying at the exceptional Dreams Los Cabos Suites Golf Resort and Spa, a resort that captures all the beauty and elegance of colonial Mexico with unlimited luxury. Everything is included. Best-in-class service, gourmet restaurants, top-shelf drinks, and endless activities. We fly nonstop from Milwaukee and spend 7 nights at this world-class resort. Off property, you can enjoy championship golf, whale watching excursions, I'm going to go on that, or a visit to San Jose del Cabo. Once again, we've teamed up with Fox World Travel's Rose Gray to join us, Steve and Kathy, and a bunch of listeners just like us, and handpick a destination and resort we know you'll love. Last year's Mexico trip sold out quickly. This one will too. Don't miss it. Call Fox World Travel at 866-GO-FOX-GO. That's 866-GO-FOX-GO right now. Come with us. Secure your spot today.
Bank 5-9 has a mission to make lives better. They make it a priority to give back to their customers, communities, and their employees. In fact, Bank 5-9 was just honored again by the Milwaukee Journal-Sentinel as a top workplace. That makes 17 years in a row. Want to learn more about working with the great people at Bank 5-9? Visit bank59.com/careers. That's bank59.com/careers. Equal Opportunity Employer, member FDIC.
Every child deserves someone who won't give up on them. That's what La Causa's treatment foster care program provides.
She just made me feel like I could breathe. At the end of the phone call, she said, "I love you." And I'm like, you don't even know me, but I felt like she did love me. It just let me know everything's gonna be okay. Like, everything is gonna be okay.
One caring adult can change a child's life. Learn how you can become a foster parent with La Causa at lacausa.org.
On a recall for one of the most popular vehicles in the entire world.
Toyota is recalling certain recent versions of the Camry over concerns the instrument cluster could fail when starting the car, knocking out power to things like the hazard lights and the seatbelt reminder. The National Highway Traffic Safety Administration says this increases the risk of a crash. More than 500,000 of the popular sedans are being recalled from the 2025 and 2026 model years. Toyota says it'll notify owners by September 21st, and that dealers will fix the issue through a software update. Mike Dubusky, ABC News.
Well, the good news is nobody drives those, so this really doesn't apply to anybody who's out on the roads today.
Such a popular car. The good news is it's not something like all of a sudden your engine's going to fail in the middle of you driving, because we have heard crazy issues like that prompt recalls, but this is still a safety concern. I mean, if all of a sudden you're not going to have your hazard lights or that seatbelt reminder, those are important features on a car, so good news there. Hey, speaking of cars, Greg, let me tell you what. There was a lot of beeping around the state fairgrounds.
When the gates closed and nobody was able to get in for half an hour?
See, here's the thing, because you have side streets then that people are trying to make right turns on. You have all these lines, and then it was just clogged. So those lines of cars were getting more backed up, and then people didn't want to let people in because they're like, hey, we've been just sitting here, not being able to move. So I feel like usually people are really, really polite, really good around State Fair. Everybody knows it's congested. You just leave yourself a little extra time. But today was a little bit different, so there was a lot of beeping. I heard a lot of horns out there.
You may have heard the horn of a Toyota Camry, which has been the top-selling passenger vehicle in America for 23 straight years. Certainly possible.
23 straight years.
23. That is pretty amazing. You see a lot of them driving around. Just getting started here, Wisconsin's Midday News. I will say this. The rain has tapered off. I don't see any umbrellas out and up and in the air.
That lady just shook her head. Yep, you're right. The rain has tapered off.
Good. We like to see that. Not as many ponchos, people walking around, and a nice crowd settling in now that people are able to get in. But it was lightning in the area that caused gates to be closed for about a half an hour. And think about how many people are outside allowing you or assisting you in getting into the state fair. Well, they got to go somewhere, right? If there's lightning, they got to be safe. So that's the reason for those gates closing. But happy to say things are back open. Nice day here at the fair. It's 12:27. News coming up.
And now about your house. It's where you live, but do you also live in your yard? My friends at Outdoor Living Unlimited help people extend their home, living beyond the wall. Your imagination may be somewhat limited, so let's call on Eric Brown, president of Outdoor Living Unlimited, to expand upon it.
I'm confident that 90% of the listeners can look outside their home and dream of a better, nicer, way more outstanding backyard. If you're one of the many, you'll need to call Outdoor Living Unlimited. Outdoor Living Unlimited's expert team can design a beautiful, functional, usable backyard space. Then our team can build it. You dream it, we build it. New deck, outdoor kitchen, pavers, retaining walls, screen room. How about a must-see automated pergola that doubles as a screen room? Picture this, a pergola that allows the sunlight through the slats, but with the press of a button, those slats close and now you have protection. Another press of the button and the screens roll down. there's your screen room. The ideas are endless. We recently built a brand new deck with a screen room pergola on top and stairs that lead to a paver oasis complete with a fire pit and seat walls. Amazing. New deck, outdoor kitchen, screen room, automated pergola. Let Outdoor Living Unlimited design and build the amazing backyard. Find us at OutdoorLivingUnlimited.com.
See all the cool things that Outdoor Living Unlimited can do for your yard on their Instagram page, or visit their unique outside-in showroom in Waukesha. And if you're looking outside of your home, dreaming of a more beautiful and functional, usable backyard, well, Outdoor Living Unlimited can design and build you an amazing showstopper of a deck, patio, complete with pergola and fire pit, just like they did for us. With expert care, Outdoor Living Unlimited installed a beautiful paver patio, complete with land and stone retaining wall, all sorts of space, room for a built-in kitchen, and complete with a gas fire pit. It's where we spend all of our time. Visit OutdoorLivingUnlimited.com.
No matter what business you're in, as the #1 SBA lender in Wisconsin, Summit Credit Union helps your vision take shape with loan programs, great rates, and strategic solutions.
Awarded the #1 SBA lender by the Small Business Administration of Wisconsin in 2025.
It's 12:30. I'm Greg Matzik. This is Wisconsin's Midday News for Tuesday, August 11th. Your top story, a child arrested for stabbing a teenager in Milwaukee.
I'm Jessica Ty. A plea for federal support after that tornado ripped through the Fox Valley.
Well, the rain has stopped here at Wisconsin State Fair Park. That is a good news. It's still a little cloudy out. It'll remain that way. Still a chance for an isolated shower this afternoon. Currently 71 degrees. Tomorrow's high 80.
ABC News, I'm Michelle Franzen. The death toll in Colombia continuing to go up after yesterday's major earthquake. More than 200 people have died due to collapsed homes and buildings across western Colombia. Crews still searching for people trapped in the rubble. Daryl Popp is a Canadian real estate agent. He was celebrating his birthday in the country, telling ABC News he took cell phone video when the shaking began.
It's such a surreal feeling. And I turned around and I saw the cabinet smash and I heard people running through the hallways and doors slamming. I was like, okay, maybe it's time to stop this video and get out of the building.
A U.S. Marine is on a flight back to America after his release from a Russian prison. Robert Gilman was detained for more than 4 years on disputed charges. According to the group advocating for his release, Gilman is gravely ill and suffered years of abuse. No one drew all the winning numbers for last night's Powerball drawing. The jackpot now swelling to $1 billion for tomorrow night's drawing. This is ABC News.
Outdoor Living Unlimited WTMJ News Time is 12:31. A child arrested for stabbing a teenager in Milwaukee. Milwaukee police arresting an 11-year-old who they say stabbed a 15-year-old last night near Port Washington and Keefe Avenues. The incident allegedly happening during an argument, but remains under investigation.
Governor Tony Evers is now making moves to get federal support after an EF3 tornado tore through the Fox Valley.
Governor Evers has directed Wisconsin Emergency Management to submit a FEMA request for damage assessments. Winnebago County completed its preliminary damage assessments last week, so the next step is for FEMA employees to work with state and local officials to determine the extent of the damage. Once that is complete, Governor Evers can submit a formal disaster declaration request to President Trump. Last year, FEMA approved aid for Wisconsin residents, but denied aid to repair public infrastructure after historic flooding. Jessica Gatso, WTMJ News.
Decision Wisconsin. The Milwaukee Election Commission reminding voters what they need to know to cast a vote today. Polls are open between 7 a.m. and 8 p.m. Voters must bring a photo ID. Absentee ballots cannot be returned to Election Day polling places. It's also not too late to register to vote in person. Anyone who still needs to register can bring proof of an address like a utility bill or even a bank statement.
Packers Hall of Famer Jordy Nelson is helping introduce a new generation to golf.
Nelson joined 50 kids from the Boys and Girls Club of Greater Milwaukee and First Tee Southeast Wisconsin for a golf clinic at Brown Deer Park Golf Course. Kids practice their swings, putting, and chipping, but Nelson says the game can also teach lessons that extend beyond the course.
I think it just offers a lot of things to kids and adults, being challenged, and just a lot of things that can obviously translate to life.
Nelson says giving back remains important to him because Wisconsin gave so much to him and his family during his Packers career. Neil Doyle, WTMJ News.
And showers and storms pushing their way through southeastern Wisconsin. We should have a little dry time this afternoon, however.
And then maybe a little bit of lingering rain into the early afternoon. But I would say by 3 o'clock latest, we're in the clear. And if you have like state fair plans and stuff, this evening looks pretty good.
That's Chief Meteorologist Brian Nisnansky from Storm Team 4. Your complete 5-day forecast is coming up.
Happening now, we're watching the Bucks team rolling out the merchandise that they had outside here at the Wisconsin State Fair. And then because of the storms, they had to roll it in and take cover. So all those T-shirts and koozies and what else do they have up there? They've got some blankets and some hats. I see a Giannis blanket, a sign for a Giannis blanket today only, Greg. Looks like it's on sale, $14.95.
Yeah, the Giannis and Pat Connaughton stuff is on clearance right now. You'll find a screaming deal here at the fair.
Hey, somebody still wants that Giannis blanket. I think that's pretty cool. Okay, I love it, but that isn't that quite the sight to see all of a sudden it's like it's on the store floor. They're just rolling it back out.
They had it covered when it was raining, and now they're wheeling it back out for people to grab. But yes, the Giannis and Pat Connaughton clearance here at the fair.
Fear the deer. Sports, traffic, and weather are next. Outdoor Living Unlimited WTMJ News Time is 12:34.
Bring us your problems, deadlines, complexities, anxieties, distractions, and budget distresses.
Plum Media is listening.
Share with us your creative block.
Plum Media is ready.
Give us your audience with limited time and attention.
Plum Media sets your message free.
Let's get your message heard. Let's strive for retention from beginning to completion. Whether your next event is for celebration, education, motivation, inspiration, Plum Media is waiting to take action.
Professional collaborators, planners, managers. Plum Media, video production and event management.
Plum Media, wow moments, flawless execution, clarity, calm, control.
And results.
Plum Media, a video, meetings, and event producer with global experience. PlumMedia.com.
Visit family-owned Ken Michaels Furniture and our in-store design centers where you'll still find beautiful, luxurious, heirloom-quality American-made furniture. Right now, save 30 to 35% store-wide and take advantage of our complimentary design services. Whether you're moving, renovating, or updating, our designers will help your vision become a reality. Visit Ken Michaels Furniture in Brookfield on Capitol Drive and in Greenfield on Highway 100 to save 30 to 35% store-wide today. Sleep better and save more with mattresses from Milwaukee Mattress and Ken Michaels Furniture. Handcrafted in our Milwaukee factory, our mattresses utilize natural materials like cotton cushioning, which dissipates body heat, Joma wool quilts for warm wintry nights and cool summer evenings, and natural latex providing superior conformability and pressure relief for aching joints. Stop in today at any Ken Michaels Furniture store and save up to 50% compared to national brands.
Time for a WTMJ Sports Update from the Gruber Law Office's One Call That's All Sports desk. It's game week for Matt LaFleur and the Packers to begin the preseason schedule Thursday night against the Steelers.
You're looking at everything, how they compete, how they're able to process in the moment. There's nothing like it. You know, the pressure of just it's a game. So you're looking at everything.
LaFleur confirms running back Josh Jacobs will not suit up due to a groin injury, but it is expected that quarterback Jordan Love will play. Brewers aim to bounce back tonight in Game 2 of a 3-game series against the Padres with lefty Kyle Harrison on the mound. Milwaukee begins the day 3 games clear of the Dodgers and Braves for the best record in the National League. Coverage gets underway at 8:05 on WTMJ. And the NBA season begins October 20th with the world champion Knicks taking on LeBron James and the Philadelphia 76ers. The Bucks' complete NBA schedule will be revealed on Thursday.
Checking out the roads with your WTMJ Time Saver traffic, and oh man, we have got a mess. Got a mess in a very busy spot on 94. This is 94 West, headed out of the city, headed to the ballpark and to the Wisconsin State Fairgrounds. I-94 West at the ramp from 28th Street. The right lane is blocked right now because of a crash. I just pulled up the cameras for you. I see traffic is just coming to a halt, and an emergency responder just rolled up. I actually watched it happen. The lights are on. I see at least one of the cars involved in this. There is a truck that is Not backwards, but let's just say it's basically facing sideways right now. Hopefully the injuries aren't too bad here. It's a very busy time right now. You got a lot of people moving out there, and you have wet roads due to the rain. The good news is, I see an ambulance is coming right now. Not sure if that ambulance is coming to the scene or it is just moving from one spot to another. Hopefully the injuries are not bad in this one. That ambulance is over to the left-hand side, so it looks like it's going to bypass this crash. So hopefully that's good news for those involved. But once again, just a heads up here, this is a new crash that is definitely causing congestion. It popped up just minutes ago. I-94 West at the ramp from 28th Street. The right lane is blocked. We do have a couple of other issues out in the system, but that one is the most severe. One other thing I want to let you know about. That pavement damage I told you about yesterday on 41-894 North, very close to Howard Avenue. Yesterday, 3 lanes were blocked. Well, now they're down to 2 lanes that are closed. So they're making some progress there, but the work is not complete. So we're still dealing with some pavement damage that's causing closures on 41-894 North, right by Howard Avenue. There's also an incident on the ramp from 84th Street to 41-43 West. I will keep you posted on each of those and let you know about the new developments.
Rain is tapered off here at State Fair Park. We're at about 71 degrees right now. Can't rule out the idea of a stray shower before 3 o'clock. Tonight, low of 66 degrees under cloudy skies. Tomorrow, chance of rain early. Should see some sun eventually and a high of 80. 71 right now in Milwaukee at State Fair Park. Well, wouldn't you know it, just as the Wisconsin State Fair starts heating up, Adam McKelvey has to head out of Dodge, and he's currently in San Diego. Just what a terrible, terrible place to be to watch baseball.
Doesn't San Diego just have perfect weather? The one time, I guess I haven't been there that often, but when I went, I thought, what do people have to complain about here? It's just beautiful. The sun's shining, not too hot, not cold.
Well, Adam has made many trips out there. We will ask him, our chief meteorologist, Adam McKelvey, checking in from somewhere near Petco Park. Hey, Adam.
I'll tell you, there is not much to complain about here. The only thing they have is June gloom, where it's basically like kind of cloudy all June.
Oh.
So that's their 1 month, I guess.
But
otherwise, it is. Yeah, I know. So it's beautiful, and it is spectacular. It's 80. I don't even know what the temperature was yesterday. It's awesome. It's a great ballpark. It's a fantastic A+ road trip.
Well, so we're thinking there will be baseball then tonight. I'm wondering if the Brewers offense will decide to show up here, Adam. It's been kind of an interesting thing right around the trade deadline. In fact, a little before the trade deadline, the offense was starting to taper off a little bit. Not a lot of production via the home run. Some good players, some really good players, starting to struggle a little bit and enduring some slumps. We've had some movement in the lineup. But this is the roster, right? I mean, stars have to be stars if the Brewers want to achieve their goals here in the postseason.
Yeah, and, the people will say they should have got a bat. Well, not a lot of impact bats moved at the deadline. The Brewers did look at some bats, including some players who didn't move, from what I understand. But, even guys like Adley Rutschman was, on the Brewers' radar, at least, as a possibility. That took a huge package from Boston to get it done, and it came as a surprise that the Orioles moved him. But look, you're right that their team is their team, and they're a really hard offense to decipher because they're like 5th in runs scored in Major League Baseball. I think we looked last night for the update, and they're top 10 in hitting with runners in scoring position for the year, but lately it has not been as good. And now you have the 2 stars, William Contreras and Christian Yelich, really slumping, month plus for Yelich, multiple month slump. And Pat Murphy, there's only so many buttons a manager can push, and he did push one of them by moving the guys in the lineup. And last night, Contreras hit 6th, Yelich 7th, and it started off so good. The second inning, Contreras walked and Yelich hit a homer, and that stood as like the run that could have, the 2 runs that could have won them the game until Logan Henderson lost the lead in the 7th. You can't blame Henderson for that loss. It's on the offense. And this is the club. They don't hit a lot of homers. They rely on kind of peskiness and discipline. And when you have 2 of your main guys, 2 of your first 4-ish hitters in the preferred lineup not performing, it really hurts.
So, Adam, is Jack back?
He looks like it. When he's disciplined, speaking of plate discipline, because he's one of the guys that breaks the mold of, the players they've drafted and developed, it's a lot of plate discipline. It's a lot of on-base ability. It's a lot of contact, and it's a lot of speed. And he's got some of those elements, but the discipline is not his strength. But when he is in a stretch like he is right now, where he's swinging at strikes, he's the Jackson Churio that is the guy that got the huge extension, the guy that is the 2020 player, the guy that could be an absolute superstar in this league when you think about the fact he's only 22 years old still. And he's in one of those stretches right now where he is really making good decisions at home plate, and that's a very different player. So he is the guy kind of driving the bus, so to speak, right now in terms of keeping this offense moving. And look, they're still winning games, which is what you're supposed to do. They have the best record in Major League Baseball, and it's because they've had pitching and defense, and they've just had enough offense. They've had a certain guy be the guy for a stretch of time and sort of keep things moving. It was Jake Bauers for a little while. It's been Garrett Mitchell at times. Look, it was Jory Ortiz for a while in July, and they've had at least that one player kind of doing that in order to keep them moving, and they've remained in good pole position in the division.
I know if you asked anybody in that clubhouse, and manager Pat Murphy, about who is in the rearview mirror, they will say our focus is on us, right? One day at a time, we do our business. We're not going to have to worry about whatever the Cubs are doing. The truth is, the Brewers are 3 games clear of the Braves and Dodgers for the best record in all of baseball. That sounds amazing. But they're only 5 games ahead of the Cubs. And I remember what the Brewers did in erasing their 6-game deficit several Septembers ago, and all of a sudden they eclipsed the Cubs in the standings. So what do you think? If you really did true serum to anybody in that Brewers clubhouse, do they know what's happening behind them? Are they in any way keeping an eye on it? Because they do have a series with the Cubs. In fact, a couple before the end of the season. They're going to see the Cubs like 7 times in a 9-day stretch.
Yes, and they are certainly aware of what's behind them. But I would say that less the Cubs and almost more those top 2 seeds in the overall National League standings. The way the playoffs are set up right now, it is huge to be one of those top 2 seeds. Because you get to buy through the wild card round, which is the best of 3, which is like nobody knows what is going to happen in a best of 3 series. So you eliminate that. It's hard enough to predict a 5-game series or a 7-game series in this sport. 3, you don't want any part of. So one of those top 2 seeds is really vital, and you will see teams manage and make decisions as we get closer to the end based on what's happening in that part of the standings. So, you know, to have a little cushion there is really vital. They are making some decisions right now. For example, they're in this stretch of 17 in a row. They're using a 6-man rotation, which is very good for the starters because these are young starters all butting up against their limits and going into territory innings-wise they haven't been before. So to help that, you're using 6 starters. Well, you saw last night of where you pay the price for that. It's in the bullpen because you're a man short in the bullpen. They don't like using relievers 3 days in a row anymore over the last couple of years. So you get in a situation like last night where you don't have any of your top 3 relievers available, and you're trying to navigate this game. And Logan Henderson is usually a guy who kind of falls off after the 6th. Well, you pushed him into the 7th last night because of those bullpen availability questions, and you end up giving up the lead to the one guy, Jackson Merrill of the Padres, who's like red hot, and the one guy you go into the game saying, this guy's not going to beat us. Well, he beat him. So this is a puzzle of decision-making that you're trying to win, obviously, the game at hand, but you're also trying to think to the remaining whatever is left of the season, the number of games, 50 games left, something like that. And those pieces sometimes don't exactly fit, and I think last night was a good example of that. So, yes, the standings are important, but I would be looking less at the Cubs in particular and more at securing one of those top 2 seeds.
And I'm always reading your stories. I'm always looking local, but I do like to take a look on the national level as well and see how our teams are being talked about. And I noticed a national headline last night. The Brewers are being overlooked despite owning MLB's best record. And I thought that's a familiar story for the Brewers, though. I feel like we're often being overlooked no matter what our record is. Would you agree that this is a familiar spot for us to be in? And sometimes we excel still.
Well, I think they're best, actually, when they're feeling like they're being overlooked. That average Joe's dodgeball trope that was, something Murph used. And he remember last year in the NLCS, he was up there. They have the interview room, and they sort of have it was the workout day, I think, the day going into the series. So they had like a Brewers player, another Brewers pitcher, then Murph, then the Dodgers began, and Blake Snell was the first Dodger up. So Blake Snell standing there in the corner, the Dodgers left-hander, kind of leaned up against this cabinet in the interview room, and Murph's doing his whole thing about how we're just average Joes. Nobody knows us. Nobody gives us a chance in this series against the mighty Dodgers. And then he's done. He goes off. He says hi to Blake Snell, walks out the door. Blake Snell walks up, and basically, I'm paraphrasing, but is like, don't believe anything he just said. They're not average. We respect them. We don't take them lightly, and try to push back against the idea that, you know, other teams don't know what the Brewers have been doing. So I think there's a difference between maybe what the national fan base thinks about this team and what other teams think as they're preparing for the Brewers, and they look at kind of the way the pitching lines up, and they look at navigating a lineup that has very little star power, very little power, but still scores runs at one of the best rates in the sport. So I think teams know, maybe because there's not a lot of superstars, certainly because it's not a big payroll. It's not a team that's nationally known. And let me say one more thing about that, though, because this came up yesterday that Luis Lara was on MLB Network. One thing the Brewers do really well, and I have to credit my friend Mike Tasala with the Brewers for this, is they get their players on the network more than any other. There are more Brewers on MLB Network than any other team. So MLB Network pays attention to the Brewers, and I give them credit for that. I give the Brewers credit for getting their players out there.
Yeah, that's awesome.
And that is one thing I think that's really cool.
Adam McCalvey covering the team in San Diego. Some late-night baseball here for the Brewers. Our coverage gets underway at 8:05. Great stuff, Adam. Enjoy the trip.
Yeah,
Sad you're missing the State Fair. We can try and reserve a cream puff for you. We'll keep it cooled in our station refrigerator if you'd like.
You know this, Greg. Remember when Bell Ambulance used to bring in cream puffs to the press box every year?
Oh, sure.
That sort of ended a couple of years ago, and I miss it. So I would like a cream puff if you can throw one in the fridge for me.
They always had great notepads, too. They'd always give out notepads.
Yeah.
I always had a Bell Ambulance notepad somewhere in the junk drawer.
Well,
Pop it out, always came in handy.
With Bell, you are not just taken for a ride. Adam McCalvey joining us from San Diego. Good stuff, Adam. We'll check it again soon.
Bye, guys.
You bet. It's 12:50 here. WTMJ, Wisconsin's Midday News continues from the fair.
For 176 years, St. Vincent de Paul Society of Milwaukee has been neighbors helping neighbors, working to eliminate poverty and hunger with compassion and dignity. When families face hard times, our volunteers step in. Over 600 trained volunteers ready to meet people where they're at, in their homes. And that's what our Neighbors Helping Neighbors home visit program is all about. Volunteers travel in pairs, listening first, then offering personalized support. They provide families and individuals with things like furniture, beds, food, clothing, and connect them to vital community resources, help that provides stability during challenging times. These home visits don't just address an immediate need, they help create a safer, more stable future for our families and individuals in our community. Last year alone, St. Vincent de Paul Society volunteers completed nearly 11,000 home visits across Milwaukee County, serving those who need us most. Together, we are neighbors helping neighbors. To learn more about our mission or get involved, visit svdpmilw.org.
See every smile, every milestone, every moment that matters most. From the moment you walk into Shopko Optical, you'll feel welcomed, valued, and genuinely cared for. The team at Shopko Optical takes time to understand your concerns, explain your options, and answer questions so you feel confident in your care. Whether you're due for a comprehensive eye exam or looking for the right eyewear, they're here to support your vision and eye health every step of the way. Create your personalized eye care plan. Visit shopko.com today.
So, Dad, what gives with the square pizzas?
Well, Marty wanted to be different, but little did he know that he was giving everyone a real value. We figured it out. Our 12-inch square pizza covers 27% more space than a 12-inch round.
A bigger pizza and a better value.
Yep, 27% more.
Marty's Pizza in Delafield.
And martyspizza.net for easy online ordering.
Register online for Red Car Loyalty, and after 15 pizzas, you'll get your next one free!
Remember Marty's Pizza. In the past, it doesn't get any better than that. Remember Marty's Pizza.
Hi, I'm Jim Frucci, Managing Partner and PGA Professional at Morningstar Golfers Club, and I'd like to personally invite you to play your next round of golf at Morningstar. Lush green fairways, velvet smooth greens, magnificent vistas from high above our championship golf course. Morningstar was created with the serious golfer in mind, and it continues to be the public course by which all other area public courses are measured. Book your tee time today and reserve a spot on our membership wait list. Come out and see what all of Southeast Wisconsin's been talking about. Hey, you've played the rest. Now play the best.
Well, the rain has tapered off here at Wisconsin State Fair Park. That is good news. Still cloudy. Air temperatures right around 72 degrees. Can't rule out a isolated shower here until roughly 3 o'clock. Looks like the rain should be mainly to the south of us and a lot over Lake Michigan right now. Illinois got hammered with rain earlier today, so should be clear of anything severe. That's good news. Overnight low right around 65 degrees. Tomorrow, chance of rain, then eventually sunny with a high of 80. Well, a cow chewing her cud may not look like much of a story.
But to a veterinarian or a farmer, that quiet little habit can be a sign the animal is comfortable, healthy, and doing exactly what she should be doing.
Spend a few minutes around the cattle barns at the Wisconsin State Fair and you start to notice things. Some cows are stretched out, some are chewing, some are just watching everybody walk by. Veterinarian Glaucio Lopez with Merck says those little behaviors can tell you quite a bit about how an animal is actually doing.
So if you see that animal that is comfortable, is an animal that is, laying down, and chewing their cud. If you see that movement in their mouth going back and forth, it means that they're ruminating.
So a cow lying there calmly chewing away? That's a good thing. Lopez says dairy cows are still doing plenty while they're lying down, turning feed into energy and milk. And for fairgoers, that gives you something simple to watch for. A relaxed cow, a steady chew, an animal that doesn't seem bothered by everything happening around her. And farmers are watching those patterns all the time. Only now, some of them have a little electronic help.
Just like we do have our smartwatches and, Fitbits that track our activity, these devices also track what is relevant for the animals.
Depending on the system, the monitor may be worn on the neck or on the ear. It can track activity, movement, and rumination, also known as chewing her cud. And sometimes the useful part isn't what the cow is doing, it's what she's suddenly not doing. Heather Roy is with Roy Farms in Fort Atkinson.
We find it most valuable in the fall because we have a crop farm as well, so we're not home as much, and so it's real easy to tell, well, this one isn't moving as much, so we need to take a look at her or go back home and check on her. So it has been a great tool.
That kind of change may not mean a cow is sick, but Lopez says it can be enough to tell a farmer this one deserves a closer look. He points to research where animals later diagnosed with illness showed changes in behavior before people could even see the obvious symptoms.
Animals that were later diagnosed with a disease showed that behavior changed sometimes 3 days in advance.
For Roy, that information is another set of eyes when nobody happens to be standing in the pasture. Her system also watches activity for another reason. Roy Farms doesn't keep a bull with the herd. They use artificial insemination. So timing matters.
It helps us catch those tough heats, especially in these hot summer months when we can't tell heat. They'll tell it during the night, and so we'll tell their activity, how much they're walking, and be able to get a more accurate heat so we can breed them on time.
And that gets to what Lopez says the technology is really for. Not replacing the person who knows the animals, but helping that person figure out where to look first.
It's not replacing you at all. It's actually helping you to really focus on the animals that need help and get your work more effectively and more efficiently.
So when you walk through the barns at State Fair, there's more going on than just the ribbons and the show ring. Farmers are watching how much an animal moves, whether she's eating, whether she's chewing her cud, and somewhere in the background, a collar or ear tag may be watching too. Debbie Laziga, WTMJ News.
For growing businesses, digital marketing shouldn't be a gamble. If your business needs results, not guesswork, it's time for a different approach. At Margle Media, we deliver real results for businesses in an evolving digital world. Backed by data, guided by strategy, and focused on actionable outcomes. We partner with businesses of all sizes to drive growth locally or nationwide. Set up a free consultation today. Visit us at marglemedia.com. That's MARGLE media.com.
For 70 years, Geis has been the trusted garage authority in the state of Wisconsin. Greg Matzik here. If you got a busted garage door, you give my friends at Geis a call today with brands like CHI and LiftMaster in stock, ready to go for you. Incredible inventory. Geis can get you back in the game. They even have a custom design center if your situation is a custom situation. For swift and reliable garage repair solutions, check out GeisDoors.com. Visit their showroom in Brookfield off Barker Road, and don't think twice, call Geis.
WTMJ's Vince Vitrano talking with Dr. Mike Nolte at Orthopedic Associates of Wisconsin. Doc, a lot of people are hesitant to visit a surgeon for spine care.
The good news is that the vast majority of patients that I see and the majority of conditions that I can see can be successfully treated without surgery. And I don't want patients to think that just because you're seeing a spine surgeon means that you're going to be signing up for surgery. We talk about in my clinic kind of a plan A, a plan B, and a plan C.
Orthopedic Associates of Wisconsin, there is a difference. orthowisconsin.com.
WTMJ, W277CV, and WKTI HD2 Milwaukee from the Annex Wealth Management Studios. This is News Radio WTMJ, a Good Karma brand station.
Hey, John Mercure here for Azura Memory Care and Assisted Living. Their mission is to transform the culture of care. They specialize in caring for those with early to late-stage Alzheimer's or other related dementia symptoms, and they offer early memory loss classes to help you. They specialize in this area. It's kindness at the core, locations throughout southeast Wisconsin. It's compassion, it's empathy. It's Wisconsin-based and family-owned, always welcoming people to come tour and welcome their new residents. I've seen their places. They're top-notch. It's Azura Memory Care and Assisted Living.
When you're at the State Fair, be sure to check out the Big 5-9 main stage, featuring amazing acts like Nelly, For King and Country, Winona Judd, Melissa Etheridge, and more. Tickets are on sale now. Big 5-9 is a proud sponsor of the fair and a proud supporter of the local Wisconsin communities they have served since 1859. So grab your bucket of lemonade or beer, something on a stick, and join Big 5-9 at the Wisconsin State Fair between August 6th and August 16th. Member FDIC.
It's a summer of big wins with WinFest at Potawatomi Casino Hotel Milwaukee. Just play with your Potawatomi rewards card for entries and your chance to win cash and reward play all summer long. Then keep the excitement going because all your monthly drawing entries roll over into the WinFest final drawings on September 25th, where you could win cars, dream vacations, free play, and cash. Don't miss out on WinFest, only at Potawatomi. More info online. Must be 21 and a rewards member to play.
Decision Wisconsin. The August primary is here. Keep it tuned to WTMJ for all of your Election Day coverage. Once the polls close at 8 p.m., head to the WTMJ YouTube page for special coverage of the races all across Wisconsin. Catch all your election coverage here. News Radio 620, WTMJ, Milwaukee.
It's 101. I'm Greg Matzik. This is Wisconsin's Midday News for Tuesday, August 11th. Your top story, election official issued reminders as voters head to the polls.
I'm Jessica Ty, a boat captain facing charges after a tragic incident in New York.
Chance of some midday showers here, mostly cloudy throughout the day, high 78. Currently dry at the fair with temperatures right around 72 degrees. From the WTMJ Breaking Newsroom, Decision Wisconsin. Wisconsin's open primary system gives voters a chance, but there's one rule they must follow.
Wisconsin voters heading to the polls today are being reminded they can only vote on one side of the partisan primary ballot. At Waukesha City Hall, Chief Election Inspector Tim Nekic says some voters can get confused by the rules in a primary.
Primaries are a different animal because you can't cross over vote. You have to stay within the lane, so to speak. People sometimes don't pay attention to that, but that's what we're here for.
Nekic says election workers are available to help voters who have questions about the process. Polls are open until 8 tonight. At Waukesha City Hall, Nazir Spencer, WTMJ News.
Some gubernatorial candidates are counting on Election Day voters to defy State Representative Francesca Hong's lead in the polls. Milwaukee Mayor Cavalier Johnson has endorsed Milwaukee County Executive David Crowley. The mayor tells WTMJ.
I think there's still questions about the undecided vote and whether or not those folks will break for David. It seems like a number of folks who are undecided are older voters who likely will break for David.
The Marquette University Law School poll found 34% of Democratic primary voters were still undecided less than 2 weeks ago.
A boat captain is now facing charges in connection with the deaths of a mother and her infant daughter. News Nation's Marnie Hughes.
They were on a boat near the Statue of Liberty on Saturday night when the boat capsized. The woman's husband and the couple's 6-year-old son were also on board. They both survived. Manuel Hernandez is now charged with negligence and misconduct. He has not entered a plea. According to the criminal complaint, though, he had not registered the boat and was not certified to operate it with paying customers. There were also, tragically, no infant-sized flotation devices on board the boat.
The vessel was packed with 14 people despite a seating capacity of no more than 10.
Doctors are pushing back against the Trump administration's attempt to limit the number of childhood vaccinations. ABC's Mary Bruce.
The president now calling for fewer childhood vaccines, recommending that children be vaccinated against 11 diseases. That's down from the previous 18 recommended by the CDC. And central to the president's plan is splitting up the measles, mumps, and rubella vaccine into 3 separate shots, even though individual shots are currently not available here in the U.S. and despite the fact that we are now in the middle of the largest measles outbreak in decades.
Yesterday, President Trump tied the combined MMR shot to higher autism rates, but there is no scientific evidence to back up that claim.
The universities of Wisconsin are looking to train 35,000 new healthcare professionals over the next 10 years.
The system's new Healthy Wisconsin proposal calls for a $90 million state investment across all 13 public universities. UW officials say the goal is to strengthen the state's healthcare workforce and improve access to care. The initiative is the first major piece of the UW system's state budget request. The Board of Regents is scheduled to vote on the budget proposal next week. Elizabeth Linton in WTMJ News.
Time for news about your money. The WTMJ Annex Wealth Management Market Update. Lots of red this afternoon. The Dow off about 110 points at 53,866. NASDAQ down about 150 at 26,460. And the S&P down about 20 points this afternoon at 7733. For sound financial advice from a fee-only fiduciary, it's Annex Wealth Management. Go to annexwealth.com and click on the Get Started button today.
Guess who just re-entered the conversation? Bango is back. We were a little concerned. I think Bango was concerned when we had all that stormy weather just a little bit ago. But now it is dry. Bango did not get his fur wet, it doesn't look like, and he is back having fun right outside of our studio, the Bank 59 studio here at the Wisconsin State Fair. Sports, traffic, and weather are next. Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time, Ease 105.
Do you know the secret to losing up to 1 pound of fat every day? At Milwaukee Weight Loss, we know the secret. Our doctor-developed, easy-to-follow weight loss program helps you lose weight fast, naturally and safely, and with no drugs or injections with risk of serious side effects, no prepackaged meals, bars, shakes, and no exercising required. Our program helps reset your metabolism so you can keep the weight off for good with a coach for ongoing support. Our program costs up to half as much and works up to twice as fast as most other programs. Go to MilwaukeeWeightLoss.com to schedule your free consultation.
Back to school season always seems to get everyone back on a schedule. So here's my question. When are you going to make yourself part of that routine? I'm Steve Scafidi, and that's exactly what I did with Milwaukee Weight Loss. Honestly, I wish I would have started sooner. I'm feeling better. I've got more energy because it really, really works. Right now, if you enroll by August 31st, you'll save $200 on the complete Milwaukee Weight Loss program. Don't keep putting it off. Visit MilwaukeeWeightLoss.com. Schedule your free consultation today. Results may vary.
Recently, a seller that unfortunately ended up choosing another agent called me. She said she made a mistake, and what she was expressing to me sounded like she kind of was bullied into signing with him. Is it typical? Not always, but it will never happen when you hire a Century 21 Benefit Realty agent. I want our agents to be able to look in the mirror and say, I'd want to work with me, not because they're good at saying what you want to hear or offer the lowest commission, but because of trust. Because if you're not feeling that from your agent, that's a problem, and I don't want that. At 1.9% on the listing side of your sale with our commission capped at $19,000, Century 21 Benefit Realty leads with a very fair and transparent commission structure with maximum marketing that can get your home sold fast and for the best price. And saving money matters, but working with someone who will tell you exactly what you need to know up front, that creates trust. And that matters too. This is Angela Calais with Century 21 Benefit Realty, benefit-realty.com, where you pay less for full service. Each office is independently owned and operated.
Hi, I'm Kirsten Hildebrand of Hildebrand Law Firm. Since 2001, we've proudly helped Milwaukee families and business owners protect what matters most. We combine the experience of a larger law firm with the personal attention you deserve. We take the time to listen, explain your options, and create a plan that's right for you. When the stakes are high, you need trusted legal advocates who will stand by your side every step of the way. Protect your family, your legacy, and your peace of mind. Visit hildebrandlawfirm.net to schedule a consultation today.
Time for a WTMJ Sports Update from the Gruber Law Office's One Call, That's All Sports desk. After dropping the opener of a 3-game series against the Padres in San Diego, the Brewers begin the day with a 5-game lead over the Cubs for first place in the NL Central.
Can't strike out that many times, and we got to score more than 2 runs on the road to win. Logan pitched well enough to win.
Pat Murphy will give the ball to Kyle Harrison tonight in Game 2. Coverage gets underway at 8:05 on WTMJ. Packers running back Josh Jacobs will not play Thursday in the preseason opener against the Steelers. Look for third-year running back Marshawn Lloyd to see increased action. He'll try and stay healthy. He's battled injuries and only played 1 game over the past 2 seasons.
You never want to overload a guy, especially when it comes to a guy that's been snake bit a little bit. And I mean, he's an explosive dude that can create some big explosive plays. So we got to continue to be smart and kind of stick with the plan.
And the Bucs begin the preseason October 5th. The complete schedule will be revealed on Thursday of this week.
Checking out the roads with your WTMJ Time Saver traffic. I want to start with some good news today because we had that crash on 94 westbound. That is now gone. Good news there. I will say if you're in it right now and you're saying, hey, it's gone, I'm sitting here in this backup, I get it. The crash is now gone, but we are still seeing some delays. And to be honest, we'll continue to see delays because that is our traffic in our construction area. And despite there not being workers out there right now, thank goodness, due to the state fair, it's still just congested. We don't have as many lanes open, so we are seeing backups yet. Heads up, that's 94 westbound, right there around American Family Field as you head out to State Fair Park from downtown. If you are headed into downtown from State Fair Park, there's a little bit of slowing after you reach American Family Field. Right after the ballpark, you'll slow down, but just a little bit and not for long. The other issue we continue to deal with, pavement damage on 41-894 North, right near Howard Avenue. This popped up yesterday. We had 3 right lanes that were closed. Today, there's a little bit of improvement. One of those lanes is back open, but we still have 2 right lanes closed because of that pavement damage. Crews were out there yesterday trying to work on it. Unfortunately, we had the storms and the rain today, so obviously they weren't out working in the rain. I'll keep you posted when those lanes open. In the meantime, we're still seeing delays because of that. 41-894 North near Howard Avenue.
Well, no rain falling right now at State Fair Park. Temperatures settling in around 72 degrees. Nice crowd here for Tuesday afternoon. Rain should be all clear by the time you get to about 3 o'clock this afternoon. Chance of rain in the forecast on Wednesday, then plenty of sun and a high of 80 degrees. So clearing skies, another chance of rain in the forecast on Thursday. It's 72 right now and cloudy at State Fair Park.
Cream puffs, concerts, and carnival rides. Wisconsin State Fair is back, and Wisconsin's Midday News is live from the Bank 59 studios on the State Fairgrounds. Now, here are your hosts, Greg Matzik and Jessica Ty.
And the Milwaukee Bucks have taken over the infield here, I call it, the infield here at Wisconsin State Fair Park. Yesterday it was Capri Communities. They had the grand dancing grannies out and all that stuff. Now it's the Milwaukee Bucks' turn. So they got merchandise, they got bango, they've got some shooting contests going on for the kids, and some good stuff happening.
It's a very busy spot right now. I can see Bango. I have my eyes on him. He's giving high fives to the kids. He's loving it. Oh, right now he's taking a selfie. He's got his hands up. A woman is getting a great shot. That's going to be a framer. By the way, speaking of pictures, right outside of our studios here at the Bank 59 studio at Wisconsin State Fair, there is a perfect selfie spot. It says best day ever above it. You stand right there. There's a woman doing it now, and boom, you get a great selfie.
All sorts of great things happening at the fair. We continue till 3 o'clock.
And now it's time for 3 Big Things on Wisconsin's Midday News.
Number 1, Election Day in Wisconsin. Voters are headed to the polls right now. The biggest competition on the ballot, the Wisconsin governor's race, specifically the Democratic side. People around the country are paying attention. Today, voters will choose who advances on each side, who will represent their party on the ballot in November. There are also state legislature and congressional races, among others. Remember, you have to choose a party to vote for today, and only fill in that section. You do need an acceptable photo ID to receive a ballot. If you're not registered yet, you can register at your polling place today. Just bring acceptable proof of residence. And if you still have an absentee ballot at home, Milwaukee leaders say do not take it to your polling place. Milwaukee voters can return absentee ballots to Central Count and South KK until 8 o'clock tonight, or use one of the city's drop boxes until 6. If you want to see your ballot before heading to the polls today, I always like to do this, even when I know. I'm telling you about the big races, right? But I like to see every single race and know exactly what my ballot is going to look like when I walk in. I always do this. I suggest you do it too if you'd like to. Go to myvote.w.gov. That's myvote.wi.gov. It's an awesome resource. Polls are open until 8 o'clock tonight. If you are in line at 8 o'clock tonight and you haven't voted yet, stay in line. You can still do so.
Well, number 2, existing home sales slipping again between June and July, continuing a bit of a trend that began earlier this year.
Month-to-month sales of existing homes slipped 1.7% last month, a softer decline than the month before. And compared to a year ago, sales were actually a little higher. Realtors blame the 2026 drop on rising interest rates and a limited number of existing homes for sale. For sellers, the upside is that the average pre-owned house is sitting on the market for only 29 days. Jim Ryan, ABC News.
We actually saw a growing number of listings here year over year in Wisconsin, up about 10.3% to this point in 2026. So it seems like inventory is starting to tick in the right direction, but still the cost to get into a home, you're north of around $400,000 here in the metro Milwaukee area. So it remains a bit of a housing crisis right now in southeastern Wisconsin.
Number 3, new details about the Madison police officer who shot and killed Corey Ruiz last month. The Madison police chief says Officer Keel Badinger Peterson has worked patrol as a neighborhood officer and on the gang and neighborhood crime abatement team. He joined the Central District Community Police team in February. The chief says Officer Peterson is a certified instructor, has no sustained use of force allegations during his career, and had never been involved in a deadly force incident before the shooting. He joined the Madison Police Department in 2015. Meanwhile, the Wisconsin DOJ is investigating, and that investigation remains open and active.
It's 1:15 on WTMJ from the Wisconsin State Fair.
Trying to keep up with the 21st century can really get you down.
When you need a break, come to Kessler's.
We'll turn your day around.
We have good air conditioning.
And we love making new friends.
The coffee's better than average.
Because we want you to come back again.
We want to be your jeweler.
My father told you for 29 years that he wanted to be your jeweler.
He put that desire in everyone he hired.
And then he gave us the company.
He transformed our lives and gave us the most fun job on earth.
It's easy to sell jewelry when you sell it for less than it's worth.
Come and take a look at our engagement rings.
And of course, we have thousands of other things.
When you're having an overcast day, come to Kessler's.
We're going to turn your day around.
Free jewelry cleaning done by world-class professionals.
While you drink your good coffee in a room full of diamonds and gold.
Makes you feel better, no matter what you've been told.
One thing you definitely want to see before you're done
is our exclusive Kessler 81.
To find the Kesslers nearest you, visit KesslersDiamonds.com.
Well, if you're spending time at the State Fair, make sure to stop by Left's Lucky Town, Miller Lite Sports Bar and Grill. It's on the corner of Grandstand Avenue and 2nd Street. Great food, great drinks. Took a bite of the spicy Hungarian sausage. That is delicious. And a nice slice of roasted green pepper on it. Love that. The Jimmy Brat Changa, also a favorite. They've got candied bacon cheese curds. Really anything you're looking for, you can find it at Left's, including great music. Stop by Left's Lucky Town here at the fair.
Are you looking for a welcoming place to unwind? Vince Vitrano here. Our family found a home at Racine Country Club. Premier golf on the historic championship course. Rolling terrain, famously fast greens, tight fairways, and scenic Root River views. Work your game year-round with indoor simulators, hitting bays, top-notch practice facilities, and leagues for every level. Plus, at Racine Country Club, you enjoy elevated dining, swimming, and a full calendar of family-friendly events. Join me on the course at Racine Country Club, racinecountryclub.com.
Get your final August plans in for Brewers Rangers Action Friday, August 28th through Sunday the 30th. Starting with the Cole Swindell postgame concert at Country Music Night on Friday, featuring a belt buckle with a special ticket. Then it's Jackson Churio Mania. Get the Churio Bowl giveaway Saturday, courtesy of 620 WTMJ. And get it on the Final Kids Cheer Free Sunday before summer ends. Kids get a Churio Height poster on Sunday, courtesy of Joy. Get tickets for it all at brewers.com.
Well, it remains cloudy here at State Fair Park, but no rain falling right now, and that is good news, and hopefully we are in the clear the rest of the day. Clouds will hang out, however, a high of 73 degrees, overnight low 66. Tomorrow, rain possible, sun also possible, and a high of 80. 72 degrees in Milwaukee at State Fair Park.
Don't become a victim.
Scams on the rise.
A warning today. Watch out.
Be aware with the BBB.
Should I click on this? No.
On Wisconsin's Midday News.
If you're headed here to the Wisconsin State Fair, you're probably planning to spend a little bit of money, maybe a lot of money. Food, gadgets, games, home improvements. It's time to be aware with the BBB. Lisa Schiller, Senior Director of Investigations for the BBB Serving Wisconsin, joins us live, the Bank 59 studio, right here at the fair. Great to have you at the fair, Lisa.
Oh, good to be here, Jessica. Thank you.
So many people are buying things and bringing them home, really excited about it, but every once in a while there's something that doesn't go exactly like they want it to go. So we're surrounded by vendors here at the State Fair. What's the biggest mistake people make when they get caught up just in the excitement of all this and make that purchase?
Sure, and it's easy to get caught up in the excitement. I was here on Friday. We went through the expo booth for a couple hours. It was so much fun. You know, I think the biggest thing is that people don't realize, they don't know who they're buying from, right? They get it home and they go, oh, I want to buy more. I want to buy more mop heads, or I need to return this or make an exchange. And then they go, who did I just buy this from? I bought it from a booth. So you have to find out who you're purchasing it from. You know the name of the business, their location, phone number, all that contact information. Very important.
I suppose you could come back here the next year and hope to run into the same person. Maybe he sold you one that had proved defective or something like that. I only say that jokingly because you walk through and it is a lot of the same vendors. So you may have that opportunity to connect with someone to say, hey, what I bought worked great. Thank you for it. Or, hey, I got an issue with the one that I just bought. Maybe there's an opportunity to kind of get some back-end support, but you may have to wait a year to get it.
Yeah, and you know, there's no guarantee they'll be here. I mean, I used to always purchase this particular thing, and I come to the fair every year and I go, oh my God, they're not here anymore. What happened to this bamboo I used to always buy from the same vendor? So you just never know, if they're going to be here. But what we see happen is that, somebody makes a purchase at the fair and then the fair is over and they start calling our office and they go, oh, I need to make a return. I need to make an exchange. I need to go get a hold of this vendor. And so then we generally will direct them to the state fair office, but they're busy. And then they'll have to look it up. So it's just easier to do your homework.
One of the things I think I learned from you around State Fair and in previous years was about this cooling off rule from the FTC. Some people have never heard about it. Can you explain what it is and why it's so important?
Yeah, so it's the 3-day cooling off period. And you actually have three business days to change your mind if the purchase is more than $25. And if you purchase it away from the place of business. So on your doorstep, at the expo building at State Fair, you do have that luxury to change your mind. But, you have to put your request in writing, get it mailed before the 3rd business date, or ask the vendor for cancellation forms, which I'm not so certain that they might have, but they should.
This is a big deal because there is such a wide-ranging number of products in the Expo Center and also a wide-ranging cost for those products, right? You may not do that on the $40, salsa maker that you want to buy or the mop, but you might have a hot tub there for $15,000 that it looks like a great idea, and then you think about it and you get home and wait, we don't have the space for it, or it's not going to fit, or what in the world did we do? That really comes into play on some of those high-priced items.
Yeah, there are some high-priced items. And yeah, like you said, the hot tubs and saunas. I mean, my gosh, you don't want to make a mistake. I mean, and that also, is another, sets us up for another tip from the BBB, and that is comparison shop. Don't feel pressured to buy on the spot. I mean, we get caught up in the excitement. You see the hot tub, you sit in it, you go, oh my God, I want this in my backyard. But before you make a large purchase, you want to do a little comparison shopping as well. Find out, is that price still available after the fair? Can you purchase the product locally? Good thing to know.
Well, and here's the thing. I mean, sometimes it can be, and it probably is, a fantastic sauna, but maybe you make the mistake of you thought it was going to fit in this spot in your house, and it is a great sauna, but all of a sudden, no, you have the dimensions wrong, and it doesn't fit. So sometimes it just comes down to that where you want to make returns. I wonder, too, Lisa, about when vendors say, oh, this is a special fair price, and it's only today that you can get this price. Is it worth asking whether they'll honor that price a few days later after the fair?
Yeah, it's not only fair, but we recommend it. Absolutely. Ask if you can get that price after the fair as well.
I'm going to do that.
There are some cool products over there. I bought a shoe cleaning kit like 2 years ago. I still have it. I still use it, right? My kids are kind of hard on their shoes. And I've gone back there and I told the guys, hey, this works great. I really appreciated it. And they're back there again. There was another thing that my wife purchased that did not work out so well, but that's kind of the game you get into, though. I think there is a level of, you kind of know that you're going to maybe be looking to get something that you think will work great, but overall durability, it's hard to tell over time. You can search for reviews. You may not even find them. You just kind of have to know that going in.
Yeah, right. And, check with the BBB as well. We might have a report on the company. And if we don't, and you want to write a review, and we welcome positive reviews as well, always, we'll start a report just based on your review, positive or negative.
We were talking about the refund or exchange policies. How likely are these vendors to put that in writing? I mean, it sounds awesome and it's a great suggestion, but I'm just wondering, are they really doing this?
Yeah, I mean, I think it depends on the individual vendor, and we certainly recommend it. It's good for them, it's good for their customer to have it in writing. And if not, ask the vendor. Whatever they tell you verbally, write it down. Maybe make them sign it, depending on the cost of the item and, how you feel about it.
Okay, so if you go walking through the expo center with your BBB polo on, do people, do they look the other way? Do they like, uh-oh, here she comes, right? They duck behind the counter. They don't want to see you coming.
Well, I was here Friday. I did not have my BBB polo on, and I was just kind of randomly asking businesses, oh, by the way, where are you located? And everybody was really kind. They would tell me, we're out of Detroit, Michigan. Okay, great, So, yeah.
I feel like the vendors really enjoy talking to people, especially here at the Wisconsin State Fair, because, it's stereotypical, right? But that Midwest nice. People like to talk to our people, and I always love, especially say you've got somebody who's making hot sauces. I love having a conversation with them to find out, okay, what are these peppers in here, and where are you from, and how did you learn about the peppers, and what are you doing? You can get some neat ideas. Maybe you make hot sauce at your house. Or, that's just one example that for me personally, but I think you can have some great conversations and learn a lot from a lot of these vendors.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and it's not only about, buying a product and wanting to return or exchange it, but, again, you might want to purchase more. You might want to purchase some as gifts, if you like the product later. So just know who you're dealing with.
We are wondering if you maybe are checking out the Bucks merchandise that is for sale here. You might ask for a deal on maybe a closeout Pat Connaughton or Giannis shirt. Can you negotiate your prices? Hey, Giannis isn't on the team anymore.
Yeah.
This thing should be half off. I do wonder if there's a level of negotiation that you can have inside the Expo Center. I've not really tried it, but I do wonder about that kind of stuff.
I'll try it and let you know. I'll be back at the fair this weekend.
I love it.
Okay, fantastic. We do know, by the way, in case you do want that Giannis Antetokounmpo blanket, it is on sale. So if you don't like the bargaining thing, we know there is one on sale right now, right across from us, right across from the Dairy Building. Lisa, thanks so much for joining us here at the fair. I hope you can enjoy it for a little bit. Maybe go over there and something you can't return. You can't go get a cream puff, eat the majority of it, and return it.
Yes, and I can't return the dill pickle gummies that I bought either.
Oh,
and I don't want to. Yeah, they tasted like dill pickles if you like pickles.
Oh, some people love that. That's great. Lisa Schiller, Senior Director of Investigations for the BBB serving Wisconsin. Great to have you as always. It is 1:26 local news and your top national headlines up next.
Hi, this is Mike from Infinity Exteriors. Most contractors cut corners and disappear when there's a problem. Not us. Since 1997, we've completed over 60,000 projects, earned thousands of 5-star reviews, and were named 2025 Roofing Magazine Contractor of the Year. We set the standard for exterior remodeling. Trusted by homeowners, proven every single day. We're excited to show you why choosing Infinity means peace of mind. Visit infinityexteriors.com to see why your neighbors trust Infinity.
We demand a lot of our shoulders and hands, our hips and knees, our backs and feet. They do life's heavy lifting, so we owe them the greatest attention in return. The Freighter and the Medical College of Wisconsin Health Network provides expert orthopedic and spine care to help you move, lift, turn, and reach with the most possible ease. Whether you have a sports-related injury or a nagging condition that just won't go away, excellence should always be an option. So we make our care available in nearby locations and offer same-day ortho and spine appointments when relief can't wait. It's how to recover quicker, prevent small concerns from becoming big ones, and solve complex issues with the expertise you can only get with academic medicine. We're given just one body, so let's tend to it, check in on it. Let's give it the greatest of care, because when it's tuned up and injury-free, we can always be pushing ahead. To learn more about our nationally recognized orthopedic and spine care, visit freighter.com/ortho.
Are you worried about running out of money in retirement? Wondering about how to pay less taxes? Join me, Tony Drake, for the Retirement Ready Show, live every Saturday at noon and Sunday at 7 a.m. on WTMJ 620 or 103.3 FM. We'll talk about smart strategies to help you retire with confidence. Don't miss it.
Drake & Associates LLC is an independent investment advisory firm that offers a variety of different investment vehicles. This commercial is provided for informational purposes only and should not be construed as individual investment advice. Drake & Associates LLC does not provide legal or tax advice. Past performance is not indicative of future performance.
Set sail with the cruise line perfect for explorers. Fox World Travel invites you to discover the world with Holland America Line. From the majestic glaciers of Alaska to the historic ports of Europe, experience premium mid-sized ships, world-class dining, and captivating live music. Whether you are planning for late this year or ahead into 2027, your perfect voyage is waiting. Call 866-GO-FOX-GO or visit foxworldtravel.com to book today.
It's the most wonderful time of year at Staples. They've got back-to-school supplies as low as 25 cents, up to 40% off select tech, and more at staples.com/back-to-school. Staples, that was easy.
From large manufacturer to local pizza shop and every business in between, Summit Credit Union helps your vision take shape with loan programs, great rates, and strategic solutions. Whatever you're building, you've got this. And Summit Credit Union's got you.
Accunet Mortgage is an equal housing lender. NMLSConsumerAccess.org, number 255368.
At Wisconsin's own Accunet Mortgage, our closing costs are typically $1,000 to $3,000 less than the banks or the mortgage guys with the Rocket for exactly the same rate. Find out how much you can save at accunet.com.
Prizes, flyaways, even cash money. You want it? We've got it. Find a list of all contests and official rules by visiting WTMJ.com/contests. That's WTMJ.com/contests.
It's 1:30. I'm Greg Matzik. This is Wisconsin's Midday News. Your top story, more information on the Madison police officer who fatally shot a man last month.
I'm Jessica Ty. A plea for federal support after that tornado ripped through the Fox Valley.
Slight chance for midday showers. Mostly cloudy today. High 78. It's currently 72 at the fair.
ABC News, I'm Michelle Franzen. More than 220 people are confirmed dead following yesterday's major earthquake in western Colombia. Crews now scrambling to dig through the rubble for survivors. ABC's Faith Abube is in Medellin.
American Alyssa Aroyavi was at the gym in Medellin when it hit.
There was like this sudden commotion and everybody was yelling, and the staff then was like really pushing everybody to get outside as quickly as possible because it was quite strong.
The damage widespread, impacting health and community centers as well as roads, making it difficult to assess damage in rural areas.
President Trump says he spoke to U.S. Marine and veteran Robert Gilman after his release from a Russian prison. The 32-year-old held and abused for 4 years, according to the group advocating for his freedom. Gilman was said to be gravely ill. He is now on his way to a U.S. military hospital in Texas, where he'll receive medical attention. On Wall Street, stocks are lower due to the unrest in the Middle East. This is ABC News.
Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time is 1:31. Madison Police Chief John Patterson providing more background on the officer identified in last month's deadly shooting of Corey Ruiz.
Officer Kyle Batinger Peterson joined Madison Police in 2015 and has worked in patrol, neighborhood policing, and the department's gang and neighborhood crime abatement team. He moved to the Central District Community Police team earlier this year. Chief Patterson says the officer has no sustained use of force allegations and no previous deadly force incidents. State investigators say Batinger Peterson shot Ruiz during a struggle after Ruiz allegedly pulled out a knife and injured the officer. Wisconsin DOJ says the investigation remains active. Neil Doyle, WTMJ News.
Governor Tony Evers is now making moves to get federal support after that EF3 tornado tore through the Fox Valley.
Governor Evers has directed Wisconsin Emergency Management to submit a FEMA request for damage assessments.
Winnebago County completed its preliminary damage assessments last week, so the next step is for FEMA employees to work with state and local officials to determine the extent of the damage. Once that is complete, Governor Evers can submit a formal disaster declaration request to President Trump. Last year, FEMA approved aid for Wisconsin residents, but denied aid to repair public infrastructure after historic flooding. Jessica Gatso, WTMJ News.
Decision Wisconsin primary day across the Badger State, and some Milwaukee residents who have already voted are encouraging others to do the same.
As voters head to the polls today, one woman from Milwaukee says it's important to remember that decisions made in local elections can have a major impact on the community.
There's a lot of decisions being made that affect our community, our schools, our churches, our roads, our safety.
Robin Gates has voted in several primaries and says casting a ballot is one of the most powerful ways people can make their voices heard.
For the younger generation, if you've never done it before, I want to tell you it's the most powerful way that you can make a difference.
Gates says she also voted electronically for the first time today and says the process went very smooth. In downtown Milwaukee, Nazir Spencer, WTMJ News.
The Milwaukee Area Domestic Animal Control Commission, also known as MADC, has been over capacity on cats for more than a week. And making matters worse, a disease has broken out among those cats.
Panleuk is an extremely contagious virus found in outdoor cats that is spread in crowded areas of non-vaccinated animals. The shelter says it is especially deadly for kittens and hard to control. If you find a healthy stray cat or kitten, MADC says do not immediately bring it to the shelter. Instead, check for a microchip, post on social media, and ask neighbors. Sick or injured cats or kittens should still be turned in. MADC says all cat kennels are currently under quarantine. Elizabeth Linton in WTMJ News.
Now, despite this, many cats and kittens are still available for adoption, and those cats and kittens have been kept away from the others who are infected.
Well, showers and storms have largely moved through the area, hoping for some dry weather the rest of the afternoon.
And then maybe a little bit of lingering rain into the early afternoon, but I would say about 3 o'clock latest, we're in the clear. And if you have like state fair plans and stuff, this evening looks pretty good.
That's Storm Team 4 Chief Meteorologist Brian Niznansky. Your complete 5-day forecast is coming up.
I feel like the sun is trying to peek out right now. It's
Fighting.
really like milky skies right now, and the sun is just trying to break through. It's pretty comfortable out there right now, though, and a lot of people are so pleased that it's no longer raining. Having a lot of fun here at the Wisconsin State Fair today. Sports, traffic, and weather are next. Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time, East 135.
Hi, guys. This is the Rocket Roger Clemens. You don't pitch in the majors for 24 years without feeling it later. Shoulders, elbows, knees. Trust me, pain doesn't retire when you do.
That's baseball legend Roger Clemens.
I tried the ice. I tried rest, PT, nothing really worked. When I heard about QC Kinetics, the concept sounded promising. Non-surgical regenerative treatments that help your body heal itself without surgery. Sign me up, just what I needed, real lasting relief.
Whether you're a former pro, a weekend golfer, or just want to walk around pain-free again, QC Kinetics uses cutting-edge technology and natural biologics to help restore and repair damaged tissue.
I trusted them with my joints. Now I'm back doing what I love.
Call QC Kinetics today and schedule your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 414-667-5559. That's 414-667-5559. 414-667-5559.
We did the math. When you buy bag mulch from the big guys, you pay $50 a yard. Why pay more for inferior mulch? When you buy from Erickson's, you'll get premium mulch for almost half the cost. And you'll see that even our economy mulch is better, for less than half the cost of bag mulch. And either choice is made with premium colorant that lasts longer. Erickson's Landscape Supply, high-quality mulch and stone for a whole lot less. Commercial or residential, visit ericksonslandscapesupply.com to see our entire selection. Do you want the economy mulch or the premium? The only real difference is that the premium mulch has thicker strands, while the economy mulch is finer. But the colorant we use for both is of the highest quality, and that's why the color of our mulch lasts longer. And our mulch comes from trees, not pallets, and we process it all in-house. That's why our prices are so low. Erickson's Landscape Supply, high-quality mulch and stone for a whole lot less. Commercial or residential, visit ericksonslandscapesupply.com to see our entire selection.
At Blaine's Farm and Fleet, we know inspiration's in full swing this time of year. So bring us your wild ideas, and we'll bring the value on the quality supplies you need to make it happen at unbeatably low prices. Right now, during our summer jeans sale, Wrangler jeans are buy two, get one free. Men's full blue brand denim jeans, just $10.99. Plus, save $4 on 5 quarts of Royal Purple motor oil and get free nitrile gloves by mail. Find value on everything to do your thing. Blaine's Farm and Fleet. Be an original.
Time for a WTMJ Sports Update from the Gruber Law Office's One Call That's All Sports desk. It's game week for Matt LaFleur's Packers to begin the preseason schedule Thursday night against the Steelers.
Looking at everything, how they compete, how they're able to process in the moment. There's nothing like it. You know, the pressure of just it's a game. So you're looking at everything.
LaFleur confirms that running back Josh Jacobs will not suit up due to a groin injury. It's likely that Jordan Love will see time under center at quarterback. Brewers aim to bounce back tonight in Game 2 of a 3-game series against the Padres. Lefty Kyle Harrison on the mound for the Crew. Brewers begin the day 3 games clear of the Dodgers and Braves for the best record in the National League. Coverage of tonight's game gets underway at 8:05, and the NBA schedule begins the upcoming season October 20th with the Knicks taking on LeBron and the 76ers. The Bucks' complete schedule will be revealed on Thursday.
Let's get you an update on the roads with your WTMJ Time Saver traffic. We're dealing with much of the same, but there are a couple of problems. Pavement damage in the Hale interchange on 41-894 North near Howard Avenue. 2 right lanes are closed because of that. That is some improvement from yesterday. Yesterday we had 3 of the right lanes closed, so they're doing some work. Obviously we had that rain that was coming down pretty heavy, so crews were not able to work during that time. But because of these lanes being closed, I am seeing congestion in the Hale interchange. The specific pavement damage is 41-894 North, just a little bit beyond I-43 North. Also, seeing some slowdowns in our typical spot in our construction zone on 94 westbound especially. A little bit of congestion I-94 eastbound after the ballpark as you head into the city, but really the tough spot, especially today, is 94 westbound. As you approach, the slowdown starts a little bit before 35th Street, gets real slow around the ballpark right there around American Family Field, and then it clears up after you get past Hawley. And if you're coming here to the State Fair Park, you'll be good to go.
Well, celebrity setting outside. John Mercure just walked by. Boy, he's wearing a nice red shirt. Yeah, that's John Mercure. You go up to him.
That's why you were wrapping me up.
Yeah,
quicker.
You go give him a hug, ladies. Coming up to our studio. Give him a big old hug. Tell him it's from all of us, right? Everybody, hugs are free with John today here at the Wisconsin State Fair. Oh, we got a great crew standing
outside. How about a hug
outside.
for Bango? Bango needs a hug.
Nice furry hug.
So soft.
Well,
He's so soft.
Thankfully, Bango was out there because it was raining earlier, and the Bucks' big setup here in the kind of the infield, I call it, outside in front of our studios. It was a little muted, but the rain is cleared, and hopefully it'll be that way for the rest of the day. Let's welcome in TMJ4 meteorologist Lauren Larson. Lauren, they had to close the gates here temporarily. There was some lightning in the area, but it looks like that's all gone for now, huh?
Yeah, we really, really lucked out with most of that thunderstorm activity, the strongest winds staying in Illinois. So great news for southern Wisconsin. However, the Chicago area did see some of those winds up around close to 100 miles per hour. So a lot of tree damage. There's some power outages. And thankfully, that didn't impact us here in our communities.
Yeah, thank goodness. I had a couple of friends who were texting about that system down in Chicago. One said that her husband was at a doctor's appointment with a new doctor at Rush, and that the two of them were taking shelter in a stairwell. And it was so dark.
Geez.
Can you imagine that? Like you and the doc taking shelter because of the storms? Thank goodness. I will say, Lauren, I thought coming here today, because it's Tuesday and because of the rain in the forecast, I thought it might be a slower day at the fair. But I'll tell you what, it is still a very busy day. It was packed as people were trying to get inside, and they actually had to shut down the entrances for a while for the safety of everybody. Basically, they didn't want their people out there as there was lightning in the area. How much lightning did you see? I know sometimes you guys are tracking the number of strikes.
Yeah, I don't have a number of strikes for you, but I mean, looking at the lightning on the radar, because we can always flip the lightning on or take it off, just for the radar, we can't stop the lightning. You guys know that. But looking at it on the radar, it looked like there was almost more lightning than rain at some points, just an absolute wall of lightning. So it is super reassuring as a meteorologist to hear that the State Fair was taking those proper precautions.
Well, you're looking at the radar, Lauren. You mentioned, we got kind of lucky. those to the south in Chicago, man, that seemed like an awful situation down there. Can you give us an idea what that was and what we missed out on?
Yeah, it really was the storm that was making its way towards southeast Wisconsin. There was a little bit of time, or there was some time here this morning where, Brendan, Lindsay, and I were all in the weather center keeping a close eye on it. We had our microphones ready in case we needed to cut in as we were watching those warnings kind of creep closer. But a lot of that stayed south, really. Most of it stayed south. As far as rain here in Milwaukee County, only a few, not even a tenth of an inch for many places. There was a brief downpour in Walworth County that brought 1.5 inches of rain. That's what we're hearing from a few viewers. But for the most part, this stayed south of us.
So as we look ahead, I know there are chances for rain and some storms in the days ahead too. What can we expect, Lauren?
Yeah, we're still in a marginal risk here today for day one. I will say, I think the rest of the day today is going to be dry. Later tonight, maybe after midnight even, is when we could see a few thunderstorms. So the rest of your day at the fair, if you're headed out to vote even, I think we are looking to stay dry. Tomorrow, we are in a level 1 marginal risk for the northern communities now. So we're kind of flip-flopping here. Fond du Lac County, Sheboygan County, I would say at the better risk for severe weather. But it is a very small chance for some isolated storms throughout the day on Wednesday. Then on Thursday, it's another situation kind of like today, not exactly, where there is definitely a large area of rain kind of tracking towards southern Wisconsin. But I think that, again, this will really stay south of 94, maybe just impacting Walworth County and Kenosha County. So hopefully the fair will stay dry Wednesday and Thursday. There's a small chance on Wednesday, and then we're kind of watching the track for that on Thursday. The other thing to note is our temperatures are below normal. Now, as you look towards Thursday, 78 is your high. Friday, we're only in the low 70s. Of course, that is hanging out with some humidity, but definitely seeing those temperatures below average.
Well, good to know, Lauren, that we're clear of all the severe weather here. Now, Jessica and I did notice this yesterday. It was during our show, as a matter of fact. We were looking for the storm chaser, and then all of a sudden it came driving through the crowd at the fair.
It looked like a beast.
I'd never seen it actually driving at the fair. I've always just seen it at the fair.
It a ton,
it's usually just parked, but it was actually moving. So I was wondering if you were driving it.
Okay, first and foremost, I never drive the Chaser. It's not that they say I can't, it's that I really choose not to because, it is huge. It is massive. Yeah. And I have no interest in even driving, a 3-row car. I like my little SUV, so I avoid driving it. That wasn't me driving it at the fair because I think that seems even more intimidating.
Yeah.
But we were out there for the evening shows. Lindsay Slater and Susan Kim were out there for the evening shows talking about 1 year post flooding.
Yeah.
And so that's why the Chaser was out there at that time. I feel like sometimes it needs to be it needs to be parked by 9 a.m. So I wonder if we had special clearance too. Was it escorted onto the grounds?
I don't know. I will say they were driving very slowly. They were driving responsibly among the crowd. But I think that's why the storm chaser looked like a beast, because it was just slowly making its way through the crowd. Dun 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 dun.
It was very cool.
Here comes the storm chaser.
It was very cool looking.
Were you guys singing that in the background?
Oh, yes.
Like the
in our heads, yeah. Actually, it might have been over the air. Who knows? Well, we appreciate it, Lauren. Thanks for staying on top of stuff today. Thankfully, we missed out on some of that severe stuff, and hopefully it avoids us the rest of the week.
Yeah, fingers crossed on that. Again, there is always the chance. Stay tuned to the radar and keep your eyes to the sky, but hopefully the rest of the week at the fair looks dry.
146 on WTMJ.
Enjoy life at Capri Communities, where senior living's our expertise. Caring staff that help you when you need. Enjoy life at Capri, making friends and memories. Living life to the fullest, you will love your new home. Enjoy life at Capri Communities.
Well, that jingle always makes me think about pizza. Loving pizza from Palermo's, made locally right here in the state of Wisconsin for 60 years. That is incredible. Great tasting pizza, the best you're going to find. Frozen pizza made by Palermo's right here in the state of Wisconsin. Screamin' Sicilian, that's a personal favorite of mine. Right now it's $5.99 at Festival Foods. That's good stuff here. Screamin' Sicilian, the tavern style, that nice thin and crispy crust, or the original. Don't forget about the Screamin' Sicilian breadsticks. Yeah, these are new. These are soft and cheesy, made for dunking, pull-apart breadsticks. Cook them in their own tray. It's made by Palermo's. Wisconsin's hometown pizza, $5.99. Screamin' Sicilian at Festival Foods through the end of the day today.
WTMJ's Eric Bilstead here for Tri-County Contracting. Hey, reminder, it is summer storm season, and weather damage can be a real issue at the house. So if you think you've got a problem, remember, Tri-County Contracting gives free estimates on any potential wind or hail damage. And here's the best part, they can always work directly with your insurance. It's Tri-County Contracting, WI.com. Love your home again, even during the storm season, with Tri-County Contracting, WI.com.
No matter where you hear WTMJ, whether it be here.
So we are overlooking the bay. We're in the Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin mobile studios.
Or there.
Here live in our Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin mobile studio.
Catch us at home or on the go. Thanks to Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin.
In the Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin podcast studio.
We are live wherever you are, on the air and on the go. The Pella Windows and Doors podcast studio is live on WTMJ.com.
It's time. It's time your ad dollar reached far more than you thought possible. And it's time your ad message made a dramatic impact on your bottom line. The results we brought our small business clients are significant, and there's no reason we can't bring you the same success, no matter what your ad budget is. So go to Anderson-Smith.com, hit the Contact Us button, email me, and I will call you in short order, because it is time. Anderson-Smith.com. We help small business advertisers get better results. If you're buying and creating advertising for your small business, but you're not sure how to make it work, then I want you to know we can make radio or TV advertising work for you. Both are very powerful media, and both can be affordable. And we have a laundry list of notable long-term clients who will vouch for us. So if you have an interest in increasing the chances of your small business's advertising success, go to Anderson-Smith.com, hit the Contact Us button, send me a quick email, and I'll call you in short order. That's Anderson-Smith.com. We help small business advertisers get better results.
See every smile, every milestone, every moment that matters most. From the moment you walk into Shopko Optical, you'll feel welcomed, valued, and genuinely cared for. The team at Shopko Optical takes time to understand your concerns, explain your options, and answer questions so you feel confident in your care. Whether you're due for a comprehensive eye exam or looking for the right eyewear, they're here to support your vision and eye health every step of the way. Create your personalized eye care plan. Visit shopko.com today.
Well, emergency responders are racing to find survivors after a magnitude 7.4 earthquake in western Colombia. It's killed at least 220, and they expect that number to go up. This according to the Colombian Association of Capital Times. It's the country's most powerful earthquake in decades. ABC's Jim Ryan following the story. He joins us with the latest. Jim, let's start with geography here. So where was the epicenter of the earthquake?
Well, about 150 miles west of Bogota, the capital. It's in an area that about 2 million people live in, not terribly densely populated, a fairly poor area. And if you've seen the video that came out of there, the cell video that people captured as they were running into the street, the buildings collapsing, essentially pancaking down on top of themselves. People taking video at the airport as it was crumbling, essentially. It's just some terrifying scenes that came out of this. And it's kind of in the coffee growing region in the western part, the northwest part of Colombia.
Jim, hospitals and other health facilities were damaged too. How are authorities dealing with the challenge of treating victims when some of the infrastructure needed to help them has been so heavily damaged?
Makes it especially difficult when the place you're hoping to take people to for treatment is itself damaged. And now it's a matter of rushing people around, trying to get help into the area and getting the most seriously hurt people evacuated out and over to Bogota or to different places around the country. That poses a special challenge when the healthcare infrastructure itself is struck by a disaster like this. So, they're dealing dealing with it as best they can, Jessica, and hoping for help from outside. And they are getting it, including from Venezuela, which is still recovering from a pair of massive earthquakes that country suffered within just the last few weeks. To getting help from the United States, which has pledged $15.5 million to get started with the search, the recovery, the relief efforts that are going on now in Colombia.
Jim, how is air travel being regulated right now?
Well, they're having to route around those areas. I mean, once something like this happens, and again, a lot of the damage was done at the airport there in this community where it happened, and so getting that rerouted, getting it fixed up, and bringing in a lot of supplies by helicopter. That's how that will be done, and evacuating people by helicopter. So yeah, that's a difficult challenge as well. This part of the world is called the Pacific Ring of Fire, Greg. It extends from South America all the way up the U.S. West Coast, around the coast of Alaska, over to Japan, and then down south as far as Australia. This gigantic ring of fire. And the majority of the world's earthquakes happen along that ring. And in fact, within the last week, another place that is on that ring of fire, it's just south of San Francisco, it has had something like 9 tremors with a magnitude of 2.5 or greater. The biggest was 4.0. People felt it. It didn't do much damage. But again, this is all kind of the same tectonic region. It's being done by heavy machinery, front loaders, backhoes, and then people with their bare hands and picks and shovels trying to get into some of these badly damaged buildings, the ones that are still standing, at least partially. And if you saw some of that video, the buildings essentially pancaking down on top of themselves. And so, yeah, it's and every hour that goes by, it's been 24 hours now since this happened, about 24 hours. And every hour that goes by, the search becomes more intense and potentially more desperate as the chance of finding survivors begins to dwindle. But they have not yet given up hope.
You mentioned Venezuela, Jim. I think it's an interesting comparison that the magnitude of the earthquake's similar, but it feels like in Venezuela is just in a much more populated area, and the reason for that death toll to climb so high. And I know there's still nowhere near done with the search, recovery, and relief efforts in Venezuela at this point.
Yes, they're still looking in Colombia and hoping to find more survivors there, and undoubtedly will be finding more bodies too. The other big threat from all of this, Greg, the aftershocks. Yeah. There are likely to be some. In fact, there have been some minor aftershocks in that same area. They could continue for weeks, and some of the aftershocks could be as strong as the initial magnitude 7.4 earthquake. So the threat isn't over by any stretch.
And Jim, do you have any intriguing stories from people who survived the earthquake? I know I was reading one this morning where the man was talking about it. It seemed like a scene from The Exorcist and how his bed was moving.
Yeah, and if you've seen some of the video, the video really tells a big story. And 20, 30 years ago, obviously people didn't have cell phones the way they do now. We wouldn't have that kind of video. But people just standing on the streets and rocking back and forth. And it's almost like they're on a trampoline and trying to stand up as the ground is shaking beneath them. The folks at the airport who were running to climb under whatever shelter they could get, tables and chairs just to try to get some protection from the falling debris. But, the pictures really tell a story of a desperate and really terrifying situation, Jessica.
We'll keep tabs on the total here and keep you updated throughout the day here. It's ABC's Jim Ryan joining us. Jim, we appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim.
Right. See you guys.
You've seen us around town, volunteering, supporting events, and showing up where it matters. At Waterstone Bank, we're more than a bank. We're your neighbor. The money you deposit stays local, helping small businesses, creating jobs, and supporting home ownership. It's banking from the community for the community. Visit your local branch or WSBOnline.com to see how we're building a stronger southeastern Wisconsin, one neighbor at a time. Waterstone Bank, member FDIC.
Well, get ready for an amazing festival lineup like no other. It's called WinFest, and it's at Potawatomi Casino Hotel in Milwaukee. Now through September, play with your Potawatomi Rewards card, and you'll start stacking entries. If you're not a Rewards Club member, no problem. Head off to Potawatomi. You can get signed up. It's free, and it's simple. Must be 21 or older to take part. More information is online. How you could win up to $300,000 in cash and prizes. Cars, vacations, free play, cash, all at Potawatomi. It's Potawatomi Casino Hotel, Milwaukee.
For more than a century, Curative Care has been helping children, adults, and families across southeast Wisconsin navigate developmental disabilities and find the support they need to thrive. Curative helps families every step of the way, from early childhood through adulthood, connecting parents with resources, providing guidance during challenging times, and creating a community where people truly belong. If you know someone who may be looking for answers and support for a loved one with developmental disabilities, visit curative.org today.
The stories you're talking about on Wisconsin's Morning News.
What do you do with these protesters who clearly want to be heard?
You know, when it comes to protests, you got the real element of people who are sincerely looking forward to trying to figure out what's going on with this situation. And then you have another element out there that just wants to cause trouble. Make sure that the outside investigation is thorough and make sure that it doesn't take a long time, because as these things go on, they just continue to get worse.
Only here on WTMJ. WTMJ, W277CV, and WKTI HD2 Milwaukee. From the Annex Wealth Management Studios, this is News Radio WTMJ, a Good Karma brand station.
How do you know if you're truly ready to retire? Hi, I'm Tony Drake, certified financial planner and founder of Drake & Associates right here in Wisconsin. Many people focus on just one number, how much they've saved. But retirement readiness is about much more than a balance in your accounts. It's about having a clear plan for income, investments, taxes, healthcare, and how your money will support the lifestyle you want. Without that coordination, even a large nest egg can run into problems over time. At Drake & Associates, we help families create retirement plans designed to answer the big question: will your income last? Are you taking too much risk? And are there opportunities to reduce taxes along the way? To help you start thinking through those questions, I've created a complimentary retirement toolkit. It includes my book, Get Retirement Ready, and 5 practical guides covering investments, taxes, and retirement income strategies. Call 414-897-9522 or text the word READY to 414-897-9522 for your no-cost toolkit. That's 414-897-9522 or text READY to 414-897-9522. Because retirement isn't just about saving enough, it's about having a plan.
Drake & Associates LLC is an independent investment advisory firm that offers a variety of different investment vehicles. This commercial is provided for informational purposes only and should not be construed as individual investment advice. Drake & Associates LLC does not provide legal or tax advice. Past performance is not indicative of future performance.
Find furniture for life from Ken Michaels Furniture in Brookfield, Greenfield, or downtown Milwaukee.
Decision Wisconsin. The August primary is here. Keep it tuned to WTMJ for all of your Election Day coverage. Once the polls close at 8 p.m., head to the WTMJ YouTube page for special coverage of the races all across Wisconsin. Catch all your election coverage here. News Radio 620, WTMJ, Milwaukee.
It's 2 o'clock. I'm Greg Matzik. This is Wisconsin's Midday News for Tuesday, August 11th. Your top story: polls remain open across the Badger State.
I'm Jessica Ty. A deadly earthquake devastates Columbia.
Partly cloudy the rest of the afternoon. Just a slight chance of storms, mainly to the south. A high of 80 degrees. Slight chance of a shower tonight, and a low of 67. It's 75 and partly sunny in Milwaukee at State Fair Park. From the WTMJ Breaking Newsroom, it's Decision Wisconsin. Primary day across the state of Wisconsin, and some Milwaukee residents who have already voted are encouraging others.
One woman from Milwaukee says it's important to remember that decisions made in local elections can have a major impact on the community.
There's a lot of decisions being made that affect our community, our schools, our churches, our roads, our safety.
Robin Gates has voted in several primaries and says casting a ballot is one of the most powerful ways people can make their voices heard.
For the younger generation, if you've never done it before, I want to tell you it's the most powerful way that you can make a difference.
Gates says she also voted electronically for the first time today and says the process went very smooth. In downtown Milwaukee, Nazir Spencer, WTMJ News.
A woman gets a disorderly conduct citation after an incident on a plane in Milwaukee.
Milwaukee County Sheriff's Office says United Airlines called deputies around 11:40 Sunday night for a passenger threatening to exit the parked plane. The aircraft was one of several diverted from Chicago O'Hare because of bad weather. Deputies boarded once the plane reached the gate. A 44-year-old woman identified herself, and deputies escorted her off the plane and handcuffed her on the jet bridge. The sheriff's office says she appeared to have trouble breathing and suggested she may have been experiencing anxiety. EMS was called, but canceled shortly afterward. The woman was cited for disorderly conduct and released to family members who were traveling with her. Nizer Spencer, WTMJ News.
Recovery efforts continue in Colombia after a devastating earthquake struck near the country's capital. News Nation's Marnie Hughes.
More than 160 people are dead and 1,600 buildings have collapsed. They've got 2,700 people that have been reported missing. So the thought is many are trapped under the rubble. The race is on to try and find them. The U.S. has pledged more than $15 million right now in the ongoing recovery efforts.
Experts say it's the most powerful earthquake to hit the country in over a decade.
The prediction market Kalshi is facing another major lawsuit, this time from a flight tracking company. ABC's Mike Dubusky.
FlightAware is suing Kalshi, alleging the prediction market is violating the company's terms of service. The flight tracker says Kalshi is using data from its website to allow people to wager on whether or not a flight will be canceled. That's despite Kalshi entering into a binding agreement not to use FlightAware's data for commercial purposes, according to FlightAware's lawsuit. They add that Kalshi continued doing so even after FlightAware asked them to stop. Mike Dubusky, ABC News.
And 2 new Catholic school buildings are opening in Milwaukee. Seton Catholic Schools says the buildings for St. Raphael, the Archangel School, and Prince of Peace School will open August 24th, just in time for the new school year. Each 40,000 square foot building can hold up to 500 students, K through 8th grade. Seton says the buildings feature modern classrooms, modern technology, security systems, and HVAC systems. Time for news about your money in the WTMJ Annex Wealth Management Market Update. Lots of red here this afternoon. The Dow is off nearly 200 points at 53,792. Same story for the NASDAQ, down 189 at 26,416. S&P 500 is off about 30 this afternoon at 7723. For sound financial advice from a fee-only fiduciary, it's Annex Wealth Management. Go to annexwealth.com and click on the Get Started button today.
Not only do we have Bango back, but I also saw what looked like Bango's twin, and I was like, that's what the herd, right? It's with the herd. It's Pointer.
Oh, yes, that's what it was.
Pointer is also on the grounds here at the Wisconsin State Fair today, and they had air bango. At one point, it was a dance party of bangos right out here, right outside the Bink 59 studio here at Wisconsin State Fair. It is the best day ever if you're coming down to the fair. Sports, traffic, and weather are next. Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time is 2:04.
QC Kinetics helps active people stay active. People like David Boardman, police officer, competitive athlete, and gym owner who trains hard almost every day.
My body's taken a lot of abuse over the years. I've had multiple knee surgeries on both of my knees. I could barely run a mile prior to going to QC Kinetics. Doctors have all told me, hey, you are going to need knee replacements.
But QC Kinetics gave David great news.
We're going to give you the opportunity to have not one, but 2 healthy knees, and we don't have to cut you open.
And after David's regenerative treatments at QC Kinetics?
Since I've gone to them, I run 20, 30 miles a week. I really wouldn't be able to do that if it wasn't for QC Kinetics.
From knee pain to Ironman training.
It's a no-brainer.
Now it's your turn. Call QC Kinetics to book your free consultation today.
Call QC Kinetics, 414-667-5559. That's 414-667-5559. 414-667-5559.
Well, if you're looking to cool off at the fair or heat up, the action's always hot at Left's Lucky Town, Miller Lite Sports Bar and Grill. Check out incredible stuff. Cocktails, food, you name it. They've got some great handcrafted drinks. They've got the Patriotic Punch, the Strawberry Cheesecake Blast. The food, fantastic. Just had a Hungarian sausage. Spicy. Delicious. And you can find it at Left's. While you're there, grab some of that Wisconsin-inspired food. Relax. You'll get some live music. You'll enjoy all of the action of the Wisconsin State Fair at Left's Lucky Town and the Miller Lite Sports Bar and Grill.
Your home is failing. Windows are old. Roof looks horrible. Siding is distressed. Even your front door fights you on everything. Hi, I'm Eric Brown, owner of Siding Unlimited. and I will be on the Fix It Show this Saturday from 8 to 9 a.m. 1 hour where you get to call in and ask about your failing home and how the professionals at Siding Unlimited can help you. Can't wait until Saturday? Bring your pictures to our Siding Unlimited showroom and let's chat. Start your home updating journey with Siding Unlimited at sidingunlimited.com.
Day after day, year after year, the heavy lifting, the repetitive motion, and now your body feels it. Your back, your knees, your quality of life. At Pivot Work Injury Law, we stand up for those worn down by work. Workers' comp is our sole focus, and we've recovered more than $50 million for Wisconsin workers. From sudden accidents to pain that builds over years of hard work, we're dedicated to fighting for the benefits you're entitled to. If you've been worn down by work, contact Pivot Work Injury Law today for a risk-free consultation. Visit pivotworkinjurylaw.com.
Time for a WTMJ sports update from the Gruber Law Office's One Call, That's All Sports Desk. Brewers looking for a little bit of offense tonight, taking on the Padres in Game 2 of a 3-game series. Coverage gets underway at 8:05 on WTMJ.
Can't strike out that many times, and we got to score more than 2 runs on the road to win. Logan pitched well enough to win.
That's Brewers manager Pat Murphy. Crew lost 3-2 last night in San Diego. Packers head coach Matt LaFleur says Jordan Love is expected to play Thursday night in the preseason opener against the Steelers. Do not expect to see running back Josh Jacobs. However, his backup, third-year pro Marshawn Lloyd, expected to see increased action. Lloyd has only played in 1 game over the past 2 years due to various injuries.
You never want to overload a guy, especially when it comes to a guy that's been snake bit a little bit. And I mean, he's an explosive dude that can create some big explosive plays. So we got to continue to be smart and kind of stick with the plan.
And the Milwaukee Bucks begin the preseason October 5th. The complete schedule will be revealed on Thursday.
Checking out the roads with your WTMJ Time Saver traffic. Much of the same right now. We are still dealing with some lane closures in the Hale interchange, 41 894 north, a little bit beyond I-43 north, so close to Howard Avenue. There's pavement damage there, and it was there yesterday as well. Crews were out there working. At that point, 3 lanes were closed. We have a little bit of improvement. Only 2 lanes are now closed, but 2 lanes closed in the Hale interchange, that's causing a problem. There's certainly a backup to be had. I just took a peek at the cameras for you. I see all of the equipment out there to repair this damage. Doesn't look like anybody's working on it right now, and that would make sense because we had those storms that rolled through earlier. So we'll see what happens. I do not expect that to be reopened today. Once again, 2 lanes closed, the 2 right lanes, because of pavement damage on 41 894 north, just a little bit beyond I-43 north in the Hale interchange.
Traffic is sponsored by the famous Fox and Hounds restaurant near Holy Hill.
Buy 1 dinner, get 1 free tonight at the historic Fox and Hounds Supper Club, including steak and lobster. And desserts are buy 1, get 1 free. Tables are open, foxandhoundsrestaurant.com.
From TMJ4, I'm meteorologist Lauren Larson with your 5-day storm team forecast. Mostly cloudy skies tonight and temperatures in the upper 60s. We may see a pop-up thunderstorm, and watch out for fog as you're leaving the house Wednesday morning. Throughout the day on Wednesday, another chance for some isolated thunderstorms and more fog. High temperatures in the low 80s. Wednesday night, we fall to the upper 60s yet again. Another chance for thunderstorms on Thursday with temperatures in the upper 70s, and then sunshine to return with comfortable temperatures on Friday. The active pattern continues as we look towards the weekend. Live interactive radar available at TMJ4.com. I'm Storm Team 4 meteorologist Lauren Larson.
75, partly sunny in Milwaukee at State Fair Park.
Cream puffs, concerts, and carnival rides. Wisconsin State Fair is back, and Wisconsin's Midday News is live from the Bank 59 studios on the State Fairgrounds. Now, here are your hosts, Greg Matzik and Jessica Ty.
You mentioned it a little while ago, Jessica, but the sun is trying to fight through here. I'd call it filtered sunshine, a little more clouds than sun right now, but some people wearing sunglasses, and that's a welcome change because I think some of those same people likely had an umbrella or poncho when we started the show at noon.
It looks like milky sunshine, and this is good news because, speaking of sunglasses, I did see a woman who took her sunglasses off, probably about an hour and a half ago, and she was drying them, drying the rain droplets off of her sunglasses.
Well, that is no longer an issue here. It looks like a nice rest of the afternoon at State Fair Park.
Here's your top 2 at 2 on Wisconsin's Midday News.
Number one, it is considered a must-watch election. People across the country right now are waiting to see who comes out on top tonight in the Democratic primary for Wisconsin governor. The Democratic Socialist State Representative Francesca Hong leads in the polls, but this race has had as many twists and turns as a corkscrew. So we'll see what happens. Outgoing Governor Tony Evers has endorsed Milwaukee County Executive David Crowley instead of Hong, and Joel Brennan and Kelda Roys are still in the running, hoping for an upset. We asked the chief Washington correspondent for Midas Touch, Scott McFarlane, about the high-profile nature of today's election. Here's what he told us right here on Wisconsin's Midday News.
Oh, boy, we are obsessed with it here. Not because Washington rises and falls with how the state administers its services in Wisconsin, though I care about that. It looks like a proxy war over a much bigger issue that can be instructive for the rest of this election and more instructive for the 2028 presidential election. The Wisconsin Democratic gubernatorial primary is an open-ended question Democrats are going to have to answer. Do they want to plug into this electricity going through untraditional candidates and find a way to channel it, or do they want to try to resist it, fight it, and go with things that are more traditional and more electable? I think there's an anti-establishment era that is forming. Not year, not moment. Anybody tied to institutions is getting distrust from voters, from young people. It's why we're seeing all this distrust young people have in academia, in AI, in corporations, in party leadership, in infrastructure, in some legacy media. There's a distrust of institutions right now, and I think the Wisconsin gubernatorial primary is showing that for everyone to see.
I thought that really said something when he said we are obsessed with it in Washington.
Big word.
Yeah, it's not just us here in Wisconsin watching this race tonight. People across the country are paying attention to our state. The winner on the Democratic side tonight will go up to face U.S. Representative Tom Tiffany, the presumptive Republican nominee, in November. Polls are open until 8 o'clock tonight. And remember, if you are in line at 8 o'clock, but you have not voted yet, but you are in line, stay in that line. You can still vote.
Well, my number two is a build on your number one. What's going to be on my ballot? You mentioned it at the top of the ballot. The governor's race, of course, featuring 4 Democrats and 2 Republicans, technically, competing for the nomination. There are 3 Democrats, Mandela Barnes, Sarah Rodriguez, and Missy Hughes, who have dropped out of the race. You will still see their names on the ballot. Other races include state constitutional offices. You've got some state legislature offices, U.S. House seats, maybe a sheriff's race or other partisan local offices. No referendums, but all you got to do is go to a website here, punch it in, and you'll figure out exactly what's on your ballot. Also, you'll learn your polling place if you don't know exactly what it is. It is a little different, this primary. Can you vote for candidates in more than one party? Well, no. When you fill out your ballot, you have to choose a party selection or a party section to vote in and only fill bubbles within that section. So if you choose Republican at the top of your ballot and then you go on to cast a vote for Joel Brennan or David Crowley, those votes will not count. They will only vote for the party you select. So keep that in mind. It's a little different than your traditional ballot.
I swear, I have one of the best polling locations in downtown Milwaukee. It takes longer to take the very, very slow elevator up to the floor that you need to vote than it does to actually vote. It is awesome. I print it out. I love going. Every year I go online and I look at the ballot to see exactly, even the smaller races, what exactly is going to be on my ballot. I love doing it. This is the first year I printed it up, however, just because we're coming out here to the Wisconsin State Fair. 14 pages when I printed mine out.
Yeah, mine is pretty long, too.
Is it?
It is definitely long. And I'm in Waukesha County. There are some assembly district seats and congressional seats that are up for grabs and beyond just the governor's race.
It doesn't look like this, though, when you go to the ballot box.
No, I did the actual sample ballot printout, too.
That's nicer.
I kind of like
nicer
that.
breakdown.
Yeah, I did a color version. It is 2:15 here on WTMJ. Wisconsin's Midday News continues till 3 o'clock.
Hi, I'm Matt Dorner, CEO of Milwaukee Downtown Bid 21. Downtown Employee Appreciation Week is back August 17th through the 21st, with daily giveaways, office challenge games, and much more. It's all designed to boost your team's spirits. Learn how your company can participate at milwaukeedowntown.com.
Well, if you've been hurt in an accident, the folks at Gruber Law Offices want to go to work for you. They understand it can really flip your world upside down. That's why the folks at Gruber focus on the legal aspect while you focus on healing. It's what they've been doing for 40 years. It's family-run business with a large and powerful team ready to take on the insurance companies. 30-plus attorneys at Gruber. They are locally known. They are nationally recognized. It's one of the most powerful injury firms in the state of Wisconsin and the Midwest and the nation, for that matter. It's Gruber from start to finish. Check out gruber-law.com. If you're coming by the fair, check out the Milk House. It's sponsored by Gruber. They get behind so many initiatives throughout the course of a given year, including right where we are at the Wisconsin State Fair. Make the call if you've been hurt in an accident, to 414-276-6666.
Summer is the time to enjoy the outside. Enjoy the deck, the patio, the fire pit, the shade, the screen room, the in-ground pool. Enjoy all of it in your own backyard. Outdoor Living Unlimited is Wisconsin's top TimberTech decking installer and can deliver a design and build your next maintenance-free deck with a custom screen room and automated pergola. Stop by our Outdoor Living Unlimited showroom at 665 Larry Court in Waukesha or visit OutdoorLivingUnlimited.com.
The saying goes, no good deed goes unpunished. Well, how about a good deed and then getting rewarded for it? Join the WTMJ Street Team with me, Julia Fellow, outside of the Bank 59 studios at the Wisconsin State Fair, Thursday, August 13th from 12 to 2.
Okay, good deed.
Tell us about a good deed you've done or received, and you get a piece of swag.
Hello? Good deed done.
It's that easy.
Could do so many good deeds.
It's WTMJ's Debbie Loziga. Nobody likes backups, not on I-94 and definitely not in your own backyard. That's why I'm so glad we called Comfort Awnings. Now our outdoors time isn't delayed by rain or the scorching afternoon sun. One touch of a button gives us instant shade and shelter while also protecting us from harmful UV rays. So instead of heading inside when it gets too hot or starts to rain, we can enjoy the patio for longer. Don't let any more of the summer pass you by. Right now, get $200 off any awning or screen. Call 414-Awnings or visit ComfortAwnings.com.
Well, the sun is starting to fight its way out here at State Fair Park. That's a good thing. Before we started the show, you had a little bit of rain coming down, some lightning in the air. In fact, they closed the gates momentarily for about 30 minutes or so. They had the gates shut off because of lightning. Well, that is no longer an issue. It's a pretty nice day here. Temperatures starting to slowly rise. We're up to 77 degrees. Overnight low 66. Rain in the forecast on Wednesday. Primarily a morning thing and mainly areas to the north of 94 is what we're looking at. Should see a good deal of sun once the rain clears and a high of 80. 77 right now in Milwaukee at State Fair Park.
Legends who have left a lasting impact on music make their way to the Wisconsin State Fair tonight.
Well, you know you make me wanna shout, kick my heels up and shout, throw my hands up and shout, throw my head back and shout. Come on now, don't forget to
Come on now, Greg. Doesn't that make you want to just dance?
It reminds me of movies, right? Just a very, very popular song in a variety of different movies and movies that make you feel good, like Animal House.
Or what about like Summer Breeze?
Yeah.
That one too. Summer Breeze makes you feel fine. Well, the Isley Brothers perform at the Bank 59 main stage tonight. They've had chart-topping presence for 8 decades. Think about that. The Commodores are tonight's opener, another big one of the greatest Motown and R&B acts of all time. Show starts at 7:30. Today also, if you are coming to the fair today, I love this. If you're a Bucks fan, you are going to have a blast. Today is Milwaukee Bucks Kids Day at the fair. There's a lot of Fear the Deer chants happening in Central Park this afternoon. We had Bango bopping around. We also had Pointer. I think it's technically Bango's cousin who Pointer is. Pointer's with the herd. And now, this has been a very popular spot right outside of the Bank 59 studio here at Wisconsin State Fair, where we're broadcasting live from today. You have merchandise, Bucks merchandise, and this has been a busy spot, Greg. I've seen so many people. I mean, they really haven't had a time when nobody's checking out the shirts and the koozies and the blankets, and there's even some Giannis Antetokounmpo merch. on sale.
There is more than some. There's a Giannis blanket. There's a Giannis jersey. There are Giannis T-shirts that are for sale right now. There is a sign above the blankets.
One on right now, Greg. Look at that. She's trying on a Giannis jersey.
There's a bunch, right? And these got to be clearance items. I saw Pat Connaughton stuff as well. Hey, look, I love Giannis. I love me some Pat Connaughton. They are great people, wonderful people, and they serve Milwaukee well. Great players for the Bucks. This should be all clearance item stuff right now.
Okay, I just watched this little kid standing right next to the woman who was trying on the Giannis Antetokounmpo jersey. The kid took one of the blankets off the shelves and put it up by his face, like to feel. Is this blankie soft?
Yeah.
That was pretty cute. And then I don't know where he went. Is he paying for that? I think he's finding his mom saying, Mom, can we buy this one? Look at right there to the right. So bottom line, it's a great day at the Wisconsin State Fair, and it's an extra great day if you're a Bucks fan. A lot of fun today.
Well, no doubt about that. Stop down and see us here. We got the sun starting to fight its way out. We are on for another half hour here on Wisconsin's Midday News. John Mercure and Julia Fellow will be in beginning at 3 o'clock. It's 2:21 on WTMJ.
Hi, this is Julie Coombs and Cindy Storm Fisher with Storm Fisher Investment Group. Are you a retiring professional worried about the direction of our economy, about making your money last? Come see what we can do for you. Let us show you how we take care of you to help you have a great retirement. We are at 262-796-8400 or stormfisher.com. See you soon.
Securities offered through Osaic Wealth Inc. Member FINRA SIPC. Advisory services offered through Osaic Advisory Services LLC. Osaic Advisory. Osaic Wealth and Osaic Advisory are separately owned, and other entities and/or marketing names, products, and services referenced here are independent of Osaic Wealth and Osaic Advisory.
Well, I can't tell you how much I appreciate the folks at Inspired Closets Milwaukee for transforming our master closet. Quite the transformation. It was kind of an embarrassing space with builder-grade racking, big clunky pieces of furniture, laundry that was just sort of all over the place. Every time we tried to clean and declutter, never really worked. We were just sort of moving stuff around. If you know what I'm talking about, if it sounds like a familiar issue for you, well, Inspired Closets Milwaukee can help you through the problem. Reduce the clutter, eliminate the stress. Inspired Closets Milwaukee will build a beautiful design for you in whatever space needs that organizational touch. Master closet, linen closet, front hall closet, pantry, laundry room, mud room. See what they can do in your garage at Inspired Closets Milwaukee. Put them to work. They'll do it. They transformed our space. Just incredible work. And wonderful people. A wife and husband team, Katie and Dan at InspiredClosetsMilwaukee.com.
Bring us your problems, deadlines, complexities, anxieties, distractions, and budget distresses.
Plum Media is listening.
Share with us your creative block.
Plum Media is ready.
Give us your audience with limited time and attention.
Plum Media sets your message free.
Let's get your message heard. Let's strive for retention from beginning to completion. Whether your next event is for celebration, education, motivation, inspiration, Plum Media is waiting to take action.
Professional collaborators, planners, managers. Plum Media, video production and event management.
Plum Media, wow moments, flawless execution, clarity, calm, control.
And results.
Plum Media, a video, meetings, and event producer with global experience. PlumMedia.com.
Academic mortgages involves other animals.
Happy Tuesday, everybody. We hope you're having a fabulous day, especially if you're coming out to join us here at the Wisconsin State Fair as we are broadcasting Wisconsin's Midday News live from the Bank 59 studio. Something else, another highlight for the day today, Greg, here at the fair, it's Crazy Grazing Day all day. And this is pretty cool because come hungry, which is always a good idea, no matter the day, right? But you can try a variety of fair foods available at more than 30 locations, and they're offering smaller sizes at reduced prices. This is a blast. I remember this last year, so maybe you want to try a lot of things. So here you go. You get a smaller size of it. You get to try a bunch of things, and it's a little bit cheaper as well. I also remember this because last year, our friend Jessica Jerky over at the All Things Jerky, she's the one who has the bugs as well.
Yeah,
She's got a lot
bugs
of jerky,
on everything.
but she's got the bugs.
Oh, yeah.
I remember bopping around over in that spot last year, and there was a little container of bugs you could get, just a little taster, and I think that's what I brought back for you.
Yes, I didn't have them. I think we got Dr. Weston to eat a bug one year, but nonetheless. the good doctor getting his little fill of protein here at our studios. That is good to know. I do like that. I don't think they do that with the cream puff, however. I think it's all or nothing. Like you're going big or you're going home without a cream puff. I do think that's a good idea at some point. 24 little cream puffs in a big box.
I do. I love your
like
idea.
That.
I think that's really smart because I would definitely pop in just a little cream puff versus having that big one. But I know a lot of you love them. The hot Wisconsin cheese, I have not had it yet. I think I'm going to wait until Friday to have that hot Wisconsin cheese. But come on down. It is Crazy Grazing Day today. Smaller sizes of your favorite items at reduced prices. So that's great. Also, coming up at 2:50, so just a little bit of ways from this one, it's a Wisconsin State Fair parade. That's always a fun time. It gets real loud here in the studio when they go by.
It definitely does. No doubt about that. They like to make noise right around the time John Mercure is beginning his program here. Yeah, that's what they do, right? It's the band, right? That's the intro for John's show in the intro that is so well deserved. Wisconsin's Midday News podcast is built by Siding Unlimited. If you are looking for us online, you can check out our podcast page at WTMJ.com. Wherever you get your podcasts, you can find us. We have somebody taking a picture into our studio right now. She says she listens every day. She's already had a cream puff. I don't know if there's a way we can stand up and kind of get in your picture a little bit.
Oh, you want me to stand up?
You can kind of sit here and wave. She's got a nice camera phone. She's. I wish I could hear her more. Thumbs up. So.
Thank you so much. We appreciate it.
She says, I listen to Jessica every day, and that's exactly what she just said. But love to see people who are listeners, avid fans here at the Wisconsin State Fair. She seems very happy.
She is so excited. I love it. We have a lot of smiling faces and bright eyes today, and the sun is trying to pop out a little bit more. Look at this, Greg. Couple people in the sun right now, and we love to see that because that will also dry things up out there. It's nice that it's not raining anymore, but we do have some soggy spots. So let's dry it up. Let's continue on. It is Tuesday. And there is much more live from the Wisconsin State Fair coming up next.
Accident Mortgage is an equal housing lender. NMLS ID 255368.
This is Brian Wicker, Chief Homebuyer Helper with Wisconsin's own Accident Mortgage. Nicer homes are still getting multiple offers over asking, and there's only one winner per listing. I want to help you be that winner, which is why I just increased the rock-solid pre-approval guarantee to $10,000. It's all about getting the seller to pick your offer over the others. So AccuNet is now guaranteeing in writing to pay the seller 10,000 American bucks if we can't make good on the terms of your fully verified rock-solid pre-approval. Banks don't do that. We're willing to stand behind our work and stand behind you with a $10,000 guarantee that sellers will definitely notice. Maybe you've been writing offers and losing, which feels terrible, or maybe you're just starting out. Either way, don't settle for a flimsy bank pre-approval and let someone else end up sleeping in your dream home. Give the seller 10,000 reasons to say yes to your offer with AccuNet's new $10,000 rock-solid seller guarantee. Get started with yours today at ACCUNET.com.
Every child in foster care deserves someone who believes in them. That's why La Causa is looking for more foster parents.
They never really checked on me, and that's why I appreciate La Causa tremendously, because they were the ones that showed me we care. I met my La Causa team, all brilliant people, and people that wanted to see me succeed.
That kind of care can change a life. Learn how you can become a foster parent with La Causa at lacausa.org.
Potawatomi Casino Hotel Milwaukee is setting the stage to rock your socks off. This August, jam out with real rock off. You could win raging prizes to the tune of $300,000. Get in on the jam session by playing with your Potawatomi rewards card for entries. Thursday nights will be a game show battleground for your share of cash and reward play. Real rock off. It's gonna be epic. Only at Potawatomi. More info online. Must be 21 and a rewards member to play.
Turnover. It's costly, it's frustrating, it's a silent profit killer. Vince Vitrano here for Go Trago Assessment Solutions. Go Trago helps you hire the right people the first time, reducing turnover, cutting hiring costs, and improving sales. Trago TPS predictive assessments identify top performers before they're on your payroll. Auto dealers nationwide are using Trago to operate with turnover rates more than 200% lower than the industry average. Visit GoTrago.com.
It's 2:30. I'm Greg Matzik. This is Wisconsin's Midday News. It's Tuesday, August 11th. Your top story, polls remain open till 8 o'clock.
I'm Jessica Ty, and voters are hitting the polls right now before heading here to the Wisconsin State Fair.
Partly cloudy, some filtered sunshine. That's become a pretty nice day here at State Fair Park. High of 77 degrees, overnight low 66. Got a chance for rain in the forecast, mainly to the north of 94, mainly in the morning hours tomorrow, with a high of 80.
ABC News, I'm Michelle Franzen. Attacks on vessels intensifying in the Gulf region. The Houthis in Yemen claiming they targeted a cargo ship transporting Saudi military equipment in the Red Sea, killing 6. The ongoing war with Iran, along with inflation, also impacting Americans saddled with debt.
We owe more, and we're not paying our bills on time. The Federal Reserve Bank of New York says Americans now owe $1.26 trillion on credit cards, and 12% of us are delinquent in paying even the minimum amount. The high cost of gas, groceries, and household items all contributing. One thing helping those lucky enough to own a home: equity. More people are tapping into that, figuring a refinanced mortgage at a little over 6.5% makes more sense than a credit card balance of 23%. Sherry Preston, ABC News.
Severe storms on the move. A tornado warning temporarily grounded planes in Chicago earlier today. That forced evacuation at Midway Airport's air traffic control tower. The same storms now targeting the Mid-Atlantic. This is ABC News.
Outdoor Living Unlimited WTMJ News Time is 2:31. 3 men are accused of breaking into the fire-damaged Lincoln Avenue School.
Police were called to the vacant building last Thursday after security spotted flashlights inside. A criminal complaint says one man was found hiding in a storage room, another underneath stairs, and a third sleeping inside an alleged getaway car. Police say the men had saws, picks, and headlamps and admitted they broke in to steal copper and other items to sell. The 109-year-old school was destroyed by a fire in June that Milwaukee fire investigators determined was accidental, caused by custodial chemical-soaked rags. Sao La, Apu Ja, and La Ta each face felony burglary charges and are expected in court Tuesday. Nizer Spencer, WTMJ News.
A child has been arrested for stabbing a teenager in Milwaukee. The stabbing happened last night near Port Washington and Keefe Avenues. Milwaukee police tell us they've arrested an 11-year-old who they say stabbed a 15-year-old. The incident happened during an argument.
Decision Wisconsin. Voters making time to hit the polls before heading to the fair.
There seems to be a lot of enthusiasm, not just for the fair, but also Election Day.
A lot of people saying they already voted or they're going to vote after the fair, and there seems to be a lot of interest. A lot of positive response this year for the Democratic Party.
That's Ann Rohr with the Democratic Party of Milwaukee County. The sentiment also the same on the GOP side. Hilario De Leon is chairman of the Republican Party of Milwaukee County.
We want to make sure that we have the strongest showing numbers for our candidates on our side of the aisle so that we have that momentum going right into November.
From State Fair Park, Neil Doyle, WTMJ News.
The Milwaukee Area Domestic Animal Control Commission, better known as MADAC, has been over capacity on cats for more than a week. And making matters worse, a disease has broken out among the cats.
Panleuk is an extremely contagious virus found in outdoor cats that is spread in crowded areas of non-vaccinated animals. The shelter says it is especially deadly for kittens and hard to control. If you find a healthy stray cat or kitten, MADAC says do not immediately bring it to the shelter. Instead, check for a microchip, post on social media, and ask neighbors. Sick or injured cats or kittens should still be turned in. MADAC says all cat kennels are currently under quarantine. Elizabeth Linton in WTMJ News.
And Governor Evers is asking for federal support following severe tornado damage in the Fox Valley.
Governor Evers has directed Wisconsin Emergency Management to submit a FEMA request for damage assessments. Winnebago County completed its preliminary damage assessments last week, so the next step is for FEMA employees to work with state and local officials to determine the extent of the damage. Once that is complete, Governor Evers can submit a formal disaster declaration request to President Trump. Last year, FEMA approved aid for Wisconsin residents, but denied aid to repair public infrastructure after historic flooding. Jessica Gatso, WTMJ News.
Happening now, people are buying on sale Giannis Antetokounmpo gear here at the Wisconsin State Fair. Greg, last year, we didn't know whether we would be saying something like this. Now it's a reality. It feels a little weird, doesn't it?
Well, I think there was some Giannis stuff on sale a year ago, but not at the discount perhaps that it's on sale for right now.
That blanket, $14.95,
yeah,
that's a steal.
Like a deal.
Some people are going to want it still, though. Hey, a lot of us are still Giannis Antetokounmpo fans, even though he is no longer with the Bucks. It's Bucks Kids Day here at the Wisconsin State Fair. People are having a blast. Sports, traffic, and weather are next. Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time is 2:35.
Visit family-owned Ken Michaels Furniture and our in-store design centers where you'll still find beautiful, luxurious, heirloom quality American-made furniture. Right now, save 30 to 35% store-wide and take advantage of our complimentary design services. Whether you're moving, renovating, or updating, our designers will help your vision become a reality. Visit Ken Michaels Furniture in Brookfield on Capitol Drive and in Greenfield on Highway 100 to save 30 to 35% store-wide today. Sleep better and save more with mattresses from Milwaukee Mattress and Ken Michaels Furniture. Handcrafted in our Milwaukee factory, our mattresses utilize natural materials like cotton cushioning, which dissipates body heat, Doma wool quilts for warm wintry nights and cool summer evenings, and natural latex providing superior conformability and pressure relief for aching joints. Stop in today at any Ken Michaels Furniture store and save up to 50% compared to national brands.
Classic feeling. Your home is failing. Windows are old, roof looks horrible, siding is distressed. Even your front door fights you on everything. Hi, I'm Eric Brown, owner of Siding Unlimited, and I will be on the Fix-It Show this Saturday from 8 to 9 a.m. 1 hour where you get to call in and ask about your failing home and how the professionals at Siding Unlimited can help you. Can't wait until Saturday? Bring your pictures to our Siding Unlimited showroom and let's chat. Start your home updating journey with Siding Unlimited at sidingunlimited.com.
Time for a WTMJ Sports Update from the Gruber Law Office's One Call That's All Sports Desk. Game week for the Packers to begin the preseason schedule Thursday night against the Steelers.
You're looking at everything, how they compete, how they're able to process in the moment. There's nothing like it. You know, the pressure of just it's a game, so you're looking at everything.
Packers head coach Matt LaFleur confirms Jordan Love is expected to play. Running back Josh Jacobs is out with a groin strain. Brewers look to bounce back tonight against the Padres in Game 2 of their 3-game series with lefty Kyle Harrison on the mound. Coverage gets underway at 8:05 on WTMJ. And the NBA season begins October 20th with the Knicks taking on LeBron and the 76ers. The Bucks' full regular season schedule will be revealed on Thursday.
Let's get you an update on the roads with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic. It has been an interesting one on the roads today. Man, when that rain was coming down, it was just a mess, especially out here by State Fair Park. They had to close the entrances for the safety of everybody. And because of that, people were just waiting outside. The cars were just stuck, nowhere to go. It was all for the safety of everybody here and all the staff and workers. The good news is gates are open. People are flowing in. They're having a lot of fun. Remember, right turns only into State Fair Park. We do have some pavement damage on 41-894 North, just a little bit beyond I-43 North. That's over by the Howard Avenue area in the Hale interchange. Want to give you a heads up there. There is a good new development compared to yesterday. Yesterday, there were 3 lanes that were blocked because of that pavement damage. Crews were out there working on it. As I look at the cameras for you here today, I do see the equipment out there, but no workers right now, and that's likely because of the rain earlier this morning. But 2 right lanes are closed. That is still having an impact. I'm definitely seeing backups because of it, but it's better than having 3 lanes closed, so a good new development. Other than that, for the most part, we're just dealing with our typical construction delays on 94 eastbound and westbound around American Family Field.
Well, the sun is trying to peek its way out here at State Fair Park. The rain is gone. That is a good thing. It should be a pretty decent day the rest of the way here at the fair. Expect clouds to roll in a little later tonight in earnest, an overnight low of 66 degrees. Tomorrow, expect to see some rain in the morning hours, mainly to the north of 94. Then eventually the sun will pop out with a high of 80 degrees. It's 77 degrees right now. Sun trying to peek out at State Fair Park.
It's Tech Tuesday with ABC News technology reporter Mike Dubusky.
We're not sure if he will be a judge in the upcoming AI beauty pageant, but he is our guest every Tuesday on Tech Tuesday.
The latest and greatest in the world of tech.
Tesla's next product, they call it a robo-taxi. These are AR glasses. They're called simply the Frame.
On Wisconsin's Midday News.
It's Tuesday. That means Tech Tuesday on Wisconsin's Midday News, our weekly conversation with ABC tech expert Mike Dubusky. Hey, Mike.
Hey, guys. How are
you? Doing well. So I saw an essay published by Meta CEO Mark Zuckerberg. It outlines the company's plan to better compete in the AI space. We know competition in this space is fierce. So is the backlash in this space. Mm-hmm. What is Meta trying to do through Zuckerberg's words?
Basically, Mark Zuckerberg is outlining this philosophy for how we can best use superintelligence. That's how he describes the thrust of this essay, which is called "The Future is for Everyone." And the philosophy, he says, is to offer artificial intelligence either for free or at extremely low cost to everyone. This is what's going to usher in new things, new discoveries, new businesses, new concepts and advancements in health and quality of life, according to Mark Zuckerberg. What does it mean when we say free or extremely low cost? Well, there's the monetary side of this, guys. Meta also used this opportunity to launch a bunch of new open models that anyone can download for free and run on something as, pedestrian as a laptop to build on top of, to modify, to try and advance artificial intelligence for your own personal use cases. They're not the most powerful models that Meta has in its garage, but it's close. They seemingly took a hit on the capability end of things in an effort to kind of get these things to a degree where they can run on something like a laptop. There's also the social cost, which Mark Zuckerberg spends a lot of time talking about. We are talking here about data centers and some of the social pushback that we've seen to a lot of artificial intelligence technology and build out. Meta says that they're going to invest in energy generating infrastructure, quote, wherever we invest in data centers. The idea being that it will give some low cost energy back to these communities that are seeing their electricity bills and their water bills go up when a data center comes to town. Meta also investing in local police and fire departments, in skilled trade programs so people can learn a trade while, helping to build a data center that's a transferable skill. Meta really trying to pitch itself as like the good corporate steward of the AI race, in the face of some of the doom and gloom that we've heard from others in the AI space. Dario Amodei regularly warning about the dangers of artificial intelligence and the potential that it could have on things like the labor market and so on and so forth. However, guys, there remain some really big questions around whether this strategy will actually vaunt Meta into the same tier as OpenAI and Anthropic. There are not just existential problems facing the artificial intelligence sector writ large, one of the bigger ones being that no one's made money on this technology yet. It is a deeply unprofitable industry. The other being kind of the more internal struggles that Meta is facing. Yesterday, the same day that Mark Zuckerberg posted this whole essay, a judge denied the appeal that Meta had lodged in their social media cases, specifically the addiction and, harm to young people questions. So they're going to have to dedicate some resources now to fighting a new tranche of legal cases that are coming for them, resources that they, could have dedicated to this new AI strategy.
I do like his sharing is caring philosophy, but I'm wondering, because Meta has poured a ton of money into AI, so at what point does Zuckerberg need to show us something that feels different than just another chatbot or another AI assistant?
He's hoping that the open concept here is what will usher that in, right? Like that maybe the idea doesn't come internally. It comes from making this available to literally the whole world. Every developer, every, computer engineer out there can take a stab at this and try building an app or try building a program that, actually has some real utility for people built on Meta's core technology. That's kind of the bet that he's making. And for what it's worth, guys, this is how Chinese AI firms like Moonshot and Alibaba have been talking about AI. They've been pitching this open, model concept as a competitive advantage in the face of OpenAI and Anthropic, which adopt a more kind of closed source idea, right? Like they want to keep their trade secrets, keep their source code to themselves, in an effort to, better compete with China. So like that's kind of the strategy that he's adopting. Whether anything will come of that, I think remains to be seen. The idea is that a lot of people use artificial intelligence. Some 900 million people a month use ChatGPT, if we believe OpenAI's numbers. Very few people pay for it. And I think the real crucial, question that's going to need to be answered pretty soon as investors get a little antsy here is that, how do you demonstrate that people should pay for AI? What is the use case that is so fundamental to people's daily lives that it is worth shelling out $20 a month for? We haven't figured that out yet. And I think that's going to be, a growing concern for the AI sector over the next few years. Mark Zuckerberg thinks that this is the way to figure out an answer to that question.
I'm usually not concerned about the well-being and future of companies that are worth $3 and $4 trillion, Mike, but I do wonder if somebody's going to fall off in this AI arms race with the billions being poured into it. Somebody is going to emerge as a winner. Maybe a couple of companies sort of get out in front of the others, but Is it too crazy to think that a company like Meta or anybody who lags in this race has a massive fall in their company's valuation?
I mean, that's certainly possible. But you also have to think there's basically two flavors of AI company out there right now. There's Meta and Google and, XAI, which is Elon Musk's artificial intelligence company. They're backed by other core businesses, right? Meta makes its money on social media platforms and advertising and data collection. Google makes its money on advertising through Google search, and X makes its money through advertising as well. It's another social media network. So, they have a business to fall back on. They have a lot of money to spend on something like artificial intelligence, which is expensive, yes, but these companies can afford it, right? So they have sort of a safety net to fall back on, if you will. OpenAI, Anthropic, they're just AI companies, right? Their core business is artificial intelligence, is getting people to pay for this. And so far, not enough people do. So they don't have anything to fall back on. The converse to that is that their AI is generally a little bit better than the other guys. So, we'll have to wait and see which strategy will, actually prevail there. But certainly the OpenAIs and the Anthropics of the world have a lot more to lose. And that is, just something that they're going to have to negotiate as the next few years, progress here.
We're talking with ABC's Mike Dubusky for Tech Tuesday. Mike, for a minute, let's talk about Pixel because Google unveils its new hardware tomorrow. What are the biggest things you expect to see from the Pixel 11 lineup?
Yes, so this is going to be Google's new, basically flagship smartphones. It is not expected to reinvent the Pixel wheel. They are going to look largely the same as last year's Pixel 10 phones, from what we understand. Google also has very much in recent years kind of just tried to get ahead of any leaks that may come out of the company. So they basically, show off the whole phone before the actual event where they unveil the phone. So we do know what it's going to look like. It's not going to be a radical redesign of last year's device. And it is going to continue with the same sort of skew of phones that we've seen in the past. So base model phones, pro level phones as well, with a little bit more, power, a little bit better camera hardware. There's going to be big and small versions of both. They are also going to refresh their foldable device, the Pixel Pro Fold. That is, been not a huge sales success for them, but they are in the foldable market. They are, paying some attention to that skew, and probably not a moment too soon, guys, because the rumor is that come the fall, when Apple pulls the wraps off a new iPhone, one of those new phones will be a foldable device. So Apple's getting into that market as well, potentially shaking things up. Google wants to kind of get out ahead of that with a new Pixel Pro Fold. We're also expecting, some ancillary devices as well, things like a new Pixel Watch, the 5th generation of that device, Pixel Buds, so the in-ear earbuds that they have, and potentially a item tracker, so something like an Apple AirTag, but for the Google ecosystem. That is a potential. That's a rumor that's been floating out there. Well, I'll have to wait and see, what they actually unveil tomorrow evening in New York City. They are also continuing the tradition of making this a star-studded event. Trevor Noah, the host of The Daily Show, is set to kind of host this event alongside some other, famous athletes, comedians, and what have you. So we'll just have to wait and see. They've been kind of, pitching this as like more of a fun, entertaining sort of thing that you might tune into as opposed to your normal tech launch. And 6 p.m. Eastern tomorrow if you're interested in catching any of that.
Phone rollouts have been largely underwhelming over the last couple of years, Mike. I don't know what else you can do with these things. They are so packed with technology and capabilities. So Google tries the folding phone thing. Well, it's not going very well. Not a surprise that Apple would wait until Google comes out with the folding thing before they do their version of the folding thing. That's kind of what Apple does, and they usually ended up making it a little bit better. But who knows if it'll translate to success. Is Apple still winning the smartphone race? It seems like just incremental improvements, basic stuff in any one of these major companies' new phones.
Depends on what you mean by winning. Certainly when it comes to sales, Apple is dominant, especially in the United States. Globally, it's a little bit of a different situation, but in the U.S., some 50% of the smartphone market is basically owned by Apple. It is huge. I do think that you've identified, a consistent criticism of the smartphone world, which is that things just don't change that much year to year and phones keep getting more expensive. The counterpoint to that would be that, what more do you want your phone to do that it doesn't do right now? My phone connects to the internet. It can, download any number of apps. Many of them I don't use on a day-to-day basis. Maybe it'd be nicer if it had slightly more battery, but what actually is the innovation that people are clamoring for that will get them to buy a new phone every year? year, there are vanishingly few of them. And in fact, there has been sort of this growing push to have the smartphone sort of launch cycle or cadence move a little further out. So instead of launching a new iPhone every year, you launch one every 2 years. And then you see sort of the bigger sort of advancements in, power and features and what have you. No one's really adopted that strategy yet, but, given that, fewer and fewer people are buying phones, on a yearly basis, I think that could potentially be, something that we see in the future. Of course, Apple also recently announced a new leasing program, which would allow you to re-up your phone more frequently at a relatively affordable cost, at least when we're talking about sort of powerful iPhones and things like that. But yeah, it's been a problem for a while, but also the smartphone is about as close to a perfect technology as we've got going right now. They do a lot of stuff and people really like them. So, they will continue to buy phones, maybe not every year, but it's going to continue, a pace for a while, it seems like.
Kinetic charging. I want kinetic charging. I want a phone in my pocket that charges as I walk. That would be a major breakthrough.
Okay.
I'll drop a note to Google and Apple, and I'll let them know. That's
think
a cool
about
idea.
what I want. That's a good question, Mike.
Yeah, what do you want? That's I don't know. Not many people want folding phones.
But it can't hand me a coffee out of the screen, so I got to think
about
this a
my
little
laundry. Yeah, I got some demands, but
We'll go through our list of demands on next week's Tech Tuesday with ABC's Mike Dubusky. Thanks, Mike.
Thanks,
Sounds
Mike.
good, guys. Take care.
We demand a lot of our shoulders and hands, our hips and knees, our backs and feet. They do life's heavy lifting, so we owe them the greatest attention in return. The Froedtert and the Medical College of Wisconsin Health Network provides expert orthopedic and spine care to help you move, lift, turn, and reach with the most possible ease. Whether you have a sports-related injury or a nagging condition that just won't go away, excellence should always be an option. So we make our care available in nearby locations and offer same-day ortho and spine appointments when relief can't wait. It's how to recover quicker, prevent small concerns from becoming big ones, and solve complex issues with the expertise you can only get with academic medicine. We're given just one body, so let's tend to it, check in on it. Let's give it the greatest of care, because when it's tuned up and injury-free, we can always be pushing ahead. To learn more about our nationally recognized orthopedic and spine care, visit Froedtert.com/ortho.
Son, when the going gets tough, the tough get going. And eat pizza.
Preferably a Marty's Pizza, right?
Well, yeah, we do everything we can to keep the prices low. We're a family-run business, and many of our employees have families. I want to make sure that as tight as it gets, a growing family can always afford to enjoy a Marty's Pizza.
Marty's Pizza in Delafield.
And martyspizza.net for easy online ordering.
Register online for Red Card Loyalty, and after 15 pizzas, you'll get your next one free!
Marty's Pizza. Do you remember when times were good? Well, they're good again. It's as good today as it was in the past. It doesn't get any better than that. Remember Marty's Pizza.
It's WTMJ's Julia Fellow for Sweet Talks Medical Spa in Menominee Falls. If you're looking for expert care without that cold clinical vibe, Sweet Talks is where beauty, wellness, and self-confidence comes together in such a fun, welcoming space. Sweet Talks offers injectables, advanced skin treatments, even wellness services like weight loss or hormone optimization. Sweet Talks provides a comprehensive consultation designed just for you. Learn more at sweettalks.com.
A very pleasant afternoon here after the rain cleared out from this morning. Sun is filtering through and got some people walking around. No more ponchos and umbrellas. Seeing more sunglasses and fans. That's a good sign. Up to 79 degrees right now at the fair. Overnight low 66. Chance of rain tomorrow morning, mainly to the north of I-94. Ruling out a straight chance of a shower to the south of 94. Eventually the sun comes out with a high of 80. It's 2:54.
I see some ladies walking in right now with two dogs. Two dogs are prancing by. I wonder if those are like the dive jumping dogs.
Oh.
They always have that. That's always kind of fun to watch.
That is fun. I love that. Right? They just run off the pier and
They just
it
run
goes
off.
far forward as possible.
And you always have one dog that's like, oh, I don't know. Come on, Mom. You didn't say I had to jump into the pool. But that's what makes the show, right?
That's part of the show. You're right. I'm kind of a water wuss. I like to dip my foot in first and see if I'm going to be enduring any pain. Yeah, a little bit. Sometimes I dive in. Sometimes I just go for it. But my kids don't have that issue. They just go right in. It could be 45 degrees in the water, and they're getting in and they're playing.
Oh, see, I see. It's all about the mental attitude that you have. It's like a cold plunge. I feel you can't think about it. If I'm going into a cold plunge, I'm going in. I am walking fast, and I'm just in. Once you're in, you're good. If you think about it.
Well, we hope you had a great time with us here at the program, and we've got Wisconsin's Afternoons coming up next. But also, keep in mind, the voting polls are open until 8 o'clock tonight. We'll keep you updated on that and results throughout the evening tonight. And by tomorrow, we'll have a good sense for what that ticket will look like coming up in November. Wisconsin's Afternoon News is next here on WTMJ.
In Wisconsin, we know the value of a great home team. It's people who know the field, show up, and play for us. That's what you get with Wisconsin's community health plans. They understand the providers, the local needs, and are committed to helping families, businesses, and communities thrive. Your health, your community, your plan. Learn more at wicommunityhealthplans.com.
Sponsored by the Wisconsin Association of Health Plans.
Are you worried about running out of money in retirement? Wondering about how to pay less taxes? Join me, Tony Drake, for the Retirement Ready Show live every Saturday at noon and Sunday at 7 a.m. on WTMJ 620 or 103.3 FM. We'll talk about smart strategies to help you retire with confidence. Don't miss it.
Drake & Associates LLC is an independent investment advisory firm that offers a variety of different investment vehicles. This commercial is provided for informational purposes only and should not be construed as individual investment advice. Drake & Associates LLC does not provide legal or tax advice. Past performance is not indicative of future performance.
Shopping for new windows and doors shouldn't feel like a negotiation. Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin doesn't believe in games. They never inflate pricing, and there's no high-pressure sales pitch. Just premium windows and doors built for long-term comfort, beauty, and peace of mind. Buy direct through Pella, and one trusted team handles everything with Pella-certified installers every step of the way. Real pricing, premium quality, no games. Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin. Schedule your free in-home consultation today at PellaWI.com.
Are you hosting an event, launching something new, wanting to get the word out about your part of the state? Be a featured guest on the WTMJ Experience Wisconsin show. Share your story, promote your event or business, and connect with fans all across the state. I'm John Merkier. I'd love to interview you. We reach listeners from Milwaukee to Madison, Green Bay to La Crosse, everywhere in between. It's Experience Wisconsin. Ready to shine a spotlight on your business or company? Email me, john@WTMJ.com for more information. john@WTMJ.com.
WTMJ, W277CV, and WKTI HD2 Milwaukee from the Annex Wealth Management Studios. This is News Radio WTMJ, a Good Karma brand station.
For more than a century, Curative Care has been helping children, adults, and families across southeast Wisconsin navigate developmental disabilities and find the support they need to thrive. Curative helps families every step of the way, from early childhood through adulthood, connecting parents with resources, providing guidance during challenging times, and creating a community where people truly belong. If you know someone who may be looking for answers and support for a loved one with developmental disabilities, visit curative.org today.
Attention travelers! The Fox World Travel Vacation Showcase is coming to Oshkosh on Saturday, September 12th. Meet over 20 top vendors, including major cruise lines, tour companies, hotels, and WTMJ's own Steve Scafidi. Attend expert travel presentations, unlock exclusive booking offers, and enter to win amazing prizes. Registration is required to attend this premium event, and space is limited. Secure your spot today. Visit foxworldtravel.com to register right now.
Artwork, especially original artwork, can be pricey. But when you take it in on consignment from nice people like you, who are just ready to change the look of their home, you can price it right. And you'll find a lot of it at Design Exchange. Beautiful frame pieces by a number of notable artists. And new ones pop in all the time. This is Katie with Design Exchange, where discerning buyers with discriminating tastes come to find premium home decor at a value. In Heartland and Pewaukee.
Design Exchange.
Now these tend to fly off the shelves. But don't worry, because our connection supplies us with a lot of them. Vintage ceiling tiles from once great old buildings in New York City that make for ultra-unique artwork. These items are definitely hard to find from anywhere else around here. So come take a look, and you'll probably find a treasure. This is Katie with Design Exchange, where discerning buyers with discriminating tastes come to find premium home decor at a value. In Heartland and Pewaukee.
Design Exchange.
This report sponsored by Exterior Pros and Baths. Trust the pros and kick off your home transformation.
Don't wait until a small problem becomes an expensive one. Visit extpros.com. Exterior Pros and Baths. Done right. Built to last.
Decision Wisconsin. The August primary is here. Keep it tuned to WTMJ for all of your Election Day coverage. Once the polls close at 8 p.m., head to the WTMJ YouTube page for special coverage of the races all across Wisconsin. Catch all your election coverage here. News Radio 620, WTMJ, Milwaukee.
It's 3 o'clock. I'm John Mercure. This is Wisconsin's Afternoon News from the Wisconsin State Fair. Your top story, polls are open across Wisconsin.
I'm Julia Fellow. 3 men accused of breaking into Lincoln Avenue School.
I'm Debbie Laziga. Well, it looks like things are still slowing down on northbound 894. Just before Beloit Road, we have that pavement buckling. Now, we just have the two right lanes closed. We've got the other lanes okay, but it's still pretty backed up. We've got backups from Forest Home through the Hale up to that point. Westbound 94 backing up from 27th Street to Hawley Road. Eastbound coming out of the Stadium interchange past 35th. Southbound 43, we have one pocket of heavy traffic from about Good Hope Road to Bender, and then another one right through the Marquette interchange. I'm Debbie Laziga with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
Tonight, patchy fog, partly cloudy, a low of 68 degrees. Tomorrow, chance for storms, a high of 80 degrees. From the WTMJ Breaking News Center, Decision Wisconsin. Voters are making time to hit the polls before heading to the Wisconsin State Fair.
There seems to be a lot of enthusiasm, not just for the fair, but also Election Day.
A lot of people saying they already voted or they're going to vote after the fair, and there seems to be a lot of interest, a lot of positive response this year for the Democratic Party.
That's Ann Rohr with the Democratic Party of Milwaukee County. The sentiment also the same on the GOP side. Hilario De Leon is chairman of the Republican Party of Milwaukee County.
We want to make sure that we have the strongest showing numbers for our candidates on our side of the aisle so that we have that momentum going right into November.
From State Fair Park, Neil Doyle, WTMJ News.
The Milwaukee Election Commission is reminding voters what they need to know to cast a vote.
To 8 p.m., and voters must bring a photo ID. Absentee ballots cannot be returned to Election Day polling places. Voters who still need to drop off their absentee ballot can take it directly to Central Count by 8 p.m. or to a drop box by 6 p.m. It's also not too late to register to vote in person. Anyone who still needs to register can bring proof of address, like a utility bill or bank statement. Jessica Gatso, WTMJ News.
3 men are accused of breaking into the fire-damaged Lincoln Avenue School.
Police were called to the vacant building last Thursday after security spotted flashlights inside. A criminal complaint says one man was found hiding in a storage room, another underneath stairs, and a third sleeping inside an alleged getaway car. Police say the men had saws, picks, and headlamps and admitted they broke in to steal copper and other items to sell. The 109-year-old school was destroyed by a fire in June that Milwaukee fire investigators determined was accidental, caused by custodial chemical-soaked rags. Sao La, Apu Jaw, and La Ta each face felony burglary charges and are expected in court Tuesday. Nazir Spencer, WTMJ News.
Iran says today the Strait of Hormuz will not reopen until the United States meets all of their demands. Here's News Nation's Robert Sherman.
We just heard from the Secretary of Iran's National Security Council, Dr. Mohsen Rezai, who said just moments ago here that Iran's message is clear. The Strait of Hormuz will not reopen until the U.S. ends the war and blockade, releases Iran's frozen assets, and agrees to region-wide ceasefire, including in Lebanon and Gaza. Until all conditions are met, the strait will remain closed.
Talks are still ongoing between Iran and Oman about reopening the Strait of Hormuz and the routes that ships would be allowed to take, but Iran insists even if a deal is struck, that does not mean the strait would reopen.
Doctors are pushing back against the Trump administration's attempt to limit the number of childhood vaccinations. ABC's Mary Bruce.
The president now calling for fewer childhood vaccines, recommending that children be vaccinated against 11 diseases. That's down from the previous 18 recommended by the CDC. And central to the president's plan is splitting up the measles, mumps, and rubella vaccine into 3 separate shots, even though individual shots are currently not available here in the U.S. and despite the fact that we are now in the middle of the largest measles outbreak in decades.
Yesterday, the president tried to say that the combined MMR shot led to higher autism rates. There's no scientific evidence to back that claim.
Coming up, how the Brewers plan to keep their 5-game lead.
Outdoor Living Unlimited WTMJ News Time, 3:05.
Save big money at Menards. Menards is your paint destination, offering the selection you need to refresh your home in one weekend. Pristine exterior paint is Dutch Boy's most durable solution for all-weather protection. With its rain rinse technology, water naturally rinses away dirt and grime. Plus, it resists cracking and peeling. Save big money on pristine exterior paint. Plus, view our weekly flyer on Menards.com and start your painting project today.
Save big money at Menards.
Visit the city where festivals take over the lakefront. Breweries pour late into the night, and every neighborhood brings its own flavor. Milwaukee doesn't just host festivals.
It owns them.
With more than 100 every year, including the world's largest music festival. The lakefront views,
Incredible food and breweries,
live sports,
and nightlife that doesn't quit.
make Milwaukee a city built for unforgettable weekends. Expert guides at visitmilwaukee.org will help you plan every detail of your next visit. Get started today
At visitmilwaukee.org.
No matter what business you're in, as the #1 SBA lender in Wisconsin, Summit Credit Union helps your vision take shape with loan programs, great rates, and strategic solutions.
Awarded the #1 SBA lender by the Small Business Administration of Wisconsin in 2025.
Sports parents know the countless hours and dollars spent on practice, games, equipment, training, travel. So when an injury happens, why don't we invest in recovery too? Vince Vitrano for MD Hyperbaric. Hyperbaric oxygen therapy supports the body's natural healing process, whether it's recovering from injury or a concussion, because it's not just about getting your athlete back on the field, it's about helping them recover for school, work, and life long after the season ends. Learn more at mdhyperbaric.com.
It's the most wonderful time of year at Staples. They've got back-to-school supplies as low as 25 cents, up to 40% off select tech, and more at staples.com/back-to-school. Staples, that was easy.
Time for a WTMJ Sports Update from the Gruber Law Offices. One call, that's all sports desk. After dropping the opener of a 3-game series against the Padres in San Diego, the Brewers begin the day with a 5-game lead over the Cubs for first place in the NL Central. Here's manager Pat Murphy.
You can't strike out that many times, and we got to score more than 2 runs on the road to win. Logan pitched well enough to win.
The ball goes to Kyle Harrison tonight in Game 2. Coverage begins at 8:05 on WTMJ. Packers head coach Matt LaFleur says Jordan Love is expected to play Thursday night in the preseason opener against the Steelers. Word out of Pittsburgh is that Aaron Rodgers may also play. And the Bucs begin the preseason October 5th. The complete NBA regular season schedule will be unveiled on Thursday.
Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time, 3:07.
Do you know the secret to losing up to 1 pound of fat every day? At Milwaukee Weight Loss, we know the secret. Our doctor-developed, easy-to-follow weight loss program helps you lose weight fast, naturally and safely, and with no drugs or injections with risk of serious side effects, no prepackaged meals, bars, shakes, and no exercising required. Our program helps reset your metabolism so you can keep the weight off for good with a coach for ongoing support. Our program costs up to half as much and works up to twice as fast as most other programs. Go to MilwaukeeWeightLoss.com to schedule your free consultation.
Back to school season always seems to get everyone back on a schedule. So here's my question. When are you going to make yourself part of that routine? I'm Steve Scafidi, and that's exactly what I did with Milwaukee Weight Loss. Honestly, I wish I would have started sooner. I'm feeling better. I've got more energy because it really, really works. Right now, if you enroll by August 31st, you'll save $200 on the complete Milwaukee Weight Loss program. Don't keep putting it off. Visit MilwaukeeWeightLoss.com. Schedule your free consultation today. Results may vary.
Wisconsin's afternoon news is on the air. Now broadcasting live inside the Bank 5-9 studios at the Wisconsin State Fair. Here are your hosts, John Mercure and Julia Fellow.
Hey, Bango's out here.
Wow.
Look at Bango walking around like he's strutting around like he owns the place out here at the Wisconsin State Fair. It's Bucks Day here. There's a lot of good stuff going on. Great deals on Bucks apparel, especially if it has Giannis on it. They're selling Giannis stuff over there. Does that say it's a Giannis blanket for $14.95?
Yes.
I bet that thing was over $100 in the pro shop.
Wow.
About a month and a half ago.
People are buying.
Coming out to the State Fair. We're here hanging out. We'd love to see you. We're in the Guest Services Pavilion, the Red Building, right outside the Expo Center. All right, what are we tracking on this Tuesday?
This is the 3 at 3 on Wisconsin's Afternoon News.
Number one, Julia, it is, of course, Election Day, the gubernatorial primary. Francesca Hong, David Crowley, Joel Brennan, Cal DeRoy's are the Democrats. And as a matter of fact, David Crowley will be with us live in the studio coming up here in about 5 minutes. Contested sheriff's races in Waukesha County and Racine County, and several contested congressional seats, including Derek Van Orden in western Wisconsin. He's in a really tough battle. And the Tom Tiffany seat in northern Wisconsin. Polls are open until 8 o'clock. Rain did affect some earlier today, but everybody seems to be doing all right now. Our coverage tonight is on YouTube primarily. Kristen Bryan, Kyle Wallace. That's going to be really interesting. Hope you can check it out. And as always, WTMJ.com and the WTMJ mobile app for your full election coverage.
Number 2, John. After that terrible July 27th tornado, a Wisconsin bride is pleading for the return of her wedding dress. It was stolen from a storage unit that was damaged by that tornado. Carissa Hines says her dress, veil, even her husband's suit, other wedding keepsakes were among the items that were snatched out of her locker room. And the dress has been in deep sentimental value to the family. It features flowers that reminded Hines of her childhood and her family's property in Michigan. She says the couple has filed a police report, insurance claim. They just want their belongings back. Anyone with information is asked to call the Fox Crossing Police Department. I'd be devastated if my dress was stolen.
Oh, yes. Like literally few things have the same sentimental value as your wedding dress.
100%.
Yeah. Well, that's a really sad story. Another sad story is the third thing in the 3 at 3, and it's from Kenosha County, Twin Lakes. Goldenrod City Collectibles is a place down there. They sell cards, and they sell a lot of Pokemon stuff. Well, a brazen card shop smash and grab has left them with empty shelves. $300,000 worth of collectibles were stolen from their place. There's surveillance video that shows a white minivan pulling up, and 4 guys get out of the minivan. They come in, they're masked. They smash into the card shop. They crack open the cases. One guy even opens up the cash register and takes the cash out of there. They had a wall of Pokemon cards, and the cards were each worth more than $1,500 per card.
Oh, my.
And they were stolen. They were taken out of there. The owner says he just can't believe what's happened. Vintage and rare trading cards were taken. And thieves, as they are, these guys were not the sharpest guys. They weren't wearing gloves, so police recovered all sorts of fingerprints from all over in there. They used a very specific tool to break into the card shop. They left that behind, so now police have that. And the surveillance video has led police to say, check this out. If you know these guys, you can give us a call. In the meantime, the shop will remain closed all week as they clean up and try to restock what they can. They did have insurance, but just to get that product back in their hands and for sale, they say will be very difficult.
Oh, yeah. You're never going to get all that
back. Take a long time. All right. Coming up, we continue to cover the gubernatorial race. David Crowley, Milwaukee County Executive. He is in the race, and he's in the studio, live at the Wisconsin State Fair. Up next, we're sponsored by Diversified Wealth Strategies, your life, your goals. Visit dwstrategies.com today.
Many people feeling close to retirement ask themselves, do I have enough?
Am I missing something?
At Diversified Wealth Strategies, we provide clarity during our complimentary, no-pressure consultation. We're independent advisors using big firm tools with a boutique-style approach.
And no crickets. We stay in touch so you're never left wondering.
At Diversified Wealth Strategies, let us show you how to capture the upside, limit the downside, and feel good inside.
Visit dwstrategies.com.
Securities and investment services offered through Mosaic Wealth Inc. member FINRA SIPC. Mosaic Wealth is separately owned, and other entities and/or marketing names, products, or services referenced here are independent of Mosaic Wealth.
I'm not one to say I told you so, but I switched to Pure Talk over a year ago, and ever since, I've been telling people there's no better wireless company out there. Well, a few months ago, a massive survey was conducted. 123,000 people were asked to rate their wireless carrier in 4 categories: coverage, support, data, and overall value. Well, the results are in. Guess which wireless company was the only wireless company to get 5 stars in every category? Yeah, Pure Talk. 5 stars, every category.
To celebrate, Pure Talk is offering the first 3 months of any plan for just $15 a month, including their top-tier unlimited plan. No contract, no commitment, just a very inexpensive way to test drive the only American wireless company with 5 stars in every category. Just dial pound 250, say micro, and Pure Talk's U.S. customer service will take it from there. Again, pound 250 micro. And yes, I told you so.
Hey, this is WTMJ Steve Scafidi. Have you listened to WTMJ Outdoors yet? Well, what are you waiting for? Every Saturday at 2 right here on 620 WTMJ. Stories of the outdoors of Wisconsin and beyond as we celebrate everything and recreation. Every week we explore the trails and waterways of Wisconsin in the great outdoors. It's a great state on a great lake. Join me every Saturday, every weekend on WTMJ Outdoors.
It's WTMJ Outdoors, presented by Outdoor Living Unlimited.
Every afternoon at 3 o'clock, Leff's Lucky Town's Miller Lite Sports Bar and Grill is giving you the chance to win Brewers tickets with their Taste Great, Less Filling coin flip game. You pick your side, watch them flip that giant coin, and see if you're still standing. While you're there, enjoy great food, cold drinks, and don't forget to ask about the Euchre Tournament happening on the final day of the fair. Julia's going to be in the Euchre Tournament. She's a ringer, so don't sit down at the same table with Julia. That's for sure. It's Leff's Lucky Town. Leff's Lucky Town. Check out the Miller Lite Sports Bar and Grill.
Traffic is sponsored by the Wisconsin Assisted Living Association, supporting communities and residents through advocacy, education, and service. Where you live matters. Get the answers you and your family need about assisted living in Wisconsin. Start with clear, trusted guidance by visiting whereyouLiveMatters.org today.
All right, let's check those roads with Debbie Lazaga. Good afternoon, Deb.
Good afternoon, John. Well, looks like we've got a crash on southbound 43. Just south of Good Hope Road on the left shoulder, so careful with that. Delays coming in from before Good Hope. We've also got delays on southbound 41 from Good Hope Road to about Silver Spring. Westbound 94, slowing from just past 27th Street to Hawley Road, eastbound from the stadium to about 35th. And we still have that pavement buckling northbound 894, although it is getting a little better. We're down to just 2 right lanes closed. Delays coming in from just west of Forest Home into the Hale. I'm Debbie Lazaga with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
The WTMJ 5-day forecast. Patchy fog tonight, a low of 68. Tomorrow, chance for rain, a high of 80. Thursday, another chance for rain, a high of 78. Friday, mostly sunny, 73. Saturday, another shot at rain, a high of 74 degrees. All right, it is Election Day. And we have had all the candidates into the State Fair studio, and we're really excited to invite in and have us joined by David Crowley. He's the Milwaukee County Executive. He is back in the race. He's working the state. He's spending part of today at the Wisconsin State Fair. It's good to have you here, David. Thank you so much.
Always a pleasure. Always a pleasure. Always a pleasure to be here.
How are you spending today?
Actually, right before coming, was canvassing in the Wauwatosa community neighborhood. Got a chance to actually talk to some voters who had already voted or getting out to vote. Earlier this morning, we had a bunch of radio, just like I'm doing today, and then right now, and then I'm going to have some chill time. I'm going to chill with my daughters before we head over to our election watch party tonight.
Is this like a wedding, like where you can't even eat because you might be the next gubernatorial candidate, and it's just such a nerve-wracking day?
I mean, this has been like being on cloud nine, when you think about the past few weeks and traveling across this state with Governor Evers and just being able, one, to see the amount of support and love that he has, but also the fact that there are folks out there who are extremely undecided, and we were able to bring them onto the Crowley camp. But, with all the anxiety with it being Election Day, it definitely doesn't take away from the stress of just running for office, that's for sure.
David Crowley endorsed you. That's a big deal. Would it have made a difference if he would have endorsed you? I'm sorry.
I endorsed myself, right?
Julia, thank you. David Crowley's been endorsed by David Crowley and everyone in his house as well. Tony Evers' endorsement, if it would have come earlier, would that have made a difference for you?
Hindsight is always 20/20. But as far as what we've been able to do moving forward, I'm extremely proud what the governor has been doing and how he has been helping me out. I've been joking, but this is the truth, I've had to keep up with him. As we've been traveling across this state, the governor definitely has a lot of energy, but he's been telling folks he just want to be able to use this time to focus on his family. But, I mean, anybody would say, yeah, I would have loved it earlier. But I think it came at the right time, when people started paying attention to this primary election.
Which county are you paying the closest attention to?
All 72.
Well, there's got to be one. I mean, maybe Dane?
I mean, I'm paying attention to all the counties, right? I mean, when I think about, being Milwaukee County executive, I'm paying attention to home. But I'm always in a friendly competition when it comes down to Dane County as far as how we go back and forth. But when you think about, our last rally that we had in Madison, we had over 500 people who RSVP'd. And so, I'm paying attention to every single community because we know that the way that we've been stomping and barnstorming all across this state, we're going to be picking up voters in suburban, rural, and urban communities alike.
Milwaukee County Executive David Crowley with us at the State Fair. Is Francesca Hong too extreme for Wisconsin?
I know that there's a lot of conversations about, the far left and, in the establishment or the insiders versus the outsiders. I think that right now there are a lot of people who just don't want to focus on distractions and don't want to be divided. And what we need to be focusing on is the issues at hand. And that means making sure that we're talking about workers and lifting up their wages, having families being able to afford their groceries. And so, I know a lot of people try to place each one of us in this box, but I think right now we should be focusing on the direction we want to take the state.
But do you personally believe some of her positions are too far out there?
Well, all I will say is I like Thanksgiving. I like to eat dressing during that time, but I'll let other people make those decisions. I'm focusing on being the next gubernatorial nominee for Democrats.
Okay, you were supposed to go to Jamaica.
Yeah, that's how I was.
Who got your tickets?
Nobody.
No. Oh, okay.
Did you buy the insurance?
I did not. That was the biggest thing that I've learned.
Rose Gray with Fox World Travel would have been there for you.
Yeah. Well, we were. Listen, it wasn't for a lack of trying. The thing is that the hotel actually in Jamaica wasn't willing to actually move it. And so we basically
Did you say, do you know who I am?
No, I don't think they really care. So, we're going to eat this. But, I will tell you this. It will be money well spent if I'm the Democratic nominee, that's for sure.
So you just said you learned a lesson. I was going to ask you, what have you learned about yourself during this time where you've been in and out, you've been traveling our state? What have you learned about yourself?
That's a great question, John. I mean, I've learned a lot. One, you have a lot more in common with folks across this state than you really think that you do. When I think about my own upbringing, growing up in a poor neighborhood, a poor community, or I should say a working class family, and still having the struggles with housing and mental health and drug addiction. And when you're able to have those same conversations with somebody who may live in Woodruff or in Vilas County or in Sheboygan or in Eau Claire and Wausau, you're able to build a lot of relationships. But the one thing that I have learned about me is that I need more sleep. I need more sleep. I've been operating maybe on 5 to 6 hours a day right now for like the past couple of months. And I may have had, during the break that we had, maybe 2 days where I slept more than 6 hours, 7 hours. And so, but I've learned that one, we have great people across this state. I've learned about myself that I can, I know that I'm ready for this opportunity and ready to do the job, be ready for to do this job on day one. But yeah, I mean, I need more time to actually think about that. Should wait for the book for that one.
I will wait for the book.
Have you done any internal polling? I mean, because there is this huge 30+% number that's undecided, and there's also some that may have voted for Sarah Rodriguez. And
yeah, I mean, the last internal poll that we that we received that actually had us neck and neck. That's showing that this is a two-person race when we start to inform voters as far as what I have done, how we have the backing of not just Governor Tony Evers, but also labor unions across this state, and the fact that we have the ability to build a winning coalition. This race should not be focused on ideology alone. This should be focusing on Wisconsin politics and not allowing Washington politics to creep up in our own backyards.
A lot of people running for office don't have another job. You have another full-time job. You are running the biggest county in our state. How do you balance that job, which I know you love, with running for governor and visiting every county?
It is not easy. That is for sure. But with any good leader, you have to have good people around you. You have to have good staff, and I'm glad that we have good staff within Milwaukee County, within our cabinet. Even on the campaign side, we have great staff, and just making sure that we're constantly having communications related to my schedule. But I will tell you, it is not easy, juggling running for governor while also governing the largest county in the state of Wisconsin. So it's a lot of phone calls, it's a lot of emails, and a lot of coffee and Coke Zeros.
Well, I don't think you're going to get a lot. Okay, Coke Zero. All right, that's how you stay alive. I don't think you're going to get any sleep tonight.
No, even last night, right? Like it was great to hang out with my family in a close group of my friends, but I didn't go to sleep until about 1:30 this morning, and my body woke me up at 6 a.m. And so I know that I'm running on adrenaline right now, but at the end of the day, my goal is not to sleep until after the general election.
David Crowley is the Milwaukee County Executive. He is running for governor. Polls are open until 8 o'clock.
Yes.
We appreciate you being with us. Always good to see you, David.
Always a pleasure. Thanks, John. Thanks, Julia.
All right, let's check the markets. The WTMJ Annex Wealth Management Market Update. Everything in the red today. The NASDAQ off 159. That's about 2/3%. The Dow dropped 145 today, 1/4%. The S&P was off 20 points. That is down 1/4%. Annex Wealth Management, financial planning at every level. Feeling fiduciary all the time. Know the difference with Annex.
Accident Mortgage is an equal housing lender. NMLS ID 255368.
This is Brian Wicker, Chief Homebuyer Helper with Wisconsin's own Accident Mortgage. Nicer homes are still getting multiple offers over asking, and there's only one winner per listing. I want to help you be that winner, which is why I just increased the rock-solid pre-approval guarantee to $10,000. It's all about getting the seller to pick your offer over the others. So AccuNet is now guaranteeing in writing to pay the seller $10,000 American bucks if we can't make good on the terms of your fully verified rock-solid pre-approval. Banks don't do that. We're willing to stand behind our work and stand behind you with a $10,000 guarantee that sellers will definitely notice. Maybe you've been writing offers and losing, which feels terrible, or maybe you're just starting out. Either way, don't settle for a flimsy bank pre-approval and let someone else end up sleeping in your dream home. Give the seller 10,000 reasons to say yes to your offer with AccuNet's new $10,000 rock-solid seller guarantee. Get started with yours today at accunet.com.
You already know that Kessler's is the world's largest employee-owned group of jewelry stores.
We were recently told that Kessler's is the fastest growing group of jewelry stores in America.
Well, it just goes to show you.
Show you what?
That people like to feel good.
What do you mean?
Rick, you know how many people will drop by and look in the showcases and have some coffee and chat with their sales associates?
Yes.
That doesn't happen at other stores.
Really?
People come to Kessler's because it brightens their day.
It makes them feel good.
It certainly makes me feel good.
Tell me why.
Well, everyone's always in a good mood. And everything is clean and sparkling and romantic and happy.
It feels like sunshine and rainbows, doesn't it?
Sarah, that's exactly what it feels like.
When you're having a gray day, come to Kessler's.
Have some coffee and let us clean your jewelry.
Our jewelry cleaning equipment is completely different than what you have at home.
And we're delighted to do it for free, of course.
Welcome to Kessler's.
To find the Kessler's nearest you, visit KesslersDiamonds.com.
Your financial life is not just about numbers. It is a journey, and Annex Wealth Management aims to help you move through it with clarity. When markets shift, it can be hard to understand what it means for what you have built. Annex offers guidance as a fee-only fiduciary firm, which means their recommendations are built around your best interests rather than commissions or product sales. Annex gives you access to a local team that includes wealth managers, financial planners, investment managers, estate planning attorneys, and client service specialists who work together to create a strategy tailored to your situation. They help clients with investment management, retirement income, planning, tax coordination, estate planning, education funding, and business succession strategies. Annex knows there's different financial plans for different stages of life, and they can help you adjust as things change. With nationwide accessibility, Annex blends personal attention with leading-edge tools to offer an experience built around informed decision-making. Annex Wealth Management. Know the difference. Click Get Started at annexwealth.com.
John Mercure here for Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin. Shopping for new windows and new doors shouldn't feel like a negotiation. It definitely shouldn't feel like a game. One of the things I really appreciate about Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin is they believe in straightforward pricing, honest conversations, and helping homeowners find the right fit for their home without inflated prices or high-pressure sales tactics. At the end of the day, a fair final price matters more than some flashy discount. When you buy direct through Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin, you get one trusted team handling everything from start to finish. The same company that manufactures your windows and doors is the one selling, installing, and servicing them with Pella certified installers every step of the way. I know, I'm a Pella guy. Before I ever started reading these ads, I had bought Pella product. Confidence in the process, confidence in the product, confidence in one team standing behind the work from beginning to end. That's what you get. Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin, real pricing, premium quality, no games. Schedule your free in-home consultation today at PellaWI.com.
You know what scared Kathy more than surgery? Giving up her active life, turning down opportunities to do the things she loves.
I found myself saying, no, I don't want to do that because of pain. It was really limiting my activities in every way.
And then came the diagnosis.
You need 2 full knee replacements. I don't have time for a double knee replacement, and I don't like pain, so no.
But that's not how her story ends. She tried something different, QC Kinetics. It was cutting edge, but natural and much easier on her body, with thousands of patient success stories.
I went to QC Kinetics. Within a couple of weeks, I was absolutely pain-free, no pain. I feel fantastic. Too much life to live, and I want to stay in motion as long as I possibly can.
Don't let pain decide what you say yes or no to. Live your best life. They'll make sure of it at QC Kinetics, starting with a free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 414-667-5559. That's 414-667-5559. 414-667-5559.
Traffic is sponsored by Mission 94 Firearms Education Center, centered in safety, anchored in history, designed for discovery.
From those with no experience to firearms enthusiasts, all are welcome at Mission 94 Firearms Education Center. Learn the right way to handle firearms. Just Google Mission 94.
Wisconsin's afternoon news on Wisconsin's radio station, News Radio WTMJ.
It's 3:30. I'm John Mercure. Your top story, new details on the officer who shot a man in Madison last month.
I'm Julia Fellow. A boat captain charged after a deadly incident in New York.
I'm Debbie Lazaga. Southbound 43, just past Good Hope Road. We have a crash on the left shoulder. That's making for a bit of a backup from just south of Brown Deer Road. Keep that in mind. You can get past it without too much of a problem. It's just kind of making folks kind of antsy. We do have a crash also on southbound 43, right about at westbound 94. In other words, in the Marquette. Left lane's closed right now because of this. Big backups coming in from just south of Keefe all the way down to the accident scene. Westbound 94, backing up from 27th Street to Holly Road. Eastbound, slow past Barker Road, and then from 35th or from Mitchell Boulevard to 35th. I'm Debbie Lazaga with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
Chance of showers and storms tonight, mostly cloudy, a high of 78. Patchy fog tomorrow, partly cloudy then throughout the rest of the day, a low of 68. Right now here at the State Fair, it is 81 degrees.
From the WTMJ Breaking News Center, Madison Police Chief John Patterson is providing more background on the officer identified in last month's deadly shooting of Corey Ruiz.
Officer Kyle Batinger Peterson joined Madison Police in 2015 and has worked in patrol, neighborhood policing, and the department's gang and neighborhood crime abatement team. He moved to the Central District Community Police team earlier this year. Chief Patterson says the officer has no sustained use of force allegations and no previous deadly force incidents. State investigators say Batinger Peterson shot Ruiz during a struggle after Ruiz allegedly pulled out a knife and injured the officer. Wisconsin DOJ says the investigation remains active. Neil Doyle, WTMJ News.
A Milwaukee County Circuit Court hearing this week could shape the future of beach access across our state.
Last summer, Paul Florsheim was issued a trespassing citation for walking on what a landowner in Shorewood claimed was their private property along Lake Michigan. Since then, Florsheim has argued beach access from the shoreline to the ordinary high water mark in Wisconsin is a public right. A Shorewood judge held up the citation in January, setting up Thursday's hearing, where Judge J.D. Watts will render his ruling. Florsheim says if necessary, he plans to appeal the fine all the way to the state Supreme Court. Adam Roberts, WTMJ News.
A boat captain is now facing charges in connection with the deaths of a mother and her infant daughter. News Nation's Marnie Hughes.
They were on a boat near the Statue of Liberty on Saturday night when the boat capsized. The woman's husband and the couple's 6-year-old son were also on board. They both survived. Manuel Hernandez is now charged with negligence and misconduct. He has not entered a plea. According to the criminal complaint, though, he had not registered the boat and was not certified to operate it with paying customers. There were also, tragically, no infant-sized flotation devices on board the boat.
The vessel had 14 people despite a seating capacity of 10.
A popular convenience store chain is rerouting their research donations to avoid funding experiments on animals.
According to PETA, Quick Trip is a regular donor to the University of Wisconsin-Madison's Food Research Institute, which they allege regularly experiments on animals. The university has created a new funding option which prohibits donations from being spent on animal studies, where Quick Trip is now directing their money. Over 20 sponsors have now directed their donations to the Animal Free Fund or cut off sponsorship entirely, including Pepsi and Campbell's Soup Company. PETA says the move is part of a push for animal-free research nationwide. Elizabeth Linton in WTMJ News.
The Brewers aim to bounce back tonight in Game 2 of a 3-game series against the Padres. That's the lead story from the Gruber Law Office's One Call That's All Sports desk. Lefty Kyle Harrison makes the start for the Crew. Brewers are 3 games clear of the Dodgers and Braves for best record in the National League. Coverage of tonight's game begins at 8:05 on WTMJ, and the complete NBA schedule will be revealed on Thursday.
Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time, 3:35.
Restaurant inflation is everywhere, but not at the Mine Chef family restaurant in Hartford. WTMJ's John Mercure here. The Mine Chef is the most affordable dining destination in the area. The authentic Tuesday Mexican buffet is all you can eat in just $9.99 from 11 a.m. till 8. That's right, $9.99. Unbelievable. Kids 5 and under eat free today from the kids menu. They'll love the world-class game room quietly set away from the dining area. Your teenagers will really love it. Even adults love it. I urge you to visit the Mine Chef today for the all-you-can-eat Mexican buffet for under $10. Happy hour is 2 till 5 today with half-price cocktails, beer, and appetizers, half price. And Wednesday, the all-you-can-eat haddock fish fry is just $8.99. The Mine Chef, right there in downtown Hartford and in Oshkosh near the EAA. Lots of seating, close parking. You will not spend a lot of money at the Mine Shaft restaurant in Hartford. Just Google it, Mine Shaft, and walk on in today.
Want to watch all your favorite WTMJ shows? Check out the WTMJ YouTube channel. Live streams of all your favorite WTMJ shows, from Wisconsin's morning news to what's on tap. See breaking news as it happens. Get involved with the action in the chat on Brewers Extra Innings, or see all the cool tools on the Fix-It Show. Missed your favorite show? We've got past live streams and interview highlights too. Subscribe to 620 WTMJ. Wisconsin's afternoon news on WTMJ.
We are broadcasting live from the Wisconsin State Fair. So glad that you're with us. We're in the Bank 5-9 studio, and we're joined by Alexandria Barrand and Kathleen O'Leary. Alexandria is the executive director of the Food Farm Exploration Center, and Kathleen O'Leary, longtime boss lady at the Wisconsin State Fair, is a board director at Food and Farm. So good to have you ladies here. Thank you so much.
Wonderful to be here.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Give us the mission for people who aren't familiar with Food and Farm Exploration Center.
Sure, yeah. The mission is to reconnect people with food and the people that grow it, and to teach people about innovative and sustainable agriculture.
I love it because it's field trips, it's cooking classes for adults, it's kids that show up every single year. I want to ask you to tell me about one thing in particular.
Sure.
It's when people come and they can pick their own food and they can take it home for free. What's that called, and how does that work?
Yeah, these are my favorite events that we do throughout the year. They're called our Community U-Picks. And so we have 4 demonstration fields in our backyard where we grow 12 of our focus crops, or some of our 12 focus crops. And they're big community events. So we open the doors for free. And just last Tuesday, we had 1,107 people come and harvested about 10,000 pounds of fresh produce that they got to take home for free. So it's pretty incredible. It's great to see kids dig their hands in the dirt and say, Mom, did you know potatoes grow underground? Or, we get people say, how are you getting my kids to eat green beans? I cannot get them, but they're pulling them off the vines themselves. And so it's just a really wholesome way to reconnect people. And it's incredible.
Do you think it's getting them to eat healthy too?
100%, yeah. Kids in the pea fields and potatoes. My daughter, I have a 7-year-old daughter, and she cannot stop asking to cook wax beans, right? Like, what 7-year-old does that? But because she got to pick them herself, like, she's like, Mom, can we make those yellow wax beans again? And so yeah, I think people eat healthier when they're able to be a part of the process and understand it and see it and feel it. So.
She's Alexandria Barron with us in the studio. Kathleen O'Leary is also here. Kathleen, after your run here, you had everybody in the state of Wisconsin wanted you to be part of their organization because of the good work that you do. Why Food and Farm? What's special about this?
Oh gosh, everything is special about it. And when I started with them 4 years ago, the building wasn't even built. The concept certainly was there, but it reminded me so much of the fair, right? There's these aspects of it. So the Food and Farm Exploration Center is on 24 acres. It's 50,000 square feet. Certainly the catalyst of it is the exhibits, right? There's over 60 exhibits. It's immersive, right? You're in there. It's experiential. You're learning while you're there having fun with your family. Upstairs is an event space, so that spoke to me. We have a cafe, that spoke to me. The culinary kitchen, that spoke to me. The innovators maker space, that spoke to me. And then it was just really, I don't know, the vision of working with the founder and the key team there as we were putting this together of how do you do it and how do you make it all work, right? Food and beverage was a whole different animal. So you want to have a 10,000 square foot event space upstairs. It's like, okay, well, we need caterers and you get food and beverage, you get liquor, all that good stuff. So kind of like every little aspect, and obviously agriculture is the cornerstone of the fair industry. So it was a perfect fit. It was the best next script I could have ever written in my entire life.
Can you tell me more about the innovative space, the food maker innovative space?
Sure. I'll let Alexandria, though.
Sure. Yeah. So we have 2 really unique spaces within More, but we have a kitchen lab that we hold cooking classes for both adults and kids in. So it's just a really immersive way for people to learn how to cook different foods. So we have a Spud of the Month club. So the first Friday of every month, you can come and learn to cook potatoes in different ways. And you get to get your hands dirty in the kitchen. And so it's set up like a norm. It's not industrial, so it feels very approachable for people to be able to recreate those at home. And so we do a ton of cooking demonstrations and classes in there. And then we have our labs, our innovator lab maker space, which is very STEM-based education. So we do a ton of science and experimental things in there, circuit boards, BristleBots. We have it set up where we can live stream different classes and trainings for even our agriculture partners. So we had some tractor dealers in there that did some training for their implement dealers that were across the country. So they couldn't necessarily make it, but we're set up to be able to be flexible to really serve our community.
There's a great event coming up. It's Rooted in Gratitude. It's on September 17th. This is cool. It celebrates women in agriculture across Wisconsin. It's going to be fun. There's talk about crop farming. There's talk about our amazing women in this state. You need to check it out. It is September 17th, Rooted in Gratitude. The best way to get more information is a website, explorefoodandfarm.org, explorefoodandfarm.org. It's so wonderful to have you ladies here.
Thank you.
Alexandria, Kathleen, we sure appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Now go show her your secret spots, Kathleen. You guys enjoy the rest of the week.
Thank you.
It is 3:42 at WTMJ.
Lake Geneva. It's where families have been making memories around the water for generations. Lakeside resorts and spas, award-winning restaurants, and charming shops are just the beginning of an unforgettable summer getaway. Lake cruises, boating, and beach lounging let you soak up the sun, water, and family time. Hike a lakeshore path, stargaze from an iconic observatory, or soar above it all in a hot air balloon. Go ziplining, visit an animal safari, or see dancing horses. Start making your memories today at visitlakegeneva.com.
This message reaches 1 million people or more every week. Spreading the gospel is more than one voice speaking to 1 million. It is and must continue to be 1 million voices, each speaking to one, pointing them to our friend Jesus.
The Lutheran Hour with Dr. Michael Ziegler.
The Lutheran Hour, Sunday mornings at 6:30 on WTMJ.
John Mercure here for Connect Chiropractic. I love the teams at Connect Chiropractic. You know, I wasn't a chiropractor guy, if I'm being honest with you. I was like, I don't know, do I want some big old guy jumping on my back? It's not like that at Connect. Their doctors are nuanced and gentle to focus on your whole body, and I just leave there feeling better. They've got 3 beautiful state-of-the-art locations in Wauwatosa, Delafield, and in Oak Creek. And right now, at the State Fair, you can check them out. They're at booth A602 in the Expo building. Go by there. You can meet the team. They're hanging out there. You can get more information and then get into one of their locations. I guarantee that you are going to feel better. It's Connect Chiropractic. Connect with Connect.
Not all roofing contractors are created equal, and homeowners know the difference. Ridgetop Exteriors has been the local, trusted choice since 2002. Upfront pricing, expert crews, manufacturer-backed warranties, and over 40,000 completed projects backed by thousands of 5-star reviews from your neighbors. No surprises, no runarounds, just honest work from people who live and work right here in our community. Call Ridgetop Exteriors for a free estimate. Ridgetop Exteriors, the easy choice for your home.
Ridgetop Exteriors.
Bank 5-9 has a mission to make lives better. They make it a priority to give back to their customers, communities, and their employees. In fact, Bank 5-9 was just honored again by the Milwaukee Journal-Sentinel as a top workplace. That makes 17 years in a row. Want to learn more about working with the great people at Bank 5-9? Visit bank59.com/careers. That's bank59.com/careers. Equal Opportunity Employer, member FDIC.
Vince Vitrano here. Wisconsin ranks near the bottom nationally in public arts funding. Milwaukee Ballet, MISO, Skylight Music Theater, and so many other organizations rely on our community support to keep the arts thriving. When we give to UPAF, we support performances, arts education, accessibility programs, and opportunities for the next generation of artists and audiences. Northwestern Mutual will match your new or increased gift of $1,200 or more. Give today at upaf.org.
Traffic is sponsored by the Delafield Brewhouse in the heart of Lake Country. The Delafield Brewhouse Beer Garden is open. Stop for a pint, grab dinner, and take a growler of award-winning craft beer home. The Delafield Brewhouse in the heart of Lake Country.
345 traffic and then weather. Debbie Lazaga, how are the roads right now?
Well, we are seeing some delays on southbound 43, pretty much from Capitol Drive all the way down into the Marquette, where there is an accident on the ramp to get on to westbound 94. The left lane is blocked with this crash, so be careful with that. Back that up a step, southbound 43, just south of Good Hope Road. We also have a crash on the left shoulder. Tow truck's on the scene, so hopefully that'll be gone pretty soon. Westbound 94 backing up from about 30th Street to Hawley Road. Eastbound's backed up from Mitchell Boulevard to about 35th. And then on northbound 894, as we've been saying for the last 2 days, we do have some pavement buckling that happened just before Beloit Road. The 2 right lanes are blocked right now, so that's backing things up through the hail in all directions. I'm Debbie Lazaga with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
Your WTMJ 5-day forecast, mostly cloudy tonight, a low of 78. Tomorrow, patchy fog in the morning, then mostly cloudy, a high of 68. Wednesday, a chance of storms, a high of 80. Thursday, a chance of showers, a high of 78. Friday, mostly sunny, pick day, a high of 73. Chance of showers and storms for your Saturday, a high of 74. Right now here at the State Fair, it is 81 degrees.
Forecast brought to you by Infinity Exteriors, your local experts for roofing, siding, and window projects. It is Election Day. Polls are open until 8 o'clock. Mr. Election in Wisconsin, I think that's on his business card, is Anthony Chergowski, also a professor at University of Wisconsin La Crosse. Anthony, so good to have you with us. Thank you so much.
Thank you, John. I'm going to have to get new business cards now.
Mr. America, right there.
Hey, have you voted today, or do you vote early, or what's your deal?
Well, you know, John, I still like to vote on Election Day, and I can imagine after this crazy primary election, maybe next time around we get one of these August primaries and we're not going to see quite as many people voting early. I mean, how many people have voted for Mandela Barnes and Sarah Rodriguez, and they're not able to really do anything about that. So it's going to be interesting to see how people approach early voting in these primaries going forward.
No kidding. How do you think that might mess up David Crowley's chances of superseding Francesca Hong?
Yeah, I mean, I think David Crowley has to be hoping for robust voter turnout on election day, and he has to be hoping that those last minute deciders break in his direction. Now, Crowley has a path, but it's a narrow one. It involves really winning over those election day voters, those voters who made their decision at the 11th hour. He's really banking on those voters getting cold feet about Hong, being concerned about her electability, and if Crowley wins, we'll look back at those last minute deciders, perhaps being influenced by the Governor Evers' endorsement. He's got a path, but it's a pretty long shot at this point.
Anthony, you mentioned those that are on the ballot but not in the race. I mean, there is likely to be thousands and thousands of people that still vote for Sarah Rodriguez or still vote for Mandela Barnes that aren't aware that they're not in the race, in addition to the people who voted early, and so now those votes are already cast. I don't know what the solution is, but that could be a deciding factor in a race like this, couldn't it? Those votes that will basically go to no one?
Yeah, it's almost like that spoiler effect where if we do get a close race between Hong and Crowley, then we would look at maybe those Barnes votes, those Rodriguez votes as maybe tipping the balance in favor of Hong had those voters gone towards Crowley. Maybe if they had a do-over, but then also like the Royce and Brennan factor. I mean, Kelda Royce and Joel Brennan have stayed in this race, even though they do not have a realistic path to win this election. So if it's a tight margin between Hong and Crowley, we could also be looking at the decisions that Royce and Brennan made to stick it out through election day, even though they lacked a viable path to win this thing.
What is Hong's future if she does become the nominee? I mean, what is she up against when she goes up against Tom Tiffany?
Yeah, she's going to be up against an onslaught of negative advertising because Republicans feel very positive about the prospects of defeating her should she become the Democratic nominee. I think Republicans are clear-eyed about the challenges that they face in a midterm election with a Republican president. We know the historical pattern there. We know that midterm elections are tough for the party of the president. At the same time, candidates matter. And Republicans are hoping that they can focus on Hong's social media posts, that they can focus on Thanksgiving, that they can focus on defund the police, and they can use those to scare the middle ground, suburban voters, independent voters, those voters that are up for grabs in these highly competitive statewide elections. I'm wondering if this race doesn't really become a race to capture the middle ideological ground so much as it becomes a competition to disqualify the other side as an unacceptable risk.
It's so interesting, Anthony, because you're right. You can already see the ads being written about the candidate who at one point wasn't a fan of Thanksgiving or Culver's or the police department. And then on the other side, the guy who's standing next to Donald Trump, who has the lowest approval ratings in the history of approval ratings in many states in our country. Do they spend all their money going negative, or do they even try to define themselves instead of their opponent?
I think Tom Tiffany has been running an excellent campaign, focusing on folksy biographical appeals. We know that that sells in Wisconsin. We know that people like, the kind of image that he's portraying to the public. But I do think this campaign is going to take a real negative shift as Republicans try to disqualify Hong in the minds of those middle ground voters. And John, we have to think about who those middle ground voters are. The decisive voters in this upcoming midterm election are not big Donald Trump fans. They need to be given a reason to vote for Tom Tiffany. Tom Tiffany is a staunch ally of Donald Trump. So Tiffany could try to create some daylight between himself and Trump, or he could just go negative on Hong and try to disqualify her in the minds of those pivotal swing voters. It's going to be a fascinating campaign. And it's going to be one wild ride over the next 3 months, regardless of who the nominee ends up being, but particularly if it ends up being Hong.
So would Tom Tiffany be better off if Donald Trump did not come to Wisconsin and stand next to him on a stage?
Oh, that is a fascinating question. Like, would Donald Trump campaign here, and would Tom Tiffany want Trump to campaign here? On the one hand, John, there are many voters out there who view themselves as Donald Trump fans first and Republicans second. or Republicans not at all. And Tiffany would love to turn out those votes.
Yeah.
That has been a real challenge for Republicans. I mean, they have a lot of supporters who are diehard Trump fans, but aren't so excited about coming out to vote when Donald Trump is not on the ballot. If Trump campaigns for Tiffany, it could greatly help him appeal to that audience of voters. At the same time, it does risk a backlash. And the Tiffany campaign would love to be focusing on Hong's social media posts, on her defund the police statements, on that kind of thing. If this race, though, becomes a referendum on Donald Trump, then Tiffany's campaign is getting into some problematic territory, given the trend lines in Trump's approval rating.
So we did get an update from the Milwaukee Election Commission, and they said that polling activity has been slow. They do expect it to go up a bit, but is that not a good sign, or do you think that these primary elections, there's not many people that vote as much?
And we have to consider, Julia, that Republican turnout is probably going to be pretty darn low in this election in this August primary, just because of the lack of a competitive gubernatorial primary. I do think we could see decent voter turnout on the Democratic side on Election Day. Crowley really needs that to happen. And so I think that report you cited could be really concerning for him, because he needs strong Election Day turnout. He needs people who decided at the last minute to A, turn up to vote, and B, vote for him.
So as you look at tonight, is it basically Dane County versus Milwaukee County that will play a large role in determining whether it's Hong or Crowley because of those two bases they each have?
It really is that fascinating storyline, John. The two powerhouses within the Democratic Party, Dane County and its sky-high voter turnout, and then Milwaukee County, which has that history of being so crucial to the Democratic Party. I think we should be watching both counties closely. It's clear that Crowley is going to do well in Milwaukee. It's clear that Hong is going to do well in Dane. It's about the margins, though. Who is able to run up the score on their home turf?
How does Anthony Chergosky watch the elections come in? Does he have like
with
multiple
pizza,
TVs
of course?
Yes, of course.
With
Every
pizza,
newsroom has
like
that.
election pizza is always on the menu on election night, Julia.
Is it date night for you and your wife? I don't even know if you're married. For you and your wife, is it a date night? Hey, pizza, and come watch my 4 computer monitors with me.
Pizza and refresh the browser.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, Control F5 constantly.
A quick question for you before we let you go. I was talking to someone close to Derek Van Orden a month ago, and they said the worst thing in this race that happened to Van Orden was that Josh Schoeman got out, and it was handed to Tiffany, because Republicans in many parts of the state aren't really motivated to go to the polls, and you alluded to this. In places like Tom Tiffany's district or Derek Van Orden's district, does it hurt that there's not a competitive Republican primary for governor?
Yeah, it could, John, and it means that Republicans are going to have to work really hard between now and the November election to get their voters engaged, because when the party of the president in a midterm election struggles, and that's normally the case, it's often because the voters are apathetic, that they're just not motivated enough to turn out to vote. So motivating the party's base is absolutely critical for Republicans, and as you alluded to, they've got some work to do in that department.
All right, well, we're going to let you go so you can get that pizza ordered. Are you a pepperoni guy, a sausage guy? Don't say vegetarian guy. What are you?
Pepperoni, John. Pepperoni all day long.
Oh, I like that too.
Yeah, me too. All right.
Extra.
All right, we all vote for pepperoni. Anthony Chergosky, University of Wisconsin La Crosse. Maybe we'll catch up with you in the next couple of days and get your take on how things turned out, Anthony.
You got it, John. Thanks.
We appreciate it. All right, let's check the markets. The WTMJ Annex Wealth Management Market Update. No, we don't do the markets now. Let's check the markets at 4:35, shall we? Instead, let's take a break right here. And then I'm going to tell you about Dave Drakamp up next.
Yep.
WTMJ, W277CV, and WKTI HD2 Milwaukee from the Annex Wealth Management Studios. This is News Radio WTMJ, a Good Karma brand station.
Sprained wrist, ankle twist, broken thumb can't make a fist, busted knee, surgery, that patch of ice you didn't see.
Where pain starts, Jernavix suzetrigine begins. Jernavix is a non-opioid 50 milligram prescription tablet for adults with moderate to severe acute pain that reduces pain signals before they reach the brain.
Tendon tear, nose repair, tripping on that broken stair, dislocation, operation, moped crash while on vacation.
Do not take Jernavix with CYP3A inhibitors. Avoid use with grapefruit or liver problems, as these may increase side effects. Tell your doctor about all your medicines if you are pregnant or breastfeeding. Jernavix may make certain medicines and birth control less effective. Side effects include itching, muscle spasms, rash, and elevated muscle enzymes.
Joint displacement, knee replacement, fell on marbles in the basement, ladder slip, broken hip, that rock climb where you lost your grip.
To learn more about Jernavix, ask your doctor. Call 1-833-589-PAIN or visit jernavix.com.
John Mercure here for my friends at Dave Drakamp Heating and Cooling. So I had an issue in my house where the bedrooms upstairs weren't getting as cool as I thought they should. I had Dave Drakamp come out. I had no idea what the deal was. All I know how to do is change the filter in the furnace. I don't know anything else about AC. Or they came out, they looked things over, they gave us some tips, and now it is much, much better. That's what they're going to do for you. I know the fear is that the HVAC company is going to come out and recommend that you get a whole new system. That's not how they roll at Dave Drakamp. They come out, they'll do maintenance, they'll suggest maybe a repair if that's what it takes, or a tune-up. You know that you'll get a truthful assessment from their kind and professional team. I've been working with Dave Drakamp for a very long time. Same guy's been coming to my house for a long time. What does that say about their great company? It's Dave Drakamp Heating and Cooling, where your family's comfort is their family's tradition and always has been. Visit DaveDrakamp.com today.
Picture this: a perfect summer evening, great friends, and dinner on the patio overlooking a beautiful course. That's Racine Country Club. More than golf, it's a place to relax, gather, and belong. A new energy is here, and you're invited to experience it. From great food to unforgettable events, it's a lifestyle built around community. Whether it's a quick 9 after work, dinner with friends, or a weekend with family, Racine Country Club offers something for everyone year-round. Discover what's new at Racine Country Club. Visit racinecountryclub.com.
Acumen Mortgage is an equal housing lender. NMLSConsumerAccess.org number 255368.
Don't settle for a flimsy bank pre-approval. Get the pre-approval listing agents and sellers recognized as better than the rest. The rock-solid guaranteed pre-approval from AccuNet. Get yours by clicking on the blue button at accunet.com.
It's the most wonderful time of year at Staples. They've got back-to-school supplies as low as 25 cents, up to 40% off select tech, and more at staples.com/back-to-school. Staples, that was easy.
Traffic sponsored by Marty's Pizza in Delafield.
Remember, Marty's Pizza.
Right off I-94 and Highway 83 in Delafield.
The crew's headed west, and they're ready to make some waves.
And the pitch. And a liner into left center field. That's down for a base hit. Terang's around third. Here comes the throw home. Terang is saved!
The Brewers take on the Padres tonight in San Diego.
Track at the wall. Lara leaps. He made the catch. Banging up against the wall.
Our Brewers Radio Network game day coverage starts tonight at 8:05 on the home of the Brewers, 620 WTMJ, Milwaukee.
I'm John Mercure. Your top story: voting continues across the state.
I'm Julia Fellow. 3 men accused of breaking into a recently burned down Lincoln Avenue school.
I'm Debbie Lazaga. A couple of accidents on 43 southbound. One just past Bender Road, or just before Bender Road on the left shoulder. So watch out for delays coming in from Good Hope Road. And then another one heading into the Marquette. The left lane is blocked on the ramp to get onto westbound 94 in the Marquette. Very heavy delays coming in from Capitol Drive into downtown. We've also got northbound on 894 still backed up with the 2 right lanes blocked before Beloit Road for the pavement buckling through that area. Southbound's also slowing down now from Oklahoma Avenue down and around the Hale interchange to Forest Home. I'm Debbie Lazaga with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
Tonight, patchy fog, partly cloudy, a low of 68. Tomorrow, chance for showers, a high of 80 degrees. From the WTMJ Breaking News Center, Decision, Wisconsin. Polls remain open until 8 o'clock tonight for the partisan primary. Many fairgoers made sure to vote before heading here to State Fair Park.
Milwaukee County Republican Party Chairman Hilario De Leon tells me the rain showers this afternoon didn't stop people from casting their ballots.
They're like, no matter what, rain, sleet, or snow, it doesn't matter. I'm going to get out. I'm going to vote.
With the Democratic governor's race getting a lot of attention, Ann Rohr with the Democratic Party of Milwaukee County says the party will be united come November.
And we're hearing a lot about needing to unify tomorrow behind whoever our Democratic candidate for governor is.
At State Fair Park, Neil Doyle, WTMJ News.
Decision, Wisconsin. Polls remain open until 8 o'clock for the partisan primary. Many fairgoers made sure to vote ahead of State Fair Park. And we also have more news now. 3 men accused of breaking into fire-damaged Lincoln Avenue School.
Police were called to the vacant building last Thursday after security spotted flashlights inside. A criminal complaint says 1 man was found hiding in a storage room, another underneath stairs, and a third sleeping inside an alleged getaway car. Police say the men had saws, picks, and headlamps and admitted they broke in to steal copper and other items to sell. The 109-year-old school was destroyed by a fire in June that Milwaukee fire investigators determined was accidental, caused by custodial chemical-soaked rags. Sao La, Apu Ja, and La Ta each face felony burglary charges and are expected in court Tuesday. Nizer Spencer, WTMJ News.
Recovery efforts continue in Colombia after a devastating earthquake struck near the country's capital. News Nation's Marnie Hughes.
More than 160 people are dead and 1,600 buildings have collapsed. They've got 2,700 people that have been reported missing. So the thought is many are trapped under the rubble. The race is on to try and find them. The U.S. has pledged more than $15 million right now in the ongoing recovery efforts.
Experts say this is the most powerful earthquake to hit the country in over a decade.
Doctors are pushing back against the Trump administration's attempt to limit the number of childhood vaccines. ABC News' Mary Bruce.
The president now calling for fewer childhood vaccines, recommending that children be vaccinated against 11 diseases. That's down from the previous 18 recommended by the CDC. And central to the president's plan is splitting up the measles, mumps, and rubella vaccine into 3 separate shots, even though individual shots are currently not available here in the U.S. and despite the fact that we are now in the middle of the largest measles outbreak in decades.
Yesterday, President Trump tied the combined MMR shot to higher autism rates, but there is no scientific evidence to back up that claim.
The Milwaukee Area Domestic Animal Control Commission says they've been over capacity on cats for over a week and that a disease has broken out among them.
Panleuk is an extremely contagious virus found in outdoor cats that is spread in crowded areas of non-vaccinated animals. The shelter says it is especially deadly for kittens and hard to control. If you find a healthy stray cat or kitten, Maddox says do not immediately bring it to the shelter. Instead, check for a microchip, post on social media, and ask neighbors. Sick or injured cats or kittens should still be turned in. Maddox says all cat kennels are currently under quarantine. Elizabeth Linton in WTMJ News.
Coming up, the Packers preseason opens tomorrow.
Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time, 4:05.
Healthy joints, healthy lifestyle. Vince Vetrano for Orthopedic Associates of Wisconsin. Arthritis, injuries, wear and tear, common joint issues that keep you from doing what you love. At OAW, a visit to the doctor doesn't always mean surgery. Everyone is different. Surgeons, nurses, physical therapists work together to come up with a plan for you. Maybe it's PT, medication, injection, and if you do need surgery, like I did, you know you're in the best of hands. Orthopedic Associates of Wisconsin, there is a difference. Book an appointment online at orthowisconsin.com.
Hi, I'm Jim Frucci, Managing Partner and PGA Professional at Morningstar Golfers Club, and I'd like to personally invite you to play your next round of golf at Morningstar. Lush green fairways, velvet smooth greens, magnificent vistas from high above our championship golf course. Morningstar was created with the serious golfer in mind, and it continues to be the public course by which all other area public courses are measured. Book your tee time today and reserve a spot on our membership wait list. Come out and see what all of Southeast Wisconsin's been talking about. Hey, you've played the rest. Now play the best.
You've seen us around town, volunteering, supporting events, and showing up where it matters. At Waterstone Bank, we're more than a bank. We're your neighbor. The money you deposit stays local, helping small businesses, creating jobs, and supporting home ownership. It's banking from the community for the community. Visit your local branch or WSBOnline.com to see how we're building a stronger southeastern Wisconsin, one neighbor at a time. Waterstone Bank, member FDIC.
WTMJ's Eric Bilstead here for Tri-County Contracting. Hey, reminder, it is summer storm season, and weather damage can be a real issue at the house. So if you think you've got a problem, remember, Tri-County Contracting gives free estimates on any potential wind or hail damage. And here's the best part, they can always work directly with your insurance. It's Tri-County Contracting, WI.com. Love your home again, even during the storm season, with Tri-County Contracting, WI.com.
Time for a WTMJ Sports Update from the Gruber Law Offices. One call, that's all sports desk. After dropping the opener of a 3-game series against the Padres in San Diego, the Brewers begin the day with a 5-game lead over the Cubs in the NL Central. It's Kyle Harrison tonight. Coverage begins at 8:05 on WTMJ. Packers head coach Matt LaFleur says Jordan Love is expected to play Thursday night in the preseason opener against the Steelers. And the Bucks begin the preseason October 5th. The complete NBA schedule will be unveiled on Thursday.
Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time, 4:08.
Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin. Real pricing, premium quality, no games. Shopping for new windows and doors shouldn't feel like a negotiation, and it definitely shouldn't feel like a game. Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin believes in straightforward pricing, honest conversations, and helping homeowners find the right fit for their home. Because a fair final price matters more than some flashy discount. Pella never inflates pricing, and there's no high-pressure sales pitch. Just premium windows and doors built for long-term comfort, beauty, and peace of mind. And when you buy direct through Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin, one trusted team handles everything from start to finish. The same company that manufactures your windows and doors is also the one selling, installing, and servicing them with Pella certified installers every step of the way. That means confidence in the process, confidence in the product, and one team standing behind the work from beginning to end. Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin. Real pricing, premium quality, no games. Schedule your free in-home consultation today at PellaWI.com.
Wisconsin's afternoon news is on the air. Now broadcasting live inside the Bank 59 studios at the Wisconsin State Fair. Here are your hosts, John Mercure and Julia Fellow.
What a great State Fair day, Julia. Isn't it beautiful?
I know. Yeah, the clouds have opened up with the sun.
Yeah.
Dissipated, and it's a lot better.
Great night out here, too. We're right near the Expo Center here at State Fair Park. And inside that Expo Center, there's 200,000 square feet of exhibit space. During the run of the fair, the Expo Center is full of products you didn't know you needed. Here's WTMJ's Greg Matzik.
Spend enough time at the Wisconsin State Fair Expo Center, and you're bound to run into the world's greatest everything. The world's best cutlery, the world's best shoe cleaning kit. Timeless, handcrafted. Those are words you commonly see at the Expo Center. Don't believe me? Well, take a listen to this.
The groomer glove. Some like it. My Chihuahua loves this thing. My Yorkie doesn't want to have nothing to do with it, so you never know. But if you give your dog a bath, use this instead of your hand.
Dry, clean dish rags work every time. Wet, sloppy, greasy dish rags don't. There's your new dish rag.
These are the carrots that I boiled. You take this beautiful juice, which is full of cancer-fighting antioxidants and enzymes and flavor. That is like your coffee. We should be drinking this, but we don't.
You young people, come on over. You don't have to buy anything. Nobody else does.
Those nubs get into the undercoat. He likes it better, less dead hair. You like it better, less shedding all over your house, okay?
How come my cholesterol is going through the roof and I'm gaining all this weight? My bursitis is acting up and I'm feeling crappy.
When your clothes come out of the dryer, instead of you guys picking them little fuzzies and hairs off of the dry clothes, they all attach to the silicone dryer pad.
Don't eat any of the fake butter. They call this low-fat butter because it puts fat on the lower parts of your butter.
I don't understand, sir. I mean, you have two girls. I can't get a date. Can I kick it with you?
Okay, watch this. Wow, that's fast. You didn't get wet, did you? That wasn't a blessing or anything. That was just to show you that they don't dribble. And kindly feel my carpet.
One molecule away from plastic, got a shelf life of 26 years. The bugs won't eat it.
Now that's when you turn it to the sticky side. That roller picks up salt, sand, sugar, flour, cat hair, dog hair, dust, fluff, lint, even kitty litter and birdseed if you have it.
How many fairgoers have the old model? Yeah, that's like buying a rotary phone.
I use them at the pool. I bring them, whenever I use them to even dry myself as a towel. Basically, this is all I use, so I use them in every room of the house.
You have tendonitis, arthritis, carpal tunnel. It doesn't count with the Wonder Chopper, ladies and gentlemen. You'll shed tears, tears of joy, chopping an onion that quick and that safe.
Now, we all know that salt is bad. What disease kills more Americans than any other? It's marriage. It's marriage, yeah.
Who likes garlic? I love garlic. I'm Italian. Half Italian, half Native American. I'm an Awapaho. No relation to those Kardashian hoes.
The one end comes to a little point. That point gets in between the car seats.
Kim's pregnant again. She's going to name the baby after the father, NFL. I figure it's the Rams or the Packers. Anyways, look.
American Heart Association calls that a heart attack in a box.
My early bird special, basics at $40. If you add another $10, I'll throw the broom in free, or $10. So you get the whole set for $50.
My wife will take your credit card. If you want this right now, we're going to give you another whole set. So now you have a whole nother set of these for free.
When you buy these online, they're $40. WonderChopper.com, there's about a 6-week wait. Why? I won't be home for 6 weeks. Here at the fair, they're $24.95, but hold your money. For the first 5 people up until 5 o'clock, I'll take a $20 bill.
You will be my customer.
If you come to the Expo Center, we're right outside the north entrance. Come say hi. We're in the Red Barn building, the information building. We're here until 6 o'clock. Up next, Everyday Hero on WTMJ.
Hi, I'm Kirsten Hildebrand of Hildebrand Law Firm. Since 2001, we've proudly helped Milwaukee families and business owners protect what matters most. We combine the experience of a larger law firm with the personal attention you deserve. We take the time to listen, explain your options, and create a plan that's right for you. When the stakes are high, you need trusted legal advocates who will stand by your side every step of the way. Protect your family, your legacy, and your peace of mind. Visit hildebrandlawfirm.net to schedule a consultation today.
Orthopedic Hospital of Wisconsin. High patient satisfaction ratings. Beautiful facilities. Orthopedic specialists available to care for every part of the body. Easy to request an appointment. Michelle got her back worked on at OHAU. Incredible. Went through physical therapy through OHAU. They're located throughout the area. Easy. Start your journey to feeling better with the website. OHOW.com, OHOW.com. Request an appointment and just have the conversation. You deserve to feel better. Start your journey with the teams I trust at Orthopedic Hospital of Wisconsin, OHOW.com.
Ready to travel with a community of fellow explorers? Check out Fox Group Vacations with Globus. We have incredible expert-led itineraries lined up for 2027. Taste your way through Italy, witness the breathtaking waterfalls and glaciers of Iceland, or relax on the tropical shores of Hawaii. We handle all the logistics, flights, and details so you can just enjoy. Spaces fill fast. Call 866-GO-FOX-GO or visit foxworldtravel.com.
If you missed this.
So crazy. They were up by so much that Jackson Churio, who's a righty, came up to the dish and decided, you know what? I've never done this before. I'm going to try it from the other side.
Jackson Churio batting left-handed. Smokes one out to center.
Or this.
A little more than 300 people lined up to get a moment with The Miz for a special ball signing. Take a look at my ball.
Ooh, that's really, really sweet.
I know.
Catch up on the Wisconsin's Afternoon News podcast wherever you stream. Sponsored by Diversified Wealth Strategies.
Traffic is sponsored by St. Vincent de Paul Thrift Stores.
St. Vincent de Paul Thrift Stores. Highway 100 and Layton Avenue in Greenfield. 23rd and Lincoln and 76th and Bradley Road in Milwaukee. Great bargains and a great cause. You're gonna love it. St. Vincent de Paul Thrift Stores.
Traffic and weather begins with Debbie Lazaga. Hey there, Deb.
Hey there. A little bit of good news. Southbound on 94. Well, let's try that one more time. Southbound on 43, that accident in the Marquette on the ramp to get onto westbound 94, that's been cleared. We do still have delays from Capitol Drive. They're pretty hefty ones, too, all the way through the Marquette, so heads up with that. Westbound 94 backing up from 27th to Hawley Road, back on the brakes around Elm Grove Road. You're on and off the brakes basically all the way to Calhoun. Eastbound's tightening up through the Barker Road area, also slowing from 70th Street through to 35th. And then northbound on 894, remember just before Beloit Road, we do have the 2 right lanes blocked with some pavement buckling that they are working on. Delays stretching back through the Hale interchange to Forest Home. I'm Debbie Lazaga with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
Here's the forecast, the WTMJ 5-day forecast. Tonight, foggy, a low 68. Tomorrow, chance for rain, a high of 80. Thursday, slight chance for more rain, a high of 78. Friday, sunny 73. Saturday, chance for rain, a high of 74 degrees. We are broadcasting live from the Bank 5-9 studio at the Wisconsin State Fair. John and Julia here. We're here until 6 o'clock. Brewers baseball tomorrow, but then we will be back on Thursday. Right now, let's recognize another everyday hero.
An everyday hero is when Wisconsin's morning news celebrates an average John or Jane Doe who had no idea when they got up one morning they'd be saving a life. Today we head to London. It's another instance where I encourage you to ask yourself, what would you do if you were in the same situation? It was a busy day at the Two Chairs grooming room. The barbers were all with their customers when all of a sudden a man bursts into the barber shop, his shirt all bloody, and he yells that he's been stabbed. One barber told The Sun that I was cutting someone's hair when a man rushed in asking for help. He was bloodied and holding his back. This barber immediately gave the man some tissue and towels to help calm him down. The victim said a woman had jumped at him without saying anything and just started attacking him with scissors. While the barber was treating the guy, he shouted that the woman was coming back from down the street. So what would you do? Well, this barber said he ran out of the store to confront the woman and to stop her from attacking more people. We all came rushing out of our shops to help, he said. I ran towards her down the street and she stopped and looked at me holding the scissors. She had a strange look in her eyes. It was like she was possessed almost, but I still ran towards her and held her back. I was holding the woman back to stop her from attacking more people. This woman would stab 4 people total. All will survive. She's now in custody, all thanks to this barber who tackled the woman, held her until police were able to arrive. Thanks to this barber for being an everyday hero. Eric Bilstead, WTMJ News.
Everyday hero on WTMJ. Up next, the cranberry crop in Wisconsin. One of the biggest in the world, and it's a real success story. We go inside the Wisconsin State Cranberry Growers Association here at the State Fair. Up next.
Tracy, why are you wearing a cape?
I've created the League of Home Defenders, Jason, personally protecting my house from furnace failure.
Yeah, but you can't even fix a furnace.
No, but I can stand near it heroically.
Or join Merle's League for real. 2 tune-ups a year, priority service, no diagnostic fees. Capital does the defending.
Okay, I'll give up the cape. After all, in August, you're also giving $100 off a humidifier or air cleaner.
Good call, Tracy. Call Capital.
Call CapitalCares.com.
Americans are living longer, and that's really great news. But one of the things it means is that there are more Americans who at the end of their life have Alzheimer's, dementia, cognitive decline. The great news is that Azura Memory Care and Assisted Living has changed the way we care for our loved ones that have one of those situations. You know what? They literally have extra training. You know what? They have the best, most beautiful buildings. You know what else? They're compassion and empathy and kindness at the core. It's Azura Memory Care and Assisted Living, many locations, one near you in southeast Wisconsin, actually building new ones as we speak. Azura is Wisconsin-based and family-owned. It's Azura Memory Care and Assisted Living.
It's here on consignment from over 10,000 nationwide partners. From very high-end, distinctive furniture, unique antiques and original art, to tasteful home decor that can fit almost any budget. Premium home decor priced right at 25 to 40% off retail prices. This is Katie with Design Exchange, where discerning buyers with discriminating taste come to find premium home decor at a value. Design Exchange in Heartland and Pewaukee.
Design Exchange.
Smart interior designers know that what they'll see here is going to be almost impossible to find anywhere else, especially at our consignment prices. Premium home decor that's gently loved and close to new. And what we carry can raise the wow factor of anyone's home decor. This is Katie with Design Exchange, where discerning buyers with discriminating tastes come to find premium home decor at a value. Design Exchange in Heartland and Pewaukee.
Design Exchange.
Have you been living with pain and just assuming it's something you have to just live with and accept? Do not. I'm Julia Fellow with WTMJ. If chronic pain is keeping you from enjoying life, I want you to head to Jens Family Chiropractic in Germantown. Jens Family Chiropractic is now offering soft wave tissue regeneration therapy. It's an advanced, non-invasive treatment. It helps your body repair itself naturally. I'm getting that done on my lower back. Soft wave stimulates healing, improves blood flow, and activates your own body's repair cells to target pain at its source. If you're dealing with knee pain, shoulder pain, back pain, do not wait another day. For a limited time, your first Softwave treatment is just $57. This is an incredible opportunity to find out if this breakthrough therapy can help you get back to the things you love, like it did for me. Head to jensfamilychiropractic.com. That's YENTZ familychiropractic.com. Regenerate, recover, live pain-free at jensfamilychiropractic.com.
Wisconsin's afternoon news on WTMJ.
John and Julia with you live from the Wisconsin State Fair. The sun's starting to come out. It's going to be a beautiful night. If you don't have plans, make this your plan. Come out to the State Fair. We are at the Bank 59 studio just outside the Expo Center. So glad that you're with us. I love, Julia, the Wisconsin building. It's down as you head towards the Midway, and it's got all of the products in there.
That are made right here
in
Wisconsin.
It's super special, and I'm a cranberry guy, so I love the Wisconsin State Cranberry Growers Association booth. It's fun. There's great food. Grant Holly is the executive director, and he is with us. Grant, thank you so much for being with us.
Oh, man, thank you guys so much for having me. There's a little bit of jealousy that you guys are at the fair tonight.
I know. Everything's so fresh. Thank you for all the little goodies.
Oh, always our pleasure. I'm thrilled with the entire fair in general because, I mean, we always come with our own food, but when we walk around and we see other people that are, like, utilizing cranberries in ways we never thought, and it's just amazing. You can tell it's literally Wisconsin's fruit.
So my mouth's going to be full as I eat one of your delicious cookies and have some of the cake that you have while we do the interview. So I apologize for that. But while I chew, you tell us about the cranberry industry in our state, because it's a really big deal.
It's a really big deal. This past year, we hit 70% of the nation's cranberries came from marshes here in Wisconsin, which is a first time for us. I mean, it was even a little bit of a low year for us because of weather, and we were still able to hit 70%. We are the state's fruit. We count cranberries by the trillions when it leaves Wisconsin. And really, folks have been growing cranberries here since before Wisconsin was Wisconsin. So we're pretty settled. I think we've agreed that this is where we'd like to stay.
Good. We like that,
What's
too.
What's the biggest thing people don't realize about cranberry growers?
Oh, so many pieces. It's because it's just so unlike anything else. One reason we've been here for so long is because we're so sustainable. We don't till. There's a lot of those vines that are out there that are a lot older than I am. We have vines that have crested 100 years old. So when we talk about the marshes being a piece of Wisconsin, it's because they're a legitimate piece of the earth itself. And a lot of those farms have not changed a whole lot for a while. Most people think that they're always covered in water, and that's not true. They act as wetlands. The wetlands aren't always covered in water either. The water really helps us to be able to harvest, though, because the neat thing about cranberries is that they float. So if we can get them all floating, we just get a glorified wet dry vac and we suck them right up and we get them out to you guys.
I'm an Ocean Spray guy. As a matter of fact, you guys are selling at the fair something cool. It's white cran and strawberry. Do our cranberries go to the best-known products that we're all familiar with? Are our cranberries ending up in Ocean Spray?
Oh, yeah. We have so many of our growers, not all, but so many of our growers are Ocean Spray growers. We are very lucky to be able to have several facilities here in Wisconsin. If Ocean Spray is listening, we would always like more facilities in Wisconsin. But we do, and it's so nice. Because if you look on multiple of those packages, it's great when I go to the grocery store because I turn them around and look at the pictures. And I'm like, well, that's this marsh, and that's this person's kid, and that's this person.
Wow.
I know all the families. So it's actually kind of cool to get them to sign some of the bottles on occasion. But yes, those products came right down the road for most of you folks.
It's super cool. So if you want to check them out, learn a little history, take your kids in here, and then buy a treat for yourself. They're in the Wisconsin building, the Wisconsin State Cranberry Growers Association. Grant Holly is the executive director. This has been fun. Thank you so much for hanging out with us, Grant.
Thank you so much for remembering us, and thank you so much for grabbing one of those dream bars. We'll talk to you hopefully before next year.
Yes, that sounds good. By the way, this cookie is absolutely for real.
Oh, I know.
It
I'm just really full right now, but I'm going to have my half.
It's
or you
really
can
good.
take my half.
No, I don't need it, but it's really good. Hey, let's check the markets. The WTMJ Annex Wealth Management Market Update. Everything in the red today. The NASDAQ was down 160. That's about 0.2%. The Dow was off 184. That's 1/3% drop. The S&P 500 fell 20 points today. That is 1/4 point. Annex Wealth Management, financial planning at every level. Know the difference with Annex. Welcome to our Everyday Health Features, sponsored by the Freighter and the Medical College of Wisconsin Health Network. Orthopedic and sports injuries can happen any time of year, whether you're staying active for your health, a dedicated athlete, or taking care of yard work. Here to tell us more is Dr. Ryan DePirick, an orthopedic surgeon and sports medicine physician with the Freighter and the Medical College of Wisconsin Health Network. Dr. DePirick, thank you so much for being with us. What is sports medicine?
Sports medicine is a subspecialty within orthopedic surgery, and it's focused on the care of athletes of all ages and activity levels.
Do you care for competitive athletes and those that aren't competitive athletes?
Great question. So in our group, we take care of everybody from recreational athletes, weekend warriors, to advanced level high school, collegiate, and even professional level athletes. We even take care of injured workers who may sustain the same injuries that an athlete does, but in the workplace.
What types of injuries and conditions does your team treat?
The three most common areas that we treat would be knee, shoulder, and hip. In the knee, common conditions would include meniscus tears, ACL tears, and cartilage injuries. In the shoulder, we commonly see rotator cuff tears, shoulder dislocations, and labral injuries. In the hip, we most commonly would see and treat hip impingement or labral tears.
Why should someone choose the Freighter to the Medical College of Wisconsin sports medicine team?
The primary reason to see a specialist at Freighter and the Medical College of Wisconsin is that we're highly subspecialized, and we have you covered from head to toe, whether that be surgical or non-surgical or medical treatments. Our group is very comprehensive. We are also the official team doctors for various professional sports teams in the Milwaukee area, including the Milwaukee Bucks. Every patient will get the same level of attention as our professional athletes do. Our physicians are also nationally recognized and are teaching at many national level conferences. So if we're picked to educate other surgeons, then you know you're probably in the right place for care.
Dr. Ryan DePirick, thanks for being with us today. To find a doctor who's right for you, visit freighter.com/ortho.
Wisconsin's afternoon news on Wisconsin's radio station, News Radio WTMJ.
It's 4:30. I'm John Merkier. Your top story, officials issue reminders for voters across the state.
I'm Julia Fellow. New details on the officer who shot a man in Madison last month.
I'm Debbie Lazaga. We still have delays southbound on 43 now from Capitol Drive all the way down through the Marquette interchange. We get basically all the way down over the high-rise bridge, so just heads up with that. More backups then from about Beecher down towards the KK River. Northbound is slowing down out of the Marquette up to North Avenue. Westbound 94, you've got delays 27th Street to Hawley Road, then just west of Highway 100 to Moreland. Eastbound's backed up from 164 all the way past Barker Road, and then 76th Street to 35th. Southbound 41, heavy ride from before Highway 145 all the way down to Silver Spring, with the northbound side slowing down from Capitol Drive past Hampton. I'm Debbie Lazaga with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
Muggy tonight, mostly cloudy skies, a low of 68. Tomorrow, storms mainly near the state line, a high of 81. Right now, here at the State Fair, it's partly sunny and 81 degrees.
From the WTMJ Breaking News Center, Wisconsin's open primary system gives voters a choice, but there's one rule they have to follow.
Today are being reminded they can only vote on one side of the partisan primary ballot. At Waukesha City Hall, Chief Election Inspector Tim Nekich says some voters can get confused by the rules in a primary.
Primaries are a different animal because you can't cross over vote. You have to stay within the lane, so to speak. People sometimes don't pay attention to that, but that's what we're here for.
Nekich says election workers are available to help voters who have questions about the process. Polls are open until 8 tonight. At Waukesha City Hall, Nazir Spencer, WTMJ News.
Madison Police Chief John Patterson providing more background on the officer identified in last month's deadly shooting of Corey Ruiz.
Officer Kyle Batinger Peterson joined Madison Police in 2015 and has worked in patrol, neighborhood policing, and the department's gang and neighborhood crime abatement team. He moved to the Central District Community Police team earlier this year. Chief Patterson says the officer has no sustained use of force allegations and no previous deadly force incidents. State investigators say Batinger Peterson shot Ruiz during a struggle after Ruiz allegedly pulled out a knife and injured the officer. Wisconsin DOJ says the investigation remains active. Neil Doyle, WTMJ News.
The prediction market Kalshi is facing another major lawsuit, this time from a flight tracking company. ABC's Mike Dubusky.
FlightAware is suing Kalshi, alleging the prediction market is violating the company's terms of service. The flight tracker says Kalshi is using data from its website to allow people to wager on whether or not a flight will be canceled. That's despite Kalshi entering into a binding agreement not to use FlightAware's data for commercial purposes, according to FlightAware's.
Couple's 6-year-old son were also on board. They both survived. Manuel Hernandez is now charged with negligence and misconduct. He has not entered a plea. According to the criminal complaint, though, he had not registered the boat and was not certified to operate it with paying customers. There were also, tragically, no infant-sized flotation devices on board the boat.
The vessel was packed with 14 people with a seating capacity of no more than 10.
Time for a WTMJ Sports Update from the Gruber Law Offices. One call, that's all Sports Desk. It's a game week for Matt LaFleur's Packers, who begin the preseason schedule Thursday night against the Steelers.
You're looking at everything, how they compete, how they're able to process in the moment. There's nothing like it. You know, the pressure of just, it's a game. So you're looking at everything.
Jordan Love is expected to play in this game. Running back Josh Jacobs will not due to a groin injury. The Brewers aim to bounce back tonight in Game 2 of a 3-game series against the Padres. Lefty Kyle Harrison makes the start for the Crew. The Brewers begin today 3 games ahead of the Dodgers and Braves for the best record in the National League. Coverage of tonight's game starts at 8:05 on WTMJ. And the NBA season begins October 20th with the world champion Knicks hosting LeBron James and the Philadelphia 76ers. The complete NBA schedule will be unveiled on Thursday.
Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time, 4:35.
Every so often in medicine, something comes along that is truly revolutionary.
Dr. Mitchell Scheinkup, former orthopedic surgeon, now National Medical Director at QC Kinetics.
I believe this is one of those things.
Dr. Scheinkup is talking about regenerative medicine, something he's practiced, researched, and written about for nearly 2 decades.
The old ways of dealing with joint pain, such as steroids and surgery, are no longer the best ways.
If you have pain from arthritis or injury, you owe it to yourself to learn more about this exciting option, using your own body's natural power to get lasting relief. And there's no better place to learn than QC Kinetics.
There is no one in this country today with more clinics, more satisfied patients, more advanced protocols, or more experience in using this exciting option to deliver life-changing results.
Call QC Kinetics now for your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 414-667-5559. That's 414-667-5559. 414-667-5559.
Wisconsin's afternoon news on WTMJ.
John and Julia broadcasting live from the Wisconsin State Fair Bank 5-9 studio just outside the Expo Center. You can come check us out. We're here until 6 o'clock. Dr. John Raymond, one of our favorite guys, is with us in the studio here, coming up in less than 10 minutes. But first, want to hit on the election a little bit. It is Election Day. Polls are open until 8 o'clock. One of the bright political minds in Southeast Wisconsin is Matt Smith, WISN 12 political director. Matt, thanks for making some time for us.
Hi, guys. Good afternoon.
Hey, let's dive into Hong Crowley for just a second here. Does this, Matt, do you believe basically come down to Milwaukee turnout versus Dane County turnout? How closely will you be watching as those two counties come in tonight?
Yeah, those are going to be incredibly important. The conventional wisdom is that Francesca Hong will do well in Dane County, her home city of Madison. So the question is, A, what is that margin? And then what would David Crowley need to do to make that up in Milwaukee County, his home county? And I think Northeast Wisconsin, Green Bay, Appleton, I think that's going to be critical. If David Crowley has any path to victory, he is going to have to run up the margins in Milwaukee County, in northeast Wisconsin, and also in the northwestern part of the state. And turnout's going to be another question. What does turnout look like in Dane and Milwaukee counties and statewide for Democratic voters?
Okay, because we just got an update from the Milwaukee Election Commission. They said at 3:15, so almost an hour and a half ago, that there wasn't as many as they had thought that were going to show up. So is that because of the weather? Do you think that even the weather could play a role in who becomes the next Democratic nominee?
Yeah, absolutely. And we still have, about 3.5 hours left. But yes, the weather could be a factor across the state. Anecdotally, I heard Dane County, as of late this morning, was lower as well. So perhaps if we get low turnout across the board, that will also factor in. But yes, whatever happens between now and when polls close is going to be critical to whoever gets this path to victory.
WISN 12 Political Director Matt Smith is with us. I wanted to ask you about the role of the candidates that are out but still on the ballot. This is a very strange thing to have this many candidates who dropped out this late that they are still on the ballot, and a couple of them were the front runners or had momentum at the time they dropped out. Matt, how does that play into, because there's going to be thousands of people that still vote for Sarah Rodriguez or Mandela Barnes because they just do or because they don't know they're out. What role could that play if this is close?
It could have a huge role. I anticipate everyone except Missy Hughes will likely get a decent amount of votes because of what you just pointed out. Mandela Barnes didn't drop out that long ago, and if you're just starting to pay attention, you could go to the ballot box and not realize he dropped out and recognize his name, not to mention all the early votes that were cast in. So it's going to be curious to add up the Mandela Barnes votes, the Sarah Rodriguez votes, the votes of the people who have dropped out, and what impact that has on the total margin. And you could play chess and you could guess who those people would have gone to or who that helps or hurts more. But it's definitely going to have an impact in these overall results.
Hong seemed really confident today. Does it look like she all but has won?
Listen, I've tried to stop predicting Wisconsin elections.
Right.
But, so the polls are leading us all in that direction. You look at what happened in Michigan, where that tightened up. I think every Democrat I've talked to has said David Crowley has to have everything go right for him today. Mm-hmm. There is a path for victory, but the conventional wisdom among all Democrats that I've talked to is Francesca Hong has the lead. It is hers to lose at this point. And the question is, what has this past week and a half, some of her national appearances, the governor alongside David Crowley crisscrossing the state, have those two had any impact on undecided voters?
Matt, I'm older than you, but Tommy Thompson was with us in the studio yesterday, and I remember when he was governor here. I was working in Wisconsin when he was governor here, and when we had him here, he was disgusted by the negative tone of these campaigns and said he would like the candidates to sign a pledge that says that they will not go negative, even though it's primarily outside money that goes negative. What's your take in the time you've been spending covering politics about how negative campaigns have gotten?
I think if Francesca Hong is the nominee, I don't think we've seen anything yet in terms of this primary and what this is going to look like by the time we reach November. I think, to your point, John, yes, the third-party groups factor into this. Unlimited money factors into this. And let's be honest, negative campaigns work. Negative TV ads work, right? If they didn't work to swing voters, they wouldn't be on the air. They wouldn't be using these talking points on the campaign trail. So there is a strategy behind it. Whether we like it or not, I think ugly is potentially what we're going to see between now and November.
He is WISN 12 Political Director Matt Smith. On a very busy day, we appreciate you making some time for us, Matt. Thank you.
Yeah, guys, enjoy the fair. Thank you.
Yeah. You can sleep in December, Matt, so just...
Yeah, make sure you get some pizza before you leave. They always snatch it up in those indoor cabs.
Yeah, newsroom election pizza. Matt, thank you.
Thanks, guys. Have a good afternoon.
2 at WTMJ. Dr. John Raymond with us in the studio talking about, this is a dangerous topic here at the Wisconsin State Fair, cholesterol. Some good information straight ahead on WTMJ.
Wisconsin is as hard-working of a place as you'll ever find. There's a sense of pride, community, and work ethic that's second to none. People here are tough, but even the toughest among us need help after a serious accident. At Gruber Law Offices, we won't stop fighting for you and your family. We've been here and will continue to be here for as long as you need us. Gruber Law Offices. One call, that's all.
John Mercure here for Annex Wealth Management. Given the constant headlines about tariffs, inflation, geopolitical tensions, and market uncertainty, it's important to stay informed about your financial future. That's where Annex Wealth Management can help. Whether you're managing your finances on your own for the first time, preparing for retirement, or just getting started, Annex takes the time to understand your complete financial picture. I started with Annex when we had not much of anything. They helped us on our journey. The entire way, I've been with them for a very long time. I trust them. Their experienced team can review your portfolio and help determine if you're on track to reach your goals with a coordinated approach on investments, retirement planning, tax strategies, and estate planning. I've used all those teams. Annex believes in free financial education. Check this out. Join them for Saving the Family Cottage. That's the topic. August 20th at 6 o'clock at their Brookfield headquarters. Learn strategies that can help reduce family conflict when a vacation home is passed on to multiple heirs. It's free, but you must RSVP. AnnexWealth.com. Know the difference with Annex Wealth Management.
I'm with Eric, Director of Research for Good Karma Brands. They have business technology from James Imaging Systems, your local business technology partner. Eric, what does partner mean to you?
Partner isn't just out for them. The partner cares about how we solve our problems, and it can be a mutually beneficial relationship from there on.
And I understand throughout the more than 15-year partnership between Good Karma Brands and James Imaging Systems, you have shared many core values.
Absolutely. Work hard, be honest, over-deliver, follow through, listen, teamwork.
Eric, summarize your overall business technology partnership with James Imaging Systems for me.
Outstanding. As we've grown tremendously and you guys have still been able to meet our needs each step of our growth, that's huge.
AI-driven workflow automation, security enhancements, and digital transformation from James Imaging Systems, your local business technology partner. Call 262-781-7700 or visit jamesimaging.com.
Summer's biggest tradition is back. The Wisconsin State Fair returns August 6th through the 16th with 11 days of family fun. Enjoy legendary cream puffs, can't-miss fair foods, live music, thrilling rides in Spin City, amazing animal exhibits, shopping, and entertainment around every corner. Whether you're craving a classic corn dog or this year's newest food creations, there's something for everyone. Get your tickets today and start planning your visit at wistatefair.com. We'll see you at the Wisconsin State Fair.
Traffic is sponsored by Mission 94 Firearms Education Center, centered in safety, anchored in history, designed for discovery.
From those with no experience to firearms enthusiasts, all are welcome at Mission 94 Firearms Education Center. Learn the right way to handle firearms. Just Google Mission 94.
445, traffic and then weather. Debbie Lazaga, how are the roads right now?
We still have some backups on southbound 43, basically starting from Capitol Drive, solid all the way through the Marquette interchange down towards the KK River crossing. On the northbound side, delays out of the Marquette past North Avenue. Westbound 94, you got backups from just before 27th Street to Hawley Road. And then you're back on the brakes from Sunny Slope Road to Calhoun. And a little bit further on from about Highway 18 all the way to Elmhurst Road. So do be prepared for that. Highway 18, I mean Meadowbrook Road. So just be careful with that. The eastbound side slowing down from Highway 16 all the way past Barker Road. Back on the brakes from about 76th Street to 35th. Southbound 894 is backing up out of the Zoo interchange all the way down through the Hale interchange to about 92nd Street. So something to keep in mind there. I'm Debbie Lazaga with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
Your WTMJ 5-day forecast. A little bit of fog tonight, a low of 78. Tomorrow, patchy fog continues, partly cloudy, a low of 68. Wednesday, a chance of showers and storms, partly sunny, high of 80. Thursday, slight chance of showers and storms to our south, partly cloudy, high of 78. Friday, mostly sunny, high of 73. Saturday, a chance of showers and storms, mostly cloudy, a high of 74.
Doctor, doctor, give me the news. I got a bad case of loving you. No pills gonna cure.
All Our favorite guest, Dr. John Raymond, the President Emeritus of the Medical College of Wisconsin, has joined us at the Wisconsin State Fair. I'd like to follow Dr. Raymond and his beautiful wife, who's here, around and see what they eat. Is
right?
Is it all salad
super
and bottled
healthy.
water? Yeah.
Maybe like he eats the mealworms over there and
yeah,
stuff.
Exactly.
There's
They split a hamburger with no cheese on it.
Yeah.
Maybe. Dr. Raymond, thanks for being here.
We're being pretty good today.
See? You're always
but
pretty
it's hard.
good.
It's hard at the fair.
Oh, my goodness,
thanks for bringing your wife. She's a lovely, lovely lady, and it's so good to have you guys here.
Thank you.
Let's talk cholesterol. This is an important topic that impacts a lot of Americans. The American Heart Association and the American College of Cardiology updated guidelines for managing cholesterol in March. When was the last time that the guidelines had been updated prior to that?
Yeah, great question. They hadn't been updated since 2018. 8 years in medicine is a long time. We know that the average database of medicine doubles every 17 to 20 days. So this was an overdue update.
So what's new about the guidelines, Dr. Raymond?
Yeah, the guidelines incorporate quite a few new elements. And again, we shouldn't be surprised that there have been changes over the last 8 years. So the 2026 guidelines on the management of dyslipidemia compared to the 2018 guidelines for the management of blood cholesterol have 5 major changes. The first is that the new guidelines are more than just about cholesterol. They take into account family history, lipids, and they've actually created a cardiovascular risk calculator called Prevent, and you can access that easily on the American Heart Association website. Second, the new guidelines introduce a recommendation that everyone should have something called lipoprotein A, or Lp(a), levels measured at least once in their lifetime. The idea is that we now have enough information about the genetic risk associated with Lp(a) that we should measure that more accurately. That's new. Third, the specific cholesterol targets have been lowered or made even more stringent. Fourth, the guidelines now recommend cardiac calcium testing, which was something that was on the fringe of legitimate medicine maybe 8 years ago and is now part of what's being recommended. And then finally, the fifth is that the age range has been recommended for testing, has been expanded both on the top and the low end of age.
Is there a particular reason that the average American or listener should care about the new guidelines?
Yeah, first of all, these guidelines are really important if you want to take control of your cardiovascular risk. And unfortunately, up to this point, 1 in 3 Americans that don't have heart disease have a high cholesterol that's out of range and should be treated. So there are a lot of people walking around with a significant cardiovascular risk that aren't managing it very well.
So what is lipoprotein A?
Yeah, lipoprotein A is a specific type of cholesterol-carrying particle that circulates in your blood. It's similar to LDL, which we all know is the bad cholesterol, but it has an extra protein attached to it that makes it even more stickier than LDL. So high levels of Lp(a) increase your risk of heart attack, stroke, and aortic valve narrowing because they cause stickiness inside your blood vessels.
Ooh, we don't want that.
So the guidelines recommend that every adult should be tested for Lp(a) at least once during their lifetime. And this is especially important if you have a first-degree family member who either has elevated levels of Lp(a) or that you have cardiovascular risk in your family.
Okay, so that's how you know if you should get tested for it. You mentioned cardiac calcium scoring. Is that the same test where you pay cash to have the CT scan of your coronary arteries that we've been reading about?
That's exactly the same test, John. That test measures the amount of calcium that's deposited in each of your 3 coronary arteries. It's usually done by a CAT scan or CT scan. The new guidelines recommend routine screening in men age 40 or older and women age 45 or older when you're trying to make a decision about whether to start lipid-lowering therapy. And unfortunately, right now, many insurance companies don't pay for that routine calcium screening. So if you don't have cardiac symptoms, but many hospitals and freestanding imaging centers offer it for a relatively modest flat rate of between $100 and $150. The test takes just a few minutes in the CT scanner, and the results can be returned to you rather quickly, sometimes the same day. But your insurance coverage issue will really need to be worked out.
So you said the guidelines expand the age range for screening?
They do. The new guidelines expand the age of screening from the ages of 30 to 79. It used to be 40 to 75. And so there's a growing awareness that there's a burden of cardiovascular risk in younger people. And also that because people are living longer, it may be beneficial to do prevention measures, even if you're 75 to 79 years old.
Dr. John Raymond is with us in the studio. By the way, I had the test done a couple of years ago, and it was $49. And critically important. I mean, the more information we have, the better. How many people, Dr. Raymond, will likely be impacted by the new recommendations?
Yeah, actually quite a lot. You know, we mentioned that a third of people are walking around with elevated cholesterol and they don't know it. And even with the old guidelines, that was a big burden. But as it stands now, 25% of the Americans over age 30 should be on cholesterol-lowering medications using the old guidelines. That's about 60 million people.
Wow.
That new guideline expands the pool to 90 million people.
Oh.
So one of the reasons why so many Americans continue to be undertreated is that high cholesterol has no symptoms until you have heart attack or stroke. So patients frequently don't experience any physical discomfort until after years of exposure to high cholesterol. So these new guidelines have improved. They incorporate new information that can help guide individual decisions. So it's not about just one number, the bad cholesterol. It's about all of your risk factors. And again, that Prevent risk factor calculator can be found on the American Heart Association webpage.
So what's the bottom line, Dr. Raymond, with your recommendation about the new cholesterol guidelines?
Yeah, the bottom line is if you have family history, you should be screened for LPA. That's new. And you should obviously, like we always say, consult with either your physician, your nurse practitioner, or your PA about your overall cardiac health. But the guidelines are really important, and if people want to live longer and have better lives, they should be screened.
You're at the fair. You guys are walking around. You're hanging. I'm really tempted to turn your wife's microphone on and ask her a question. But I promised her I wouldn't do that, so I'm not going to. So I'm going to ask you what I would have asked her. What is your splurge when you're at the state fair? What's the one thing, the kind of thing that you really like? Yeah, I'm gonna treat myself a little bit.
Well, if I were going to do it, it probably would be a cream puff. But, man, there's so many things here that you just want to, even a fried pickle would be good.
Oh, you're
That's
talking Julia's language.
I love fried pickles.
Oh, my gosh. There's no doubt about that.
That's
for sure.
That's my favorite.
Are you guys just starting your day here, coming to see us, or have you been here and this is the end of your day?
Yeah, this is the end of the day. We're going to go out to eat and eat healthy somewhere else.
Okay.
What did you do today? What did you see and do?
We went mostly to the exposition center, looked at the exhibits in there, and went over to the dairy exhibit.
Good.
That was a lot of fun. We saw the cream puffs over there.
Oh wow. And
you have a
still
lot
didn't
of
get one.
self-restraint. You saw the cream puffs and didn't eat them. I mean, I think Julia's eaten 4 today.
Well, to be fair, my wife did say, should we get one? And we said no.
You're very disciplined. Yeah. What's the good news you have for us this week?
Yeah, the good news, this is really interesting. For people that are insomnia sufferers, there was a recent publication out of the University of Texas in Nature Communications, a really high-quality journal, where they're using a small, attachable mini ultrasound device that sticks to your cheek when you go to sleep, and those ultrasound pulses actually help you sleep better. They showed a more rapid induction of REM sleep and longer, more high-quality sleep during the night.
Do you feel it?
No.
Okay.
And it's really great. No surgery, no medication required.
Wow.
It may be something like CPAP, something that eventually comes into common use.
Oh, that is good news. Dr. John Raymond is the President Emeritus at the Medical College of Wisconsin. A blessing to us. Thank you so much for being with us, Dr. Raymond. We appreciate it.
So much fun to be with you guys. Thanks.
Nice to meet your wife, too. You did that better than we probably
Well, my
deserve.
good news of the week should have been that I have an amazing wife.
Yes, there you go.
I like it. And there, you
Bonus.
snuck it in just right under the buzzer. It is 4:56 at WTMJ.
These are your business headlines from the Milwaukee Business Journal.
Wago Corporation will add 61,000 square feet to its Germantown headquarters. The manufacturer expects to increase employment from 140 to 160 jobs following the expansion. An out-of-state developer plans 108 apartments in Summers. Illinois-based RE Development Solutions proposed Lakeshore Residences of Summers would include a 4-story apartment building, lakefront amenities, and 234 parking spaces on Sheridan Road near 7th Place Overlook Park. Bartolotta Restaurants reveals details of its Art Deco-inspired Peacock Lounge. The Peacock Lounge is inside High Stakes by Bartolotta, which is anticipated to open in downtown Milwaukee in late summer. I'm Logan Hansen for MilwaukeeBusinessJournal.com on 620 WTMJ.
WTMJ, W277CV, and WKTI HD2 Milwaukee. From the Annex Wealth Management Studios, this is News Radio WTMJ, a Good Karma brand station.
Mortgages and equal housing lender, NMLS ID 255368.
This is Brian Wicker, Chief Homebuyer Helper with Wisconsin's own Accident Mortgage. Nicer homes are still getting multiple offers over asking, and there's only one winner per listing. I want to help you be that winner, which is why I just increased the rock-solid pre-approval guarantee to $10,000. It's all about getting the seller to pick your offer over the others. So AccuNet is now guaranteeing in writing to pay the seller 10,000 American bucks if we can't make good on the terms of your fully verified rock-solid pre-approval. Banks don't do that. We're willing to stand behind our work and stand behind you with a $10,000 guarantee that sellers will definitely notice. Maybe you've been writing offers and losing, which feels terrible, or maybe you're just starting out. Either way, don't settle for a flimsy bank pre-approval and let someone else end up sleeping in your dream home. Give the seller 10,000 reasons to say yes to your offer with AccuNet's new $10,000 rock-solid seller guarantee. Get started with yours today at accunet.com.
Looking for a getaway with fantastic outdoor recreation? Sheboygan is a perfect destination. Hike or bike through Kohler Andre State Park and other local parks. There are all kinds of water sports, including surfing, paddleboarding, and kayaking. Sheboygan's walkability takes you to South Pier. Visit shops, play mini golf, and enjoy fine dining. Shop their farmers market and take in live music. It's the Malibu of the Midwest. Plan your getaway today at visitsheboygan.com.
John Mercure here for Griffin's Hub. If you've been waiting for the right time to upgrade your ride, this is it. Griffin's Hub is making August a huge month to save. Right now, you can lease a brand new Jeep Cherokee 4x4 Laredo for $381 a month for 42 months with $39.99 down plus taxes and fees with approved credit. That's an outstanding way to get behind the wheel of a legendary Jeep. It's such a fun ride. Or if you've had your eye on a new truck, check this out. Griffin's Hub is a 2026 Ram Rebel for just $59,340. That's an incredible $18,000 off MSRP, one of the biggest savings you'll see all year on a Ram Light Duty. Whether you're looking for SUV capability or truck toughness, Griffin's Hub has the deals to get you moving. Visit Griffin's Hub today or shop online at griffinhubchryslerjeepdodge.com. But don't wait. August offers end at the end of the month. See Griffin's Hub for complete details. Offers available with approved credit, lease, and purchase. Offer expires August 31st, 2026.
Find furniture for life from Ken Michaels Furniture in Brookfield, Greenfield, or downtown Milwaukee.
Traffic is sponsored by TaybackAttorneys.com. Social Security benefits denied? Call Tayback for the payback. Unable to work due to health problems? Let Tayback help you get approved for the Social Security benefits you're entitled to. Call Tayback for the payback. TaybackAttorneys.com.
Decision Wisconsin. The August primary is here. Keep it tuned to WTMJ for all of your Election Day coverage. Once the polls close at 8 p.m., head to the WTMJ YouTube page for special coverage of the races all across Wisconsin. Catch all your election coverage here. News Radio 620, WTMJ, Milwaukee.
It's 5 o'clock. I'm John Mercure. This is Wisconsin's Afternoon News. Your top story: polls are open until 8 tonight.
I'm Julia Fellow. The mayor defends the election process.
I'm Debbie Lazaga. We do have an issue on 894 westbound, right about at 76th Street. On the left shoulder, we have a crash. So just watch out for that. That's obviously going to be affecting your ride. You're seeing delays from Loomis all the way to that point. But then beyond that, it's going to be slow anyways through the hail, all because of that buckled pavement just south of Beloit Road. 2 right lanes are blocked with that. Southbound on 894, by the way, also seeing big delays from basically the Zoo interchange all the way through the hail. Westbound 94, you're still slowing down from before 27th Street past Hawley Road, and then just west of Highway 100 past Elm Grove Road. Eastbound's backed up from Highway 16 past Barker and from 76th Street to 35th. I'm Debbie Lazaga with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
Tonight, patchy fog, a low of 68. Tomorrow, chance for showers or storms, a high of 80 degrees. From the WTMJ Breaking News Center, Decision Wisconsin, polls are still open for today's primary. Many fairgoers made sure to vote before heading here to State Fair Park.
Milwaukee County Republican Party Chairman Hilario De Leon tells me the rain showers this afternoon didn't stop people from casting their ballots.
They're like, no matter what, rain, sleet, or snow, it doesn't matter. I'm going to get out. I'm going to vote.
With the Democratic governor's race getting a lot of attention, Ann Rohr with the Democratic Party of Milwaukee County says the party will be united come November.
And we're hearing a lot about needing to unify tomorrow behind whoever our Democratic candidate for governor is.
At State Fair Park, Neil Doyle, WTMJ News.
Meanwhile, Mayor Cavalier Johnson continues to defend the city's election process. That's amid an FBI investigation into the 2020 presidential election.
There's nothing nefarious that's happening here in the city. I wouldn't allow it.
The mayor's latest comments in a speech to the Rotary Club Tuesday included remarks targeted at Vice President J.D. Vance, who declined an invitation from Johnson to tour city election facilities while visiting Milwaukee in July.
It was a little bit of he doth protest too much.
Vance at the time compared the situation to his son saying unprompted he hadn't stolen cookies. Mayor Johnson's response:
if your 6-year-old son did steal cookies from the cookie jar, you'd have some evidence. That's not happening in elections in Milwaukee.
Adam Roberts, WTMJ News.
3 men are accused of breaking into the fire-damaged Lincoln Avenue school.
Police were called to the vacant building last Thursday after security spotted flashlights inside. A criminal complaint says one man was found hiding in a storage room, another underneath stairs, and a third sleeping inside an alleged getaway car. Police say the men had saws, picks, and headlamps and admitted they broke in to steal copper and other items to sell. The 109-year-old school was destroyed by a fire in June that Milwaukee fire investigators determined was accidental, caused by custodial chemical-soaked rags. Sao La, Apu Jaw, and La Ta each face felony burglary charges and are expected in court Tuesday. Nazir Spencer, WTMJ News.
President Trump's second attempt to reel in birthright citizenship is facing another up-here battle. News Nation's Raquel Martin.
Legal groups that defeated the president's first attempt to limit birthright citizenship rights are demanding further clarification on the ruling after the president launched a second bid at narrowing the law last week. The new orders seek to, 1, expand the definition of people who are ineligible for birthright citizenship, and 2, eliminate so-called birth tourism. Visitors the White House describes as foreigners coming to the U.S. as tourists, but staying to give birth and gain citizenship for their child.
In June, the Supreme Court ruled 6-3 against Trump's first attempt at restricting birthright citizenship.
Coming up, the Brewers hold a 5-game lead in the division.
Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time, 5:04.
Market swings can feel very different when you're close to retirement. Hi, I'm Tony Drake, certified financial planner and founder of Drake & Associates right here in Wisconsin. When you're younger, volatility is often something you ride out over time. But as retirement approaches, big market drops can have a much bigger impact on your long-term plan. That's why many retirees need a different investment approach, one that balances growth with protection and provides income even when markets are unpredictable. At Drake & Associates, we help families design diversified strategies intended to help manage risk while still giving your money the opportunity to grow. My complimentary retirement toolkit walks through how thoughtful investment planning can help you stay confident during uncertain markets. You'll receive a copy of my book, Get Retirement Ready, along with 5 guides covering income planning, taxes, and smart investing. Call 414-897-9522 or text RISK to 414-897-9522 for your no-cost toolkit. That's 414-897-9522 or text the word RISK to 414-897-9522. Because the goal isn't just growing your money, it's protecting the retirement you've worked for.
Drake & Associates LLC is an independent investment advisory firm that offers a variety of different investment vehicles. This commercial is provided for informational purposes only and should not be construed as individual investment advice. Drake & Associates LLC does not provide legal or tax advice. Past performance is not indicative of future performance.
Time for a WTMJ Sports Update from the Gruber Law Offices. One call, that's all sports desk. After dropping the opener of a 3-game series against the Padres in San Diego, the Brewers begin the day with a 5-game lead over the Cubs for first place in the NL Central. Here's manager Pat Murphy.
You can't strike out that many times, and we got to score more than 2 runs on the road to win. Logan pitched well enough to win.
Pat Murphy gives the ball to Kyle Harrison in Game 2 tonight. Coverage starts at 8:05 on WTMJ. Packers head coach Matt LaFleur says Jordan Love is expected to play Thursday night in the preseason opener against the Steelers. Josh Jacobs will not because of injury.
Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time, 5:07.
We're sponsored by
John.
Diversified Wealth Strategies. Your life, your goals. Visit dwstrategies.com.
WTMJ's John Mercure here. In 1845, the first clerk of Washington County built a quaint one-room cabin in the Kettle Moraine Forest. In 1933, Ray Wolf, an avid outdoorsman, restored the cabin, built a basement bar, and opened it to fellow equestrians. It became headquarters for many a fox hunt, and the historic Fox and Hound Supper Club was born. And now, when you buy one dinner, your second dinner is free every night, every night. Choice steaks, seafood, ribs, the roast duck. How about the surf and turf? Vegetarian options, any entree, all buy one, get one free. Desserts and ice cream drinks, my favorite part of the meal. Also, buy one, get one free. Wine down with an old-fashioned. Choose from 20 bourbons, more than 120 wines in the rustic bar, and there are 8 unique dining rooms. Experience a spectacular summer drive through the Kettle Moraine to the Fox and Hounds, recently honored as the second most popular supper club in the state by restaurant critic Troy Munson. Near the Holy Hill Shrine, it's the famous Fox and Hounds.
Wisconsin's afternoon news is on the air. Now broadcasting live inside the Bank 59 studios at the Wisconsin State Fair. Here are your hosts, John Mercure and Julia Fellow.
What a beautiful day for somebody to eat 2 cream puffs at the Wisconsin State Fair.
Guilty as charged.
Yeah, it's a good one out here. Going to be a great night, too. Hey, Major Garrett, CBS Chief Washington correspondent, has an opinion about our governor's race. Major's with us coming up here in about 8 minutes. But first,
this is the 5 o'clock focus on Wisconsin's afternoon news.
Adam Roberts, Decision Wisconsin coverage. He is in our studios downtown while we are at the State Fair. Good afternoon, Adam. What are you looking at when you think about tonight's election?
Good afternoon to you, too. Yeah, we're sort of in the calm before the storm right now. We, as you both know, on Election Day, that wave of in-person vote kind of comes in ebbs and flows, largely with people's daily habits. And right now, a lot of election officials anticipating that after-work, pre-dinner rush of voters to come in. The most recent updates we've gotten so far is a lot of people are paying attention to Milwaukee County and the city of Milwaukee, in particular, County Executive David Crowley's camp, waiting for some of those in-person votes to come in. So far, in the latest update we got from the Elections Commission, this was around 3:15 this afternoon, they're saying polling activity so far has been on the slow end. They are anticipating that afternoon, though, bump up so far. Over 26,000 absentee ballots received, 16,000 of those so far processed at the central count in the city, saying that turnout has kind of been consistent with expectations. It is a partisan primary. It's happening in August, summer vacation, etc. What I'm going to be watching for, John and Julia, as we now go into the evening hours, those in-person turnouts in Milwaukee and Milwaukee County could be ultimately what decides things. As you guys had UWL political science professor Anthony Chergosky on earlier, as he mentioned, that could be the only path to victory for Crowley tonight.
Crowley has a path, but it's a narrow one. It involves really winning over those election day voters, those voters who made their decision at the 11th hour. He's really banking on those voters getting cold feet about Hong, being concerned about her electability, and if Crowley wins, we'll look back at those last-minute deciders, perhaps being influenced by the Governor Evers' endorsement. He's got a path, but it's a pretty long shot at this point.
Something else that will be interesting as well is how many of these early in-person and early absentee ballots, not just in Milwaukee County, but statewide, were cast for either Sarah Rodriguez or Mandela Barnes prior to either of them dropping out of the race, as they did over the past couple of months. Also going to keep an eye on the congressional district races. You have a very competitive Democratic primary out in our western part of the state. to potentially oust Derek Van Orden, who's been the incumbent there. You have the very contested Republican 7th Congressional District race up in northern Wisconsin, and then also the Waukesha County Sheriff's election. So this was interesting. So gubernatorial Republican candidate Tom Tiffany was campaigning on housing reform in Oconomowoc yesterday and was asked about some Republicans crossing over and voting for Francesca Hong, seeing her as a better competition for Tiffany in the fall. But that would then mean you can't vote in a Waukesha County Sheriff's election race because partisan primary can only pick one party.
If you're a Republican, I recommend that you vote Republican because there are plenty of primaries that are going on around the state that are going to decide the future of Wisconsin, and we want the best Republicans possible that are going to be running in this election in 2026.
So it'll be interesting to see what the turnout is for that county sheriff's race in Waukesha County. It'll be their first new sheriff there in a dozen years between the two Republican men running for that spot. So keeping an eye on all that and more, would recommend you stay tight here to WTMJ. We'll have Decision Wisconsin coverage all throughout the evening, even during the Brewers game. We'll be working hard behind the scenes. We'll have a live election reaction show. Kyle Wallace and Kristen Bry handling that, and I'll be here in the WTMJ Breaking News Center getting those updates and results as soon as they come in.
WTMJ's Adam Roberts. Thank you, Adam.
You bet.
Major Garrett, the main guy in Washington, has an opinion about our governor's race. Major Garrett with us live up next on WTMJ.
Many people feeling close to retirement ask themselves, do I have enough?
Am I missing something?
At Diversified Wealth Strategies, we provide clarity during our complimentary, no-pressure consultation. We're independent advisors using big firm tools with a boutique-style approach.
And no crickets. We stay in touch so you're never left wondering.
At Diversified Wealth Strategies, let us show you how to capture the upside, limit the downside, and feel good inside.
Visit dwstrategies.com.
Securities and investment services offered through Mosaic Wealth Inc. Member FINRA SIPC. Mosaic Wealth is separately owned, and other entities and/or marketing names, products, or services referenced here are independent of Mosaic Wealth.
When it comes to simple, affordable home improvements, at Les's Glass, you'll find an array of options, like for bath remodeling, adding a new glass shower door, embeveling the edges of your mirrors, or simply having us install new mirrors to any living space in your home can add a touch of elegance and depth that can really turn a room's frown upside down. Or maybe you're thinking new cabinet doors. Before you write that check, find out how we can make your ordinary cabinet doors beautiful with a variety of glass insert options that can be easily installed into your existing wood cabinets and make a world of difference. And before you pay for new windows, call us to see if our affordable insulated glass replacement services can't save you a few bucks. This is Stacy Sinks with Les's Glass Service. If it's a new glass shower door, fogged or broken insulated glass replacement, or affordable glass and mirror home decor that you've been looking for, you just can't pass on Les's Glass. Les's Glass Service, serving all of southeastern Wisconsin. Find us at lesglassservice.com.
Lef's is a presence here at the State Fair. Their place now is called Lef's Lucky Towns Miller Lite Sports Bar and Grill. It's at the corner of Grandstand Ave and 2nd Street. It's a great place to take a break with great food, cold drinks, free live entertainment, and this year's new favorites like the Chimney Brat Changa and candied bacon cheese curds. We'll see you at Lef's.
The saying goes, no good deed goes unpunished. Well, how about a good deed and then getting rewarded for it? Join the WTMJ Street Team with me, Julia Fellow, outside of the Bank 59 studios at the Wisconsin State Fair, Thursday, August 13th from 12 to 2.
Okay, good deed, good deed.
Tell us about a good deed you've done or received, and you get a piece of swag.
Hello? Good deed done.
It's that easy.
Just so many good deeds.
Traffic is sponsored by Mission 94 Firearms Education Center, centered in safety, anchored in history, designed for discovery.
From those with no experience to firearms enthusiasts, all are welcome at Mission 94 Firearms Education Center. Learn the right way to handle firearms. Just Google Mission 94.
Traffic and weather begins with Debbie Lazaga. Hey there, Deb.
Hey there. Looks like we have a car that ended up going into the median wall on westbound 894 at 76th Street. That's on the left shoulder there. At least it's out of traffic right now, but still, you're going to be seeing some pretty hefty delays heading through that area all the way up to just before Beloit Road where we have that pavement buckling. That still has the 2 right lanes blocked. Southbound 894 backing up out of the Zoo interchange past Greenfield Avenue. Back on the brakes from National down and around the Hale interchange to Forest Home. Southbound 41 also seeing backups from before Good Hope Road all the way down to about Silver Spring. Northbound's backed up from Capitol Drive past Silver Spring as well. Oh, southbound as well. You're going to see some delays from south of Burleigh down to about Mayfair Road. I'm Debbie Loziga with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
The WTMJ 5-day forecast. Tonight, patchy fog, a low of 68. Tomorrow, chance for rain, a high of 80. Thursday, slight chance for rain, a high of 78. Friday, mostly sunny, a high of 73. Saturday, chance for rain, a high of 74 degrees.
From the White House briefing room to the stories shaping the country, CBS News Chief Washington correspondent Major Garrett.
So we have this cycle that keeps repeating itself. Threats, talks, deal, no deal, threats, talks, deal, no deal. And Iran is clearly strategically holding on by its fingernails, but it is holding on.
National perspective, straight answers, right here on Wisconsin's Afternoon News.
All right, let's welcome in our guy. He is the host of The Takeout. Incredible. It's fun, it's timely, it's informative. He is Major Garrett. Major, thank you so much for being with us.
Always a pleasure. How are you, John?
Man, we are really good. Let's talk a little baseball. This Padres team is looking pretty good.
Yeah, they kicked up.
The past couple of weeks, the bullpen is the best maybe in baseball, literally. They knocked off the Brewers last night. It felt like a playoff game. It really had intense energy.
Most definitely felt like a playoff game, and could be, I hope, a playoff preview. The Brewers don't have to worry about whether or not they're in the playoffs. They're going to make it. The Padres are still on the outside looking in for the wild card, but we made two significant trade acquisitions at the deadline, Casey Mize and Robbie Ray, both who will pitch against the Brewers in this series. The Brewers have exceptional starting pitching, very good hitting up and down the lineup. They're a great club. They're the best record in baseball. Their bona fides are well established. The Padres are still trying to establish theirs, and I will tell you, John and Julia, 3.5 weeks ago, I was ready to sell. I was ready to give up on the season, have the Padres sell at the trade deadline, not acquire players, but they snapped back out of their doldrums and got back into this race. I'm glad we didn't sell. I'm glad we got two frontline starting pitchers, and if we can go 6 innings in every game and turn it over to the bullpen with the lead, we're going to be dangerous.
You know what? And you don't have to face the Miz. You should thank our manager for that. You don't even get the Miz in this series. The Dodgers
very,
do.
Very lucky, but
good.
look,
Take that,
but
Dodgers.
Please have the Miz mesmerize the Dodgers for us. A great starting pitcher, and if we are in the playoffs, we will see him. Everyone will see him. Everyone's afraid of him, legitimately so. As I said for the last 3 weeks, the Brewers are the class of the Major League Baseball right now. They are a hyper-performing baseball club from a mid-sized market that defies all the economics of Major League Baseball because they are a well-run, well-oiled machine organizationally and on the field.
Major Garrett is with us, CBS Chief Washington correspondent. So it's primary day here, and the leading candidate in the Democratic gubernatorial primary is an avowed socialist. She doesn't hide from that, Francesca Hong. This comes on the heels of another far-left candidate becoming mayor in New York, one winning the primary in Michigan. Give us some perspective. Why are voters interested increasingly in this type of candidate?
So Francesca Hong has organized apparently somewhat well in Wisconsin. We'll find out how well. The race has been chaotic beneath her, and that's certainly helped her because people have come in and come out of the race. I don't need to explain to listeners what's going on there. That instability and her stability in terms of organizing has put her in a good place. I'm not saying she's going to win. We'll wait for the votes to be counted. But if she does win, it's part of this democratic socialist messaging that has taken hold, which is we're going to fight, we're going to talk about things that are not extravagant, but that speak to core voter demands for not just affordability, but livability. I think affordability kind of glosses over other things. Yes, prices matter, but just a sense that voters have in New York, Michigan, we'll find out in Minnesota in a Senate primary tonight between Peggy Flanagan, the Lieutenant Governor, and a member of Congress, Angie Crate, if it exists there. It did in Denver, where voters on the Democratic side, look, they want something that is responsive, not just to we don't like Trump and we want to fight Trump, but what are the issues, what are the ways you talk about them, and what are the ways you identify with my sort of core livability experiences. And Democrats who can and repetitively talk to those issues and concerns do so on social media and pull people who were sitting out races previously back into the fold is a way that some of these Democratic Socialist candidates have caught a bit of a fire. How big a fire that is, how substantially important it is for the future of the Democratic Party, I don't know. But it is a fire that's been basically building since 2018 in small places, but it seems to have a kind of coalescing power a little bit more this cycle than previous ones.
Frustration, that's what I'm hearing from people who are Hong supporters. And
Yes.
they're just done with the same thing over and over, and Republicans keep winning, and there is that blue wave, and I think that they are going to kind of the opposite extreme, if you want to say that word.
Right. We're going to have on the program tomorrow a guy named Tad Devine, who was the campaign manager for Bernie Sanders in 2016. He's just written a book with the title How Democrats Screwed Bernie Sanders. Why do we need to revisit the 2016 campaign? Because Tad Devine argues, and a lot of people who are Francis Hong supporters, Zohran Mamdani supporters, Abdul El-Sayed supporters in Michigan say, look, we relied on the Democratic Party thinkers, strategists, establishment leaders in 2016 and 2024. There was an exception in 2020 with Joe Biden, but it was kind of shaped by external events, a global pandemic. Maybe that wasn't real. Maybe it was just a one-off. And we've relied on these Democratic leaders to show us the way. And in two elections, 2016 and 2024, the ones that Trump won, from the minds of these Democratic activist voters, they let us down. So we're not going to follow them anymore. And we're not going to go in the endorsement direction that they keep sending us. We are going to say, no, on the face of it, you're wrong. And if you're telling us one thing, we're going to be inclined to do the other. That's sort of a foundational place that Francesca Hong and a lot of these other Democratic Socialists have begun from. You can't win with that alone, but if you organize and have a message that resonates, you have a chance.
Major Garrett, CBS's chief Washington correspondent, the host of The Takeout, incredible author, and check out the podcast, Agent of Betrayal, The Double Life of Robert Hansen. It is really, really good. You're going to enjoy that. Major, we enjoy having you with us. Thank you so much, and good luck the next couple of days. Give us a couple here, maybe one, but good luck the rest of the season.
Good luck the rest of the season. We will see you in October.
I like the sound of that. All right, Major, have a great rest of the week. We'll talk next week.
Talk next week.
It is 5:24 at WTMJ.
We're October bound, John.
We are. I liked you. You had an October Brewer shirt on.
I know.
A couple of days
from
ago.
Last season.
And it was perfect. Coming up, we're going to actually talk election on this election day with Anthony Chergowski, University of Wisconsin lacrosse professor. He's a really bright and fun guy. We'll do that coming up at 5:45. Niz details out the weather. And the news is straight ahead here at the bottom of the hour. But before all of that, the WTMJ Annex Wealth Management Market Update. Everything in the red on this Tuesday. The NASDAQ was off 160 points, down almost 0.2%. The Dow was down 184. That's down 0.33%. The S&P 500 was off 20 points. That is 0.25%. Annex Wealth Management, financial planning at every level. Feel only fiduciary all the time. Know the difference with Annex.
Notifications, texts, emails, information coming at you all day, every day. With so much noise, knowing what deserves your attention can feel overwhelming. So it's no surprise that many Americans feel less confident about their retirement finances and stressed about their investments. Turn down the noise. Turn up the planning. Put Annex Wealth Management on your side for trusted investment and retirement guidance, including tax and estate planning. Visit annexwealth.com and click the Get Started button.
WTMJ's Julia Fellow here for Sweet Talks Medical Spa in Menominee Falls. You know, I moved an entire house. I was ragged. I felt down. I wasn't able to really wash my face. I didn't even know where it was in the box to find things for all of my skin treatments. And I went into Sweet Talks, and I felt rejuvenated. They offer injectables, advanced skin treatments, and wellness services. I got the Hydro Diamond Glow Facial. I'm like a new woman. They also will help you with your results of all of your health. So I've been getting IV injections. I got the On the Defense last month, so I feel revitalized. You can book an appointment. They are a journey. They'll go through you with your journey every step of the way. Head to sweettalks.com. That's sweettalks.com.
The family-owned Mine Shaft restaurant in Hartford is hiring line cooks, dishwashers, and third-shift cleaners. You'll make real money in a fun, busy atmosphere. Parents and grandparents, tell your kids. Inquire today and start next week. Visit mineshaftrestaurant.com.
Finding the right talent is not just tough, it's critical. In a world shaped by rapid change, AI, and evolving skills, you need people who are ready to adapt and lead. Vince Vitrano for LAK Group, experts in recruiting across your organization, finding top candidates, assessing their skills, culture fit, and ability to thrive in the workplace of tomorrow. LAK Group does not fill positions. They build high-performing teams, engaged, future-ready, and equipped to navigate what's next. LAKgroup.com.
If you need a place for new home interior ideas, then you have to come talk to us. Our on-staff decorators know furniture, home decor, and a lot more. And they're not only creative, but also very willing to help you make great choices. This is Katie with Design Exchange, where discerning buyers with discriminating taste come to find premium home decor at a value. Design Exchange in Heartland and Pewaukee. Stop in often, because our inventory changes daily.
Design Exchange.
Previously, it has been gently loved, but here you'll only find very well-conditioned premium home decor items that you likely won't find elsewhere. Distinctive furniture, unique antiques, and original art, and other tasteful home decor at a value. This is Katie with Design Exchange, where discerning buyers with discriminating taste come to find premium home decor on consignment at 25 to 40% off retail prices in Heartland and Pewaukee.
Design Exchange.
Welcome to The Knowledge Brokers, our weekly feature covering the dynamics of the insurance market, how it affects Wisconsin businesses and residents. Sponsored by the original Knowledge Broker, R&R Insurance. Joining me today, Jeff Salazinski, Executive Vice President of Insurance Operations. Jeff, the employee benefits insurance market seems to be getting more complex every day. What are you watching right now that we're halfway through 2026?
Thanks, Vince. Great to be here. Some very interesting statistics revealed recently from the Wisconsin Manufacturers and Commerce annual Wisconsin Employer Survey. Of those businesses that offered employer-sponsored health plans, 93% of those businesses experienced an increase in healthcare costs in 2026, driven by higher costs from providers and increased drug costs.
93%. That's almost everyone. So this is an important topic for business owners?
It sure is. Employee benefits cost escalation is top of mind for business owners, and affordability is top of mind for many employees today.
So, Jeff, how are you at R&R Insurance guiding those business owners and assisting employees?
A strong data and analytics process should be guiding your program design and cost mitigation efforts. R&R Insurance has the best analytics team in the business. For employees, as part of their plan enrollment and regular communications, we teach employees how to make better care decisions by understanding price transparency tools while seeking the best care possible. Not just at enrollment time, but throughout the year.
So why should a business owner or buyer of employee benefits be working with R&R Insurance?
Our team of insurance professionals have protected business and designed competitive employee benefit programs for over 50 years. If you're looking for a better insurance purchasing experience, we'd love to speak with you. At R&R Insurance, we know employee benefits insurance.
That's Jeff from R&R Insurance. Thanks for the great info, Jeff.
Find furniture for life from Ken Michaels Furniture in Brookfield, Greenfield, or downtown Milwaukee. Milwaukee Mattress, where top quality mattresses are priced hundreds less than premium national mattress brands. Found exclusively at Ken Michaels Furniture in Brookfield, Greenfield, and downtown Milwaukee.
Wisconsin's afternoon news on Wisconsin's radio station, News Radio WTMJ.
It's 5:30. I'm John Mercure. Your top story: a suspect arrested after multiple shootings in Milwaukee.
I'm Julia Fellow. A few more hours to vote in Wisconsin.
I'm Debbie Lazigo, westbound 94, right about at the ramp from St. Paul Avenue. We've got a crash and center lane's blocked. So just watch out for the delays now coming from basically from the Marquette all the way to that point. We got more backups all the way to Hawley Road. On the eastbound side, backing up from 164 to Springdale, back on the brakes past Barker, and then again from 70th Street to 35th. Southbound 41, still, or 894, I should say, is really backed up from the Zoo all the way down through the Hale Interchange to Forest Home. On the westbound side of 894, we do have a crash that is right about at 84th Street on the left shoulder, and then, of course, the pavement buckling on northbound 894 just before Beloit Road with the two right lanes blocked. I'm Debbie Lazago with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
Muggy tonight, a low of 68. Tomorrow, storms mainly near the state line, a high of 81. Right now here at the State Fair, partly sunny and 81 degrees.
From the WTMJ Breaking News Center, a man's in custody connected to a pair of shootings that left 3 dead over the weekend in Milwaukee. The separate shootings at 21st and Pierce and 39th and Townsend Saturday led to the deaths of Vanessa DeHara, Scott Buckles, and Shamarla Hare. The suspect was taken into custody today at a home near 84th and Feebrance following a standoff. His identity has not been released.
Our state's open primary system gives voters a choice, but there's one rule they have to follow.
Wisconsin voters heading to the polls today are being reminded they can only vote on one side of the partisan primary ballot. At Waukesha City Hall, Chief Election Inspector Tim Nekich says some voters can get confused by the rules in a primary.
Primaries are a different animal because you can't cross over vote. You have to stay within the lane, so to speak. People sometimes don't pay attention to that, but that's what we're here for.
Nekich says election workers are available to help voters who have questions about the process. Polls are open until 8 tonight. At Waukesha City Hall, Nazir Spencer, WTMJ News.
Recovery efforts continue in Colombia after a devastating earthquake struck near the country's capital. News Nation's Marnie Hughes.
More than 160 people are dead and 1,600 buildings have collapsed. They've got 2,700 people that have been reported missing. So the thought is many are trapped under the rubble. The race is on to try and find them. The U.S. has pledged more than $15 million right now in the ongoing recovery efforts.
Experts say this is the most powerful earthquake to hit the country in over a decade.
Doctors pushing back against the Trump administration's attempt to limit the number of childhood vaccinations. Here's ABC News' Mary Bruce.
The president now calling for fewer childhood vaccines, recommending that children be vaccinated against 11 diseases. That's down from the previous 18 recommended by the CDC. And central to the president's plan is splitting up the measles, mumps, and rubella vaccine into 3 separate shots, even though individual shots are currently not available here in the U.S. and despite the fact that we are now in the middle of the largest measles outbreak in decades.
Yesterday, President Donald Trump tied the combined MMR shot to higher autism rates, but there's no scientific evidence to back up that claim.
A popular convenience store chain is rerouting research donations to avoid funding experiments on animals.
According to PETA, Quick Trip is a regular donor to the University of Wisconsin-Madison's Food Research Institute, which they allege regularly experiments on animals. The university has created a new funding option which prohibits donations from being spent on animal studies, where Quick Trip is now directing their money. Over 20 sponsors have now directed their donations to the Animal Free Fund or cut off sponsorship entirely, including Pepsi and Campbell's Soup Company. PETA says the move is part of a push for animal-free research nationwide. Elizabeth Linton in WTMJ News.
Former Packers wide receiver Jordy Nelson is trading the football field for the golf course.
The Packers Hall of Famer joined about 50 youth golfers at Brown Deer Park Golf Course as part of Bank of America's Golf With Us clinic. Nelson says events like this give kids who might not otherwise play golf a chance to experience the sport, and that's part of why he enjoys returning to Wisconsin.
Some kids have all the opportunity in the world, some kids don't. So just anytime they can get out and experience different things is fun.
As for football, Nelson says he still loves the game, but certainly doesn't miss training camp.
January, when playoffs come around, it might be a different story, but training camp is no one ever itches to go to training camp, ever.
Neil Doyle, WTMJ News.
Time for WTMJ Sports Update from the Gruber Law Offices. One call, that's all Sports Desk. It's a game week for Matt LaFleur's Packers, who begin the preseason schedule Thursday night against the Steelers.
You're looking at everything, how they compete, how they're able to process in the moment. There's nothing like it. You know, the pressure of just, it's a game. So you're looking at everything.
LaFleur says that it's likely that Jordan Love will play. Running back Josh Jacobs will not suit up due to a groin injury. The Brewers aim to bounce back tonight in Game 2 of a 3-game series against the Padres. Lefty Kyle Harrison makes the start for the Crew. The Brewers begin the day 3 games clear of the Dodgers and Braves for the best record in the National League. Coverage of tonight's game begins at 8:05 on WTMJ. And the NBA season begins October 20th with the world champion Knicks hosting LeBron James at the Philadelphia 76ers. The complete NBA schedule will be revealed on Thursday.
Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time, 5:36.
WTMJ's Eric Bilstead here for QC Kinetics. You've gotten really good at living with that joint pain, haven't you? When the knees or the hips are screaming, you shift your weight. When the shoulders are stiff, you skip those workouts. When the back acts up, you try a new sleeping position, and when it comes to kneeling, well, forget about it. You may be told you need surgery, but before you make that decision, get a second opinion from QC Kinetics. There's no undo button from surgery, especially a replacement. Call QC Kinetics to learn about its regenerative treatments. No scalpel and long recovery, just your body's natural healing process that may help some patients totally avoid surgery. The time is now. You can set up a free consultation and you can explore your options. Call 414-667-5559. That's 414-667-5559. Call QC Kinetics and find out what they can do for you. Find out how to live joint pain free. Call QC Kinetics today.
Wisconsin's Afternoon News on WTMJ.
All right, let's bring in our friend Chief Meteorologist Brian Niznansky. Niz, I hear you're out. I wish we were actually outside physically and not in our beautiful booth here because it looks stunning outside.
Yeah. Oh, it's beautiful outside. Yeah, a little humid, but it's the middle of summer. After all.
It.
So, yeah, cherish it while we have it, right? Can't complain about everything. But no, we're live outdoors right now. We're in Whitefish Bay, so a number of different charitable organizations that we're involved with and that I'm involved with. We will donate what's called a front yard forecast, where I will come out, we'll auction off at, let's say in tonight's case, the Make-A-Wish Gala. We auctioned off a front yard forecast to the winning bidder.
You're in Steve's front yard?
We roll the storm chaser up and we right up to the winner's front yard, and we do a forecast. And tonight's winner, Katie and Dan Price in Whitefish Bay, and they're throwing a block party. Literally, the street is blocked off, and the entire neighborhood is here.
That is so cool.
Which street?
Where are we? I mean, we're in Whitefish Bay, but it's we're just north of Hampton. I'm trying to think of what the exact street
You're
is.
not in
here.
Idlewild, are you?
Nope, we're not. Nope.
Okay.
I know that, but no, it's a really cool neighborhood, obviously, and you got a ton of families here. A lot of families
that's
running
nice.
around.
What a great idea.
We
should auction off Julia coming to do a newscast from somebody's front yard. That's a great idea.
Like
You'd have to do it with me.
Yeah. Okay, let's go do that. I love that.
Yeah. No, it's good. I don't remember what the winning bidder, I didn't ask what they bid on it this year, but it's interesting. You know, some events it goes for a very affordable price, and then others you get people competing with each other. You know how these auctions go. And
I remember one year that you were at a farmer's yard.
Yeah, there was.
Farm?
Yeah, we were out in the farmyard. Yeah, I think the guy was hoping that maybe we showed the slaughterhouse live on TV. I was like, no, we're not going to do that. No, we're good. Yeah.
Yeah, you never know at the auctions. It's so interesting. Sometimes, dinner at the firehouse goes for $5,000. Sometimes you're fighting to get to $1,000. You just, you never know.
It is great. Yeah, absolutely. And you hope for the big numbers for a really good cause, and it's a way that we can easily help out. We're happy to do it.
Yeah, for sure. Here at the Wisconsin State Fair, the guy in the spinning piano is riding down the street now. He's got a rhinestone jacket on. You know that guy? He's on a mobile piano that rolls around, spinning in circles.
I've seen that guy. Yep. You got another local legend.
I'd be dizzy.
Pretty soon the Milverine will walk by. You never know.
Oh, wow. That would be super cool. We just hope this guy doesn't run anybody over. How are you playing the piano, driving that thing around?
True. We've been worried about that, Niz.
Yeah, there's been a lot of big vehicles driving around out here.
Yeah, I can imagine. Yeah, no, it's a warm evening, but you guys are going to stay dry at the State Fair tonight. Big storms went through Chicago. I don't know if you guys heard.
No, how bad were they?
There were some storms that went through Chicago with straight-line wind damage of 100 miles per hour.
Whoa.
And, so some damage down that way. I think especially the southwest end of Chicagoland. Also, what will end up being a confirmed tornado, too. I think Tinley Park, I thought I saw. So yeah, some rough weather there, and thankfully that bypassed us here in southern Wisconsin.
Oh, my gosh, thankfully. Okay, lead us through tonight the next 5 days, Niz. What are we talking about?
Yeah, we could get some fog to develop tonight. So while we're dry, some fog could develop, especially lakeside again. Low temperatures tonight. upper 60s for tomorrow, high of 81. I think a mainly dry forecast tomorrow, only a slight chance of a pop-up shower or storm. Now, Thursday, a better chance for rain and embedded thunderstorms. Low severe threat, but we'll just have to keep an eye on things for Thursday. A nice and dry Friday and cooler, partly cloudy skies with highs in the 70s.
All right, so pretty decent week. Not bad at all. Not much of a chance for severe weather. We like that, too.
Yeah, but just active enough that especially if you're heading to the state fair, just keep tabs with the forecast. The 7-day will look active, but there isn't one day that I think is like a complete, absolute washout by any means.
Chief Meteorologist Brian Niznansky, have fun out there, Niz. We'll talk to you in a couple of days. No Niz tomorrow. We have Brewers baseball. We'll catch up with you on Thursday.
Good. Hopefully a W by then. All right. See you guys.
Yep. Let's go. It is 5:42 at WTMJ. Up next, Anthony Chergosky. Maybe you don't know the name, but you should put this guy on your radar. Wisconsin politics. He's at the top of the mountain. Anthony Chergosky on this election day. Up next on WTMJ. The forecast brought to you by Infinity Exteriors, your local experts for roofing, siding, and window projects.
Hey, this is Mike from Infinity Exteriors. Buying a roof, siding, or windows can feel overwhelming. Hidden costs, confusing contracts. We don't play that game. We educate you so you can decide. And when you know the facts, Infinity Exteriors is the clear choice. Since 1997, we've installed peace of mind with no surprise upcharges, flexible budgets, and immediate financing. Infinity Exteriors, saving our communities from unscrupulous contractors. Visit infinityexteriors.com.
WTMJ's Julia Fellow here for Jens Family Chiropractic in Germantown. I had a horrible lower back. Even when I was sitting up, I couldn't sit all the way upright as I was walking for a few minutes. But I thought it was something I was just going to have to live with. Don't do that like I did for a while. I finally went into Jens Family Chiropractic. I got the soft wave tissue regeneration therapy and adjustments. And also, this is a non-invasive treatment. It helped my body repair itself naturally. It stimulates healing, improves your blood flow to the area that hurts, and it activated your own body's repair cells to target pain at its source. So, if you're dealing with something like that I did, don't just wait another day hoping it's going to get better on its own. For a limited time, your first soft wave treatment is just $57. That is an incredible way for you to find out if this breakthrough therapy can help you get back to doing the things you love. Appointments are filling up quickly, so call Jens Family Chiropractic today or visit jensfamilychiropractic.com to schedule your first treatment. That's YENTZ familychiropractic.com. jensfamilychiropractic.com. Regenerate, recover, live pain-free.
From those with no experience to firearms enthusiasts, all are welcome at Mission 94 Firearms Education Center. The staff is deeply committed to providing a welcoming and engaging environment for everyone at every level. Learn the right way to handle firearms, level up your skills, and experience replica firearms from different historical eras while learning about their role in protecting our freedoms throughout history. Visit veteran-owned and managed Mission 94 in Kenosha today. Check out the 5-star reviews. Just Google Mission 94.
Hey everybody, Debbie Lazaga here for Comfort Awnings. Using the highest quality American-made materials, their awnings are the leading shade and wind-resistant solutions for your outdoor space. Now, Comfort Awnings installed a motorized awning over my patio a couple of summers ago, and I really don't know how I ever lived without it. I'm loving it. With summer here, don't wait to get your awning installed. Enjoy our beautiful Wisconsin summer no matter the weather. Extend your motorized awning when that sun gets too hot or even when it rains. Right now, get $200 off your awning or screen. Call 414-AWNINGS or visit comfortawnings.com today.
Want to watch all your favorite WTMJ shows? Check out the WTMJ YouTube channel. Live streams of all your favorite WTMJ shows. From Wisconsin's morning news to what's on tap. Subscribe to 620 WTMJ.
Let's get you where you need to safely at 545 with Debbie Lazaga.
Still a slow ride along southbound 43 from Capitol Drive all the way down through the Marquette and onto the high-rise bridge. More backups then from Beecher down towards the KK River crossing. Southbound 894 still heavy from Greenfield down and around the Hale to Forest Home. Northbound still got that buckled pavement. It is right before Beloit Road. 2 right lanes blocked there. Southbound on 41, that's actually eased up nicely. Where we're seeing delays right now are just right around the North Avenue curve to Mayfair Road. Westbound 94 backing up from 27th Street to Hawley Road. Eastbound right through the Barker Road area and then back on the brakes from 70th Street to 35th. I'm Debbie Lazaga with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
It is Election Day. Polls are open until 8 o'clock. Mr. Election in Wisconsin, I think that's on his business card, is Anthony Chergowski, also a professor at University of Wisconsin-La Crosse. Anthony, so good to have you with us. Thank you so much.
Thank you, John. I'm going to have to get new business cards now.
Mr. America, right there.
Hey, have you voted today, or do you vote early, or what's your deal?
Well, John, I still like to vote on Election Day, and I can imagine after this crazy primary election, maybe next time around we get one of these August primaries and we're not going to see quite as many people voting early. I mean, how many people have voted for Mandela Barnes and Sarah Rodriguez, and they're not able to really do anything about that. So it's going to be interesting to see how people approach early voting in these primaries going forward.
No kidding. How do you think that might mess up David Crowley's chances of superseding Francesca Hong?
Yeah, I mean, I think David Crowley has to be hoping for robust voter turnout on Election Day, and he has to be hoping that those last-minute deciders break in his direction. Now, Crowley has a path, but it's a narrow one. It involves really winning over those Election Day voters, those voters who made their decision at the 11th hour. He's really banking on those voters getting cold feet about Hong, being concerned about her electability, and if Crowley wins, we'll look back at those last-minute deciders, perhaps being influenced by the Governor Evers' endorsement. He's got a path, but it's a pretty long shot at this point.
Anthony, you mentioned those that are on the ballot but not in the race. I mean, there is likely to be thousands and thousands of people that still vote for Sarah Rodriguez or still vote for Mandela Barnes that aren't aware that they're not in the race, in addition to the people who voted early, and so now those votes are already cast. I don't know what the solution is, but that could be a deciding factor in a race like this, couldn't it? Those votes that will basically go to no one?
Yeah, it's almost like that spoiler effect, where if we do get a close race between Hong and Crowley, then we would look at maybe those Barnes votes, those Rodriguez votes as maybe tipping the balance in favor of Hong had those voters gone towards Crowley. Maybe if they had a do-over. But then also like the Royce and Brennan factor. I mean, Kelda Royce and Joel Brennan have stayed in this race, even though they do not have a realistic path to win this election. So if it's a tight margin between Hong and Crowley, we could also be looking at the decisions that Royce and Brennan made to stick it out through Election Day, even though they lacked a viable path to win this thing.
What is Hong's future if she does become the nominee? I mean, what is she up against when she goes up against Tom Tiffany?
Yeah, she's going to be up against an onslaught of negative advertising because Republicans feel very positive about the prospects of defeating her should she become the Democratic nominee. I think Republicans are clear-eyed about the challenges that they face in a midterm election with a Republican president. We know the historical pattern there. We know that midterm elections are tough for the party of the president. At the same time, candidates matter. And Republicans are hoping that they can focus on Hong's social media posts, that they can focus on Thanksgiving, that they can focus on defund the police, and they can use those to scare the middle ground, suburban voters, independent voters, those voters that are up for grabs in these highly competitive statewide elections. I'm wondering if this race doesn't really become a race to capture the middle ideological ground so much as it becomes a competition to disqualify the other side as an unacceptable risk.
It's so interesting, Anthony, because you're right. You can already see the ads being written about the candidate who at one point wasn't a fan of Thanksgiving or Culver's or the police department. And on the other side, the guy who's standing next to Donald Trump, who has the lowest approval ratings in the history of approval ratings in many states in our country. Do they spend all their money going negative, or do they even try to define themselves instead of their opponent?
I think Tom Tiffany has been running an excellent campaign, focusing on folksy biographical appeals. We know that that sells in Wisconsin. We know that people like, the kind of image that he's portraying to the public. But I do think this campaign is going to take a real negative shift as Republicans try to disqualify Hong in the minds of those middle ground voters. And John, we have to think about who those middle ground voters are. The decisive voters in this upcoming midterm election are not big Donald Trump fans. They need to be given a reason to vote for Tom Tiffany. Tom Tiffany is a staunch ally of Donald Trump. So Tiffany could try to create some daylight between himself and Trump, or he could just go negative on Hong and try to disqualify her in the minds of those pivotal swing voters. It's going to be a fascinating campaign. And it's going to be one wild ride over the next 3 months, regardless of who the nominee ends up being, but particularly if it ends up being Hong.
So would Tom Tiffany be better off if Donald Trump did not come to Wisconsin and stand next to him on a stage?
Oh, that is a fascinating question. Like, would Donald Trump campaign here, and would Tom Tiffany want Trump to campaign here? On the one hand, John, there are many voters out there who view themselves as Donald Trump fans first and Republicans second, or Republicans not at all. And Tiffany would love to turn out those votes. Yeah. That has been a real challenge for Republicans. I mean, they have a lot of supporters who are diehard Trump fans, but aren't so excited about coming out to vote when Donald Trump is not on the ballot. If Trump campaigns for Tiffany, it could greatly help him appeal to that audience of voters. At the same time, it does risk a backlash. And the Tiffany campaign would love to be focusing on Hong's social media posts, on her defund the police statements, on that kind of thing. If this race, though, becomes a referendum on Donald Trump, then Tiffany's campaign is getting into some problematic territory, given the trend lines in Trump's approval rating.
So we did get an update from the Milwaukee Election Commission, and they said that polling activity has been slow. They do expect it to go up a bit, but is that not a good sign, or do you think that these primary elections, there's not many people that vote as much?
And we have to consider, Julia, that Republican turnout is probably going to be pretty darn low in this election in this August primary, just because of the lack of a competitive gubernatorial primary. I do think we could see decent voter turnout on the Democratic side on Election Day. Crowley really needs that to happen. And so I think that report you cited could be really concerning for him, because he needs strong Election Day turnout. He needs people who decided at the last minute to A, turn up to vote, and B, vote for him.
So as you look at tonight, is it basically Dane County versus Milwaukee County that will play a large role in determining whether it's Hong or Crowley because of those two bases they each have?
It really is that fascinating storyline, John. The two powerhouses within the Democratic Party, Dane County and its sky-high voter turnout, and then Milwaukee County, which has that history of being so crucial to the Democratic Party. I think we should be watching both counties closely. It's clear that Crowley is going to do well in Milwaukee. It's clear that Hong is going to do well in Dane. It's about the margins, though. Who is able to run up the score on their home turf?
How does Anthony Chergosky watch the elections come in? Does he have like multiple
with pizza,
TVs
of course?
Yes, of course.
With pizza,
Every
like
that.
election pizza is always on the menu on election night, Julia.
Is it date night for you and your wife? I don't even know if you're married. You and your wife? Is it a date night? Hey, pizza, and come watch my 4 computer monitors with me.
Pizza and refresh the browser.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, Control F5 constantly.
A quick question for you before we let you go. I was talking to someone close to Derek Van Orden a month ago, and they said the worst thing in this race that happened to Van Orden was that Josh Schoeman got out, and it was handed to Tiffany, because Republicans in many parts of the state aren't really motivated to go to the polls, and you alluded to this. In places like Tom Tiffany's district or Derek Van Orden's district, does it hurt that there's not a competitive Republican primary for governor?
Yeah, it could, John, and it means that Republicans are going to have to work really hard between now and the November election to get their voters engaged, because when the party of the president in a midterm election struggles, and that's normally the case, it's often because the voters are apathetic, that they're just not motivated enough to turn out to vote. So motivating the party's base is absolutely critical for Republicans, and as you alluded to, they've got some work to do in that department.
All right, well, we're going to let you go so you can get that pizza ordered. Are you a pepperoni guy, a sausage guy? Don't say vegetarian guy. What are you?
Pepperoni, John. Pepperoni all day long.
Oh, I like that too.
Yeah, me too. All right.
Extra.
All right, we all vote for pepperoni. Anthony Chergowski, University of Wisconsin lacrosse. Maybe we'll catch up with you in the next couple of days and get your take on how things turned out, Anthony.
You got it, John. Thanks.
These are your business headlines from the Milwaukee Business Journal.
Wago Corporation will add 61,000 square feet to its Germantown headquarters. The manufacturer expects to increase employment from 140 to 160 jobs following the expansion. An out-of-state developer plans 108 apartments in Summers. Illinois-based RE Development Solutions proposed Lakeshore Residences of Summers would include a 4-story apartment building, lakefront amenities, and 234 parking spaces on Sheridan Road near 7th Place Overlook Park. Bartolotta Restaurants reveals details of its Art Deco-inspired Peacock Lounge. The Peacock Lounge is inside High Stakes by Bartolotta, which is anticipated to open in downtown Milwaukee in late summer. I'm Logan Hansen from MilwaukeeBusinessJournal.com on 620 WTMJ.
WTMJ, W277CV, and WKTI HD2 Milwaukee from the Annex Wealth Management Studios. This is News Radio WTMJ, a Good Karma brand station.
This report is sponsored by Diversified Wealth Strategies. Your life, your goals. Visit dwstrategies.com.
Many people feeling close to retirement ask themselves, do I have enough?
Am I missing something?
At Diversified Wealth Strategies, we provide clarity during our complimentary, no-pressure consultation. We're independent advisors using big firm tools with a boutique-style approach.
And no crickets. We stay in touch so you're never left wondering.
At Diversified Wealth Strategies, let us show you how to capture the upside, limit the downside, and feel good inside.
Visit dwstrategies.com.
Securities and investment services offered through Mosaic Wealth Inc. Member FINRA SIPC. Mosaic Wealth is separately owned, and other entities and/or marketing names, products, or services referenced here are independent of Mosaic Wealth.
Good Karma Brands is proud to be an equal opportunity employer, providing equal employment, development, and advancement opportunities to all teammates and applicants. To learn more about careers with us, please send an email to talentacquisition@goodkarmabrands.com. That's talentacquisition@goodkarmabrands.com.
When you're at the State Fair, be sure to check out the Big 5-9 main stage, featuring amazing acts like Nelly, For King and Country, Winona Judd, Melissa Etheridge, and more. Tickets are on sale now. Big 5-9 is a proud sponsor of the fair and a proud supporter of the local Wisconsin communities they have served since 1859. So grab your bucket of lemonade or beer, something on a stick, and join Big 5-9 at the Wisconsin State Fair between August 6th and August 16th. Member FDIC.
Tracy, why is there a goat in the driveway?
I need a new furnace and I can't afford it, so I'm bartering. Meet my down payment.
You can't pay for a furnace with a goat.
He's worth so much, he does tricks.
Capital does 0% financing for up to 60 months on a new heating and cooling system. No interest, no livestock.
I can keep my money and stay warm?
And get a free second opinion first. Call Capital.
Call CapitalTears.com.
The historic Fox and Hound Supper Club near Holy Hill is hiring experienced line cooks and dishwashers. You'll make real money. Night and weekend hours are required. Parents and grandparents, tell your kids. Inquire today, start next week. Google and call the Fox and Hounds today.
Kessler's Diamonds.
Decision, Wisconsin. The August primary is here. Keep it tuned to WTMJ for all of your Election Day coverage. Once the polls close at 8 p.m., head to the WTMJ YouTube page for special coverage of the races all across Wisconsin. Catch all your election coverage here. News Radio 620, WTMJ, Milwaukee.
At 6 o'clock, it's 77 degrees. Tonight, mostly cloudy skies, muggy, a low of 68. Wednesday, storms mainly near the state line, a high of 81. From the WTMJ Breaking News Center, I'm Jen Gregg. Decision, Wisconsin. The Milwaukee Election Commission is reminding voters what they need to know to cast a vote today.
The polls are open today from 7 a.m. to 8 p.m., and voters must bring a photo ID. Absentee ballots cannot be returned to Election Day polling places. Voters who still need to drop off their absentee ballot can take it directly to Central Count by 8 p.m. or to a drop box by 6 p.m. It's also not too late to register to vote in person. Anyone who still needs to register can bring proof of address, like a utility bill or bank statement. Jessica Gatso, WTMJ News.
As tens of thousands of Milwaukeeans head to the polls, Mayor Cavalier Johnson continues to defend the city's election process amid an FBI investigation into the 2020 presidential election.
There's nothing nefarious that's happening here in the city. I wouldn't allow it.
The mayor's latest comments in a speech to the Rotary Club Tuesday included remarks targeted at Vice President J.D. Vance, who declined an invitation from Johnson to tour city election facilities while visiting Milwaukee in July.
It was a little bit of he doth protest too much.
Vance at the time compared the situation to his son saying unprompted he hadn't stolen cookies. Mayor Johnson's response:
if your 6-year-old son did steal cookies from the cookie jar, you'd have some evidence. That's not happening in elections in Milwaukee.
Adam Roberts, WTMJ News.
Avoiding scams when buying from vendors at the Wisconsin State Fair can sometimes be tricky. The Better Business Bureau's Lisa Schiller says finding contact information is the first step to avoiding a scam. She tells Wisconsin's Midday News.
You know, I think the biggest thing is that people don't realize, they don't know who they're buying from, right? They get it home and they go, oh, I want to buy more. I want to buy more mop heads, or I need to return this or make an exchange. And then they go, who did I just buy this from? I bought it from a booth. So you have to find out who you're purchasing it from. You know the name of the business, their location, phone number, all that contact information. Very important.
Schiller recommends waiting on any purchase over $130. A popular convenience store chain is rerouting research donations to avoid funding experiments on animals. According to PETA, Quick Trip is a regular donor to the University of Wisconsin-Madison's Food Research Institute, which they allege regularly experiments on animals. The university has created a new funding option which prohibits donations from being spent on animal studies, where Quick Trip is now directing their money. Over 20 sponsors have now directed their donations to the Animal Free Fund or cut off sponsorship entirely, including Pepsi and Campbell Soup Company. PETA says the move is part of a push for animal-free research nationwide. And the Milwaukee Area Domestic Animal Control Commission says they have been over capacity on cats for over a week and that a disease has broken out among them. Panleuk is an extremely contagious virus found in outdoor cats that is spread in crowded areas or non-vaccinated animals. The shelter says it is especially deadly for kittens and hard to control. If you find a healthy stray cat or kitten, Maddox says do not immediately bring it to the shelter. Instead, check for a microchip, post on social media, and ask neighbors. Sick cats or kittens should still be turned in. Sports, traffic, and weather are next. Outdoor Living Unlimited WTMJ News Time is 6:03.
In the military, the mission was clear. You knew what to do. Now, the mission has changed. Stepping into civilian life isn't about finding a job. It's finding your purpose.
I wanted a career that would leverage the skills and discipline I gained in the military. IT just felt right.
My Computer Career offers class schedules that fit into your life and skills in high demand. Put your VA benefits to work. Visit mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to jumpstart your IT career today. An elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Looking for unconditional love? It's waiting for you at HAWS, the Humane Animal Welfare Society of Waukesha County. Every day, animals arrive hoping for something simple, a safe place, a gentle touch, a family to call their own. A wagging tail, a soft purr, a quiet moment on the couch. It could all start with you. When you adopt from HAWS, you're not just bringing home a pet. You're giving love, hope, and a second chance. Visit HawsPets.org to meet your new best friend. HAWS, your shelter, our community, for the animals we love.
I'm Vince Vetrano, joined today by Dr. Corey Casper from Orthopedic Associates of Wisconsin.
What's good for an airman is going to be, I think, good for the folks in Wisconsin as well. You don't have to be an athlete to come seek care from a sports medicine physician. It can just be getting back to moving and doing the things that you love to do, whether it be your job or gardening or playing pickleball or going for runs. My goal is just to get you back moving comfortably.
Get started online now at orthowisconsin.com.
Time for a WTMJ sports update from the Gruber Law Office's One Call That's All sports desk. After dropping the opener of a 3-game series against the Padres in San Diego, the Brewers begin the day with a 5-game lead over the Cubs for first place in the NL Central.
You can't strike out that many times, and we got to score more than 2 runs on the road to win. Logan pitched well enough to win.
Pat Murphy will give the ball to Kyle Harrison tonight in Game 2. Coverage begins at 8:05 here on WTMJ. Taking a look at the roads with your WTMJ Time Saver traffic, it looks like the ramp from 84th Street to I-41 West is closed because of an incident. It looks like traffic is slightly backed up due to this.
This report sponsored by Exterior Pros and Baths. Trust the pros and kick off your home transformation.
Don't wait until a small problem becomes an expensive one. Visit extpros.com. Exterior Pros and Baths. Done right. Built to last.
Time for your WTMJ 5-day forecast. Tonight, mostly cloudy skies, muggy, a low of 68. Wednesday, storms mainly near the state line, a high of 81. Thursday, storms likely mid-morning, a high of 77. Friday, mostly sunny, a high of 72. Saturday, a chance of storms, a high of 78. And Sunday, a chance of storms again, a high of 78. In Madison, it's 81. In Green Bay, it's 81. And in Milwaukee, 77 degrees. I'm Jen Gregg. Outdoor Living Unlimited WTMJ News Time is 6:07.
Your need-to-know cultural snapshot of Wisconsin and beyond. This is What's on Tap with Sandy Max, sponsored by Visit Milwaukee. A deep dive into all things intriguing, riveting, and entertaining. Now live from the Bank 59 studio at the Wisconsin State Fair. Here's your host, Sandy Max.
Oh, am I having fun now? Anytime you can get out and about on a beautiful summer night and right here in the thick of it, where the action is and has been for 175 years, broadcasting live from the Bank 59 studio at the Wisconsin State Fair. I am Sandy Max. Thank you for joining me for What's on Tap, sponsored by Visit Milwaukee, and 2 hours of memories and music of the Wisconsin State Fair. 2 of the most entertaining, engaging, and clever musical performers who play here regularly at the Wisconsin State Fair are going to be my guests. Peter Noon of Herman's Hermits, starring Peter Noon, my guest in this Bank 59 studio at 6:35, who will be full of fun and stories. And Pat McCurdy, local legend, will be in the studio with me at 7 o'clock, sharing what to expect on stage at their shows this year at the Wisconsin State Fair. But we're going to start right now with a wealth of Wisconsin State Fair knowledge. He is Wisconsin State Fair archivist Tom Zimmerman. Tom, how are you?
Great, and I'm really pleased to be here with you tonight. Thank you for having me.
I couldn't not have you, because as soon as I discovered just how much you know about the Wisconsin State Fair over all the nearly 200 years, not just because of your research, but because of the research that your dad, Jerry Zimmerman, did. Tell us about what project your father started almost, 25 years ago?
Sure. He was born in 1928. He grew up here just 4 blocks up on away from the State Fair Park, so he was down here all the time. And when it got to be retirement age for him, not a year younger than I am now, in 1995, he had a moment where he said, there's going to be a day when the fair will continue to be here every year, but I won't. And so the very next year, he started volunteering. And he went to the state fair and asked them if they wanted any of his own collections that he had gotten, photographs and things he had gotten from the fair. And they said, we'd love somebody to come in and maybe help us to do that, because they only had some paper boxes that were in the Wisconsin State Fair grandstand. And from there, he worked with some of the early people at that time. Rick Bjorklund was the CEO, and there were some new interns, one of whom was Kathleen O'Leary, who became the CEO. Those were his friends.
And is still involved.
And they had a heart for history. And those folks then all worked together along with Mayor Bell and later some of the other people like Jen Puente, who became the chief marketing officer. All those people wanted to join in, and he got people to donate and share, and now we've got the collection that we've got.
So why did your father, Jerry Zimmerman, think that the Wisconsin State Fair is so important to preserve?
Having grown up with it and around it, he saw how much more it was than just a few days every year. He only missed 2 in his lifetime. He passed away in 2020, having seen 89 Wisconsin State Fairs. He missed 1 because the fair was canceled in 1945, and then 1 because he was serving over in North Africa. Otherwise, he was here from the very first summer his mom brought him in after he was born.
That's what I was just going to say. He had to have started. What month was he born in? How old?
June, and they were here.
He was 2 months old. Tiny first-time attendee.
So it was in his DNA, as you would say, and he did so many things around and with the State Fair because, at times the fair park itself had things going on that wasn't just involved with the week of the fair. He could go down to the grove of trees and play around Honey Creek, and there was a midway here from 1923 to 1960 where the rides actually were operating from Memorial Day to Labor Day. He would tell me that as he got to be a teen in the early 40s, he was out there 3 balls for a dime, making some extra money.
A great place for kids to socialize. Sure.
Yes, exactly.
Well, I love that you have so many stories to share with us that you have researched, that your father researched, and that you are really in action this year because the 175th Wisconsin State Fair means the fair leaned all the way in. They put you in action. You have created a trivia contest that you can actually get a grand champion, very regal ribbon if you get the questions
real
right.
Deal, the Wisconsin State Fair grand champion ribbon, and anybody can search online for 175 trivia time, so it's easy to find, or scan the QR codes we have here, but get 8 out of 10 questions right, get a grand champion ribbon. And people have been just streaming in, and I say, how many times did you take it? Well, 2 is the best to get to 8 out of 10, and then some have done it 10 times. But they've gotten it. So
and they're learning.
Every time you ask a question, it gives you a factoid back. So it's always fun, whether you're getting them right or not.
And the pride of having that ribbon. And it's
people do like it.
Burgundy and black and really big, and it has 1851 on it. It's at the History Building.
Yes, and from children to adults alike, they will say, I get to keep it. Everybody likes a ribbon. And that's been part of the Wisconsin State Fair all along. Ribbons were important, along with what we call the premiums, the money prizes back in the day. That's what people looked for. Which fair will I bring my cattle to, or my food that I'm going to show? But when you ask people, do you have anything that you kept from the fair, or your family kept over all the years? First thing they'll say, grand champion ribbons.
You know it. He is Tom Z, archivist of the Wisconsin State Fair, with more stories to share with us. And if you have any questions, the Siding Unlimited WTMJ talk and text line is 855-616-1620. More State Fair history with Tom Z next on What's on Tap.
From large manufacturer to local pizza shop and every business in between, Summit Credit Union helps your vision take shape with loan programs, great rates, and strategic solutions. Whatever you're building, you've got this, and Summit Credit Union's got you.
Foster care isn't about finding perfect kids. It's about being there when they need you most.
Mrs. White stuck out even when she didn't have to. She took me back in. That's why I'm here.
The hard part is you got to stick around. It's only through a lot of hard times sometimes that a kid kind of gets to that turning point to then have the breakthrough where you did change that kid's life.
Exactly.
Sometimes changing a child's life starts with simply refusing to give up. Learn more at lacausa.org.
Find furniture for life from Ken Michaels Furniture in Brookfield, Greenfield, or downtown Milwaukee.
This message reaches 1 million people or more every week. Spreading the gospel is more than one voice speaking to 1 million. It is and must continue to be 1 million voices, each speaking to one, pointing them to our friend Jesus.
The Lutheran Hour with Dr. Michael Ziegler.
The Lutheran Hour, Sunday mornings at 6:30 on WTMJ.
Hey, this is WTMJ Steve Scaffidi. Have you listened to WTMJ Outdoors yet? Well, what are you waiting for? Every Saturday at 2 right here on 620 WTMJ. Stories of the outdoors of Wisconsin and beyond as we celebrate everything in recreation. Every week we explore the trails and waterways of Wisconsin in the great outdoors. It's a great state on a great lake. Join me every Saturday, every weekend on WTMJ Outdoors.
It's WTMJ Outdoors, presented by Outdoor Living Unlimited. You're listening to What's on Tap with Sandy Max on WTMJ.
Oh, I'm not here with these fellas. I got a pig in competition over at the livestock pavilion, and I am going to win that blue ribbon.
That is a moment from the movie That Thing You Do, the Tom Hanks movie from 1996. And I have Tom Z, Wisconsin State Fair archivist, in the studio with me because this is a 175th Wisconsin State Fair celebration where you can even take a trivia test and get your own grand champion blue ribbon all fair long. But Tom, I had to share that with you because it's just a funny part of the movie. It's one of my favorite movies. But then to find out that all the other lines that they say around that, like, oh, I need to go see the stars from Bonanza, and I think Ellie Mae Clampett from the Beverly Hillbillies here. It really was the roundup of stars in 1964 at the grandstand, and personalities from the Beverly Hillbillies and Bonanza, and they even had a rodeo and race. So I love that Tom Hanks never shirks on the research and got it right.
Right. And, you know, it also is just one of the most important parts of all of the Wisconsin State Fairs going back is that entertainment. Different for every generation, from the folks of the modernistic ballroom time frame where they were the swing bands, Tommy Dorsey or Glenn Miller, all the way up to our contemporaries. People lock into that and say, I loved that fair because I saw. And whoever it happened to be. I saw Sonny and Cher. I saw the Cowsills. So everybody likes that.
What are some of your memories of entertainers that you saw?
From 68 to 73, they had some free shows there. So if I went and waited in line, they'd open the doors a couple hours ahead of time. You could get front row. And I saw Johnny Carson. I saw Earth,
Johnny
Wind & Fire.
Carson.
I did, from the front row. Bill Cosby, the Carpenters, and the Fifth Dimension, on and on, and they were free, and you were right up front because they didn't charge, and I was willing to wait. My family would give me extra coats and have me throw them across the seats for them.
Sure. So still saving seats. But I find that fascinating how the entertainment has evolved over the years. Like, definitely a lot of music, whether it's local musicians on the bar stages or on the Big Bang 5-9 main stage, or Peter Noon and Herman's Hermits on the amphitheaters tonight. But to know that there was also television took it very seriously in the 60s to be here.
And some of them graduated. Like, I saw the first edition here in the mall, just behind our backs here, under a tent, Kenny Rogers in the first edition. But then they went to Woodstock, right? So you saw people progressing along the way. There was a magic show on TV. Alakazam was Mark Wilson. Well, Mark Wilson came here, and he was doing his magic act. That was like a rock star for us because it was somebody we saw on TV. So those kind of things happen along the way.
It's such great memories. You were talking about your father, who was the originator of the archiving of the 150 years of the Wisconsin State Fair. Now, 25 years later, you're holding that baton, but you said that your dad grew up here in West Dallas and came when he was just 2 months old and didn't miss but 2 fairs in his entire lifetime. What's your streak been, Tom?
Not as well, because I lived out of state for my job for a few years. So
that's a fair excuse.
I haven't been to all of them, but since we moved back in 2003, I've hit them all, and I will continue to do that.
How old were you for your very first fair?
I was 3 years old when I was walking on the fairgrounds here because there was a grove of trees. My grandfather would bring me down here sometimes to walk on the weekends, and there's a bridge over there. We'd throw sticks in, watch them go under the bridge and come back out again. They've since covered that, the Honey Creek, which now runs under the Expo Center and the track. But at that time in the 60s and all the way through from when they purchased the farm, that was a beautiful farm, a grove of trees, and people would come to picnic just because they could.
And in the 1960s, you had the appearance of the Giant Slide in 1968 and the Sky Glider in 1969. Were both of those well received?
Yes, always. The fair has always been reinventing itself, adding on, improving. That's kind of the signature of it over the years, from 1932 when we had Millie's sausages for the first time, the first permanent one, and then in the 60s, things like that. 68 was the Sky Glider, of course, the slide, the Pitroff family, which is now run by, I think, Stacy, a daughter. So the family still runs the big slide. And then the next year with the Sky Glider, 165 columns or chairs for us to ride on, looking over the middle middle of the fair here, and sometimes over the 5-9 where you'll see whatever band is playing,
right,
or over the buildings and see the shoes drop. You also go over this Lincoln commemorative plaque, which is right behind you and I here on the mall. The fact that Lincoln spoke for the fair.
President Lincoln, yes,
in 1859, and just in front of him to the right is a paver, a rock engraved on in the stone there from the State Fair that says, "For our grand champion historian Jerry Zimmerman, courtesy of the Wisconsin State Fair."
Nice neighbor.
Yes.
Good neighbors to have there. That is incredible. So you mentioned your dad, Jerry, and how long he started coming to the Wisconsin State Fair, over almost 90 years. If he could walk through here right now, what do you think he would notice is either missing or has been completely transformed?
He did. I did do that with him. We'd ride the Sky Glider every year, and I'd sit with him, and he would point out, and you could see the Dairy Building, and we see the Grand Champion Hall. They've been here since the 1910. But then he'd say, and over there was where the Midway had this, and that was a modernistic ballroom, and over there, and over there. He could still picture all that. The Whip Bride, whatever it was, he still saw them, and then you could compare and see what was there now. So he had a phenomenal memory for that kind of detail. It was a lot of fun.
Oh, and you shared it with you, and you now get to continue that legacy of his passion for the Wisconsin State Fair and share with all of us these fun facts from over nearly 200 years.
Which is delightful to know we have something like this trivia, 175 items, because we all are invested in it, and it's fun, and that is exactly how we're passing on what Jerry shared with all of us.
So the trivia contest, make sure you participate when you are here in the History Building, because if you scan that QR code and you get 8 out of 10. 8 out of 10 questions right, you get a Grand Champion ribbon. Blue ribbon would be nice, but this is a really fine, stately one.
It's the real deal.
We all want this Grand Champion ribbon. We're live from the Bank 5-9 studio at the Wisconsin State Fair. Keep it here. More stories with Tom Z, archivist from the Wisconsin State Fair, on What's on Tap.
As the kiddos get ready to get back to school, you can find really great back-to-school savings at St. Vincent de Paul thrift stores. School supplies and some surprisingly cool clothing too. And teachers, you get an additional discount. Get the best back-to-school bargains at St. Vincent de Paul thrift stores on Highway 100 in Layton and Greenfield, 23rd in Lincoln, and 76th and Bradley Road in Milwaukee.
Ooh, you're gonna love it, St. Vincent de Paul.
When I shop St. Vincent de Paul thrift stores, every time I come in, it's like a whole new store. It's because new inventory is arriving daily, all kinds of everything. And let me tell you, thrift store prices make buying easy, and helping others at the same time, that's icing on the cake. St. Vincent de Paul thrift stores on Highway 100 in Layton and Greenfield, 23rd in Lincoln, and 76th and Bradley Road in Milwaukee.
Ooh, you're gonna love it, St. Vincent de Paul.
When you come to our showroom, you'll find more than a dozen glass shower door displays. Now that's what you're going to want to see, because browsing a bunch of options usually spurs ideas that you've never even thought of. And when you walk around with one of our glass shower door experts, you can ask questions and get assurance. We're here to help. And after nearly 50 years in the glass shower door business, there's not a whole lot we haven't seen. So don't worry, your project's about to be put in the very best of hands. At Les's Glass Service, you can count on our experience that makes it easy to promise top-flight installation. Glass shower doors are our specialty, and we're out there humping it every day to add to our portfolio to make the next project even better than the last. This is Stacy Sinks. If it's a new glass shower door, fogged or broken insulated glass replacement, or affordable glass and mirror home decor that you've been looking for, you just can't pass on Les's Glass. Les's Glass Service, serving all of southeastern Wisconsin. Find us at lesglassservice.com.
From those with no experience to firearms enthusiasts, all are welcome at Mission 94 Firearms Education Center. The staff is deeply committed to providing a welcoming and engaging environment for everyone at every level. Learn the right way to handle firearms, level up your skills, and experience replica firearms from different historical eras while learning about their role in protecting our freedoms throughout history. Visit veteran-owned and managed Mission 94 in Kenosha today. Check out the 5-star reviews. Just Google Mission 94.
When you're at the State Fair, be sure to check out the Big 5-9 main stage, featuring amazing acts like Nelly, For King and Country, Winona Judd, Melissa Etheridge, and more. Tickets are on sale now. Bank 5-9 is a proud sponsor of the fair and a proud supporter of the local Wisconsin communities they have served since 1859. So grab your bucket of lemonade or beer, something on a stick, and join Bank 5-9 at the Wisconsin State Fair between August 6th and August 16th. Member FDIC.
This is What's on Tap with Sandy Max.
Welcome back to What's on Tap, sponsored by Visit Milwaukee. Handcrafted, homegrown, world class. Discover more at visitmilwaukee.org. I am Sandy Max, broadcasting live from the Bank 5-9 studio at the Wisconsin State Fair, and my guest is Wisconsin State Fair archivist Tom Zimmerman, son of Jerry Zimmerman. I bet those names sound familiar because your dad, Jerry, literally wrote the book on 150 years of the Wisconsin State Fair then. Now we're at 175 years. The celebration includes your chance to win a Grand Champion ribbon by testing your knowledge. You go to the History Building, scan a QR code, you get your chance to answer questions. And Tom Z, as you say, it's nice when if you don't get an answer right, you at least find out what that fact is.
You'll learn a lot. Every time you answer something, you'll learn something. And 8 out of 10 is just the icing on the cake. You'll enjoy it. Some people have taken it 10 times and won. Some have done it in 2, but everybody says they have a lot of fun.
That is, what a fun aspect to the fair to learn even more about what's been a tradition since 1851, and only 5 times the state fair hasn't happened, and it's mind-blowing that a couple of those times were during the Civil War.
3 of them in the first 3 wars of the Civil War. And then interesting to me is that 1892 was the first time we were here in West Dallas on the brand new land that we had bought, 160 acres for $850 an acre. But the very next year, 1893, we did not hold it because Chicago had the Columbian Exposition, and the fair, the people here said, we don't want to compete with that, and we'll let people go to Chicago. So that one we missed. And then 1945, because the War Department asked us to save on gasoline and rubber, and then lastly for the COVID year.
But we are back with a bang. It's wonderful. Right. It's a beautiful summer night and great time to be here. And here in the Bank 5-9 studio, we're in this kind of red barn building next to the guest info booth right near the Expo Center. But Tom Z, I got to think that you know a little something about the history of WTMJ being part of the Wisconsin State Fair.
There was a very important tie-in. There was a race car driver named Frank Barani. He was driving in 1935 on dirt tracks. Back then they called them midget tracks for small cars. And he also graduated and raced in an Indy car. But he reinvented himself in the 1960s as the WTMJ helicopter traffic pilot, one of the first from the middle of 1965 into the 70s. And then to further his fame, when they decided to tear down our grandstand to rebuild it, somebody had to push the button for the demolition of the long-standing, beautiful grandstand, and it was Frank Barani. He lived to be 100, and he was a big part of the bookends of the Wisconsin State Fair.
That's a great way to put it, the bookends. Yeah, wow. What a journey for that. That's a great story. Tom Z, you are just full of so many interesting stories. Before I let you go, let's roll back to Fun City, to Spin City. Are you still riding rides?
I am not. In fact, I'm a little bit old school. I haven't yet been to the new one since we moved it from the Royal American shows here on this end of the fair park. So I've got 4 grandsons. I might get over that.
And Fun City started in 1923. What's one ride that I could have ridden then in 1923?
I'm sorry?
What's one of the rides I could have ridden in 1923?
Oh, the old mill. The old mill, if you were inside, it was in the dark, you were on a water track, and when you came out, everybody stood and looked in and looked at you that was outside because they knew a donkey was going to kick at you and make you flinch. Everybody stood outside to watch it, and that was a pretty favorite ride.
Well, I kind of wish we'd bring that back.
That's a good one.
He is Tom Z, Wisconsin State Fair archivist. Can we see you inside the history booth?
I'm here 3 to 9.
History building?
The rest of the time we're here.
Oh,
and the whole team is here all day long. There's other people that work with history, of course, from 3 or from 9 when we open until the end of the day. But I'm here from 3 to 9. I'd love to talk to you.
Oh, I always say visit Wisconsin State Fair archivist Tom Z in the History Building every afternoon and ask your own questions. Thank you so much for such a wonderful visit.
Thank you for having me. It was a pleasure.
Absolutely my pleasure. And stay with me because Peter Noon, the enchanting Peter Noon of Herman's Hermits, starring Peter Noon, in the studio with me next to tell you what to expect for his show tonight on the Bank 59 Amphitheater stage. But first, we go to the WTMJ Breaking News Center. Here is Jen Gregg.
Thanks, Sandy. A man is in custody connected to a pair of shootings that left 3 dead over the weekend in Milwaukee. The separate shootings at 21st and Pierce and 39th and Townsend Saturday evening led to the deaths of Vanessa DeHara, Scott Buchholz, and Shamar Laher. The suspect was taken into custody Tuesday at a home near 84th and Fibritz following a standoff. His identity has not been released. A woman was cited for disorderly conduct after a disturbance on a plane at Milwaukee Mitchell International Airport. Milwaukee Sheriff's Office deputies were called to a United Airlines flight before 11:40 Sunday night after a 44-year-old woman threatened to get off the parked plane. The flight had been diverted from Chicago O'Hare to Milwaukee because of bad weather. Deputies boarded the plane once it reached the gate, and a 44-year-old woman identified herself. She was escorted off the plane and handcuffed on the jet bridge. The woman was later released to family members who were traveling with her. And 2 new Catholic school buildings are opening in Milwaukee. Sutton Catholic Schools says the buildings for St. Raphael, the Archangel School, and Prince of Peace School will open August 24th for the new school year. Each 40,000 square foot building can hold up to 500 students in kindergarten through either grade. Sutton says the buildings feature modern classrooms, technology, security systems, and HVAC systems. The projects are part of a $27 million investment in the schools, with plans for outdoor recreation spaces to be added in the second phase. Taking a look at the roads with your WTMJ Time Saver traffic, it looks like there's pavement damage on I-41 North, just half a mile past I-43 North. The 2 right lanes are closed and traffic is severely backed up over there. Time for your WTMJ 5-day forecast. Tonight, mostly cloudy skies, muggy, a low of 68. Wednesday, storms mainly near the state line, a high of 81. Thursday, storms likely mid-morning, a high of 77. Friday, mostly sunny, a high of 72. Saturday, chance of storms, a high of 78. Sunday, chance of storms again, a high of 78. In Green Bay, it's 77. In Madison, it's 77. In Milwaukee, it's 78 degrees. I'm Jen Gregg. Outdoor Living Unlimited WTMJ News Time is 6:32.
Is life insurance still on your list from earlier this year? Now is the perfect time to just get it done. A buddy told me that securing life insurance sooner rather than later can help you lock in lower rates for years to come. So I added this to my list this year and got it done. I called SelectQuote and was shocked at how easy and affordable life insurance is. I'm 40 and got a $500,000 policy for $18 a month. My wife's also 40 and her $5,000 policy was only $16 a month. Plus, with SelectQuote's same-day coverage, no medical exam was required, and we were covered by the time we hung up. Checking this off my list felt great, but the peace of mind knowing my family is protected feels even better.
Call SelectQuote at 1-800-280-5858 for your free quote today. That's 1-800-280-5858. Or go to SelectQuote.com. That's 1-800-280-5858. Details on example rate at SelectQuote.com.
I'm Vince Vetrano, joined today by Dr. Corey Casper from Orthopedic Associates of Wisconsin.
So we treat a lot of joint issues, cartilage issues, also issues with tendons. So if you've got a knee that's just been bugging you, and maybe you've seen a doctor or two and they haven't given you many options outside of some steroid injections or surgery, that's where we come in and find other treatment options that may help your knee feel better.
Get started online now at orthowisconsin.com.
Hi, this is Julie Coombs and Cindy Storm Fisher with Storm Fisher Investment Group. Are you a retiring professional worried about the direction of our economy, about making your money last? Come see what we can do for you. Let us show you how we take care of you to help you have a great retirement. We are at 262-796-8400 or stormfisher.com. See you soon.
Securities offered through Osaic Wealth Inc. Member FINRA SIPC. Advisory services offered through Osaic Advisory Services LLC. Osaic Advisory. Osaic Wealth and Osaic Advisory are separately owned, and other entities and/or marketing names, products, and services referenced here are independent of Osaic Wealth and Osaic Advisory.
It's the most wonderful time of year at Staples. They've got back-to-school supplies as low as 25 cents, up to 40% off select tech, and more at staples.com/back-to-school. Staples, that was easy.
Set sail with the cruise line perfect for explorers. Fox World Travel invites you to discover the world with Holland America Line. From the majestic glaciers of Alaska to the historic ports of Europe, experience premium mid-sized ships, world-class dining, and captivating live music. Whether you are planning for late this year or ahead into 2027, your perfect voyage is waiting. Call 866-GO-FOX-GO or visit foxworldtravel.com to book today.
The historic Fox and Hound Supper Club near Holy Hill is hiring experienced line cooks and dishwashers. You'll make real money. Night and weekend hours are required. Parents and grandparents, tell your kids. Inquire today, start next week. Google and call the Fox and Hounds today.
Transform your home today. Exterior Pros. Trust the pros.
What's on Tap with Sandy Max is back on WTMJ.
Welcome back to the Bank 5-9 studio at the Wisconsin State Fair.
Sandy.
Guess he's just clapping along. He knows this song.
I do. I know it. I know all the words to it as well.
And so do all of us in the stands. Peter Noon. I was going to do a big intro for you.
Okay.
You want to hear it?
From Herman's Hermits.
Yeah. Did you know you became an international star as the teen frontman of Herman's Hermits back in the mid-'60s during the British invasion, and you are unstoppable, Peter.
Is this ChatGPT?
No, this is me and my Sharpie writing it because I didn't want to get too flowery. But do you want to list out some of your biggest hits?
It's Something Good, Wonderful World, Listen People, Can't Hear My Heartbeat, Mrs. Brown, You've Got a Lovely Daughter, Just a Little Bit Better, Silhouettes, The End of the World, I'm Henry VIII, I Am and You're Not. And She's a Must to Avoid. I might have said that already.
No, I don't think so. No Milk Today.
Dandy.
Oh.
Dandy.
You're
Dandy.
leaning on the lamppost.
Yeah. Goodness, well done. I'd forgotten that one.
So I assume those are just some of the songs that you will perform tonight for your second back-to-back night on the Bank 5-9 amphitheater stage.
I've memorized the set list.
I can tell.
Yeah. So I'm Something Good, Wonderful World, Listen Before. It's a Dandy who must
There's
avoid.
a kind of hush.
There's a
we
kind
all
of hush.
get
Right
sad
at the very
when
end.
that happens.
Does Wayne Newton open with Dankeschön?
No, but it is funny. For as many times as I've seen you and I enjoy you, it's like, oh no, a kind of hush means it's coming to an end.
Yeah.
Do the extended version. Don't go yet. Don't go.
Well, you can. I can read lips, and you see men saying, "I'll go and get the call."
But the reason you know these is you've had a long career. It's been 6 decades.
It feels
long.
Yeah.
In a good way.
It feels longer than it looks.
We are going to leave that right there.
Right.
A beloved Wisconsin State Fair tradition, though, is having you come here for back-to-back nights.
I love it.
Is it 16 years?
We look forward to it. We talk about this place even when we're not here, saying, when are we playing the Wisconsin State Fair? And everyone knows it's in West Allis, and they know not to take United Airlines when they come here, and they know they know that the people backstage are the best crew, the nicest people. They have these securities, but there's nobody at the show who can rush the stage, and it's all good. It's all good for me. I like it.
You have good manners, Peter Noon. Thank you for speaking kindly of your hosts for so long.
I have very good. I do have very. My mum told me. I mean, I don't open the door for anybody backstage because they're all men. But any woman, I got the door straight away.
Yes, right. Ladies first.
After you.
But truly, do you go anywhere else that is this regular? That's a tradition that you've done for almost 20 years like this?
I think we play a lot of places over and over again. Traditionally, we played the Walt Disney Park in Florida every year for 30 years.
Wow.
And we used to play a place, but we told them we didn't want to do that much work, and so they never invited us back again. But here we said we'll come here for nothing.
What is one of your favorite views when you are standing on stage looking out on the crowd?
I like seeing people singing the words.
Yeah.
And I explained to Billy, who was in the band, that he's got to tell the lighting man that it is imperative that I can see the audience, because he can see the audience because they've not got a spotlight on him. So I said, you need to stand in the spotlight to know if you can see the audience. I'm training people. I've been around so long. And I say, somebody said, what's the worst place you ever played? That's a question that I get asked. The Cavern. Because
in Liverpool?
Horrible. Yeah, the Cavern. People say, "Oh, I'm going to play the Cavern." I thought, nobody will ever look forward to that.
What do you remember about the Cavern that made it not great?
It was a wine cellar, and it had like a ceiling around, like an igloo-shaped ceiling. I don't know what that's called.
Like an arch.
Yeah, right. And people used to smoke and perspire. Girls would dance, sweaty old girls, and some men sweaty old men, and nicotine, and it would get on the ceiling, condensation. And when you see, like Jerry and the Pacemakers or the Undertaker, you see they're not smiling until the droplet drops off the ceiling, and the droplet contains nicotine and sweat.
Ew.
And it gets in your eye, and they immediately get a smile on their face. Which is really squinting.
Because they're squinting, they're trying to get it out. Yeah. See, that takes away some of the glamour.
But it was a glamorous place, because if you got a gig there, you'd made it. There was a shelves, we called it. You start out on the bottom shelf, and if you're lucky, you get on the next shelf, which is you get to play the Cavern and the Oasis in Manchester, and there's some dump up there in Newcastle, where the Animals played. And if you were kind of tough, you'd get to play there. And Jack Bruce, who was in a band, he remembers that we were considered to be the tough guys.
Oh,
because we had these things. My mother had this coffee table, and you could unscrew the legs. It was a little, and we had them up our sleeves. So we'd go in, and people would say, it's incredible how times have changed. Once upon a time, if you wanted to fight, you would say to somebody, "Are you a boy or a girl?"
And that would be it?
And I said, "I've already made my mind. I have one of these." And I said, and Jack Bruce says, I was telling one of the guys in my band, no, don't mess around. Hit them as soon as you see them. Because if you don't, they'll grab your dobber. It was called the dobber. And they'll hit me with it.
Those are rough times that you're telling me about back in the 60s. I think things certainly have changed.
We were in a working class city, and we were working class people, and there was beer. We couldn't drink because we were only 15. So we would end up with the truck drivers who definitely wanted to beat us up. It's just the minute they saw us, they'd look at these long-haired louts and start a fight.
Well, it's shades of that when you see Quadrophenia, the movie by The Who.
Exactly,
those sorts of things.
There you go. See, all of that is now looks like history, but it's recent history for me because I'm only 78.
Yeah, but that's what I say, you lived it. So you mentioned the Cavern Club. Let me just ask you one question before we have to take a quick break.
No.
So you were playing at the Cavern Club, but were you there pre-Beatles, during Beatles, post-Beatles? So
Pre and during the real Beatles, like the final version. But I first saw them, I have 30 seconds. I've heard, at my grandmother's house, I could hear a band playing in a field. And I crossed the field, and it was the Beatles on a 6-inch stage. And they were fantastic. And the guy who was with me quit show business. He was a bass player, and he looked at the band and he goes,
"No way."
Yeah.
Were they the Quarrymen then?
No, they were the Beatles.
They were the actual Beatles.
They just came back from Germany. We weren't allowed to go to Germany, but we were in that sort of swirl that was going on. We weren't allowed to go because we didn't have a work permit. And we'd say, "How did George Harrison get?" Because George Harrison was young. He wasn't as old as those old geezers in the Beatles. He was like 16, 17, 18.
I was saying, were you the same age?
How did he get a work permit? He's still 3 years older than me.
Okay.
Well, he was until he went.
Until he wasn't.
Yeah, until
he is past.
Yeah. I've caught up now.
Yeah. Peter Noon of Herman's Hermit, starring Peter Noon. You can see him on stage tonight at 8 o'clock, and hopefully again next year, continuing our 16 to 17-year tradition. But in the studio with me now, keep it here on What's on Tap with more of Peter's perspective.
Visit the city where festivals take over the lakefront. Breweries pour late into the night, and every neighborhood brings its own flavor. Milwaukee doesn't just host festivals.
It owns them.
With more than 100 every year, including the world's largest music festival. The lakefront views,
incredible food and breweries,
live sports,
and nightlife that doesn't quit.
Make Milwaukee a city built for unforgettable weekends. Expert guides at visitmilwaukee.org will help you plan every detail of your next visit. Get started today
at visitmilwaukee.org.
Hey, if you're having fun at the fair like me, mark your calendar for another great day of family fun. It is Three Pillars Fest, Saturday, September 19th from 11 to 3 at Three Pillars, beautiful Lake Country campus in Dousman. Live music, carnival games, bounce inflatables, classic car show, a petting zoo, rock climbing, a craft fair, a fishing contest, and the legendary rubber duck race down the Bark River, and of course, food and drinks. Three Pillars Fest, free, open to the public. It's your chance to experience the fun, warmth, and community that make Three Pillars such a special place to call home. threepillars.org/giving/events. Three Pillars Fest, Saturday, September 19th.
After a serious crash with a semi-truck, everything can change instantly. Your future, your family's future, your quality of life. That's why knowledge and results matter in big truck cases. And not all law firms have the know-how or the resources to handle these complicated cases. At Gruber Law Offices, we have the experience it takes to make sure you're protected. And there's never a fee until we win your case. Gruber Law Offices. One call, that's all.
Don't think twice. Call Geis.
A great way to add value and curb appeal to your home is with a new LiftMaster or CHI maintenance-free garage door. Hey, it's WTMJ's Greg Matzik. A study by Remodelers Magazine reports that the average return on investment is an amazing 82%. Garage doors rank first among all home improvement projects. To see Geis's huge selection of doors, visit their showroom in Brookfield, or you can also visit their online showroom at geisdoors.com. Geis has everything from alley doors to custom wood designer doors and everything in between. Remember, for all your garage door needs, you call Geis at 262-784-4250. That number again, 262-784-4250. It's Geis. Visit them online at geisdoors.com.
Don't think twice. Call Geis.
Summer's biggest tradition is back. The Wisconsin State Fair returns August 6th through the 16th with 11 days of family fun. Enjoy legendary cream puffs, can't-miss fair foods, live music, thrilling rides in Spin City, amazing animal exhibits, shopping, and entertainment around every corner. Whether you're craving a classic corn dog or this year's newest food creations, there's something for everyone. Get your tickets today and start planning your visit at wistatefair.com. We'll see you at the Wisconsin State Fair.
Welcome back to What's on Tap on WTMJ.
Tonight is your night to see Herman's Hermit starring Peter Noon. The second of two shows here at the Wisconsin State Fair, a fine tradition on the free Bank 59 amphitheater stage. And Peter Noon of Herman's Hermits in the studio with me now. Thank you for joining me.
The free Bank 5.
Free Bank, yes.
Yeah.
Free Bank 59 studio.
It's great. I love it, that place. No, but I like that bank because we keep working for them every year. They keep sponsoring us here, so that must be.
They're fans of you.
Yeah, I think
Jeff McCarthy of Bank 59. We've talked about you before.
Oh, really?
You've become one of those fine traditions. Thank you.
Why? It's
you and cream puffs, baby.
Yeah, but you know what? I was telling an older gentleman earlier, that one over there, that when we first came to Milwaukee, it was like when Herman's Hermits first came here, I think it was late 64 or early 65, it was like the biggest place. We knew about Milwaukee before we got here, probably because we were educated. So we knew about Wisconsin, we'd heard of Oshkosh and the trades and the thing, and we knew that the only battle that the British Navy ever lost was in Lake Erie. And we asked why, how? And we knew about Oshkosh because of Milwaukee, the trading, the shipping and the rivers and all that. So we came here, we were surprised that it wasn't an even bigger city, and it was a much bigger city when we first came here. In 64, it was a much bigger happening downtown, and we stayed at the Pfister, and it was like a big deal, and it was a happening place.
Tell me more. That was 1964.
Don't tell them when it was. It makes me sound
You just said it yourself.
Oh, okay.
So me.
I think it was 1964, 65. There'll be people at the show tonight who are at that show, and they have the ticket, and they show me the ticket because I got this thing called the Peter Noon Collection, where you can add things to it that if you went to a show, you can review it. I went with my mother, and look, I've got a copy of me, the back of somebody's head that I took with remember those you don't remember, but they used to have little cameras with a cube on the top.
Oh, yeah. The rotating flash cube.
And they threw those at us. That was what we got thrown. And the Beatles had said they liked jelly babies. And we said, and they got hurt by jelly babies.
So people are pelting them with candy?
So they said, I said, what shall I say when I go there? What food? I'm not going to say the same as you. And they said, marshmallows.
The softest. Who suggested that?
Someone in their team, someone who's no longer here.
Well, but I would say a soft one. But
people threw whole bags of them at us. It's kind of an interesting.
You can learn how to duck. That keeps your agility.
Yeah.
But I don't think anyone will be throwing anything.
No, we became agile at the cavern where we were dodging vegetables and beer bottles.
Did people really? I feel like that's a cartoon thing. Remember when Bugs Bunny would dance and then somebody would throw? Who brings rotten tomatoes? So that would happen. Would that happen legitimately? People would bring rotten food.
No, the food was for sale there.
Oh, okay. It's like, why would you show up with some old lettuce?
Sold the food, and it was like horrible tomato soup and bits of old bread and stuff like that. And I never threw anything. I never disliked the band enough to throw anything at them. But I did let the tires down.
You do throw things off stage. You're a very generous host. You throw CDs and T-shirts.
Sandy, I've known you a long time.
Yeah.
Do you imagine the shame of being found outside the West Alice State Fair, loading all the unsold T-shirts and CDs into a station wagon at 2 a.m. in the morning? Of course I'm going to give it away. How could I smuggle it back to England?
The other thing that you give generously is your time. I love that you stop and say hello to fans at the souvenir booth.
I do that. I know.
That's really meaningful.
But it's getting exhausting, And there's a
because you have a long line of fans. It keeps you up till 2 a.m.
Yeah, there's a moment that I suddenly start to be careful, Peter, because people might find out who you really are any second now.
But I also feel like that's a good way to channel that adrenaline after no one really finishes going off stage and then's like, okay, I'm going to sit in the recliner now and doze off.
Well,
don't you have that good energy?
I used to be able to go out drinking and things like that, but I had to stop that because I kept ripping the doors off mini bars and things.
What?
Because they close at 1 a.m., so I get a chisel. So I don't do the drinking, so it's better I hang out with my fans, don't you think?
Absolutely.
They don't drink.
And it's a chance for them to...
A lot of them have been drinking on medication.
We are very happy that you are back. I am so happy that you made time to stop by and visit with me before you
Sandy,
warm up and go on stage tonight.
I would stop and visit with you even if you weren't here.
Well, aren't you kind?
It's true.
But thank you. Our friendship goes back to the 90s.
Yeah.
Somebody's like, how do you know Peter? I was like...
Is it the 90s or the 80s?
It's the 90s.
Okay.
It's okay. I'm fine with that. Yeah, okay. The 90s was my first job out of college in Atlanta.
Was it the late 80s, possibly?
Would you stop that? I'm still younger than you. That's all I can say.
No kidding.
But I'm not.
I know you're younger than me.
But no, you're.
Everybody's younger than me. Just look out the window.
You are very spry. Peter Noon in his official Wisconsin State Fair T-shirt. Will you be wearing this on stage tonight?
I might be wearing it underneath my real clothes because my real clothes were found. United found them at the 11th hour. But I've got a T-shirt which I'm going to wear underneath my real clothes and do that reveal. As you so perfectly stated, a reveal.
A reveal. So we get to see your
here, have a look at this then.
Your well-tailored shiny jacket and the reveal of the Wisconsin State Fair.
Brand new jacket.
Oh,
that's why I was so excited to.
Sure. Yeah. That's more frustrating when your luggage doesn't get here. Well, a fully put together Peter Noon. Herman's Hermit starring Peter Noon tonight.
At 8 o'clock.
At 8, yes, on the Bank 5-9 Amphitheater.
The Bank 5-9 Amphitheater in West Allis, Wisconsin.
And the song that you can sing along to with Peter tonight and spell along to, that's next. It's the song you need to hear. Can you guess what it is?
Dankeschön?
No. Find out next on What's on Tap.
Hey, it's Kristen Bry from Point Taken on 620 WTMJ. In radio, people hear your voice first. But when I'm out in the community, meeting listeners or hosting events, I'm told that my smile is my signature. That's why I trust Dr. James Michaels and the team at Economawalk Dental Care with my smile. And yes, I drive all the way from Milwaukee to Economawalk to see Dr. Michaels and his incredible staff. Because when you find a dental team that makes you feel comfortable, listened to, and cared for, that drive is worth it. Dr. Michaels has been practicing in Economawalk for more than 25 years. And his approach is simple. Treat people the way they want to be treated. Whether you're due for a cleaning, thinking about cosmetic options, or just need a dental home where you feel at ease, call Aconwalk Dental Care at 262-567-7224. That's 262-567-7224, or visit drmichaelsdentalcare.com. Aconwalk Dental Care with Dr. James Michaels, the team I trust with my smile.
Sprained wrist, ankle twist, broken thumb, can't make a fist, busted knee, surgery, that patch of ice you didn't see.
Where pain starts, Jernavix suzetrigine begins. Jernavix is a non-opioid 50 milligram prescription tablet for adults with moderate to severe acute pain that reduces pain signals before they reach the brain.
Tendon tear, nose repair, tripping on that broken stair, dislocation, operation, moped crash while on vacation.
Do not take Jernavix with CYP3A inhibitors. Avoid use with grapefruit or liver problems, as these may increase side effects. Tell your doctor about all your medicines if you are pregnant or breastfeeding. Jernavix may make certain medicines and birth control less effective. Side effects include itching, muscle spasms, rash, and elevated muscle enzymes.
Joint displacement, knee replacement, fell on marbles in the basement, ladder slip, broken hip, that rock climb where you lost your grip.
To learn more about Jernavix, ask your doctor. Call 1-833-589-PAIN or visit jernavix.com.
Sports parents know the countless hours and dollars spent on practice, games, equipment, training, travel. So when an injury happens, why don't we invest in recovery too? Vince Vitrano for MD Hyperbaric. Hyperbaric oxygen therapy supports the body's natural healing process, whether it's recovering from injury or a concussion, because it's not just about getting your athlete back on the field. It's about helping them recover for school, work, and life long after the season ends. Learn more at mdhyperbaric.com.
Get the help you need Saturday morning with How To Radio. At 7, it's the WTMJ Fix-It Show with David Nason, featuring this week's guests, Capital Heating and Cooling and Siding Unlimited. At 9, plan your dream vacation with the Fox World Travel Show. At 10, get financial guidance during Money Talk. Contact Annex Wealth Management for an unbiased review of your investments at annexwealth.com. How To Radio, Saturday mornings on WTMJ. You're listening to What's on Tap with Sandy Max on WTMJ. And now, feast your ears. This is the song you need to hear.
Most blokes are going to be playing at 10. These go to 11.
Herman's Hermit starring Peter Noon, an annual tradition here for 16 years. Tonight is your last chance to see the show this year. Get here before 8 o'clock. See Peter Noon starring Herman's Hermits. I'm so excited. I'm getting it backwards. Herman's Hermits starring Peter Noon, 8 o'clock on the Bank 5-9 Amphitheater stage. And the song you need to hear is the song that you could spell along with him loud and clear. It is Henry, the 8th I Am. The song you need to hear on What's on Tap.
I'm Henry the 8th I am. Henry the 8th I am. I got married to the widow next door. She's been married 7 times before, and everyone was an Henry. She wouldn't have a Willie or a Sam. No, Sam. I'm her 8th old man, I'm Henry. Henry the 8th I am. Second verse, same as the first. I'm Henry the 8th I am. Henry the 8th I am. I got married to the widow next door. She's been married 7 times before, and everyone was an Henry. She wouldn't have a Willie or a Sam. No, Sam. I'm her 8th old man, I'm Henry. Henry the 8th I am. I got married to the widow next door. She's been married 7 times before, and everyone was an Henry. She wouldn't have a Willie or a Sam. No, Sam. I'm her 8th old man, I'm Henry. Henry the 8th I am. H-E-N-R-Y. Henry. Henry. Henry the 8th I am. Henry the 8th I am.
WTMJ, W277CV, and WKTI HD2 Milwaukee. From the Annex Wealth Management Studios, this is News Radio WTMJ, a Good Karma brand station.
Bank 59 has a mission to make lives better. They make it a priority to give back to their customers, communities, and their employees. In fact, Bank 59 was just honored again by the Milwaukee Journal-Sentinel as a top workplace. That makes 17 years in a row. Want to learn more about working with the great people at Bank 59? Visit bank59.com/careers. That's bank59.com/careers. Equal Opportunity Employer, member FDIC.
At Blaine's Farm and Fleet, we know inspiration's in full swing this time of year. So bring us your wild ideas, and we'll bring the value on the quality supplies you need to make it happen at unbeatably low prices. Right now, during our summer jean sale, Ariat Western jeans are 25% off. $5 off men's Dickies jeans starting at $29.99. Plus, get a $10 rebate when you buy 5 quarts of Mobil 1 full synthetic motor oil. Find value on everything to do your thing. Blaine's Farm and Fleet. Being original.
Prizes,
Flyaways.
even cash money. You want it? We've got it. Find a list of all contests and official rules by visiting WTMJ.com/contests.
That's WTMJ.com/contests.
Decision Wisconsin. The August primary is here. Keep it tuned to WTMJ for all of your Election Day coverage. Once the polls close at 8 p.m., head to the WTMJ YouTube page for special coverage of the races all across Wisconsin. Catch all your election coverage here. News Radio 620, WTMJ, Milwaukee.
At 7:01, it's 75 degrees. Tonight, mostly cloudy skies, muggy, a low of 68. Wednesday, storms mainly near the state line, a high of 81. From the WTMJ Breaking News Center, I'm Jen Gregg. Health officials confirmed 2 new measles cases in southwest Wisconsin. Residents from Lafayette and Iowa counties recently tested positive for measles. The Wisconsin Department of Health Services reports 4 measles cases in the state so far this year. Measles spreads person to person and can stay in the air for up to 2 hours. Symptoms include runny nose, fever, cough, and a spreading red rash. DHS is urging Wisconsinites to check their vaccination status. The guidelines for managing cholesterol were updated this year. The Medical College of Wisconsin's Dr. John Raymond says the guidelines hadn't been updated for 8 years. He tells Wisconsin's Afternoon News.
So the 2026 guidelines on the management of dyslipidemia have 5 major changes. The first is that the new guidelines are more than just about cholesterol. They take into account family history, lipids, and they've actually created a cardiovascular risk calculator.
Raymond says additionally, the age range for testing has been expanded to include younger people. 3 men are accused of breaking into the fire-damaged Lincoln Avenue school.
Police were called to the vacant building last Thursday after security spotted flashlights inside. A criminal complaint says 1 man was found hiding in a storage room, another underneath stairs, and a third sleeping inside an alleged getaway car. Police say the men had saws, picks, and headlamps and admitted they broke in to steal copper and other items to sell. The 109-year-old school was destroyed by a fire in June that Milwaukee fire investigators determined was accidental, caused by custodial chemical-soaked rags. Sao La, Apu Ja, and La Ta each face felony burglary charges and are expected in court Tuesday. Nazir Spencer, WTMJ News.
Sports, traffic, and weather are next. Outdoor Living Unlimited WTMJ News Time is 7:03.
Hey, WTMJ's John Mercure here for Griffin's Hub. If you've been waiting for the right time to upgrade your ride, this is it. Griffin's Hub is making August a huge month to save. Right now, you can lease a brand new Jeep Cherokee 4x4 Laredo for just $381 a month for 42 months with $39.99 down plus tax and fees with approved credit. That's an outstanding way to get behind the wheel of a legendary Jeep. Or if you've had your eye on a new truck, check this out. Griffin's Hub has a 2026 Ram Rebel for just $59,340. That's an incredible $18,000 off MSRP. One of the biggest savings you'll see all year on a Ram Light Duty. Whether you're looking for SUV capability or truck toughness, Griffin's Hub has the deals to get you moving. Visit Griffin's Hub today or shop online at griffinshubchryslerjeepdodge.com. But don't wait. August offers end August 31st. See Griffin's Hub for complete details. Offers available with approved credit, lease, and purchase offer. Expires August 31st, 2026.
Transform your home in one weekend and save big money at Menards.
months. Protect and enjoy your outdoor living space with Thompson's semi-transparent wood sealer. It maintains wood's natural color and provides durable, year-round protection from water and sun damage in just one coat. Save big money on Thompson's water seal products. Our knowledgeable team is ready to help bring your dreams to life 1 gallon at a time. Stop by your local Menards today.
Save big money at Menards.
Enjoy life at Capri Communities, where senior living's our expertise. Caring staff that help you when you need. Enjoy life at Capri, making friends and memories. Living life to the fullest, you will love your new home. Enjoy life at Capri Communities.
Time for a WTMJ sports update from the Gruber Law Office's One Call That's All Sports Desk. After dropping the opener of a 3-game series against the Padres in San Diego, the Brewers begin the day with a 5-game lead over the Cubs for first place in the NL Central.
You can't strike out that many times, and we got to score more than 2 runs on the road to win. Logan pitched well enough to win.
Pat Murphy will give the ball to Kyle Harrison tonight in Game 2. Coverage begins at 8:05 here on WTMJ. Packers head coach Matt LaFleur says Jordan Love is expected to play Thursday night in the preseason opener against the Steelers. Running back Josh Jacobs will not play, opening the door for third-year pro Marshawn Lloyd to see increased action. Lloyd has played just 1 game in his first 2 seasons due to various injuries.
You never want to overload a guy, especially when it comes to a guy that's been snake bit a little bit. And I mean, he's an explosive dude that can create some big explosive plays. So we got to continue to be smart and kind of stick with the plan.
And the Milwaukee Bucks begin the preseason October 5th. The complete NBA regular season schedule will be unveiled on Thursday. Taking a look at the roads with your WTMJ Time Saver traffic. It looks like on I-43 North, just a mile past I-41 North, the right shoulder is blocked due to a crash. Traffic seems to be flowing just fine around it.
Traffic is sponsored by TaybackAttorneys.com. Veterans benefits denied? Call Tayback for the payback. Brave Americans who served shouldn't be denied benefits or have a disability claim incorrectly evaluated by the VA. If you're one of those vets, call Tayback for the payback. TaybackAttorneys.com.
Time for your WTMJ 5-day forecast. Tonight, mostly cloudy skies, muggy, a low of 68. Wednesday, storms mainly near the state line, a high of 81. Thursday, storms likely mid-morning, a high of 77. Friday, mostly sunny, a high of 72. Saturday, a chance of storms, a high of 78. And Sunday, another chance of storms, a high of 78. In Madison, it's 80. In Green Bay, it's 80. And in Milwaukee, 75 degrees. I'm Jen Gregg. Outdoor Living Unlimited WTMJ News Time is 7:07.
Your need-to-know cultural snapshot of Wisconsin and beyond. This is What's on Tap with Sandy Max, sponsored by Visit Milwaukee. A deep dive into all things intriguing, riveting, and entertaining. Now live from the Bank 59 studio at the Wisconsin State Fair. Here's your host, Sandy Max.
Where the action is, I am Sandy Max. Thanks so much for hanging out for this second hour of What's on Tap. I just had rock royalty of Englishman Peter Noon in the Bank 59 studio with me here at the Wisconsin State Fair. Now I have local music royalty. Pat McCurdy joins me in the studio. How are you?
I am doing fine, and I got to meet one of my all-time heroes walking out of this studio.
Peter?
Peter, that's right.
You should have let me take a picture of the two of you together. Why
the memory is up here.
That's true.
I have the memory. I've met him once before buying merch at this very state fair. So,
what was that experience like? Because I keep telling people he's so nice that he does that after the show.
Well, let me just say that I was amazed because I had little kids then, and he was just standing there next to his merch table, no customers but us. Signed everything. We still have the T-shirts. I couldn't believe. Talk about seminal influences. I can remember the color of the label of the 45 I had by Herman's Hermits. I had a promo copy. It was yellow.
What was that single?
It was
Which song was
Baby,
it?
Baby, can't you hear my heartbeat? There you go.
Will sing it tonight. I know. I was trying to. I shouldn't ever play around a musician, even with hand drums. But I know that doesn't sound particularly good.
It sounded. I knew where you were going.
That's usually what I do. I'm so pleased to be able to have the two of you exchange like that, because I mean this. The two of you are comparable in entertainment, in engagement with fans during the show, and in clever-ness. Both of you are
good.
witty and fun and great entertainment.
And you know, the cool thing is, when we first got Sirius Radio, there's a channel that's made for guys like me called Underground Garage. And they had a Rolling Stones manager, Andrew Lou Oldham, one of the two managers in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, or the first two. He was raving about Peter Noone. And just going, I just saw the greatest show. He hasn't lost a step. The guy's amazing. You've got to see him. 2 weeks later, that was when I bought the T-shirt.
That's wild.
Isn't that crazy?
And also high praise from somebody who managed the Rolling Stones.
Exactly. And I'm watching them, and it was just, they were so good, even though it's, you kind of close your eyes because the band's a bunch of young guys, it's not the same, but it's still amazingly good.
But it's great music to sing.
And my kids loved it too. And their standards were set by Paul McCartney at then Miller Park. So anything after Paul McCartney at Miller Park was sort of
Sure, yeah. And that was a hot show. Was that crazy
That was
sweaty
the hot
show?
night where he just played for 2.5, 3 hours. And
didn't take a sip of water?
First time they ever spelled weed.
The waft blew through.
The waft. And what's that, Dad? What is that? Well, in about 4 or 5 years, you'll be doing that.
Oh, gee. Just not in this state.
No, not Wisconsin, though. Never.
But that is a high standard that you've raised your sons with. And I love that it is also the seminal essence of Peter Noone being around since the British invasion of the 60s.
Unbelievable.
The multi-generations that you see at every show.
Unbelievable. It's just so cool.
And now...
And it's the music's timeless. He had the best songwriters. And the funny thing is, I was in a band called Yipes. And when we were starting out, we would open for anybody in any little dump in Wisconsin. And we opened for the Hermits. No Peter Noone.
Aha.
But it was the same guys from the original band. And it was like we were kind of a little thrilled.
Sure.
And then it turned out they were like not the nicest guys.
I would say that's where the business side of
a little bitter.
I would say, that's where we get Herman's Hermit starring Peter Noone here.
Exactly. But it was the original guys from the albums, It was like, whew.
And that's and I think guitar too. As soon as you hear Mrs. Brown, you've got a lovely daughter. That's a signature guitar sound.
The cloth stuck in the strings.
He is Pat McCurdy. He is going to be performing here at Wisconsin State Fair on Sunday.
At the Bank 9 Amphitheater.
Yes.
Same venue as Peter at 5:30.
Maybe he'll leave you a note backstage.
That's not going to happen.
More with Pat McCurdy here on What's on Tap. Stay with us.
How do we keep our prices so low? That's easy. We've removed the middlemen. Yep, most landscape suppliers have a couple of them in there, and that's okay. But each one of those men in the middle means a higher cost for your mulch, decorative stone, flagstone, and boulders. Feel free to check around. For the quality of our products, you won't find better prices. Erickson's Landscape Supply. High-quality mulch and stone for a whole lot less. Commercial or residential, visit ericksonslandscapesupply.com to see our entire selection. Most mulch is reclaimed from landfills, but Erickson's mulch is ground from whole trees. Yep, we process the mulch ourselves to keep the prices nice and low, and use only premium colorant, so the beautiful look of new mulch lasts. At Erickson's, we never skimp, and that's why first-time shoppers become repeat customers. Erickson's Landscape Supply. High-quality mulch and stone for a whole lot less. Commercial or residential, visit ericksonslandscapesupply.com to see our entire selection.
See Europe from a completely new perspective with Fox World Travel and Avalon Waterways. Cruising down legendary rivers like the Danube or the Rhine, your luxury boutique hotel travels with you. Relax in award-winning panorama suites featuring wall-to-wall windows, enjoy premium local wine and dining, and step off directly into the heart of historic castles and villages. Your next incredible river cruise awaits. Call 866-GO-FOX-GO or visit foxworldtravel.com today.
Shopping for new windows and doors shouldn't feel like a negotiation. Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin doesn't believe in games. They never inflate pricing, and there's no high-pressure sales pitch. Just premium windows and doors built for long-term comfort, beauty, and peace of mind. Buy direct through Pella, and one trusted team handles everything with Pella certified installers every step of the way. Real pricing, premium quality, no games. Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin. Schedule your free in-home consultation today at PellaWI.com.
This is What's on Tap with Sandy Max.
I've got some cheese curds that I'm willing to share. Then I want to ride that giant slide over there. I love the fragrance of the farm in the air. Won't you come with me to the Wisconsin State Fair?
That is Pat McCurdy, and he means it. He's here right now with me on What's on Tap in the Bank 5-9 studio at the Wisconsin State Fair. What a peppy and what a picture that you paint of the Wisconsin State Fair and that song.
A catchy little tune.
You might be kind of good at this,
We got
Pat.
the giant slide in there. You know, I wrote a song here once, sitting on massage chairs right over there in front of the old log building.
When you say massage chairs, you mean the footy?
The footy
wiggle
ones,
things?
yeah. But these were like barrel shaped.
They still are. They're just a buck.
I wrote a song once called Too Many Tattoos. and I'm watching the world go by, and perfect song for the Wisconsin State Fair.
I have to think,
just saying.
With the people watching here, there has to be plenty of inspiration for someone like you, such a prolific songwriter.
Oh my gosh, it's nice in here. Nice and air conditioned and quiet.
You in the Bank 5-9 studio, yes, but you are going to be on that Bank 5-9 amphitheater stage Sunday.
When? Oh, Sunday at 5:30,
where it won't be air conditioned, but it'll be out in the wild where you will be entertaining and engaging. What can we expect at your show?
Well, first of all, it's always one of my favorite shows of the year.
Really?
I have a big three. And one's the Summerfest, of course, and we slayed at Summerfest this year. How many think? 2,500, 3,000 people.
Wow.
All dancing at the end. My second big show every year is the Memorial Union Terrace in Madison.
Yeah.
By the end of the show, the place was a couple thousand people. And this is number three in my trifecta of big summer shows. This is one I look forward to. So you can expect an energized, no stopping, just solid music. Maybe 100 songs. I don't know.
I was just going to say, are there songs in particular that maybe you pull out?
Well, I like to do the oldies in the second half now. So the first half is stuff, newer stuff and things I'm working on that I think people will like. And then I just hit them with all the old favorites in the second half. So, and I like the audience participation. I like singing to individual people, which is something I'm known to do.
What do you look for when you want to sing to someone? What draws you to them?
Somebody with their hand up.
A willing participant.
Willing to be sung to.
Someone's going to have fun. You're not going to try and win them over?
No. And the funny thing, speaking of that, I'm the kind of performer, I can see the audience. It's just me. I always see the ones who aren't having a good time. Everyone can be just jumping up and down. I'll look over, and if there's one person
with their arms
crossed in there and a frown on their face, it's like, I'm gonna get that guy. I'm gonna get him.
Do you really? Because the reason I ask, I got the thrill and honor to talk to Buddy Guy a couple of months ago, and that's exactly what he said. If I see somebody in the audience who's just not into it, who is grumpy, everybody needs some joy, I'm going to work on him. And I say, Buddy, you just haven't found the right note yet. Isn't that amazing?
Buddy and Pat, we are a brethren in that, because I will make a point to keep looking at them. You know how when you're at a show, like especially a Broadway show, you always think the performers, they're kind of looking at me. Right. But they're not, because that's and I'm the same way. I'm trying to reach a big crowd. But I will actually, if somebody's not having a good time, I will look right at them.
But that is
sing a little louder.
That is your gift of connecting with a big group of people and individually, but you bring people together through your music, and you've done this for years now. We were just talking about Peter Noon with Multi-Generations, with his Herman's Hermit shows, but you see that at your shows too, don't you?
Absolutely. And people are bringing their kids. The people who saw me in Madison in the 90s and 2000s, they're bringing their teenage kids now. And
I was Marquette in the 90s. So.
Total example of, I run into so many Marquette people all summer long, and they have the new generation. They're like, my kids love you because they grew up with your CDs in the car. So
I'm glad that.
And I tell them, Marquette it's a different world. We used to play there once or twice a month at their bowling alley.
At the Annex?
At the Annex.
Yeah.
They would let. I know nothing against Marquette for serving underage people, but
come on now,
the place would be jammed, and I'm sure that
there might have been some pre-partying.
There might have been.
I don't know that was Marquette serving them. I think there was probably some pre-partying. But you've been popular in that whole college circuit.
Yeah, well,
so
that 90s.
You're no stranger to that.
The 90s were very good for me for that, and a crazy thing. Somebody put up a video called "Bands from the Past" of an hour show that I did in Madison in 1992. It is the funniest thing. My sound man sent it to me last night. I'm nuts. It's like,
what
oh my God, that's what I was like.
Really?
And it's all college kids because it's in Madison. Because I used to do a song that was the times of classes, like 7:45, 8:50. And so I know it was from Madison, but I was doing medleys. I would do Paul McCartney, Paul Simon, Paul Lind.
And from Hollywood Squares, a little center
and
square.
I said, no, you guys won't get this, but maybe you watch Hollywood Squares. And then I did a medley, 5 minutes of Kenny Rogers and Hammerstein. So it was Kenny Rogers songs and then songs like from Sound of Music. I'm like, this guy's nuts. and so I had a ponytail flipping up and down. And
what an absolute time capsule.
Oh, I watched the whole hour set, and it was me.
Well, you can air check
I did
yourself, but that's a vintage memory there.
Oh, but it was the sad thing was bands from the past.
Well,
so whoever put it up, that was the YouTube.
You're part of the fabric, Pat.
Yeah.
You're part of the fabric, and that's one of the reasons I wanted to have you as a guest here, because you're part of the fabric of the Wisconsin State Fair.
How many hundreds of shows have I played here? Through changes in the grounds, the stage over there, over near what building is
that?
The
Expo Center?
Expo Center.
Yeah.
There used to be a stage there. Real, carpeted stage. I remember it rained and my mom sat on stage with me while we were waiting for it. I have so many great memories of even when I was a kid,
Okay, well, I want to hear some of those Wisconsin State Fair memories. We're going to rack those up and share them with you. Pat McCurdy in the Bank 5-9 studio here at the Wisconsin State Fair. Stay with us on What's on Tap.
Business owners
and right-hand men and women.
When you make the catering call for your office gathering,
make it Marty's Pizza.
For pizza, pasta, subs, wings, appetizers, and more.
Delivered in our heated oven delivery trucks.
Our catering delivery range has expanded.
All the way east into Brookfield.
Just log on to martyspizza.net for easy online ordering.
Or give us a call at 262-646-3327. 262-646-3327.
Marty's Pizza. Do you remember when times were good? Well, they're good again. It's as good today as it was in the past. It doesn't get any better than that. Remember Marty's Pizza.
Staying active, essential for overall health. Proper medical support, essential for staying active. WTMJ's Vince Vitrano for Orthopedic Associates of Wisconsin. Whether it's keeping a weekend warrior like me on the tennis court or keeping young athletes in the game, you want the best in sports medicine, that's OAW. Surgeons, nurses, and physical therapists help you recover from injury, avoid injury in the future, and enhance performance. Get care 7 days a week. Walk right in at an Ortho ASAP clinic or book an appointment online at orthowisconsin.com.
I'm with Eric, Director of Research for Good Karma Brands. They have business technology from James Imaging Systems, your local business technology partner. Eric, what does partner mean to you?
Partner isn't just out for them. The partner cares about how we solve our problems, and it can be a mutually beneficial relationship from there on.
And I understand throughout the more than 15-year partnership between Good Karma Brands and James Imaging Systems, you have shared many core values.
Absolutely. Work hard, be honest, over-deliver, follow through, listen, teamwork.
Eric, summarize your overall business technology partnership with James Imaging Systems for me.
Outstanding. As we've grown tremendously and you guys have still been able to meet our needs each step of our growth, that's huge.
AI-driven workflow automation, security enhancements, and digital transformation from James Imaging Systems, your local business technology partner. Call 262-781-7700 or visit jamesimaging.com.
Get the help you need Saturday morning with How To Radio. At 7, it's the WTMJ Fix-It Show with David Nason, featuring this week's guests, Capital Heating and Cooling and Siding Unlimited. At 9, plan your dream vacation with the Fox World Travel Show. And at 10, get financial guidance during Money Talk. Contact Annex Wealth Management for an unbiased review of your investments at annexwealth.com. How To Radio, Saturday mornings on WTMJ. What's on Tap with Sandy Max is back on WTMJ.
I came here for sex and beer. Sex and beer.
You got it on What's on Tap, the perfect place for sex and beer.
Oh, man. Who wrote that?
5-9 Studio, the Wisconsin State Fair. The man in the studio with me is Pat McCurdy. You'll be a legend forever for that song.
I know.
Don't you think?
It'll be on my gravestone. Here lies sex and beer.
And that, I can imagine the parade of people who will continue to visit that headstone for years to come. Yeah. Sort of like a Jim Morrison type grave visit. But you are so much fun, Pat, and I love that you've been part of the Wisconsin State Fair. You were saying hundreds of shows. Do you remember what year was your first State Fair appearance?
I can tell you what my first State Fair appearance was, maybe. Yeah. Kids from Wisconsin.
You were a performer in Kids from Wisconsin?
I was a guitar player in Kids from Wisconsin.
That is...
For 3 summers.
That's wonderful.
So I was here, back then, we opened the main stage. So I met the Fifth Dimension. I hung out with Red Skelton.
Oh,
that's a name from the past, listeners. Loggins and Messina. I'm trying to think. We used to open for the headliners on the amphitheater. And Kids in Wisconsin then was 50 or 60 kids. It was a giant group.
So you would have been on the front end of that. It started in 1969.
I was the third year. Third or fourth. And I was there. My brother had been in it. They needed a guitar player who could read music. So I can read music. I'm not a great technical guitar player, but I could play the chords and read the notes. So I was in it for 3 years. And it was a blast.
I
met Chet Atkins.
Ooh.
Famous, a legend guitar player.
Yeah. What an interesting experience, because I've always enjoyed that Kids from Wisconsin gives teenagers the real opportunity to perform. And I always think of it as honing your craft and learning some of those skills of traveling around the state to do that. I didn't really put it together that really early on, those types of talent that you would be around opening at the Wisconsin State Fair.
And it was cheesy. And it was like Young America. I had to get my hair cut every time. I'd go there. It's not short enough.
Pre-ponytail, Pat McCurdy.
Yeah, but I always was a rocker, Every time I went, and I made enough money the first year to buy a Stratocaster. That's a Guitar Talk. And the second year, I bought a Fender Twin Reverb amp. That's from saving money from being a kid from Wisconsin. And the guy who ran it was such a professional that I still think of him pacing shows. He could and when something wasn't working, he could wing it on the fly, because like a second or third year, when we'd be in these county fairs, and let's say we weren't going over huge, he'd say, "Pat, get up and sing," and I would do Elvis. Because it was around that time when everyone was rediscovering 50s music. And I would go up and bring the house down, and the kids would be all jitterbugging behind me, and I'd be ho ho ho, do a couple Elvis songs. The guy, I learned a lot from being in that.
What was his name?
It was Colonel Azalina, Colonel Mark Azalina. And I owe a lot to him. And I went back years later, and I was a hipster, wearing a vintage bowling shirt with the name Mark on it. And I remember I said, "Hey, Colonel, how you doing?" And he looked down, he said, "Hey, Mark." So he didn't remember me. Necessarily.
But what lessons he gave you? That's what formative years that you had.
We used to stay at the West Dallas Inn on Greenfield Avenue for 9 nights. And you could drink when you were 18. You could have a beer, you didn't let him see him. You couldn't be in your outfit drinking a beer. But I had a blast. It was just, and that was my first I must have done 30 shows here with them.
That's fantastic. And still performing Sunday, 5:30.
5:30.
Bank 5-9 Amphitheater.
Yep.
And what are such great memories. But so that was then. Now, the last time you visited me in the radio booth was just before the world premiere of the documentary at the Milwaukee Film Festival.
I was very nervous.
Bright, beautiful world, the infectious joy of Pat McCurdy, sold out crowd. In my opinion, that film really captures a lot of what's magic about you.
You know, everyone's been saying that.
Good. But the fact that you bring community together, that you're smart and caring and clever and really immensely talented, I think it really captured that.
Well, you know, Sandy, you are very good at your job.
I agree with you wholeheartedly.
Well, because it's so true.
But are there plans for the film next?
You know, the director said they have it entered in Denver Film Festival, and they've submitted it to 9 other film festivals. And
fingers crossed.
Yeah, because
Great.
I'll go to wherever it plays and do a set.
That'd be great.
Yeah.
And speaking of doing a set, in addition to your Sunday show at the Wisconsin State Fair, 5:30.
At 5:30 at the Bank 9 Amphitheater.
Very good. You have new music.
I just finished an album. I did 20 songs. When I put 16 of them on an actual CD, just a few of them, so you can take it home. And I'm very excited. It's the best work I've ever done, and I am literally 100 years old.
That is not true.
Yeah, but
that is not true.
It is the best work I have ever done. And the songs that are fun to sing live, they're not the jokey comedy ones necessarily, but it is my finest work.
Pat McCurdy.
Yeah, at this late stage of the game. But who'd think you'd ever have a movie made up about your career?
Creators create.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
Thank you for all that you do to make our local creative scene thrive and hum.
Well, I hope you can make it through 5 more days of this hustle and bustle.
I can. It would be a perfect capper to see you Sunday.
5:30, Bank 5-9 Amphitheater.
Thank you so much, Pat.
Thanks for having me.
Great rest of the State Fair.
Well, thank you very much.
And right now we go to the WTMJ Breaking News Center. Here is Jen Craig.
Thanks, Sandy. Health officials confirmed 2 new measles cases in southwest Wisconsin. Residents from Lafayette and Iowa counties recently tested positive for measles. The Wisconsin Department of Health Services reports 4 measles cases in the state so far this year. Measles spreads person to person and can stay in the air for up to 2 hours. Symptoms include runny nose, fever, cough, and a spreading red rash. DHS is urging Wisconsinites to check their vaccination status. The Milwaukee Area Domestic Animal Control Commission says they have been over capacity on cats for over a week and that a disease has broken out among them. Panleuk is an extremely contagious virus found in outdoor cats that is spread in crowded areas of non-vaccinated animals. The shelter says it is especially deadly for kittens and hard to control. If you find a healthy stray cat or kitten, Maddox says do not immediately bring it to the shelter. Instead, check for a microchip, post on social media, and ask neighbors. Sick cats or kittens should still be turned in. And the universities of Wisconsin want to train 35,000 new healthcare professionals over the next decade. The system's new Healthy Wisconsin proposal calls for a $90 million state investment across all 13 public universities. UW officials say the goal is to strengthen the state's healthcare workforce and improve access to care. The initiative is the first major piece of the UW system's state budget request. The Board of Regents is scheduled to vote on the budget proposal next week. Taking a look at the roads with your WTMJ Time Saver traffic. It looks like on I-41 north at Burleigh Street, the right shoulder is closed due to an incident, but traffic seems to be flowing around it. Time for your WTMJ 5-day forecast. Tonight, mostly cloudy skies, muggy, a low of 68. Wednesday, storms mainly near the state line, a high of 81. Thursday, storms likely mid-morning, a high of 77. Friday, mostly sunny, a high of 72. Saturday, a chance of storms, a high of 78. And Sunday, again, chance of storms, a high of 78. In Madison, it's 80. In Green Bay, it's 79. And in Milwaukee, 76 degrees. I'm Jen Gregg. Outdoor Living Unlimited WTMJ News Time is 7:33.
As the kiddos get ready to get back to school, you can find really great back-to-school savings at St. Vincent de Paul thrift stores. School supplies and some surprisingly cool clothing too. And teachers, you get an additional discount. Get the best back-to-school bargains at St. Vincent de Paul thrift stores on Highway 100 in Layton and Greenfield, 23rd in Lincoln, and 76th and Bradley Road in Milwaukee.
Ooh, you're gonna love it, St. Vincent de Paul.
With an ever-changing inventory, you never know what great bargains you're going to be able to find at St. Vincent de Paul thrift stores. It makes shopping fun because the best finds are the ones you had no idea you'd even come across. And when they're at thrift store prices, it feels good. And it feels even better to know you're helping us help others. Shop St. Vincent de Paul thrift stores on Highway 100 in Layton and Greenfield, 23rd in Lincoln, and 76th and Bradley Road in Milwaukee.
You're gonna love it, St. Vincent de Paul.
Recently, a seller that unfortunately ended up choosing another agent called me. She said she made a mistake, and what she was expressing to me sounded like she kind of was bullied into signing with him. Is it typical? Not always, but it will never happen when you hire a Century 21 Benefit Realty agent. I want our agents to be able to look in the mirror and say, I'd want to work with me. Not because they're good at saying what you want to hear or offer the lowest commission, but because of trust. Because if you're not feeling that from your agent, that's a problem. And I don't want that. At 1.9% on the listing side of your sale with our commission capped at $19,000, Century 21 Benefit Realty leads with a very fair and transparent commission structure with maximum marketing that can get your home sold fast and for the best price. And saving money matters, but working with someone who will tell you exactly what you need to know up front, that creates trust. And that matters too. This is Angela Calais with Century 21 Benefit Realty, benefit-realty.com, where you pay less for full service. Each office is independently owned and operated.
There's an amazing supper club in Wisconsin Dells, Ish Nala, nestled among the pines and perched above the sandstone bluffs of Mirror Lake. The beauty, the history, the service, the food, the fun. Hi, this is Bob Prosser, owner of Ish Nala Supper Club in Wisconsin Dells. I've been a part of Ish Nala since 1973, and I am so proud to continue the tradition that began in 1953. Why not enjoy a brandy old-fashioned in one of our bars, each with a spectacular view overlooking Mirror Lake, or just relax before or after dinner on one of our outdoor decks. Our Ish Nala chefs have prepared your favorites: 24-ounce ribeye, cold water lobster tails, North Atlantic salmon, and of course, Ish Nala's roast duck. Thank you for making Ish Nala Wisconsin's favorite supper club, where the only thing we overlook is Mirror Lake. I'm Bob Prosser, and I want to serve you.
Welcome back to What's on Tap on WTMJ.
You are listening to What's on Tap, sponsored by Visit Milwaukee. Handcrafted, homegrown, world class. Discover more at visitmilwaukee.org. It is my pleasure to be broadcasting live from the Bank 5-9 studio here at the Wisconsin State Fair. I invite you to come out and soak up all the fun, whether you love the rides, whether you love strolling through the Expo Center and shopping, whether you love hearing all the variety of live music on all the different free stages, eating food on a stick, however you love to enjoy the Wisconsin State Fair. It is happening tonight through Sunday, full of fun and enjoyment. And there are two tasty pastry-inspired beers that you can get only right here at the Wisconsin State Fair, both crafted by Wisconsin breweries. And what are these beers to wet your whistle with? Well, the first one you've probably heard here on What's on Tap is Lakefront Brewery, and they have collaborated with Sills Mini Donuts on Sills Festival Ale. And I still haven't had a chance to try it yet because the times I've had the interviews have been here in the studio and I can't take a sip, but I have smelled it and it smells truly like Sills Mini Donuts, that wonderful, warm, fresh-baked smell. So I can't wait to try it. You can get it here at the Wisconsin State Fair. It's got Munich and caramel malts as part of the brew, and that subtle addition of cinnamon and vanilla, I think it's going to be delicious. And they also encourage you to go ahead, get some Sills donuts and do a donut and draft fair pair, so you can nibble on a donut while you sip your beer. And Lars from Sills said, he's the founder of Sills, Lars, he said, get the naked donut, which is the Sills donut that doesn't have the sugar and cinnamon on it. That might pair better with your beer. But just a really fun way to embrace two Milwaukee institutions. And you can get Sills Festival Ale here at the Micro, which is the fun microbrewery tent that has the keg killer. So when somebody finishes a beer of a keg, the sirens go off, you get a free t-shirt, or you can also get it at the Lakefront Brewery Beer Garden, which is just outside the Bank 59 Amphitheater. So nice place to relax and try the Sills Festival Ale. There is another pastry-inspired beer that you can only get here at the Wisconsin State Fair. And it is Jacob Line & Cool Brewing Company's Cream Puff Ale. And WTMJ's Libby Collins got a chance to talk with Katie Leinenkugel of Jacob Line & Kugel Brewing Company on Wisconsin's Weekend Morning News recently to find out all about what makes their brew special.
We are coming out with the first ever Cream Puff Ale that will be exclusively at the Wisconsin State Fair this year beginning August 6th. We're so excited.
Now, how does it taste like a cream puff? I mean, beer is beer, but how do you incorporate that flavor into something like that?
Our pilot brewers are incredible, first of all, and they made this based on some pastry-like malt characters. There's hints of the sweet vanilla, again, like brewed by our pilot brewers who really know this stuff, but they nailed it. I got to try it this week. Admittedly, I am pregnant. I am expecting, so I couldn't drink the whole beer. I was so upset that I couldn't because it was so good. They nailed it.
So what's that flavor that comes through for you? I mean, if you close your eyes, will you really think you're eating a cream puff only with a little bit of a kick?
Sort of, yes, but like you really have to try it because the mouthfeel is somehow so creamy, and then you get the back half of it, you're going to start tasting that vanilla and that sweetness. But I gotta say, what they did really awesome on is that you can have more than one. So it's not one of those beers that you can just have one and done. This is one you could have a few of, and it is really excellent. I can't wait for people to try it.
We're talking with Katie Leinenkugel, and they are debuting a cream puff ale only at the Wisconsin State Fair. The interesting thing about this, Katie, is it is exclusive and it's only going to be available for a very short period of time.
That is right, a very short period of time. And actually, Libby, what I'm also really, really thrilled about is Leinenkugels is going to donate $50 for every keg to the State Fair Park Foundation. So really cool charity component of this too. And it'll not only available for a short time, we only made a certain number of kegs of this. So once it's gone, and you're only actually going to be able to find it at about 4 or 5 different bars within State Fair. So you might have to do a little hunting, but you can find it at the Saz's and the Lefts and Worst Bar, Blue Moon Tavern. You'll find it there, but we're just so excited about it. Can't wait for people to get out there, try it, and then let us know what you think.
Well, the fact that you're actually brewing it, so it's going to come right out of the keg, that is going to give it such a wonderful, fresh flavor.
Yep, and right out of the keg, and those kegs brewed by our pilot team in Chippewa Falls, Wisconsin. So these came out of Chippewa Falls, where we are still brewing every day. We have our Liney Lodge that is open every single day. So we're really excited that Chippewa Falls gets to be a part of the State Fair this year.
One last question. Any chance that it will come back at a later time, or is this a one and done?
Libby, I have learned to never say never about any of our beers coming back.
Oh, maybe they could keep a little bit of that cream puff ale aside for you for after the baby's born.
I've made several requests. So, yes, my team knows exactly what I'm going to enjoy the moment I'm allowed.
Katie Leinenkugel, such a pleasure to have you here. And again, it's only at like 5 different locations at the State Fair that you're going to be able to find Leinenkugel's Cream Puff Ale. It's going to be like a scavenger hunt. I look forward to it, Katie.
Yes, I do too, Libby. Thanks so much for having me.
Jay's Libby Collins and Katie Leinenkugel from Jacob Leinenkugel Brewing talking about Liney's Cream Puff Ale that you can find here. It's not going to be that hard to find. I did my research. You can find it at Lefts Miller Lite Sports Bar and Grill, at the Saz's stops, also at Worst Bar, and also at the Blue Moon Tavern at the park, which is right by the Expo Center. So you got 5 spots to find your Cream Puff Ale. And then remember the Lakefront Brewing and Sills mini donut combination called Sills Festival Ale that you can find at the Micro and also at the Lakefront Brewery Beer Garden, real close to the Micro as well. And I love, one of the things that I love hearing about the creation of both those beers, and you heard Katie there talking about like their brewmasters know what they're doing and they really got it right the first time. And the same thing that Russ Klisch from Lakefront Brewery, I said, how many times did you have to do this batch? And he said, what, Luther, who's our brewmaster, because of some of these malts and some of these flavors with the experience, they really got it right the first time. So really impressive brewing mastery that we have here in our state. If there are other sweet beer combos celebrating the flavors of the Wisconsin State Fair, I will update you. This show is called What's on Tap, right? And next, if you have respect for farming life, how about respect for the families who are still farming 100 and 150 years later? Find out about a special annual celebration here at the Wisconsin State Fair for these impressive milestones for Wisconsin farms. Next on What's on Tap.
Sprained wrist, ankle twist, broken thumb, can't make a fist, busted knee, surgery, that patch of ice you didn't see.
Where pain starts, Jernavix suzetrigine begins. Jernavix is a non-opioid 50 milligram prescription tablet for adults with moderate to severe acute pain that reduces pain signals before they reach the brain.
Tendon tear, nose repair, tripping on that broken stair, dislocation, operation, moped crash while on vacation.
Do not take Jernavix with CYP3A inhibitors. Avoid use with grapefruit or liver problems, as these may increase side effects. Tell your doctor about all your medicines if you are pregnant or breastfeeding. Jernavix may make certain medicines and birth control less effective. Side effects include itching, muscle spasms, rash, and elevated muscle enzymes.
Joint displacement, knee replacement, fell on marbles in the basement, ladder slip, broken hip, that rock climb where you lost your grip.
To learn more about Jernavix, ask your doctor. Call 1-833-589-PAIN or visit jernavix.com.
Drafty windows means wasted money. Call Siding Unlimited today for energy-efficient replacement windows and doors and start saving now. For a free estimate and honest price guarantee, go to sidingunlimited.com.
Good Karma Brands is proud to be an equal opportunity employer, providing equal employment, development, and advancement opportunities to all teammates and applicants. To learn more about careers with us, please send an email to talentacquisition@goodkarmabrands.com. That's talentacquisition@goodkarmabrands.com.
Hi, this is Julie Coombs and Cindy Storm Fisher with Storm Fisher Investment Group. Are you a retiring professional worried about the direction of our economy, about making your money last? Come see what we can do for you. Let us show you how we take care of you to help you have a great retirement. We are at 262-796-8400 or stormfisher.com. See you soon.
Securities offered through Osaic Wealth Inc. Member FINRA SIPC. Advisory services offered through Osaic Advisory Services LLC. Osaic Advisory. Osaic Wealth and Osaic Advisory are separately owned, and other entities and/or marketing names, products, and services referenced here are independent of Osaic Wealth and Osaic Advisory.
You're listening to What's on Tap with Sandy Max on WTMJ.
Thank you for hanging out with me for What's on Tap, broadcasting live from the Bank 5-9 studio at the Wisconsin State Fair. Big thank you to Leff's Miller Lite Sports Bar and Grill for making sure that our entire crew here on location is fed and fed well. And I was just telling you, Leff's Miller Lite Sports Bar and Grill is one of the places you can find Liney's Cream Puff Ale to try right here at the Wisconsin State Fair. The only place you can get it is right here at the fair. You'll find Leff's. It's right as you come up on the tunnel at 2nd Street and the Grandstand Avenue next to the Wisconsin Products Pavilion. And I was just thrilled to get to talk yesterday to a woman named Jill Albanese. Who is she? Well, she's one busy person with a ton of Wisconsin State Fair experience. And meet Jill and hear about an important event that happened today.
I'm in charge of the Grand Champion Hall, all the competitive exhibits. That's the arts, the youth exhibits. It's all the fun stuff. The non-animals is what we take care of in our department, working on the 100-year farm program, 150-year farm program, which will be wonderful. We have about 520 guests for breakfast, and then they receive their certificate and their sign saying they've had their farm and their family for either 100 or 150 years. And it's a very elite bunch. It's a new bunch every single year. So that is one of the best programs that we have here at Wisconsin State Fair. It started in 1948 with the state centennial celebration.
What a way to celebrate the agricultural tradition here. How many farms will you be honoring for 100 and 150 years?
It's about 80 farms that are 100-year. And in total, since 1948, we have over 10,000 100-year farms.
Wow,
And we
that
have,
is incredible.
Yeah,
I mean,
so-
I know it's the Wisconsin State Fair and that we are celebrating agriculture and that it is a way of life, but that's a large number to me.
Yeah.
That's wonderful to hear. That's stunning.
It's really a great event.
And I mean, just you think about that history and how many thousands of farms that don't make it, but how many thousands do. So I think it's a great annual event to really get together, and it has to be great for the other farmers to see each other and learn from each other about how you can have this longevity and 150 years, and think of the generations there. So it was really nice to visit with Jill Albanese. She is also in charge of the Grand Champion Hall, so all of those different categories of competition. Yesterday she was telling us about Blue Ribbon Meatloaf and Bloody Marys, in addition to all the baked goods that you usually think of, and all the art and the quilting. And today, if you love to nom, you missed out on Crazy Grazing Day if you're not here right now. That's where they serve smaller samples at a little lesser price so you can try even more food. But tomorrow, you can get free samples of Blue Ribbon-worthy bites, because tomorrow is the Grand Champion Eats and Treats. So inside Grand Champion Hall, there will be judges there of all sorts, judging all kinds of food, and they have free samples between 10:30 and 3:30 all day tomorrow to get your grazing done with a blue ribbon level. So that is tomorrow, the Grand Champion Hall Grand Eats and Treats, to nibble on their scrumptious Wisconsin products. And did you know the extent that the former Bucks coach, Don Nelson, you might have heard that he passed away, he went to a large extent in 1986 to help raise money for Wisconsin farmers, with the help in a roundabout way from Charles Barkley. I'll share that with you next. That's State Fair history on What's on Tap.
Be our eyes on the road. See something out there that I should know about?
Traffic accident southbound 894 south of Beloit Road. Do have the right lane blocked.
Call me, Debbie Lazaga, on the WTMJ traffic tip line, 414-238-9329.
About 2 miles past Bryan Road, there is a car fire on the right shoulder.
The drive affects you. Why not be part of it?
Debbie Lazaga, I want to thank you for the wonderful, wonderful job you do every day.
Give me a call, 414-238-9329.
Do you want the economy mulch or the premium? The only real difference is that the premium mulch has thicker strands, while the economy mulch is finer. But the colorant we use for both is of the highest quality, and that's why the color of our mulch lasts longer. And our mulch comes from trees, not pallets, and we process it all in-house. That's why our prices are so low. Erickson's Landscape Supply, high-quality mulch and stone for a whole lot less. Commercial or residential, visit ericksonslandscapesupply.com to see our entire selection. At Erickson's Landscape Supply, we have durable, maintenance-free polywood patio furniture and #1 grade treated natural pine Amish-made patio furniture. And we also have a wonderful assortment of concrete benches, statues, and fountains available in a selection you just gotta see to believe. Erickson's Landscape Supply, high-quality mulch and stone for a whole lot less, plus a whole lot more. Commercial or residential, visit ericksonslandscapesupply.com to see our entire selection or stop on in today.
Can it get any easier? I don't think so. James, you can get an online order done at martyspizza.net in 30 seconds.
And we've made it easy to order all the favorites that a lot of Marty's Pizza lovers gotta have.
Our classic sausage and pepperoni pizza or lasagna and masticholi entrees. They're all delicious. Marty's Pizza in Delafield and martyspizza.net for easy online ordering.
Register online for Red Card Loyalty, and after 15 pizzas, you'll get your next one free!
Marty's Pizza. Do you remember when times were good? Well, they're good again. It's as good today as it was in the past. It doesn't get any better than that. Remember Marty's Pizza.
Hi, I'm Jim Frucci, Managing Partner and PGA Professional at Morningstar Golfers Club, and I'd like to personally invite you to play your next round of golf at Morningstar. Lush green fairways, velvet smooth greens, magnificent vistas from high above our championship golf course. Morningstar was created with the serious golfer in mind, and it continues to be the public course by which all other area public courses are measured. Book your tee time today and reserve a spot on our membership wait list. Come out and see what all of Southeast Wisconsin's been talking about. Hey, you've played the rest. Now play the best.
This is What's on Tap with Sandy Max.
Broadcasting live for the Bank 5-9 studio at the Wisconsin State Fair, where we're learning all sorts of history with this 175th Wisconsin State Fair. Lots of waves and smiles as people are walking by. But earlier this week, a legendary figure who led the Milwaukee Bucks to prominence in the 70s and 80s passed away on Sunday. And I have Wisconsin State Fair history to share about him after this tribute.
He was one of the most innovative and influential figures in NBA history, and for 11 seasons he served as the head coach of the Milwaukee Bucks.
They call him Nelly, and around the NBA you'd have a tough time finding somebody with a bad word about Don Nelson, the coach of the Milwaukee Bucks.
Don Nelson coached the Bucks from 1976 to 1987. At the time, he was the second ever head coach in franchise history. He retired in 2010 as the winningest head coach in NBA history.
My dream has been and always will be to win a world championship. It's the most important thing, I think, for any coach.
Nelson never won a title in Milwaukee, but he was a two-time NBA Coach of the Year. And the Bucks were perennial contenders with Nelson on the sidelines, earning 7 straight division titles in 7 straight seasons with 50 or more wins. He was folksy, with a tireless work ethic, often conducting his post-game interviews outside the locker room with a Miller Lite in hand. He also popularized a high-octane run-and-gun small ball system called Nelly Ball, in which 6'7" forward Marcus Johnson played point guard.
He would kind of approach you as an empty vessel and fill you up with all this great old Boston Celtic knowledge. He'd always tell you that how fast you run is when you run in transition. Nelly, of course, played in that whole Red Auerbach system. I think he was coached by Red. He was coached by Red in the late 60s when he first got to Boston. Nelly liked to have a good time, liked to have a lot of fun.
Perhaps the most popular coach in Milwaukee Bucks history, Nelson also popularized the fish tie, which led to Ralph Marlin pop-up tie shops in Mayfair and Grand Avenue malls in the 80s. After 31 seasons of coaching in the NBA, Nelson retired and enjoyed a colorful second act on a 22-acre farm in Maui.
Yeah, I've been smoking some pot, actually. But I never smoked when I played or coached, so it's new to me. But anyway, I'm doing that, and I'm having a pretty good time. It's more legal now than it's ever been, and so I'm enjoying that.
Of his 1,335 career NBA coaching victories, 540 came as head coach of the Milwaukee Bucks. Greg Matzik, WTMJ News.
So remembering Coach Don Nelson passed away at 86 years old on Sunday, and as I was doing research, I had heard something about Nelly's Farm Fund. And when I found this archived article from 1986, August 8th, 1986, from the UPI archives, wait till you hear this. Maybe you already knew this, but Milwaukee Bucks coach Don Nelson donated his NBA playoff earnings to a Wisconsin farmer who was on the verge of foreclosure, then kicked off an 8-day fundraising tractor drive on behalf of Wisconsin farmers. Don Nelson began his 250-mile trip at State Fair Park with a quick tour of the fairgrounds, cajoling fairgoers and concessionaires to dig down and give a little for Wisconsin farmers. As volunteers armed with bushel baskets covered the grounds, Nelson's voice boomed out of loudspeakers asking for donations for Nelly's Farm Fund to help Wisconsin farmers. So you had people dropping dollars in these baskets, and the tractor that Don Nelson was driving was donated by J.I. Case Company out of Racine, and it pulled a trailer holding a huge piggy bank for donations, and the piggy bank was named Barkley after Charles Barkley from the 76ers at the time. And at the end of the drive, the tractor and the wagon were also donated to a needy farmer, and Nelson hopes that he wanted to raise $40,000. And the Miller Brewing Company, donated a $40,000 check to start the bandwagon rolling. And there was even a telethon, so that was his plan, to travel through the state. And then on top of it, Nelly had gained weight during the last basketball season. He vowed to lose 50 pounds to help farmers. He had lost 32 pounds, and fans could pledge money for each pound that he lost. And they had a weigh-in scheduled for the first Bucks home game. That is part of Don Nelson's legend for helping Wisconsin farmers. Yet another fun fact here at the Wisconsin State Fair. Thanks for hanging out with me. I am Sandy Max, and thanks for listening to What's on Tap, sponsored by Visit Milwaukee.
WTMJ, W277CV, and WKTI HD2 Milwaukee from the Annex Wealth Management Studios. This is News Radio WTMJ, a Good Karma brand station.
Visit Family